Just like things at the quantum level don't obey the same laws at the classical level, you have no problem with believing that. You have no problem with believing that, right?
I haven't heard that sentence. Can you say again?
I said you have no problem that things at the quantum scale behave completely different than at the classical scale. That somehow that there's that even though it's the same physical matter, that there's some level that it just behaves different. That you have no problem with. But you have a problem with, hey, things on the ground behave different than things in the sky. Now you have a problem.
You have no evidence to infer that they do not behave.
Evidence that the shit doesn't behave the same, that there's no parallax, and shit doesn't change, even in your model. When your model predicts it should change in size, it still doesn't. You understand that Mars should be changed in size by a factor of 16. Have you ever seen Mars look 16 times the size it's supposed that you already observed it at? No, you never have. Nobody ever has, but it's supposed to. The orbit varies from 43 million to 151 million miles from Earth. That is huge. That is not a little bit. Venus too. Venus orbits vary.
In English, we say
by 4 times.
Smoked.
Have you ever seen Venus 4 times the size you usually see? No.
You're wrong. Certain days we see that bright star, which is not a star, which is Venus, that shines way more than other days. We do see that phenomenon. We do see.
The intensity of the light is not the determiner of the size of the object.
You can do this.
Yeah, the intensity of light is not the determinant of the size of the object.
Replicate it yourself.
Listen, I've observed Venus lots of times. I remember it woke me up every morning for a full month.
Number of pixels Venus has on your screen. You can see by yourself all across the year. You can look at Mars and then
So you've done this. So Galileo's full of shit, and like your imagination that you would observe something. You're like the person that said, "Oh, I observed Venus at 11 o'clock at night," and someone was like, "Nah, Stellarium said you didn't see that, even though they had a picture."
Have you not observed any change with pictures? You have the number of pixels to calculate them. Have you? Because you're trying to do all the proof. You the burden of proof on me, but you never prove anything yourself. You just make conjecture.
Listen, I'm citing. Do you think Galileo's a reputable source? I gave you the source. Right?
All right.
Galileo's dialogues of the two chief world systems when they're debating between the Ptolemaic model and the Copernican model, right? So this was a debate, and it was only Galileo. It's like, this is how they did stuff back then. They had little fake debates amongst themselves, and they would write it in a book. And they would argue back and forth with these characters in their dialogues. Plato did this. Galileo did this. This is a common method of having a debate or presenting information to people, right? The pros and cons against any particular argument. His argument against the heliocentric model was the fact that Venus and Mars do not change in angular size as predicted by the model. I'm citing somebody. I'm not saying this is my observation. I'm not saying this is my observation, because the only way to measure, and this is not how they actually measure the angular size of objects. They measure those by timing them. But the only way to actually measure is to get a radial scaling rectical telescope, right? With the angles, gradiated or graduated, so you can actually measure an object by looking at it. Its angular size. That's the proper way to do it, but they don't do it that way for some reason. But that's not the point. Okay? We're getting way into the weeds. The point is, there's no reason to think the sun should behave any particular way, because the sun doesn't behave how you think it behaves. By your own model. I'll give you an example.
Go ahead.
Okay? I could give you a bunch of examples. I'm going to give you one in particular. The sunrise on the equinox, right? On the equinox. This is from timeanddate.com, suncalc.com. You can go look it up. On the equinox, The sun is supposed to rise 90 degrees on the equinox. That's literally how equinox is defined, or how east is defined. Where the sun rises on the equinox is east. So everywhere on Earth, the sun is supposed to rise 90 degrees from true north. Well, guess what? Doesn't do that. Okay? Doesn't do that. If you take any particular time, and I'll give you another one. You take any particular time on Earth and you take the azimuth and elevation angles to the sun from, say, like one place was Brussels and Johannesburg, South Africa. They're both on the same meridian. If you do the angles at the same time to the sun, those angles don't intersect at a common location in space. But if you were in Brussels and if you were in Johannesburg, you would see the sun in that location. But how come they're not looking at the same thing? How can they be looking in different directions at one object? This has been modeled in AutoCAD to eight significant figures. This has been modeled in Blender. This is not like we're not making this shit up, okay? This has been done.
Can you show me the link?
This has been done experimentally by Antonio Subarat's got
observation, not at all.
Listen, this has been done. This has been verified experimentally. It's not just us.
Go ahead. Send to me the links. Send to me the links. Again, it's your word.
Unfortunately, you Globers like reporting YouTube channels, and this person that did this 24-hour observation on the equinox of like 50 people taking the sun shadow, sun angle, the angle to the sun at solar noon, a modified Eratosthenes experiment where you measure the length of the shadow, but they were also getting what direction was the sun at noon and how long to stay at solar noon. So they took that information, and what was found out is that the sun, whoever did the observations, the sun was, their lines to the sun weren't intersecting at a common point on a flat Earth or a globe.
Can you back anything you say up? Anything about those animals? Anything. Not your word. Okay. I'm not going to look.
Okay, blah, 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 dude. I'll post the videos.
Back anything. Anything.
Yo, stop interrupting Indio right now.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Indio.
Take it easy. Take a deep breath,
maybe
man.
You're right.
Eat a hamburger. So you can watch them model it in AutoCAD. I'll post the video I'll post 2 links, right, to 2 things which I said, okay? One is from SunCalc data, right, which is your model. One is from Time and Date, which is the U.S. Naval Observatory model, right? Do you think they're authoritative, the U.S. Naval Observatory, on where the fucking sun is in the sky? I think so, right? So one is modeled in AutoCAD to 8 significant figures, precision. One is modeled in Blender, which isn't as precise. Right. So I'm going to post both of those videos. You can watch them do it as they're doing it. And plus, what I told you about the sun doesn't rise everywhere on the equinox, I'll give you places you look up on Time and Date. Okay? Tierra del Fuego. You know what Tierra del Fuego is? In Chile?
No.
Tierra del Fuego in Chile. In Clark, Greenland, right? Look on the equinox. Look at where the sunrise, the angle to the sunrise is on the equinox, and you'll see one is 86 degrees from true north, and one is 91 degrees from true north. Those lines of sight can't possibly intersect. They are divergent. Both of those places are on the same meridian. If the lines of sight aren't intersecting, how can they? And they're looking in divergent directions. They're looking away from each other, slightly tilted away from each other. How can they be looking at the same object? Even on a globe.
All right, if you post the link, I'm willing to listen to your argument.
Listen, the one I just gave you, you're going to have to look it up yourself. Clark, Greenland, Tierra del Fuego, on the equinox, the kind of equinox, the information's there. Clark is spelled Q-A-A-N-A-A-Q. Or you could take Allure Island, anywhere that's north, anywhere that's far south, because that's where you notice it the most. So, but anyway, I'm going to post those videos. Someone else take over till I got them. You guys can start arguing about like 50 Horizons or something.
I was tired of it an hour ago when I left, but anyway, I got a different perspective now. Hold on, you're still interrupting. I'm sorry, you're still interrupting.
No, but I want to know. I want to know. So can you
I was
provide the links?
talking. Did you realize that? Did the middle of my sentence get in the way of your first word of yours?
You started talking and then
anyway,
asked.
So KV, have you provided any empirical data that we can look at to prove your spinning space monkey ball religion?
I provided with the original paper about the way.
The answer is a yes or no answer. Can you answer with either yes or no?
Yes.
What proof did you provide? And what area or topic or subject did you provide the proof?
Refraction, of extraordinary refraction, will take place at horizon.
So flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Who, me?
You don't have a geographical curved horizon then. You don't have a physical horizon then, do you? So ball debunked. So thank you for providing that information. Ball debunked. Great. Yeah, that's what we like to hear. Thank you very much. Anything else?
It's crazy, Sonny. It's crazy how he tried to flex to Indio talking about can you substantiate what you're saying?
I know.
That's all I asked from him, and he acted all offended.
I was on here 2 hours ago.
The irony.
No, but those are two different things. You're trying to explain to me.
Don't tell me what people are trying, please. Are you a mind reader?
What did you say?
Are you a mind reader? How do you know what people are doing or thinking or trying to do? How do you know what they're trying to do?
Well, I know if it's you, and I can describe it.
You can describe what?
Because I wasn't trying to do anything other than get you to substantiate what you were saying. And you said you provided a paper. And so, again...
You're right. In that regard, you're right. But there are two different types of substantiation. One, there are claims that are easy to check. And then what you ask me is basically to prove from the start, basically the most intuitive experiment, to move all the way.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, I did tell him that. He understood that. But I'm not... See, you know why you feel this burden? Because it actually doesn't exist. You've been told some secondhand information that you heard enough times that you think that what you're saying is valid or valuable enough. Maybe you haven't been pressed on it until you got here. So when I press you on the primary source, you don't have an answer and you think that it's upon you to provide this information, when actually a well-researched person should already have the information if it existed. But I already know it doesn't exist because the only people that we can reference, I already called out, Andrew Thomas Young being one of them. So it's not on you to make up shit that doesn't already exist. I was asking you to substantiate it with what already exists. It's not your fault that it doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and I'm not asking you to recreate the wheel.
Yeah, it's not your responsibility to take on this burden of this ball that you have no proof of.
Get wrecked.
In regards to evidence provided for this very specific topic, this very narrow field, the base, which is this paper of 1810, is the base upon which everything else was built.
Okay, so where's the direct measurement of Earth's curvature in that information?
No, it assumes it. So it basically.
That's a whole different. That's a horse of a different color. Then, if it just assumes it, okay. Can you tell us proof of the globe? Any proof of the globe without assumption?
You cannot have any proof about anything without assumptions.
Look. And here's the thing. If we
Did
assume
you just really
that
say that?
You know what I'm saying? Like, if we assume that the Earth was a triangle, we could come up with some math. Like, if everyone believed that the Earth was a triangle and there were math and there was some maths to go with that, even though it didn't match up in reality, you would be arguing for that instead. Like, I don't understand how y'all don't see that you're just arguing for something that mathematically exists but has no substantive value in real life.
So, do we have to assume the Earth is flat to reach that conclusion? What assumption are we making?
All right. So, what you're doing, well, there are several assumptions.
I just want to hear the assumption that we're making, not a freaking story, dude.
Stay on the topic, bro. You're losing the plot. So, what assumption?
Look, I know you're going to tell a whole story about, like, I don't want to hear more of your globe stuff, dude. I want to hear what assumption are we making?
Right.
Because we don't have an assumption. You do. Because in our visual perception, right, in the perception of our senses, the Earth is visibly flat and motionless. This is fucking indisputable. Okay? And if you claim otherwise, you're delusional. Right? You're not actually in reality by claiming otherwise. Because in reality, why do you think everybody used to think the Earth is flat? Because that's the way it appeared by their senses. Some freaking mathematicians looked at the sky and reached a different conclusion. Right? That's how it worked in reality. That's the history of humanity. People looked at the ground, said it's flat. People looked in the sky and said it's a ball. That is literally how it happened. You dispute that?
That's true. I think that's true. But to be fair, I think
that's 100% true. Things in the sky are inaccessible to us. That's true. The Earth is accessible to us. We have to assume that the Earth is flat because we experience it that way. There is no assumption there. Now, we could be wrong. True. Right. We could be wrong that perception is incorrect, but we don't have to assume it.
Well, you
over
do
there,
have to
and
assume.
It looks flat, so it is.
No, but you do have to assume that.
What are we assuming? That we're not high? Like, what are we assuming? That we're not on mushrooms?
I can answer your question.
I'm serious.
I can answer your question. The question is simple. You're making assumption that the light that we see on the planet that has always been observed doesn't behave the same way as the light in the sky. We can put vacuum, we can change the pressure, we can do everything we want.
No, that's not true. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Hold on.
I have no idea, man. He took a right turn.
There's the Ray Lacroix, sorry. There's Snell's law, and then there's what you're trying to pass off as reality. But there's no assumption. Like when you have light go from one medium to another medium, like we can all experience the effect, right? When you put like a pencil in water and you can see that it does this weird little effect. That's refraction. That's what that is. What you're talking about comes with the assumption what you're talking about comes with the assumption of theoretical light rays that bend at 7.6 the radius of the Earth, which is also assumed, like you just said. So again, what Indio asked you, what are we assuming?
We assume what you see is what you get.
No analogies can be made between up and down. That it's two different worlds. That you can change the index of refraction down, it won't work, allegedly. You can do whatever you want, you can put vacuum, it won't work, apparently. You can put different gases and make combustion with different gases, it will not work, apparently. Light will not behave.
What?
Was anyone here assuming a vacuum?
No, I don't know what he's talking about.
What are you talking about, man?
He's high.
It's 2 a.m. almost. Just saying.
But you're not talking about anything that anybody brought up tonight. since I've been in here. Like, what are you talking
and I
about?
still don't. I still don't get it.
So,
I just want to know
let me
what we
point out-
assume, man, because I'm pretty sure we don't have an assumption.
I will still point out certain facts. So let's shape the thing differently. I will still point out certain facts. Is so far the conversation has mostly went to basically I was asked to make the whole demonstration, the whole proof of the emitter of Earth, and obviously being, if I went to that path, obviously being subjected to extreme levels of scrutiny, then I was asked to. So, first of all, I was asked. I was not explicitly asked. But
You
to
was asked
accept
to support your claim, bro. That's you were asked to support your claim. That's all we asked for.
Yes, that's indeed what I that's correct. That being said, I haven't received as far as I'm aware. Oh wait, I have received a link actually. I've received a link.
Well, you can get all kinds of evidence tomorrow and come bomb back in the channel and present more evidence. We'll be waiting.
That being said, all right,
come on.
let's assume. Let me assume that you're really,
Don't do that.
really honest, really honest people that really want to know everything in good faith. So let's assume this. There are still things that should be pointed out. Some very, very basic mistakes, man. Very trivial level.
Well,
That
what
you
about
guys,
what about
some of you guys,
What about Aristotle's mistake?
No,
What
but he
about
made one
his?
of them. Yeah, I agree. Like,
Okay,
like,
which
some
mistake
very-
did he make?
What mistake did we make?
Let's assume.
Okay, I'm going to talk about the mistake, that the very trivial mistakes. I'm not showmaning. I don't want to showman everyone. I'm just going to point out some did said mistake, and that other one, because maybe of course I don't know, maybe because they're same side, so they will not correct the other, but accepted it with surprise. It's shocking that accepted it. The first thing that, and this is, if you can argue about this, you have a problem. The first thing is that the fact that the fact that we see the horizon as a line and do not apparently see curvature is a proof of the shit. This is pure nonsense. Regardless of the model, it's just proof of size. The fact that you do not understand
No, we're not saying. Listen, we're not saying it's proof of anything. It's an
okay.
axiom. It is an axiom. An axiom is something that is self-evident. So this is a logical axiom. Okay, so you know what an axiom is? It is self-evident that the Earth appears flat. That's self-evident, right? To everybody, the Earth appears flat.
Yeah.
Is that not true?
Wait a second.
Listen, axioms can be disproven. I'm not saying it proves anything. This is just a starting point of inquiry. Doesn't mean anything. It says, hey, what's the Earth? Okay, what's it look like? That's my first data point. What's it look like? Hey, shit, it looks flat. That's your first.
Do you agree that on a donut it looks the same? On a large donut it will look the same. On a large donut it will look the same. As long as you are not in the inner face of the store, it will literally look the same on a fucking donut.
That's not
That's true.
Okay. Yeah, and a sufficiently large freaking on a sufficiently large platonic solid, everything will look flat, right? But why should we assume that we're on some incredibly large platonic solid? Why should we assume that? Why should we throw out our axiom for an assumption?
This here, I mean, the fact it highlights one thing. First of all, that you individually are honest in that conversation. But why on earth do you, who is an honest person on this very specific issue, accept nonsense argument when those who literally will say, "Oh, we do not see the curve"? I mean, look.
Listen, not seeing the curve is just a data point. That's all it is. But we don't measure any curve either.
Yep.
You know that you're right. It doesn't go in neither direction. You're honest at least. You're honest.
But it should be measurable. It should be measurable. It curves at a supposedly a definite rate. based on the radius, right? It's a calculable rate, and we should be able to test that. It's well within limits of human measurement. LIGO claims to measure 1,000th of a proton. You don't have a problem with their claim that they measure gravitational waves, right? But they can measure 1/1000th of a proton radius, but we can't measure feet and fucking yards.
Except that we technically
So, like, listen, 25 miles away from a person, if I'm a person standing on the ocean, 25 miles away, that surface of Earth should be 440 feet below my eye level.
Indio,
that is easily measurable. Easily.
I think he's just asking for you to. He just wants us to believe in Curve because we can't see it. Everyone knows that.
No, it's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. Just outside perception, there's a greater reality, right? It's all smoke fucking weed and just hallucinate.
This is a straw man here.
No, that's the argument. You don't understand the argument you're actually making. You don't even understand your own argument. You're saying that outside of our visual perception is actually a greater thing that we can't perceive because we're just little teeny ants crawling on the surface. But they claim the specific size. They say that they're orbiting this specific size. They say that they went to the moon, which has to be a distance based upon a specific size. The entire cosmic distance ladder is based upon this specific size, right? 3,959-mile radius. It is measurable. It should be measurable. It's within our ability to measure it. But when we go to measure it in the physical world, it's not there. What are we supposed to do? Throw it away?
But this isn't what I was saying.
Throw away the direct measurement for fucking concepts? I don't think so.
This is a different issue. I'm bringing the arguments that are, that aren't false arguments, and you are bringing back the.
I'm giving the argument about if you want to know what something is, you measure what it is. That's my argument. You don't play mental games in your head and imagine what it is. You just go out with a tape measure and a ruler and you measure it, right? If you want to know how big a table is, you just measure it, right?
All right, I'm receiving right now messages to my phone because I'm speaking a bit loud.
So if I take a laser at 10 feet above sea level and I shine it 25 miles away, that laser is supposed to be 127 meters in the air. But when I go 25 miles away and it's shining in my fucking eye, right, and it's not over my head, and it's at the same level as the laser on the other side of the water, 25 miles away, I know that the water's not curving.
This would be true if the experiment was done and replicated.
It was done. It was done and it was repeated. It was done 5 times and it was repeated 3 weeks apart. Okay, I posted those other links too, by the way.
Yes, I saw the link about.
Yeah, boy.
So I posted the link to that. So that's a report of the measurements, the procedures, as the specs of the laser. They used a collimator. The collimator had a divergence of 0.08 millirad, right? So the beam spread at 25 miles is only 2 meters. You count standard refraction, that drops it down 5 meters. Well, you only have, what is that? You only have 120 meters to go to prove your globe. So there's seven in there. 2 were done at Lake Balaton. 5 were done in the Netherlands. Lake Issel. I know I'm butchering the name. Anyway, the point is that we took a laser, 5 miles across the lake, took weather conditions, right? They horizontally panned the laser among locations, right? So they didn't just go point to point. They panned the laser horizontally, left to right, from one target to the next target to the next target. All targets hit the same height, 4 feet off the water. 4 feet. Okay? 4 feet. Not 440 feet, which is what the prediction is. It's not even close. And you could say refraction, and you could say all sorts of bullshit, but that's just bullshit because it would have to refract by literally the light would have to go parallel to the surface of the Earth at every distance. Twice, 2 weeks, 3 weeks apart, because they did it 2 times.
I'm reading it right now.
You know, it's like 127 pages. You know, you don't have to read the whole thing right now because, like you said, it's 2 a.m. You know, this isn't like we're not just here just talking trash with like some crazy religious belief. There's plenty of evidence that the Earth is not curving. 10,000-mile radio transmissions, 9,400-mile radio transmissions, 350-mile cross beams, 308-mile fucking visual observations, 750-mile fucking infrared observations, 1,500-mile infrared observations. Like, you name it. We got it. Microwave. Radio wave. How do they use over-the-horizon radar and pick up freaking airplanes in North Korea from Australia? Isn't the Earth supposed to be in the way?
I'm reading right. I'm not paying attention to what you're saying. I'm very sorry, but I can't do it all at the same time. You can ask me to.
That's
at the
fine.
same time, pay attention to what you're saying, and at the same time read. I can't do both.
Is there some new VC verified people? A few of them.
Yeah, there's about 4 or so. Feel free to speak up.
Pineapple hums. Yeah, we're just listening.
What brings you to the server?
Our friend invited us, and just like pure curiosity.
Word. Well, the surface of the Earth is provably and measurably flat, and that falsified radius value they gave us would falsify the entire model. So, well, you know, 2021, welcome to Clean World. They lied about the Earth, provably.
You know, and this multiple horizon thing, man. Like, which one is ships going over? The imaginary one or the physical one? Because I'm trying to figure it out.
So, do you guys have a list of resources that you're just going off of?
My brain.
Yeah. What do you want?
You can see. Listen, there's a bunch of channels. If you scroll down, shitloads of channels. It covers just about everything we're talking about.
No, Idio, I think he was asking what he should turn his belief into. Like, he has one belief and he's wondering if we have a belief and if he can just believe that.
I'm not selling beliefs today. Maybe next week.
He asked. Yeah. He actually said, "What are the resources that you guys base the flat Earth to?" So yeah, what Indy said about the channels in the server. If you scroll down, you're gonna see additional information channels, and over there you'll find out. You'll see different channels with information, so you could go through that. And then if you have any questions about any specific topics that you want to ask flat earthers about, you can go ahead and ask.
Hey, you know what's really interesting about this is that when they ask for, do you have resources for what you're coming across? As far as the globe goes, all of us were taught the same thing growing up. It's not like there's not information out there about that, right?
He's not asking about the globe, man. Like, yeah, we.
I know, sure, but at the same time, it's sort of an implication that we haven't come across this information before. But it's like
Well, no. If you're still listening, man, it's a simple answer, right? Indio just said a bunch of them. I don't know if you were here, but there's a million different ways, right? So how can you send a microwave 9,400 miles on a globe? It's impossible to get hit by the Earth, but it doesn't. Long distance observations, upward of 500, 600, 700 miles. We have all kinds of infrared and non-infrared observations that are impossible. We shot lasers over top of large bodies of water that should have been hit by the Earth's curvature, but it is not. It's unimpeded all the way to the target on the other side. We have mirror flashes. We have all physical measurements ever. So, it's just the evidence is not lacking. There's an abundance.
And it's like every time someone goes out to test it, the globe fails the test. It just like by coincidence, there's some freaky weather refraction condition that just happens to make it look flat that day. But it happens every day, every time someone tries.
Is anyone familiar with Owen Benjamin?
Yeah, sure. I have a last question. The last question I do have: do some of you or most of you acknowledge that the argument according to which the fact that satellites go, I don't know, at very high speed, I don't remember that is the exact speed in terms of miles per hour, but very high, and that we should not even see them because of bullet. Do we agree that this argument is total bullshit? Because this is
what? I don't think we care, bro. Like, I don't think we care about that. The speed of
maybe someone made that argument today in this very server, in this very channel. So I'm just making sure about that. If that position is consensus, I would be even more critical towards the research I'm reading. But if it's marginal, maybe there are some few who are maybe a bit challenged, but still there may not be that way.
What are you talking about? We need measurement of curvature, or we need an experiment proving the Earth moves. Once you provide that,
I'm not talking.
Then we can move our way to satellites and shit.
No,
right?
No. All right, there is a misunderstanding here. I'm talking about a totally different issue. Don't try to keep everything about the curvature. I'm bringing a different issue. We're not talking about the flat Earth. We're not talking about the flat Earth now.
With the Earth, then we'll move on to all your other wild stuff. Okay.
No, but I'm just making sure one thing. It's not related to the Earth. It doesn't mean that if it's true or not true, it has nothing to do with the shape of Earth. It's just simple physics.
Okay, forget about it then.
It's simple math. So I'm just making sure one thing. A statement was made this morning that basically the satellites that are above the Earth go too fast to be even seen in a spherical model.
None of that matters if the Earth is not curving, man.
Yeah, sure, but just trying to make sure that...
There's no but. This is about flat versus globe. Is the surface of the Earth flat or is it curving?
No, but we're doing a thought experiment now. Let's imagine that we...
Are you trying to corner us?
The last thing you said was just imagine. Wait a second.
I'm trying to...
I will mute you again next time. You won't be unmuted. So stop interrupting. One more time. The last thing you said was just, there you go. Bye. You said, just imagine this. You said, just imagine. No, we're not in the imagination business. If you want the imagination server, go to the imagination server or the appeal to authority server, because you're using logical fallacies one after another. And it's really annoying. And you literally are taking up all the bandwidth. And I'll recede. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be here all week.
Imagination.
So, yeah, the Earth doesn't curve. So, any questions?
Should we let him answer the question?
If no one else has a question, I have a few, but again, it's like probably at least 4 questions. So if anyone has any like single one and done questions, I'm going to let them get that out of the way. So I'll wait like 30 seconds.
Can you start with one of the questions?
Okay. Which do you think is larger? Because I know there's the official numbers, but do you think that the moon or the sun is larger?
Why would it matter what we think? Has anyone here measured it? I haven't.
And they look the same size. Why wasn't it an option?
Yeah, they appear the
Why
same.
wasn't what?
It doesn't mean they
Oh,
are.
okay, yeah. Okay. So
basically, they appear the same size, and the flat Earth says, well, the sun and the moon appear the same size. They're over top of the Earth and they're local lights. And the globe Earth model says, well, they appear the same size, but actually the sun has 400 times the diameter of the moon. It's just coincidentally exactly 400 times further away than the moon also, so they look like they're the same size.
And that's why you get solar and lunar eclipse.
That's cool.
Yeah, they have to say that because that's the only way you can get the total eclipse, right?
Right.
Okay, so that actually knocks out a few.
Just because
I guess I had another one about the question being the size of the Earth, but said it hasn't been measured supposedly. So I guess I don't know. It's kind of a moot point. We'll just recede.
Do
Whatever.
you have
Let
any
someone else ask
measurements
questions.
of the Earth, maybe, that we can look at?
Outside of the official ones, no, I have not done any of my own measurements.
Are you
we can
interested?
talk about the official ones.
The official ones?
Yeah.
Like shadows, are you talking about? Or?
No,
I'm just year, name, and the method.
My name and the method?
No, the person who did that.
Yeah,
Oh,
the official ones. How were they derived? Who did the measurements and when and what method?
probably by some people that you don't like. That actually coincidentally I don't like either. Because I think NASA is a waste of money. I can agree with you on that. It says that the diameter is 12,756, and I'm just wondering, there's probably not an exact consensus in the community because it's probably not the biggest concern. But just spitballing, what would you estimate?
Oh, the size of
that NASA proved the measure.
There's no way. You need to just get if you're looking for the truth, you're gonna have to just get it raw, bro. Like, there's no way to actually know the exact characteristics of the moon. We can't even verify the actual medium that it's in, and there are numerous phenomena that are consistent with more of a dense fluid-like medium. So what is this moon? What is the apparent location? Are we seeing where it actually is or as it actually is? These are questions that are unanswerable. The information is not accessible, cannot be manipulated, etc. So it's pure speculation, right? And they told us fairy tales about it. We can falsify what they said, and we need to honestly admit imitation. Like, you can't go land on it and play golf. We know that. So
Were you asking about Earth?
It was a few. Like I said, there were kind of 4 questions wrapped up, which was why I was saying if anyone had a single question, that they should just go ahead of me. Okay, and I guess the consensus is kind of like that it's mainly like political control for all the lies and everything.
You're asking about motivation.
Yeah, exactly.
The first step, number 1, is if they lied, not why they lied, right?
Sure.
What's it?
Oh, what you want?
Do you believe that people can be brainwashed?
Well, yeah, absolutely. MK Ultra.
Well, like, for example, there are, a number of cults out there. What's one of them? Someone help me out. Just give me any example of a cult.
Scientology.
There you go. That's what I was thinking about. Scientology. Those people have been brainwashed, right? And your mental status or your mental health informs what you do and the decisions you make, right? So really, if the government or the people who govern our lives could brainwash us, Potentially, it's for the use of our currency, which is our energy, which drives the market. That's pretty simple stuff.
And as simple
Now,
as it gets is not. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was getting back to what you were saying. That like now the question is, have they lied? Like where's the evidence of the lie? That's more tangible.
Just like a murderer that, for some reason, murdered their family. We might never know why they murdered their family. The only thing we can do is do forensics and actually measure and look and see what actually happened. We may never know what was on the mind of the people who did it. We can speculate and come up. There's a lot of people here. We can come up with some pretty legit sounding speculation, but we don't exist inside their minds, right? So the best thing we can do is go out and verify ourselves if they're lying.
Right. Like, why'd your girl cheat on you, bro? I don't know. I'm just sitting here watching her do it, you know?
And basically, in as simple as possible for why, you agree that knowledge is power, right?
Absolutely.
So,
well, I mean, kind of knowledge and resources. Because
So
if you
if
know
you-
everything in the world and you don't have anything, then
So wouldn't it
not
make
much you can
sense
do.
if you want more power to create a bigger chasm between the people who don't have knowledge and understand their environment and the people who do?
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's people who preach a lot of things that are way far away from any form of like financial literacy and preaching like a lot of lifestyles through radio and like MSM and all the other things that are like designed to keep people poor. And since it does involve the person's consent, even though they influence them to do that, they can say, well, it was your decision.
Exactly. Because
Well,
when
you
you have a cult carrying these things out, that's how you can bypass the human conscious. Where you feel like the ends justifies the means, you could tell yourself at the end of the night, yeah, they deserved it. Because we offered them the ticket and they took the ticket.
Okay.
So you into right knowledge and resources, and I don't think anyone here would disagree with that. Now think about the implications of being able to pull off lying about the nature of the earth. So if you have more land, I mean, that is the source of all resources, right? And
absolutely, yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the amount of power that comes with this is pretty wild.
Yeah. I did have another question, but it's more like crypto versus fiat, so I'll probably just ask that in the Discord. So I'll try to think of something else, but in the meantime, anyone else wants to hop in, go for it.
Appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah,
Thank you.
man.
Yeah, man. Stay open-minded, bro.
Yeah, and I also see it as the ultimate spell to break somebody's will. Because in any efficient cult leader, when they're training their subjects or whatever you want to call them, cult members, you have to break their will to the point where if they see a blue sky, you can convince them they see a green one. And not only will they say it's green, they'll believe it's green. Because you've broken their will. That's what this globe lie does. It's like, hey, I know you experienced a flat earth with a sun that moves, but you don't see that. This is actually what's happening. And you have to, it breaks your will to the point where like, okay, the earth's moving. So now your will is broken. Now you can see towers fall to the
cliche, but
ground.
it's very 1984.
If you believe something deeply enough, you will actually see something green. Even if it's not, if you believe it deeply enough, you'll see green, even if it's not.
Just like the Four Lights episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation, where the Cardassians try to break him down, and there's 4 lights, and they're like, "How many lights are there?" They want him to say 3, and they're torturing him to the point where they want him to say 3 lights, and he thinks he's about to break, and he's just about to say 4 lights when he gets rescued or released or whatever. And then at the end of the episode, he tells his friend or whoever, like, man, not only was I about to say 4 lights, I think I started to see 4 lights. That's just my opinion, that's what it's about. It's the strongest spell to break your will. Then they can show you some CGI and there's some towers falling to the ground, and you'll believe that it was airplanes. Like anything is on the table when your will has been broken.
True. I gotta head out, but appreciate it. And shout out to CB, like the DBZ pick. Good stuff. Have a good night.
Peace out, man. Yeah, that was my favorite episode of that Star Trek series. It's my guilty pleasure is Star Trek.
I think my favorite episode was Inner Light.
Was that Next Generation or what was that?
It was Next Generation. It's the one where Picard kind of lives the life of a guy on a planet that was destroyed by some sort of supernova.
Oh yeah, that was intense. Yeah, and then he gets the flute or whatever at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. My guilty pleasure, man. Even after I discovered a few years ago that the Earth wasn't a globe, it's even more of a release in fantasy. 'Cause I used to think it was sci-fi. I didn't know that space itself was fiction. So now it's like true fiction. Even though it's loaded with the AI propaganda, the transhumanist propaganda, the socialist one world propaganda, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like watching the old stuff and like seeing like all the symbolism in it now. It's just phenomenal, like how it was there and in front of my face the whole time, but I never really recognized it. It's kind of accepted it as entertainment.
Yeah, I love going back and watching the episodes. Have you noticed after going back and watching them that a lot of times that they're going to look at their little monitors that are showing a planet or something or some kind of phenomena, it's like a toroidal field coming off of it.
Yeah, like they demonstrate that all over the place, even with the shields.
Yeah, that's crazy. They like to do that ironic type of stuff. Like the new one, Star Trek Discovery or whatever, that one's totally loaded with LGBT propaganda and all that, but the effects are really, really good. And the girl in her room has a little snow globe and shakes it. It's like ironic because she's like sitting in this so-called spaceship. A snow globe. They've had some pretty good writers. But yeah, when you get bound by spell after spell, obviously you're bound up. That's why it's so hard for a random NPC or whatever you want to call them, normie, to just suddenly look into flat Earth. They're too bound by too many spells. Typically, someone has to break a few spells before that one.
Look like a real picture to you guys.
What's that? Is that half cut off?
That's just what they sent. I don't know.
This doesn't happen, Witsit. Who sent that?
He's saying, like, quoting me because I said that every time I take time lapse over bodies of water, the star trails never intersect with the horizon over the water. They always like stop up above it.
Stop just above it.
Yeah, like there's like this horizontal boundary of perception above the horizon, the perceivable horizon, and all the star trails stop there, which is impossible.
It would depend on how clear the air is and temperature and everything, right?
Sure, I mean, you're never going to be able to completely remove the most dense part of it, of course, but that's what, I mean, yeah, that's what we know on flat Earth, right? Like when you look over a flat surface, the air closest to the surface is the most dense. So if you're looking out in the distance, the closer you get to that concentration of density, the less you can see. Like the quicker the wall appears that blocks your view, if you will, right? And that works fine on flat Earth, but on a globe Earth, the reason you can't see the stars is because the Earth itself is blocking the stars in the sky. So you should see the star trails come all the way down to the horizon if the horizon is the Earth blocking the stars in the sky.
This world is a trip, man.
Yeah, I just went and did it myself. You know, I just started doing it in random places over water, and they always disappear at like this seemingly invisible horizontal line parallel to the perceivable horizon.
Roughly how high up? I mean, visually at least.
Not crazy high, but like blatantly above. So it's just odd, right? Because it's like a perfect horizontal disappearance point.
Yeah. Atmospheric conditions, density and all that, the moisture that's close to the water.
But on a globe Earth, that cannot affect you seeing stars, right? Like, I mean, I guess you can say it does if you want to try that, but.
Oh, like in their paradigm where they think they can see forever through the thickness of the moisture and everything.
We do take into account the limitation of the ground, right? But we maybe can say that there is also a limitation altitude on the sky, so that might have something to do to the limitation of the luminaries. The way you're talking about is converging to that area that you cannot see them anymore, because the roof is so much. The roof is high to a certain limit, right? Like an unlimited distance. So there's a limit to the ground and a limit to the sky, and that might be converging in a way.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know exactly what's going on. I just know it shouldn't happen if the globe, right? Like, you go out and do it yourself, right? Which is what flat earthers do. We're the only ones that do it. You will find that it does it like every time, bro. Like, get away from light pollution, get over water, 2.5 hours, or you're over a horizontal vantage point, which is above the perceivable line through the sky, or the horizon, the perceivable horizon, second horizon.
What do you think about the plane that's like a square or rectangular plane with a spherical sky turning around the so-called square plane?
Yeah, like I don't think it is impossible that there are just corners outside of the perceivable celestial sphere or hemisphere. I mean, but I'm not. I wouldn't. I'd see that mechanically that could work. I don't know. It's a trip. It's a trip to think about because is there a come down point? Is it like naturally occurring maglev of some sort? I don't know.
I've recently heard all the talk about. Well, for one, it's a straw man because I don't hear anybody saying that the AE map is exact or anything, but it's claiming that it's a Freemasonic map and this, that, and the other, and that it's just a controlled opposition, and that people are idiots who believe in it, and et cetera, et cetera. I haven't seen any compelling argument debunking it. I've heard people claim they're going to debunk it, and then they fall flat on their face, but I don't know. I've heard that said here and there throughout the years. But recently, it's been said a lot.
Yeah,
I think we have the means to know what the map really looks like right now.
No, I mean we definitely don't. But it's just stupid. It's stupid though because people have been trying to come at me about it right now, and I'm like, dude, I numerous times have said we do not in any way possess a perfect map as humans. Like, or I mean, if there are some that are known, we don't have them. So it's just weird that flat earthers do that. So I don't know.
Yeah, because people say that they don't have an accurate map, but it's just a visualization, and I don't know, it's just weird. Like they're using timeanddate.com dates for sunlight and daylight and all that on the southern hemisphere, and be like, this is impossible if the sun's going in a circle. It's like,
Yeah, that's the
you don't
Mercator
know that.
projection that they use. That they're using planar references.
Exactly, and that's why I brought it up, because like I want to see. I don't know anybody in Southern Australia or anything like that. I want to see what sunrise to sunset is. Actual sunlight hours, not just daylight.
Oh, we got what's his name? Globus Trollins. He's out there. There's a couple others.
Because I've seen people say, "Oh, I'm gonna debunk the AE map," and then they show somebody in Australia or something where they look at the sunset at a certain time, and it's like southwest or whatever the hell it is. But that's it. They don't show one day of daylight time and sunlight time, a whole day, or sunset, at least sunrise and sunset, to at least make the claim that there's a certain amount of hours a day sunlight. I mean, keep mixing up daylight and sunlight. They're basically saying there's 17 or 18 hours of sunlight in the southern hemisphere, and that wouldn't be possible on a circular map.
No, it would though. It would though. So that's why it's dumb, right? Like I mean, and of course it's not a claim as to knowing what it is, but you can literally imitate it pretty perfect with the dome. So you don't have to do that though. We don't have to do that. It doesn't matter. Like to make
you can imitate the daylight, but not the sunlight, right?
Well, yeah, there's another crucial difference for sure. But like when they make the claim of exclusivity, like as in this could not happen if this is the layout of the land underneath it. They have the burden to explain. I mean, I guess technically it's a negative claim, so they don't have the burden of proof, but they're claiming exclusivity, right? So it just one single thing that can be proposed that says it's possible, then their point is moot. Well,
I agree.
a dome does it.
Do you guys have
exclusivity claims are always a red flag for me? That's what Globers do. The only explanation is this. It's like, dude, are you like God? How the hell do you know that?
I was interested if anybody has. So I had seen I'd seen a video that was really done well, where it showed like a projected light above a dome. It had a bunch of I guess lines to. You know how they filter them. I could never go back and find it now because I don't know where it was. I had turned the phone off. Do you guys have any videos you could share that would really kind of take it to the next step with I know the whole on the app goes spiraling in a circle, but this was just way somebody projected way beyond that. You guys have anything like that to share?
I don't personally, but I know someone's got the GIFs or the videos, basically where there's like a dome, they shine the light in it, and it shows how it wraps around.
Yeah, but this was with somebody doing it on with software and really bringing all the they brought like a lot of different planets into it. It was really awesome, and I wish I never closed the app because then I couldn't find it again.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, if somebody did have one they could share, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're a ways off from truly understanding exactly how the sun's working and everything like that. I mean, for speculation-wise, to me, if it is the circular rotation, it makes more sense that it would be projected from the center and the angle would change as opposed to the sun speeding up as it moves to the outward tropics. To me, it makes more sense to have an angle change than the sun seamlessly speeding up and slowing down with no mistakes.
Yeah, it would be difficult to tell how the actual mechanisms above work because we only have the reference from down here. We can only observe it. The layers above are, I guess, inaccessible to us, so we can't really tell how it works. But then down here, what was that? What was that, Elijah?
No, I was gonna say this, simply because they made the slowing down and speeding up idea very outlandish when actually, I mean, what's so hard about it? Now, but that's with a not physical apparent sun in mind. Like, so imagine you're flashing a light on a given area and you're making circular motions and then you just make wider motions.
That's the angle.
It's not really, you know what I mean? Versus
That's
like
exactly what I was saying.
something that's physically moving around.
Yep.
I wish somebody could share that video because that's
exactly
exactly
what
what
I
he
was
showed.
saying.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was saying. Is that would be an angle change. So if you're standing in the center with a flashlight, aiming the flashlight just above your feet and going in a circle, then you angle it up. You're doing a bigger circle, but you're still moving the same speed. To me, an angle change is more practical than a physical sun speeding up and slowing down.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But what if there are layers to the containment, and then the actual source of the sun we perceive is somewhere in the center, and then just like you can actually replicate, like using the polarization of the containment itself, you could create a projection, a holographic projection that would be naturally occurring that looks identical to the object, only it isn't actually there. And then how long you perceive that apparent location or hologram is based on your angle of view relative to the angle of the source, and that actually opens the windows up pretty endlessly as to what could be seen.
Yeah. And the sun that we do see, I think it's possible it moves up and down. I know that's just wild and triggers some people, but I think it's possible. It's a phenomenon that's unexplainable when you can see what looks like a physical sun moving through clouds. And then there's other times where you go above the clouds and the sun is way above the clouds. Even though it still makes a sunspot, it's still perception-wise, once you go above the clouds, it's way above you.
But again, you'd be changing your angle, right? Like I want to actually get a really nice one and demonstrate it, because when I did it over at Cammy Nodell's house, like, it was tripping me out, bro. Like, it looks like you can reach out and touch it.
Yeah.
We were doing it with the moon, and you can, like, it would show the same what they call craters, the spots, the changes of color, the apparent idea of some type of occultation, right? Like shadow appearances, both of what's on the ball and the ball itself. So like,
let's look at it from a smaller version of it, right? You see, I took this photograph from two bubbles above me, and the sun was shining on the bubbles through the bubbles, and you see the four colors inside the bubbles. That's sunlight being refracted into the different colors of the light. And then you also have an effect of the crescent of the light, which when we see crescents, we see the sun or even the moon being blocked, and we see a crescent of the light. That's just an invert of light. That shadow is actual light, because it's light on top of other lights, a stronger light on top of a dimmer light, and that's what we see as darkness.
Right.
It is crazy that you have, like, you can see the red dot or the pinkish dot and the blue dot, and there's some green in there. Not a green dot, but there's some green in there. Like, because every time you look at a light source, like say a street lamp and you take a video of it, you're gonna get that dot. But inside that street lamp is like the street lamp itself is not like this big glowing ball of light. There's a light source inside of it, and it's like every time I point my camera to like the moon or whatever, like it does the same thing. I don't know enough about cameras and lenses to know whether or not that's just an effect of the camera, but I mean, looking at those bubbles, it just looks like uh an artifact of the actual light source.
Yeah, I bet so many people, even flat earthers, would get triggered if I like modeled out a central sun like holographic projection model of the sun. But it's like, think about how sad that is. Like, that's arguably like the most viable option. And if people tried to like even just speculatively model it out, like out on the side, freak out about it. And it's like, well, that's
The light.
they still won then, didn't they, bro? They still won with a lie.
So from
I
down
definitely
here,
take a
we
look
see
at it. I mean, shit, we're talking about.
yeah.
I mentioned lasers and shit. Like I am not above hearing people out.
We need to progress. We can't just tear down pseudoscience. We need to somehow progress and get to the bottom of some stuff.
Hey, yo, what's it? I got something I want to talk to you about the dielectric plane that we live on inside the what's it called?
Toroidal field.
Yeah. I think it's my theory or my thought that on this plane, this toroid is makes it possible for our molecules to stick together to become solid. I think outside the toroid, I don't think that this terra firma or even we would exist. I think that the toroid causes that possibility for everything to stick together or form like our bodies, the land, everything that has density to it. What do you think about that? Does that make sense to you at all? That if
I
you're
agree.
outside,
I agree. And that's the one thing that triggers people too, because whenever you say, well, density and buoyancy, well, what happens when they ask you, well, why is there density? Why does that have density? You know, flat earthers would usually just say, well, it just does or whatever, but it's because of the dielectric nature of it, and that's all encompassed within. So, like, the dielectric nature of every object is intrinsically tied to the toroid, right? It's so that in that way, yes, I agree.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm thinking that if we were to go outside of the toroid, we would like just fall apart. We wouldn't be able to.
Well, it makes sense. Yeah, because this is just a material world, right? Like
Right.
outside of this is not material; it's immaterial.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, I just
Correct.
thought. Right. I was wondering if I was like thinking something crazy or whatever, but to me that makes sense.
Sure,
Makes
I
total
might
sense.
tell you it's crazy, but like Nikola Tesla, this definitely sounds crazy. But he said that when the ether is thrown into infinitesimal prodigious whirls of velocity, which just means really small and really fast, like whirls of velocity, that it will actually manifest as matter, and that if the energy resides, it'll revert back into the ether. So within this toroid, which creates a material, let's just say confinement, that's where you get the actual like matter forming from what everything is made of.
Right. That's exactly what I was thinking. So thank you for make me think maybe I'm thinking some right things about it. Anyway, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So the relation that we observe from the ground, negative, to the sky and above, the toroidal that we observe, the movement of that toroidal up above, celestial north, and also we see celestial south. So we labeled them, right? But the observation itself of this toroidal is in between. Is what is between the ground and heaven above, and that movement is being caused what we see from here is the effect that is the result and point of view that we see at the downside of that construct, the under the medium that is above us. So the cause of that effect is of the heavens. But then we do have the geographical center that we call, right? And it's right above the north, the celestial north. So
Well,
that
if you,
toroidal has an effect even in the small scale. You can see it in nature, in flowers. That shape and that toroidal, you can see it everywhere. So it has an influx and in, and I will say out, in and out in the system that we're in, into the system that we're in, and it
right,
has
so
a big say in everything. Yeah.
continue on the idea that the toroid is, let's say, the bridge that merges the material world with the metaphysical, then the center would be very, very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy. The source of the toroid, if it is intrinsically related to the effect of the material world, if the material world is an effect of the toroid, then if you were to go to the center, it would effectively be a bridge.
Could it also be a null point as well?
Yeah, of course.
Like counter space.
Yeah, right. And so then, in theory, is that where the bridge is, right?
The toroid's a trip, man, because if the Earth, if the stars and all this stuff really is being pushed around by a toroidal magnetic force, then and if we are at the inertial plane on the flat plane surface, there's the bottom of the toroid would be the same difference. There could be people underneath it.
Yeah, that's the ironic part, right? There could actually
Fantasy though,
but there could actually be existence upside down. Ironically, they told you that with a lie. But so what exactly is, I don't know. But it, the toroid would demand it. Not that people live there or anything, but that it exists.
but that would push the claim of relative up and down, and I have to side against that until I see any type of real proof of it.
Yeah, of course, I agree. Yeah, we're in the material world. I don't think we're supposed to get to where the up and the down are switched. That's not where you want to go. I would argue. But but they even claim that it exists. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, you can't.
Well, because I was thinking if there's a dielectric type of electrostatic thing, why wouldn't that be pushing up from the bottom of the toroid? Isn't both sides of the toroid the same?
Well, so you have the inertial plane, which is is like it bridges the gap, right? And then you would have the negative charge start to accumulate towards the edge of the inertial plane on both sides, and so then there would be that equilibrium side between that accumulation of negative energy and then the positive up above it, just inverted, of course, on the opposite side. So like the inertial plane would still remain an inertial plane, like it just levels out. Like it is no coincidence that it's a plane and it levels out, and energy wise as well. That's where we live. And then there's the surface, right, which is where that's where we can get, say you scoot your feet on the surface and you can shock someone, right? That's the accumulation of the energy on the outside. And then it would be on the other side as well, but of course we've never gone further than 8 miles, so I don't, but
yeah.
it would be going in opposite directions effectively. Like they would be seeking equilibrium in opposite directions.
What if that 8 miles is the absolute inertial point, and that's why it's so impenetrable?
So
what would it be like on the other side of it?
It'd be
the input.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. You were gonna answer to his question. Go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I heard it right, but yeah, it would be the direct inversion.
So when we observe the phenomena here inside the construct, the in and out of the system, we are in the toroidal. Inside the toroidal, we see everything that's going on inside that vortex.
Top
in
half of the
between.
toroid, right?
No, in between the heaven and earth, right? So on this point that we're standing on the ground, there is a flux that is coming from above into the ground, and the ground is doing his things, his negative side of things, right? Because the positive input and then the negative flow that keeps going. When we look at a magnet, we can magnify the visual of it, add gases, and we see this toroidal, right, visually.
Yep.
You can also zoom into it, and you'll see like little stars inside the fluxes that you can observe visually, right? And then the magnet itself, the magnet has an inflow that has a flow, right? So you see the attraction side of it, and then you see the push side of it, right? So that's happening in that middle point that is in the magnet where those two meet. That's like amplification of that effect, right? Like an amplifier of that effect. That's the magnet, but it still needs input that is coming, that is happening in the medium all around the magnet, right?
Yeah.
That flow that is in the medium that we're in, the whole toroidal, it's what's causing what is happening in the magnet too. If it wasn't for the input, the magnet wouldn't even be doing that. That amplify.
Don't these magnetic fields move? Don't they have movement to them?
Constant, yeah.
Yeah. So isn't that why the stars possibly move, because they're locked into that movement? Magnetic field.
Yeah, you have ether drift, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
like long known about. That's why this world's so ridiculous. It's such a joke that we're sitting here having to fight this battle. Long known about that the ether drifts and the sky drifts over top of us.
Because of the toroidal magnetic field.
Yeah, of course. All the real quote scientists knew that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right.
And what I was if we're on the top half of the toroid. So what would be the difference? I was just saying, what would be the difference between the bottom half of the toroid and the top?
No, we're not on top of the toroidal. We are below the top. We are like in the middle plane.
Yeah, the top
of
half.
it because the ground has a physical geographical place from which the toroidal is also like centralized in a way, like aligned.
Yeah, in the inertial plane, right? That's in the halfway point.
Which is from the ground up to heaven, that is aligned.
Yeah, but I was saying that's the top half of the toroid.
We are in between those two. We are in between the earth and the heaven. Toroidal.
Yeah. That's what he's saying. He's saying like, so we perceive the top half of the toroid. The earth is the inertial plane throughout it. So then there would be the bottom half of the toroid. I'm like, I don't think you're saying that we're at the bottom of the toroid and it's up above us, but because pretty solidly we can say that we're the inertial plane, right? And so what's beneath us, it would be the direct inversion of the same phenomena. So it would be the same phenomena.
It's like a left and a right arm.
Right. So, but
the
it's
Norse,
like that's
the old Norse thing.
What about as above, as below? I mean, could they not be identical as well?
That's where it comes from. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, this fact that someone shared the other night, the moon these days has been in a position. The full moon was in a position where in this specific point, 6 months from now, the sun will be exactly in that position, like a left and a right arm. When you raise your arms like to like left and right, and do a circle 180 degrees, and your left arm will be where your right arm was, and the opposite of that.
Yeah. I posted a picture of the old Norse cosmology where So that land right there is essentially the halfway point, the inertial plane, and then the top half of the toroid. Obviously, that's a sphere, not a toroid, but just visually, that's the top half of the toroid that I'm saying, and then underneath is the bottom half of the toroid.
Wow.
In the middle being the inertial plane. I was just saying that I don't see how there would be a difference between the top half and the bottom half.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
As above, as below. The same thing above as below. But who knows? I'm just speculating.
The true underworld. No.
It's not like both places are aligned. One physical and on another one just with magical dust up there, right? It will have to be aligned with something.
They're both physical, both above and below the plane. As long as you're inside the toroid, you're going to have material, physical material. If you're outside of it, I don't see how it could exist.
Well, that just makes sense in a common sense, in a general sense too. Whatever conditions and recipes have created life here, it makes sense that if we went outside of those conditions, there wouldn't be life as we know it.
Right.
Well, as a design ecosystem that we're in, and it provides the environment where we can live, that design place might be designed in a different way. Whatever the informer and designer decide to look like and work, different gas pressure, different things. I don't know. The same, but at different ratios. Can make things different.
The main reason I think the toroid makes sense is because we have a magnetic north and a magnetic field. So when we look at magnets on a smaller level, we can see the magnetic field. So it's very logical with a massively powerful so-called North Pole magnet that there would be a giant toroidal field.
We can see it. You can see it on everything. It's the shape of creation, basically. You can see it everywhere. You can see it's in your face, pie in your face, and it goes towards creation and even design of things like composites and prime numbers that are used to build structures and calculate things. You could see it on designs and even up to heaven. Just look up and you see it up there too. The cycles. Yeah, this toroidal field is experience. It's part of the system that we're in.
It's material. Everything inside of it is material as we know it.
So you, in a way, you could say like an input of information into the system, or whatever causes that. It's an input, and there's a flow because there's an output. I would say that the sun and the moon are like left and right arm, the same opposites. And there's an input and of output flux back up, back above. There's a flow that's going up too. Just like in the magnet, it's in and out.
Yeah, even when they did that article saying that there's a Star Trek-like shield, impenetrable shield, as if there's just hard glass up there or something, the picture they show is a toroid.
shaped like a dome.
Have you read that article before? I forgot who did it. It's interesting.
It's just easy for me to understand why the stars move, because they're locked into that magnetic field that rotates, constantly moving.
It's the best explanation and idea I've heard yet, for sure.
Yeah.
No one else can explain why the stars are moving.
Because the
Well,
magnetic field moves.
Yeah, but you know what's so crazy is that should just objectively be the default, most logical explanation that everyone agrees upon. Like it should just be the known default because it's the only viable one. It's not. It's like really the only viable one. So
Right, I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything that close to making it as much sense as that.
Right, and if you just throw out the magnetic phenomena, right? I mean, the globe Earth can't even explain it. If you acknowledge what the Earth actually is, you're going to have to explain it one way. So it's like the only actually viable option. So that's why this whole thing is a trip, because it's actually there's no debate. There's only one viable, and honestly, that's actually how I even feel about a background medium. But so that's the blunt truth. So when people get real triggered about not talking about certain things, I'm like, oh, dude, I need you to pump the brakes because I didn't get into this to be like pigeonholed. I like that's what I just broke out of. Right?
Exactly, and it's fine. It's people's prerogative. If somebody wants to say that the reason for down is because it's a natural law, so there's no reason to test what the cause is, that's fine. If that's what someone wants to do, right? Especially pending further evidence. But then that would be like saying, well, the reason the stars move, it's a natural law. It's just the way things are. It's like, well, that might be fine for you, but I want to know why the hell the stars are moving.
Exactly. That's the whole point. Is to figure out how
not just moving in cycles. Everything above is is moving in cycles.
Yeah, did you guys see the new Star Talk from 2 days ago with those two homos? DeGrasse Tyson, that other homo. Dude, it's hilarious. He's saying that the moon drag because they say that the tides by the moon's gravity and all that. He's saying that the Earth or the moon is tugging on the bottom of the ocean to the point where it's slowing the Earth's rotation down, and that the Earth is slowing down right now. Like he has a whole 10-minute thing where so I don't know if you ever seen a clip of the Star Talk or whatever. But he's talking about how many what cracked me up, dude, as soon as he starts the video, he asked him he cold asked him how long does it take for the Earth to rotate in one day? It reminded me of when Witsit asked people on the street that question. It's almost like he's been watching Witsit and he's addressing that basic question because of how many people couldn't answer that shit.
You see how we see we see the sun halos and the moon halos. I would say that's kind of when you see that, you actually looking at a kind of like a focal point of above, and we see that effect in the medium that we're in, because it's being magnified in a way, so you can see the focal point. The sun will be like an input of, and that's why we see that. And then the moon, we see like an image that I would say looks like the effect of electric in a surface or material, but we see an image because it's light going through, and we see the image that the light is projecting through. That's why we see the image of the moon, an image of that layer that we can see from down here.
It's got to be something like that because you can see the craters and stuff. It looks physical, but it's like a projected light or something. It's a
It's
trick.
an illuminated spot from where the light is going through the moon. But the thing is, remember, from down here, we see I would say there's layers above. So the product that we see down here, there it is. You can look at it. That's the product. That's the end results from this perspective. But then on you see the photographs that I shared a little before. When you see the cycles between the moon and Venus, when they are closer together, depending on the position, you can see they're very similar the way they look. So you're looking at basically at two spots that we can observe of the light going through the medium above. You see this in the brighter the light of the moon will obscure Venus when it's in front of it. But there's some people who say that you sometimes can see these lights even through the moon. Did you saw the photographs that I shared of Venus and the moon really close to each other?
Not Venus and the moon, I don't think.
Yeah, I shared it not too long ago, but look at this. It's pretty simple. See the
That was
moon.
Venus when you had the blue one and one at night.
What causes the northern lights to light up? Is that magnetism that lights the plasma? Or what is it?
Yeah, I think you could say it is plasma, but it's kind of like it's an altitude that is really high above, right? It's not like near the ground, but this area between heaven and earth, the toroidal has that effect on that spot, on that area. You could also look at it, and it looks like a toroidal.
I'm just saying maybe that's how the moon lights up, is because it's been said that it could be plasma, and it could be being lit up by the same process that the plasma for the northern lights are being lit up.
Yeah,
that's where my betting money would go. If I had to bet my money, it would be on plasma moon.
Look at the moon when it's very like new moon, like almost there, right? You can barely see the moon, and you look at Venus, and it's very similar too during that cycle.
Oh, that's a trip. The same direction too.
So you know how the moon changes. We can see the positions that change during the year. But the moon, we can see a daily cycle, right? We see the stars as a daily cycle. But the sun and the moon and the wandering stars, we see these kind of these other cycles. But the relationship between Venus and the moon are so close together and are so similar that it's almost like you're looking a layer down here, the moon, and then when you look at Venus, you're looking at another layer, but that is up above, but you're seeing it as light. And like I showed in the bubble, when light gets one on top of each other, multiple layers of light get one on top of each other, the visual effect can cause the light to look completely dark, black.
Does it cancel each other?
Yeah, cancel each other, yep.
It's crazy.
So during the new moon and the solar eclipse, we don't see the moon at all because it's in this is me speculating about it, right? But we don't see the moon light because that light is dimmer than the immediate area of the sky that the moon is at, right? It doesn't necessarily has to be the moon, but it has something to do with the moon, 100%. That's why you don't see the moon, because once that alignment comes in, that dimmer light is causing darkness on the sun because it's passing. They're meeting each other through the layers where the light is going through and being magnified and imposed into the medium that we see. that can observe. You can demonstrate the light going completely dark or looking dark when it's in relation to the other, to a brighter light, stronger light, which is the sun. And these effects that we observe, because those are effects that are happening in a medium between heaven and earth, and then above that medium is the cause of the effects or the input.
Yeah, I wonder if that can be demonstrated with what Wissett was talking about with them in the center.
Mm-hmm. It can,
and it
from
being
my
obstructed like that.
understanding and my research through this topic, it can be observed what's above with electro-optical equipment. You can see the electro spectrum, and it shows more than what we can see with our eyes.
Reminds me of this thing from an Incubus song. Some quote from something goes, "Since the initial publication of the charted electromagnetic spectrum, humans have learned that what they can touch, smell, see, and hear is less than 1/1,000,000th of reality." Incubus, the band, it's from their first record, Science. The song's called New Skin. It's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
One of the cool parts from the observations in the electro-optical spectrum is that you can see the seasons happening above. You can see an electro spectrum of the seasons of the year. You can see it above. So that's one of the interesting things that I found. I've seen. Yeah. Obviously, we can look at the North Star and see the what is called the when you look at the Osa Mayor, is this what's the name of that again?
Ursa. Ursa Major.
The Big Dipper, yeah. When you look at the Big Dipper, you can tell the seasons based on the position, right? Or you can kind of tell that is moving around the North Star. And you can also see the same effect on the North sky around the North toroidal field, the South. Well, we label this North and South. I'm just saying because that's how we know them as, right? But you can see a similar effect on the South sky, in the South sky, and you can basically tell the months of the year based on the positions of the stars that are around the South toroidal field or the South sky.
Counterbalance, exactly.
And if you go to the equator, you can see a middle point between those two and a separation. So there is like a left and a right arm, equal opposites. And in the north, you see a light in the center, and in the south, you see darkness. So equal opposites. It's a light show that we see. Cycles. It's a light show that is effects caused by a design.
I really want to know how the thing I just posted happens out of nothing and out of nowhere.
Oh, you need an informer to build that up because the informer made the computer. The informer also built the graphics, and that informer of the computer was, I guess, designed to be able to do this in the first place.
You know, I think you're right. It's looking a lot like this was put together deliberately. But what do I know? I'm only a critical thinker.
Or it might be an accident, which I wouldn't
That is one very deliberately designed accident.
That's a cool way to put it.
Extraordinarily convincing accident.
Tides are slowing down the rotation of the Earth, and in response, the moon is spiraling away from us.
No.
That was a clip of Neil. I didn't play the whole clip because I don't want to get a strike or something like that. But
Post the link.
That's
Is
the
that the
new
new
Star
hotness?
Talk. That's the new Star Talk from 2 days ago, and he makes a few claims in there, but that was one of them, that the moon tides are slowing the Earth down.
Did you say moon tides?
Because he's saying that the tides are caused by the moon.
Oh, right.
And all that junk. He says that it's tugging on the bottom of the ocean floor and slowing the Earth down.
Wow.
It's nothing new that they give the luminaries attributes and they make claims about them that it's just made up.
And they always say, like, oh, a couple inches a year. And who's going to go out and even know how to measure any of that? So nobody's going to think about it. It's like, oh, yeah, interesting. A couple inches a year, the moon's moving away. Okay.
Well, we have satellites for that.
How would any of us verify that the moon was moving away from us 2 inches a year?
There's satellites for that. I don't know what you fucking flat earthers are thinking about, but satellites.
But they started out with talking about a sidereal day and the 23 hours and 56 minutes crap and all that kind of stuff. And then I didn't see the end of the video. It's like 11 minutes. But these guys are fruitcakes, man. It's hard to get through that.
So when they talk about this cycle of 23 hours and what is it minutes? 53 minutes? 56 minutes. Are they talking about I mean, he's talking about the Earth doing this cycle, right? The ground spinning.
Yeah.
But is he referring to some observable phenomena that we can look at from down here with our own eyes or with instruments and
that's what he says.
Use units to calculate it or whatever?
Yeah.
But he's saying that we see that above the luminaries are doing this. That's why it's the ground doing it.
Well, he's saying, yeah, but it's just a deviation of light in any case. But yeah, he's saying that you can take a measurement of the exact point of the sun, and that exact spot the very next day, it'll get there at 23 hours and 56 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the sun doing that. So, but people think that because he said that, that means it's the ground spinning causing that.
Well, yeah, of course. It's all silliness. Right here, I think.
23 hours, 56 minutes, and 4 seconds.
One full revolution. Okay.
Yes. Okay, that's called a sidereal day.
I like
sidereal
this.
means star day. So you're measuring with respect to the universe. However, we don't base our lives on when stars return to the same spot.
He's saying we go off the sun and not when the stars return, but the little sidekick dude, I don't know who it is, but he is such a fruitcake. It's hard to watch it. He does this.
You say that he should have asked better questions.
He does this little thing where he pretends to be dumb and act all amazed by everything Neil deGrasse is saying.
I like that. That sounds nice. I want to go there. That sounds pretty. I couldn't be more gay.
Exactly.
It's like he's putting like a hat of a child that he thinks is watching his program and thinking these things.
trying to inject
They
that
always do that.
perspective. Like, this is how you should be responding to what I'm saying.
Yeah, they always do that. They always put Neil with a comedian, and they kind of try to do a relief to kind of keep everyone away from the
Wait, you
actual.
call that a comedian? This is very bad comedy.
I know it's bad comedy.
Just
They
messing
usually
with
put them
you.
with just some.
This is the kind of comedy that is synonymous with tragedy in the old tales. Never mind.
I'll say lies propaganda comedy.
I just posted a GIF that I really enjoy.
Check the voice. I need to find it too, because there's this spot where he says to be more accurate, you can see how fast molecules are vibrating and shit instead of the sun or something. I can't even find that spot.
I haven't had anybody ask me to find that spot for a minute.
So the NASA just announced a few days ago that they touched the sun.
Yeah.
So is it possible to build devices that can go up towards the sun and reach that point of the sky and just go poof or something?
I don't know about the poof part. The rest checks out.
Because it's not like the sun will cause the poof on devices. They could be materials that you can build the device of and send it towards this direction and reach that point of the sky. And yeah, we touched the sun. They're probably not lying in the application of things. What they actually did and with a device. Not like they actually touched it with their hands, obviously. But then they want people to think, because they promote the sun that is 93 million miles away. Yeah, we send a device 93 million miles away, and that's the story side of things.
Yeah, so listen, they're gonna send something out. It's gonna get. They're gonna lose track of it. They're gonna be like, "What the fuck?" They're gonna tell us about it, and then aliens are gonna come. Boom! Done deal. Y'all think I'm joking? Y'all think I'd be playing games over here? I'm not. Okay, fine, I'm joking. But you can imagine
You are?
if they would. Yeah. Duh.
Well, I always take you seriously. I can never tell when you're joking. I think that's you gotta work on your jokes, I guess, or I gotta work on I gotta work on my humor.
No, I do. Apparently, I do, Jemsy, because I'm not reaching my whole audience.
As a poker voice.
Certainly a radio face. Good lord. Whew.
Maybe Earth is not the best timekeeping device. Let's offload the responsibility of keeping time to something else, like a vibrating atom. So we did that. Cesium, so the cesium-137, there's a electron transition between two energy levels that has a very precise frequency. Okay.
So we're gonna talk.
Cesium-137.
Accurate than a sundial is vibrating atoms.
Where the fuck are they gonna go next, man? Goodness. All right, so check it. They said they sent a hunk of metal 186 million miles.
Wait, 186 million miles? Does that mean that they send it and brought it back?
Voyager or something?
Sorry. Let me rephrase. Someone will try to trip me up later. Ignorant retards love to do it. We'll say they sent a signal just 93 million miles. Right? That's the furthest it would be that the signal was sent. Now, I think that's right. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
I'm losing my mind just trying to follow.
So the difference, the difference between sending something 93 million miles and 186 million miles is negligible when you're talking about hundreds of millions of miles.
When you're talking about the bigger picture that they show you in cartoons.
Yeah, how the
bigger
fuck are you
picture.
sending anything 1,000,000 miles, let alone 93 of those? Who do you
And
think
back-
you are?
Oh,
no one,
because the signal,
nothing
yeah,
can do
yeah.
that. Fucking morons.
Well, yeah.
Sorry.
Wow. It's good that you point that out because they had to send that signal back. That signal did travel really
Well,
far
I'll put it to you
distances.
this way: maybe a signal's easier to get somewhere than a physical object. I think that's clear. However, either way, a signal or a hunk of metal, like, I don't know, man, just doesn't seem right. And it's like, if we were to just start dumping trash into the ocean more than we are, somebody will get mad, right? Well, at least we hope so. It's the same thing as putting shit up into space and then just not using it anymore. What are we going to do with this thing? Just let it crash into the sun? Fuck it, that's cool. It'll clean up itself. What about the other stuff? When was the last time you had to perform service on a satellite? Who went up there and performed like a Joe Schmo maintenance on a fucking space satellite? Like, you'd have to be doing those, guys. Who's doing that? Anyway.
Yeah, those are it's called real good engineering.
Yeah.
It's
Be
flawless
godlike at that point.
engineering. They
Right,
can't do
godlike.
anything that will run indefinitely like that on Earth, but when they put it in space where no one can see it,
It's like nothing. It's like, why don't we just live in space, dude? It seems like shit just keeps.
it does.
Fuck this shit, Earth, a little organic place just constantly devouring itself. Fuck all that. Let's go to space. Cheese will keep for 1,000,000 years. Get out of here.
Yeah. That's why the moon is keeping so well.
Exactly. Right. Good job. Oh, dear.
Yeah, screw living by the ocean where the salt is deteriorating all your shit. Just go to space and it'll last
Head out to
forever.
space. Fuck it.
They say
Elon
the wise
Musk.
man builds his house on rock, but the wise man really builds it on the vacuum of space.
In the sky, bro. In the sky cities. They've been trying to tell us about it with Halo and fucking Elysium and all these things.
Yeah. Halo, that's the last time I played video games was Halo 2. It's the last time.
Quite a while ago.
Yeah, it is quite a while ago. That was my shit though. When that came, that's the only game I waited in line for.
Halo
You're
Halo
far
and Halo
behind
2 were
because
sick as fuck.
we are
When it came out at
beyond
midnight.
Halo. We are beyond Halo 5, and I think the new one is Halo Infinite or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, man, if there's anything that could tempt me into playing games again, it would be a good Halo game.
Well, Halo 5 is
Dude,
sick, bro. Sick as
I
fuck.
was about to buy it today, the Halo, the new one, but I don't know. I'll probably buy it in a digital sense because I don't know, I want to damage the disc eventually.
The last actual
just
video
download.
game console I had was regular Xbox. And then even Halo 2 I played on my friend's Xbox 360 or whatever it was.
Guys, what if it turns out that, like, so we're in the toroid, but, like, somehow we're moving as well, and it turns out somehow the Earth is moving, and we actually find that out later? Like, the middle, the disk is moving as well as the rest of the field.
Even if it was moving, in a cycle that we don't have a perspective from,
Yeah.
It's not curving.
That's true. That is very true.
And we would never detect it with physical instruments within.
Well, because we're on it, and we can't.
Exactly.
It's hard to like. We can't get a stationary separate. A reference. Listen, we can't get a stationary and separate reference frame to measure it from.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only problem.
Yeah.
So it's pointless.
That's why they tell you they go to space. That's why they tell you they go into this place and telling you, hey, yeah, look, it's moving and curving because we can see it from Narnia.
Just in some giant ocean cascading around with giant sharks and shit and don't even know it.
What, up above us?
Because we're like the whole toroid in the middle of some giant ocean. And we don't even know it because it's
the truth would probably make you throw up. You probably wouldn't be able to be handled if you could understand this place, right? The way everything was intended. Fuck. What am I trying to say? Intention denotes creation, and I can't go there. Not because I don't understand that, but because
we can't house
people want to
that
make us sound religious.
realization.
Sorry, go ahead.
Our human body can't house that realization.
Probably not, no.
That'd be like trying to put the power of your iPhone into the computer that took us to the moon.
Apparently, it could do that in spades. Apparently, an iPhone can send a fleet of starships out there, given that information.
Yeah. The 4 kilobyte of RAM computer.
Who do you think is going to make the first passenger spaceship? Chrysler, GM? What are we doing? Ford?
Well, Tesla.
Probably. I don't know why I guessed any of those other companies when Tesla's going to lead the way. Elon Musk is an anagram for lone scum.
He's quite
Tesla will merge with Ram so they can get the horns in there too.
Perfect.
He's quite the character, though, man. How he's doing the Neuralink and all these other. He's like supposedly bucking the system and anti-government and all this. He's quite the character.
Do people believe that? Does anyone?
I think there's some nerds who do.
Yeah,
there's nerds are getting on the rebel side. And
100% people do.
Yeah, there's some
nerds
idiots
are letting
out
their
there.
hair down.
There are
They
some.
actively think that Elon Musk is a good
Elon
guy
Musk-
bucking the system.
Yeah,
and showing
Elon
people,
Musk
oh, no.
is their hero.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, they're called musketeers.
There you go.
And there's a lot more than 3 of them.
Oh, man. That's comedy. They really are, too, huh?
And the crypto boys just like him because they want him to tweet out their coin.
Yeah.
Island boys. That's what they are.
New pump and dump.
Wait, is that a joke? I'm an island boy.
No, it's
Island
not.
boy.
Those kids that do that song, that Island Boy, they're the epitome of just degenerate. Like, I mean, I just don't know, man. Those kids are like, I mean, I don't want to say it, but they're a
How
total
about you
waste,
tell us what you don't like about them?
total waste of flesh.
Yo.
They're called whack.
I'm just an island boy.
No.
I've been to some islands. They're neat. They're pretty.
Yeah, well, we're talking about the Island Boys. Islands are cool,
Yeah.
but those Island Boys are something else.
What are those?
Hey.
What
But
are
I'm
they?
a boy and I'm from an island.
Don't speak right now. Don't speak. Other people who are mentioning this who aren't from an island. What are you talking about?
I'm from the United States island. It's just a bigger island.
Ah, shit. Here we go.
He's talking about these TikTok famous island boys, and they have like a bunch of tattoos, and they fix their hair with girl spray. And
Do they have a lot of face tattoos?
They
Did they ruin their faces?
They put like
Yeah.
fake
Those
gold in their
guys.
mouth.
The epitome
it's
of no
horrible.
talent. The one dude came out, it's probably fake, but he came out on his Instagram doing a live saying that he sold his soul and stuff. And he didn't want to at first. They kept asking him, and then he finally did it. And it's probably just a gimmick, but
He didn't want to at first.
yeah.
He's like, I don't know, man. Sweeten the deal somehow. Maybe.
Wait,
I didn't want to, but they showed me
Can I put tattoos on my face? Oh, I can? Oh, fuck, count me in, dude.
Hey, I didn't want to.
Sacrifice himself or someone else. Is what he said.
Listen, I didn't want to, but they showed me the money, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, right? Like, there's 2 briefcases there.
He said they
Can I
told
get a
him he would
third?
have to sacrifice someone else or
Yeah,
himself.
can I get a third?
And he chose himself.
I'll take a
Okay.
briefcase a week. And then it's like,
Island
well,
Boy.
Mr. Anderson, he said what?
He said that they told him he would have to choose to sacrifice someone else that's close to him or himself, and he chose himself.
why the hell would you ever even put yourself in a room with someone like that? What's going on with
So
these
that
people?
means what? That means that he'll get like notoriously murdered.
I don't know, but I
Yeah.
think it's because the whole like selling your soul, Illuminati, this, that, and the other has become a gimmick for a lot of these Like some directors put that shit in music videos just to because they know statistically they'll get 20% more views and shit. So it comes across to me as a gimmick, but yeah, I don't.
There
That would
might be some. There
definitely
might be
be
some.
part of the psyop. That
There,
gimmick is definitely part of the psyop. Yeah,
yeah, there might
just
be
being a
some.
gimmick.
There might be some reality to it, guys.
Well,
It's
there
certainly
is.
not a gimmick. It's lesser magic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just
in
magic.
general
Yeah.
there is, but maybe they fake his death and then they set it up with this fake thing where he pretends to go on Instagram, regretting selling his soul and all that.
Something.
But he's just. But listen. He's just. They are just island boys. Who will why? Who will want to buy their souls? They're just island boys.
Dude, didn't they sing a song for Alex Stein's mom when she died?
Yeah, the cameo thing or something.
Yeah.
Is what I got out of it. I'm assuming it's some kind of cameo thing because he does shit like that.
They're just kids too. I mean, good hell, just kids.
Well, it's just no talent.
Exactly.
I mean, it is true if you are allegiant to certain people, that's what matters more than having any type of talent. If you're willing to be a vessel. But for me, that stuff, to me, it reminds me of in Freemasonry where you have to believe in a higher power because when you swear your oaths, they have to mean something. If you come in there saying you're an atheist, they'll kick you out because your oaths won't bind you. So when someone believes they're selling the soul to Satan and signs their blood on that dotted line, in their mind, they're bound. So I see it as the same thing as that, where it's like a prerequisite.
Not just that.
Yeah.
Not just that, but they think you're too stupid if you're an atheist.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that too. That's why you can be Muslim or whatever it may be, as long as to you, like where they take Beyonce, who was raised in a Christian family, and tell her, hey, you got to sell your soul to Satan. In her mind, she's really doing that shit.
Well,
So
here's the thing, guy. Here's the thing. Intention is everything. So if you put your intention to it, you do a study, and you have someone supposedly sell their soul to the devil without any intention, they're an atheist and they're just kind of going through the motions, then someone else who actually believes all this stuff. Well, someone who believes all this stuff, one way or another is going to have a lot of crazy shit regarding that same topic happen in their life compared to the other person who's just the control study.
Well, if you intend to build a car and then you acquire the skills to do so because of your ambitions to build a car, and you build a car, that energy you put towards realizing a car or actuating a car is like, it's that energy is real. It allowed you to build a car. So these people who truly believe that they're worshiping whatever, they're doing real things and it has real effects in this world.
Yeah, building real reality in a sense. Yes.
Yeah, is it just me or does like the Island Boys sound like some crazy low key shout outs to some Peter Pan pedophile type shit? Like just flip the words.
No, I think you're pretty close. I think you're on target, bro.
Well, I think they actually get like logistics of how dumb the world is, societies are, by putting propping famous people up and seeing how well they're received. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh man,
I should have never said Island Boys. Look what I started. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know. This conversation seems fine to me.
But you're right. Don't ever mention Island Boys. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. And that said, fuck you. 10-minute talking.
Are they a household name now?
Name
yeah,
that.
I'm saying,
name that tune.
I don't know anything about them. I've heard of them too many times. Like I was talking to Kai about this a while back, but it's crazy if you think about it. There are certain movies that everyone knows what you're talking about. So when they choose that, like everyone comes across something, it happens for the most part. They still have that much control where if they want something in front of literally everyone, they can pretty much pull it off.
Oh, absolutely. They got the algorithms on Facebook and everything else. how many billion. What was the math? Wasn't it like 75% of the world was on Facebook? And that's there's like people in the middle of Africa and shit with no electricity. So that factors into that. But it's like basically everybody has Facebook. Just that one avenue, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TV, whatever, they can definitely fluff anything they want to fluff.
So you couple that with like music theory and every other thing that's, not physical, but like a talent. Like these things are also mm, quantifiable. Like I mean, how do you put it?
Tangible.
Like they're very real things. Like what did somebody say the other day? It's like how do you know how to tune a guitar? Like well the the notes, those already exist. And whatever is in us to tell what a good note is also built in, already in us, in the
Oh
way the
yeah.
creator created things. So there are some people that just know how to tap into
Frequency.
that frequency, that coupled with them controlling the media. It's very easy to just why do we think that these clothes come back around? Because they're aesthetically pleasing, or the sounds because they know what works and it sounds good, and these notes are just over and over again, just re re where are my words, man? Uh,
Rehashing.
Reinstituted. Yep. And then people fall for it all over again like it's brand new. And this is how they run us because they know what we like. They've
Well,
focused on
yeah,
what makes humans tick.
yeah, it's a
100%.
trip, right? Because the actual like MK Ultra was about primarily like visuals and like auditory responses of the human body. So that's a long time ago. So obviously like perfected, and then you couple it. That's what it is. It's all visual, and then like if something is auditory and pleasing.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
Cut out. You cut out after
Cutting out.
saying please.
well, but yeah, like if you go the auditory avenue and it's pleasurable, then you have much control over the subject, right? So I mean, that's why they control the music industry,
Yeah,
and they actually do need the talented people. So there is something here. There is like clearly there's a need to get people to pledge like undying loyalty to them.
Yeah, and that's why
Agreed.
the Island Boys, because some people do like Island Boys. Now you know how
It's a
I know?
physiological
Because I
response.
am
What's it?
an Island Boy.
It's a physiological response. An island boy just makes me feel uncomfortable because the word boy's in it. You know what I mean? Like they fuck people up with this shit.
And
So
also,
stupid.
they have those patents showing that go back to the 50s, where they put certain tones and frequencies in the TV waves at certain intervals, and they can manipulate people that way. So they definitely have the frequency thing down.
They do.
All it takes is trial and error, just like how they monitor their stars and say, "Hey, there's going to be an eclipse and this and that."
I know,
The
right?
way
They're like,
that I
hey, we
listen,
predicted a fucking eclipse. Like, the
They're
hell you
reverse
did.
engineering people by what their responses to things are.
the way I listen to my son's music, um, it's like all of the popular tunes, but like with a drill beat. And it's like the other day I was listening to this, Pretty Young Thing by Michael Jackson, right? And I realized, oh shit, this is what the good life is constructed on. T-Pain, Kanye West, which I had no idea, but it's in there. If you listen to the um just the main chords, it's sucked straight from PYT. What the hell is PYT taken from? Who the fuck knows?
Yeah, who's the producer on that? I forget.
It's all
Rick
recycled.
Rubin or some shit.
Like those 3 chords.
It's all
It's the
recycled.
3 or 4 chords. Yeah.
They say that every song is like a remix or a parody, essentially, of an
Well,
older
bro, there's
song.
only so many notes. There's only so many chord structures. That's just
Right.
the bottom
Well,
line.
almost every mainstream,
It's mathematical.
yeah, every mainstream like very popular song does actually typically have the same exact chords.
And most of them have the same cadence.
4 chord wonders. 4 chord wonders. A lot of EDM songs are now just two progressions, and that's it. People they're like, "Yep, this is good enough."
Yeah. You're so used to it. It's like, it's like that same old friend or something.
They call the switch between the first and second progression the drop, and that's it. That's all a song needs is a fucking drop, and they're like, "Yeah." Oh man.
But isn't
well, never mind.
Isn't the digital or that type of music put in a certain specific frequency? I think it's 40/40 or something like that.
440.
The A notes tuned to 440 hertz.
Yeah.
I want to know why John Frusciante is so addicting to me. I started listening to his stuff with
American guitar player plays like butter.
So that 40/40 that is put into the digital enterprise side of the let's make this product to sell it to the masses, right? But when someone is playing an instrument, you cannot just put it into 40/40.
Well, there's the
That
40/40 club.
40/40 is in the digital sense, isn't it?
Well, there's the 40/40 club. If you play a guitar in there, then you've put it into the 40/40.
There's 24 hertz, 48 hertz.
It's 440, right?
I mean, the 440, yeah.
440 is just a note.
But you know how people devise instruments to make music and they put them together and make music with the instruments? That's not 440.
Just I'm not sure if it is or not.
I know it's not. 24-bit, and then there's 48-bit, 16-bit too.
I remember one time Owen Benjamin said that he had someone tuned his piano to.
And it's 4,800 hertz, I think, is what that means.
430, whatever it is.
432. That's
Yeah,
what the quote-unquote Schumann resonance is for the Earth.
I don't know if that's true or not,
Billions
but he said that he tuned his piano to that.
Yeah.
But there's something about that because most of the commercial stuff is in a certain frequency and it doesn't sound like accident.
Whatever the frequency, you would think it would suit them to pick one and roll with it and stay on it.
They do. They bastardized the true. Well, this is the story that they stole 432 and made it 440 to take everybody's resonant frequency to a different place. Apparently less healthy than. So, like, back in Mozart's day, they wrote things differently. They don't write things like that anymore. And it was hijacked at some point. I forget when it was. This is, again, just a story.
Yeah, I've
432 was changed to 440 at some point.
It would make
and then
sense.
Subsequently, everything was raised like a half step or something. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was just saying it would make sense to do it slightly off, too. Like, if you try to jump up to more than 8 or whatever, it'd be harder to do.
Yeah.
It would make more sense to do it slightly off.
You know what I'd be interested to see is the lattice pattern that the cymatics make with both frequencies, one next to the other, and see what the different snowflakes would be created with that frequency.
That'd be awesome. That's a good experiment. You know what I'd like to see too? You seen that guy that takes that giant lens and focuses the sun to a single hyperboloid point
and makes the big energy beam?
Melts rock and shit.
Yeah.
I want to see him do that with the moon.
Hey, dude, fuck that power, by the way. Fuck that power. Whew. Someone's doing that. Concentrating like a point of light from the sun and making a gun out of it. Get the
I wonder what happens though when you do it with the moon
right there.
Yeah, that's horrible shit. Horrible. Anyway, what?
Yeah, you just need one of those domes and then the further concentration.
It's literally a laser beam that it's like a what's it called?
It's like a giant magnifying glass when you're melting ants as a kid.
Yep.
It's like that on steroids.
Which would be a lightsaber. There we go.
But if the sun's melting those rocks like that, I wonder what would happen. People say that the moonlight is cold, so I wonder what would happen if you used that exact mechanism with the moon.
Here's a test. Take the take the light from a big fire and try to magnify it and to have it melt anything. It's not going to happen. The light from a fire.
That'll never happen, right?
Exactly.
It's not full spectrum, yeah.
Well, it's not electromagnetic. It's not whatever the fuck the sun is, man. Whatever the sun is can be harnessed. Listen, if you're sending energy down that's going to give life to plants and animals and all kinds of shit, yeah, something can focus that energy into a beam. Maybe they're turning the expanded fractalized prism that is reality back into the fucking one main beam, and that's why it's so powerful.
Hey.
Back in the day,
that beam could be used to do an experiment.
Let's get through let's bust through the firmament with that beam, bro.
The longest,
hang on.
The longest flat water experiment with a laser beam ever, with the strongest laser beam ever.
Yeah, we might catch a few bodies, but it's worth it in the end.
Well, back in the day, they supposedly had this big magnifying, like a reflector that focused the sun to a ship, and it started them on fire. It was like a magnifying lens, but it was a reflector, like a cup that harnessed the sun and aimed a beam at these ships, and they just burst into flames.
Dude, what a trip if you did that with the moon and it like froze things.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
So then you should just shoot it at the fire, right? See what happens.
Position the reflector panel.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that same dude use his equipment with the moon.
Absolute zero. Maybe. Instant freeze.
People could have cut rock like that back in the day too, like with the pyramids and shit. I still think the pyramids are geopolymer. But
I think they were poured dry.
Yeah.
Well,
dry
if you're focusing that energy to that extent, you do a lot of things, because you could heat things up to produce some type of input into a machine to produce, I guess, energy or something with the flow.
Oh yeah, you could do that too. Yep.
And even a laser of that magnitude, you could probably. I've seen lasers that you can produce plasma with in a way as well. What is it? They were separating. Actually, they were applying a laser to water and separating the gases. Like they were making, gas just by applying a laser into water. So that's interesting. You could do it just with the sun and amplifiers of the light. Wow. Yeah. Magnifiers.
Yeah, that's interesting. Turn it to gas. Because it turned that rock, it melted that rock. So it could definitely turn some water into gas, and who knows what else.
Take a magnifying lens, you focus it onto a metal object that has water in it, produces instant steam. You could make a steam engine very easily.
Wow, yeah. I'm just thinking about the applications, and you said that before I thought about it. Yeah, you could make steam with it, and
in fact, I have one designed. I actually designed one.
Yeah.
And he had one like shoulder width almost. No, I guess it was like 2 or 3 feet wide and like 4 foot long. That's not that big to turn rock into lava, man.
No,
like,
you
imagine
don't
if
need
you had
that
a
big
big
lens. No, you don't need a very big lens. That's powerful light that from the sun creates a lot of heat. very fast, very easily.
And the recent one he did, he sprayed smoke, like he had it set up where it's a perfect like hyperboloid point right where the light becomes center pointed to where it can melt. But he blew a bunch of smoke, and you could see the rays diverging into that point and then are converging into that point and then diverging away after it. It was a trip.
All right, I got the best experiment idea ever, right? So all the flat earthers are going to build these different versions of trying to replicate how you can like house sustainability in life with earth ships. If you know what you guys know what earth ships are?
No, please define.
Yeah, I do. My
yeah.
ex was trying to get us to look into that, and I looked into it for. You're talking about the natural build houses?
Yep.
I looked into it. The guys doing that are a Kabbalistic cult. That doesn't mean it's a bad idea. That's why I personally couldn't move there to New Mexico and do it. I'm like, I'm not joining the Kabbalistic cult.
Yeah, no, I don't suggest going there other than just the idea of the actual house.
What do they explain what they're doing a little bit more?
So basically they use like literal trash, but like things like tires, because they retain heat throughout the day and stuff. For insulation, they use like trash, and they build self-sustainable homes, and they run off solar power using the sun. And of course, they're pretty limited. It's just the idea. Like you would actually just want running water, and then you'd be golden. But New Mexico, they only get a certain amount of rain, so it's cool in the sense that they've shown the way to engineer the house to cycle the water, filter the water, and then maximize its use with plants, the toilets, whatever water that you're using. There's a filtration system throughout the house. It regulates temperature, and this is naturally sustainable. So it's yeah, the idea being that what if because the earth is naturally sustainable, right? If you just were to get in the ballpark of what the earth is, you'd probably have amazing results and say that's really the next step flat earth needs to take, is where we just come together and build these crazy self-sustainable developments. And what can they do?
All based off the energy from the sun and water.
Well, yeah, they want to block this. They want to block the sun, but water will give you energy as well. And what does even block the sun mean? That, as far as I know, that's not even possible. So I don't. I'm not gonna make my plans based on them. Yeah, like we have the sun and we have water, and we have the blatantly the ether here. So yeah, you could easily be self-sustainable. Now they have all kinds of laws. So what you have to do is tactically buy the land with like colonial deeds and mineral rights, and you own that land. And then you do whatever you want to. You build whatever you want to on it.
Yeah, that sounds like to me they would try to block people doing that if they could.
Well, yeah, they basically have, like, for one, they force everyone into debt, and 99% of home buyers don't even think about colonial deeds or mineral rights. So they have to adhere to codes, which they actually don't, but they don't, and everyone's tricked into thinking you have to pay property tax, you have to adhere to the codes, blah, blah, blah. So that's the whole story with the earthships in New Mexico, right? That he was fighting in court and blah, 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 got a law made. New Mexico has these codes, but he can kind of get away with it on the fringe. You don't have to listen to any of their codes, and you can just build self-sustainable things with things more efficient than like windmills, like natural flowing water, and honestly just like harnessing magnetism sourced by the background itself, the magnetic field you're in itself. You could basically like what Owen Benjamin's talking about, only like on like the next level where it's everything is really self-sustainable that's built.
Probably design one of those pretty easily with my building background. I could probably do that. I can imagine it already.
Well, Owen's right. That is the next step. That is actually
Oh yeah.
That is the revolution.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
control over resources
and it's
is
our right to do
power.
so because we won't need their resources after that. Then
Well, yeah.
control for
Oh,
us.
with the access to the land, water, and some resources, you could grow the hemp in the land and use it to build some really neat houses.
Oh, yeah.
I will use that material for some spots, not the whole thing, but I would like to kind of like build the house kind of into a pre-made hill or something, because I seen people they also put like the garden inside the house that is good for the air.
Yes.
Like it's like a layer to the house, right? It doesn't have to be necessarily inside the house, but you could make layers and open the doors and or windows that will be immediately next to the garden. Um, and also there's like I remember them putting like a long, really long tube towards the ground, away from the house, and turning back, and that will keep like cool air, like a certain temperature, specific temperature inside the house, and it will be
Yep.
always at that temperature.
Correct.
Yeah.
No matter how crazy the external temperatures are, like we'll pass on the trash though. Maybe we'll use actual something like hemp's a great idea. But yeah, then you have the vegetables, like you said, the food, even inside, and then you have animals, and you network tactical purchases of land, and you become self-sustainable. Like as a group, as a collective that have awakened to the lies.
Right. That's not going to make them happy being not needing their resources.
Well, ironically, that's all that matters, right? Like their emotional response is relevant. That is the power they have over us.
Right. That's exactly right. We can break free from that, then yeah, that's key. That's where you want to be. Break free from having to buy their electricity, their gas, their natural gas, whatever it is. If you can avoid having to need that, then yeah, they're not going to be happy with that at all. I'm telling you.
So as hyperbolic as it may sound, like the actual fate of the world in a way kind of lies on flat earthers, like literally because like when you understand how the world works, that's the only way you'll start to solve these problems. For example, of course, the toroid that we're encompassed in, the background medium that is inevitable, like has to be there. Like this is the only group of people that are really going to be putting those puzzle pieces together, and that is how you would attain sustainability. Is understanding the realm better so that you can it's literally overflowing with abundance in every way. It's just like not being efficiently maximized.
You're making perfect sense to me. I can see it already. I can imagine it for sure. And the way.
So if you have electricity, what do you need, right? You have electricity, you have climate control even without electricity, but you could create an AC unit using that. But like, what do you need? What do you need? Anything that the system has to offer you? Like, you don't need it because you have food, you have the disposal, you have water, you have electricity. You know, you literally don't.
And we can add, like, people sometimes when we talk about this, some people come from the side that you're trying to just live with old technology, but no, you can implement up-to-date technology into this type of building. It doesn't have to be like
That's what he's
the
talking about
perspective
doing.
that they think.
That's what he's
Yeah,
talking
it's up-to-date stuff. You can definitely design this stuff in a very modern, well-made, self-sufficient way. It's definitely, the technology is available. Even water, we have water everywhere, right? But there's certain areas that people, I think I saw some of these earthships and they kind of were in a kind of dried area in a way. But even if you do a measurement of the air, you'll have you'll have water on the air, and you can use technology to pull that water out of the air and use it
Yeah.
for whatever you need.
They make a machine that does that. You can buy one.
Yeah.
Humidity out of the air. mixed water.
So yeah, the technology is available. Bro, the hemp houses, if you can, it doesn't have to be 100% hemp or whatever, but I do like the easiness of it and the properties that it offers is definitely.
Well, there's the oils that come from it. You could burn oils for heat. You could make clothing out of it. All kinds of stuff.
One of the cool things that Wisi mentioned, like having farming and all that stuff. The hemp seeds can be a really good source of feed for the chickens and other animals too. So that's make them health is good for them. They give good products with that kind of stuff. So yeah.
The entire plant can be used for something, for no waste at all.
Yeah, I imagine that whatever the earth chips that I haven't looked into that for a long time, and I imagine someone. I mean, up to date, if they have the funds and the correct ideas, you can make some pretty cool places to live in. Really cool places to live in. Want to look at some up-to-date airships if someone is still doing that. Because I've seen modern hemp houses, but the airships, yeah.
I think you can even make solar panels out of silica sand.
Yeah, dude, I was joking with Kai. I was saying, all right, first I'm gonna have to like be a lawyer, and then I'm gonna try and be an architect. Because I have to do the whole federal court case thing, but basically just challenging their presumed jurisdiction over me alone. That is my defense. And so if you combine those two things, then that just it helps with the latter, right? Like once you proclaim and declare yourself a sovereign man, independent of any fictitious title that these fictitious corporations get you to agree to, they actually can't tell you to do anything. So if they were to ever come try to take the property, this same tactic was used, and in Florida they try to like take the property. Dude gets paid $38 million for that. But it's not even about that. It's about they can't tell you what you can or cannot build. Once you proclaim that you're sovereign, we'll just use that because everyone knows what I'm saying. Like, even though people get triggered about it, that word for some reason, but like you proclaim that you're independent of the government's, need of approval for anything, then like you can build whatever you want to as well. If you combine those two things, you win. This is what they don't want. If people do that and reproduce via family units, then they get destroyed.
The only thing that scares me about that is if they just come in and do a hostile takeover and disregard your sovereign, what you created for yourself. They just come in and say, bullshit, just take away from you, throw you in jail and say, F you, you know what I mean?
That's how they really operate anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that scares me about that whole thing is that they could just come in and say, nope, we're taking it and nothing you can do about it.
But see, they couldn't just take it, not if we had enough exposure. The only way they would be able to take it is if they had to come up with some kind of narrative that what we're doing is dangerous and
terrorists,
ridicule us and blah, and then they could do that.
Right.
But if we had our own means of communication and our own, like this is what we have to get off of, their ways of communication, Facebook, YouTube, all of this stuff. Like if we had the power to make our own networks, then that'd be really something.
That's what we got to do. It's more so about like what just actually has to be done in this time of quote unquote history. So we have to get out and easy to understand and apply knowledge to all the people that you send in these affidavits notarized.
declarations of independence and sovereignty, and then you become self-sustainable without the predetermined supply routes that control majority of people, and you get it out where it's just easy to apply and understand to everyone. That glitches the matrix, and whoever doesn't take it doesn't take it. Like, that's not the battle. The battle is actually getting the info out there, right? Like 90% of flat earthers have never sent in an affidavit of status, and it's actually probably 99.9999999. So like, that's the real thing. We need to combine all of these things into an offensive attack. Often.
I looked into Earth chips and I saw some images, and look at the one I found. It has a double rainbow.
I posted the link to the website too. It's called Earthship.
Oh, you know what's a trip? So the thing about the firmament that's such a trip, I didn't even realize this until like 4 years at least into flat Earth. But like, when the scriptures say that it's like a reminder that the Earth won't be flooded again, you're like, okay. But it makes sense when you think about like a reflection or depiction of the firmament, because the story, of course, goes that it was opened up for the Earth to flood, and water also came from below. So anyway, that space, the reason that it's telling you it won't be flooded again, like, is because it's showing you the firmament's intact, right? Because you see the full rainbow, it's like intact. And that actually makes sense, at least, you know. And in addition to that, it's also got how many colors? 7, and the text removed say that there are 7 layers to the firmament.
How interesting.
Oh
that
yeah.
makes perfect sense to me too. Yeah, I think you're right on target there for sure.
It's interesting.
Yep.
Could just be a coincidence, right? I mean, this, it's not even just limited to the quote unquote Bible or the extra biblical text that were taken out of the scriptures. Like, it's multicultural, 7 layers.
We can't be coincidence theorists.
Yo, it's right in front of you. It's right in front of you.
That's totally, totally a coincidence.
No, and now we're talking about, we have 7 layers to work with, and we're talking about stuff like how long you perceive the sun from where, based on the angle of view, based on the apparent location projected from potentially the center in a different layer. Like, how many layers are there to the celestial observations that we make? What is the fluid medium makeup? Like, is there a spectrum of density? Like, it's a whole ordeal. But like always, it was literally right in front of us the whole time. For example, like, you know, perfect example, the rainbow. That's my take, of course. So take it or leave it.
You're right, and the rainbow shows that the firmament is there for sure.
And that relates to the closest things to a true dichotomy that there is that since we do have this realm where we have life, basically you either want to break through it and get to the other side, or you realize that that's an absolutely insane idea and you live humble and be grateful for what we have. Because if you break through that firmament, you might kill us all or kill yourself. So that's the only true dichotomy, is the Luciferian type of spirit that feels claustrophobic in this thing. Like, who built this thing? I want to get up there and be like them, or I want to break through. And it's like, dude, be careful what you ask for.
Yeah, this thing that's so big that it takes, like, realize that it is a container.
Yeah. And why you have to basically make, some people do it unconsciously, but you got to make a conscious choice of, are you really willing to break through that? Like, what would happen if you broke through it? What if they did break it one day? Like, that could end all life. Like, we should just be, me personally, I'll live the life where I'm grateful for what we've been given.
sure
and
the
not.
creator made that impossible for men to do.
Yeah, I agree. If I had to bet, I'd say it's impossible. But imagine living through that Luciferian perspective where you want to break through it. You feel claustrophobic. You're like, this isn't good enough. I need to break through to some other realm. It's like, dude, there might not be any other realms, physically at least.
Yo, North Star just posted 7 zones in the eye. The gravy is getting overwhelming at this point.
Yes, it is.
Then you have the whole concept of like every star being a sun you can walk to.
What
How many planets are there?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But so what does the eye look like from the profile view? I don't know, maybe, or even from the over top. What it looks like the Earth could look like. Just saying, like literally. Yo, your eye looks like what the Earth could look like with the firmament over top of it. Has 7 zones, 7 layers to the firmament, and all these multicultural texts throughout history when they actually knew truth. 7 colors in the rainbow.
Yeah, the rainbow is a direct result of the firmament. I agree with that.
Yeah, that's how you have rainbows, right?
Yeah, direct result of it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like when you reflect a CD of sunlight into your house, it's the shape of the CD.
Yeah, we need to just build this out. We need to actually build out 7 layers. Of course, the problem is like how light reflects through what material you use compared to the actual material that we obviously can't even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The noble gases within the firmament and everything else. Isn't that what Sean and them were trying to do?
Yeah, they're trying to build like a 7-layer firmament enclosed
model
Earth that gets flooded and drained system. Yeah, a model.
I don't know about getting all technical like that, but you take one of those, you could take a glass bowl that's larger, and go up in succession up to 7, just to see what would happen through the different layers of refraction and whatnot.
Yeah. Get 7 different size balls so that they fit on top of each other.
Right. Upside down.
You do
4
like
different size.
you do like beans on the bottom, and then sour cream, and then guacamole, and then cheddar cheese.
All right.
So imitating the medium differential is like it's a futile pursuit, really. If I'm being honest, I actually
You're
think
right.
it is beyond the scope of knowledge in this world, like material world. I mean, I don't even know if I want to say that. It's just pretty much. So I can't really even pretend. There's no, dude. Everything's based upon that. Everything. Like if you argue with a glober, like a globe zealot, like they can't acknowledge that like alone. But that's the biggest truth of all of it. Like we don't know what the medium of the sky is. More importantly, like the spectrum of it.
And why would the creator create something that we can break through? The whole point of why it's the way it is, it's out of our reach. It's beyond our reach to break.
Yeah, according to the Flat Earth.
And Luciferians
According to the
hate
Flat
that.
Earth Brothers.
Well,
They put up a video, the Flat Earth Brothers. They put up a video about how a military guy had sent a message back, and they were messing with this piece of ice, and they were talking about digging into it, and it healed after they dug into it. Like, so
Yeah,
even
the
if you
blue
dug
ice
into it,
thing.
you'd have to. Yeah. I don't know if it's true, but
Yeah, that's crazy. Yep. I
Yeah, I read
saw
that.
You talking
Yeah,
about
the Spacebusters video on it's pretty crazy. Colin and I watched that, and we were tripping because the ideas.
Yeah, I
It's
heard
pretty
that they
wild.
they made like an ice digger, and they went into the ice wall, and it was like a blue color, and it regenerated around the thing, so it would eventually encapsulate you, and you wouldn't be able to get back.
And they probably, if that was true, then they probably barely scraped the surface. So by the time you got anywhere, it's already healed back up before you get anywhere close to far enough to break through.
Well, yeah, and they say it heals pretty quickly. The idea being that this guy that went down there for the military, that there were two types of ice, and it's the ice that's everywhere, or the ice they were really there to study, which was the sky ice.
Yeah.
And yeah, who knows, man? I don't know. I know I can't replicate that in a model, and I know people get triggered that we don't need a model. It's like, well, wake up, guys. It's been like 5-6 years of it being pretty mainstream, and people still don't get it. So people actually apparently do need some visualization of viability for them to even break through the cognitus. So we're going to have to do something.
Right, I agree, because they just don't get it when they just want to see a disc floating in space every time. That's what they want to see, and they just can't get away from that for some reason.
It sucks. It's intellectually inefficient and stupid, right? Like that we have to. I could think that we have to replace what they have, but I mean, we don't. But we can. We do need to address the visualization aspect of it. Just reiterating a script that's very limited is 100% not the move. Like it's not.
Yeah, they just don't get it.
I'm trying to look it up. There was some known person that tweeted about Antarctica this month. Trying to find it. Have y'all seen that? Somebody tweeted about Antarctica this month. Let me see.
And what you're talking about, making this visual model,
I found it.
Some sort of give them an idea. It's going to be way more accurate than the globe to begin with, because the globe is complete fantasy.
What is this dude talking about?
I posted the David Schwartz tweet.
Yeah, what is he talking about?
And that's what I want to know.
Whoa, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he's going to be the hero. Who is this meathead?
He's some like university type dude. I think he's some kind of Christian guy or something. I'm not very familiar with these different popular.
So the Antarctic Treaty had no effect on him. He just went and did whatever he wanted to do, and they didn't stop him, huh?
I think he's an historian.
He's a chosen liar.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
I was wondering if they were gonna do some sort of psyop where they pretend to find something amazing in Antarctica, but something totally random and different.
That has to do with aliens. Random titanium bars found everywhere. But dude, think about the sky thing. That's so crazy, because if you're honest, like eyes. We were speaking of eyes, science can't explain that water. Like water's not fully understood, much less like its different forms. So, like I definitely see it being very possible that there's a version of basically water that we don't fully understand. We just don't even understand the limited spectrum of water we observe. So, I mean, it's separate the heavenly waters from the earthly waters, and water seems to be sentient, and literally no one can fully explain water, but the scriptures say it's like effectively life. So what does that mean? And so it is fitting that the barrier between the heavenly waters and the earthly waters would be this like crystalline, solid version of like the purest water. And it just maintains temperature control.
Yeah, in the Hebrew depictions, it seems like that water above loops back underneath somehow and comes up through the fountains of the deep. Like, I wonder if there's any any life, like as far as like whales and shit in that bigger water. Like, remember the Simpsons episode where he breaks the sky and the whales and shit come crashing into the. Like, I wonder if that's part of the ocean.
Right,
Water.
and it just got separated or something.
Well, doesn't Scripture talk about don't be concerned about the beast below and you know what I mean? Don't worship them, something like that. The beast within the earth or below the earth or inside of
And
it.
that would, yeah. And like Witsit was saying before, if there was quote unquote aliens or fallen angels, they would come from the water. What if that's how they get here is from the outside? Like, because there could be giant ass beings and shit in the
Who
waters
knows?
above.
Who knows about all that? You're right. Could be. You could
But I
be
was
right.
talking specifically about
But hang
Hebrew
on.
cosmology. They depict that water as connected to the oceans.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt the conversation. Keep having that conversation. I just wanted people to pay attention to the voice text with their eyes while you listen. Look at that sheet of ice. Look at that perfectly flat. Like, how the fuck does this happen out of just chaos, random chaos? Like, what are you talking about, guys? Look at the perfect 90-degree angles, flat on top. Oy. Anyway, continue. How does nature make that, guys? How does nature just, it's perfect. Perfect rectangle.
How does that exist on the globe?
Right, exactly. Exactly.
That's right.
There's
no way.
Anyway, as you were.
I think it's all about water. I think speculation alert, but obviously all relative to my worldview. But I think that we're in a material form now. We were talking about the toroid and its effects within the background medium that causes the material world, right? And so anyway, like that's just like a confinement. So what would be pre that confinement? I think, just speculation, that it would be more of a water-like state, and that the physicality is basically I don't know how else to say it other than like a downgrade if you want to, but a more physically limited mix of energy. So I think that water actually in that way is life. And then what do we need? What do trees need? Water. It runs through our body. Like trees look just like our veins and etc. So like I don't know. I think that this material confinement we're in is just like a limited glimpse of what is all around us and makes up everything. Fluid like energy.
And then I'm still not sure how you get those varying degrees. If maybe it was one barge and then they cut through it, it just don't make sense. Well, there it is, square Earth. Dude. There's people who actually believe in that oblique Mercator map or whatever that came out in 1894. To me, it just looks like a squashed globe. But that would be a trip, though, if the waters above are connected to the ocean.
Have you ever heard the air pressure is only going to go? Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say the air pressure is only, or the water level is only going to go as high as the air pressure inside the container allows.
Yeah, as far as the container, yeah.
So, do you guys agree that if like you had like the world's strongest magnets ever, and you walked in between them as they were introduced to each other, that it would just like easily go right through you?
Well, powerful enough, yeah, of course, it'll crush you or go through you, yeah.
Yeah, like the magnets would just effectively squash you, right?
Yeah,
So,
big
like,
magnets are dangerous for that
could that
reason.
not be right? So, could that not be easily a strong enough phenomena that contains, if there's a spectrum of that field that goes up and gets like incomprehensibly strong, then it would do that very thing. I don't know. It's
So you're
crazy. So,
treading the thin line of container, right? You're saying, like how Globers say the gravity can be the container. You're treading the thin line of saying that maybe a magnetic field can defy the pressure.
like, it would never be the bridge between a vacuum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But actually, I think there is a solid physical container. I'm just saying, like, these are like some of the uncomfortable aspects that people avoid with a script, but I'm just not interested in that because I do know magnetism can be infinitely powerful. So
Yeah. And
Yeah,
even if there was the
I
same
was gonna
medium,
say I agree with that. It could be possible.
yeah,
like you could have underwater, I guess you could have a strong enough magnetic field to hold the water back, and you're not holding back a vacuum, you're just holding back water. Nobody, there's probably not a vacuum up there. We don't know about any vacuum. That's just fantasy. If it was just water up there, theoretically you could do that with magnetism. Like you said, it wouldn't be holding back a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum. It'd be holding back water
right,
or something else.
yeah,
And
and
then
so
after that, it becomes a regressive fallacy, or not fallacy, but the cosmological argument. It becomes where it's like, well, what is beyond that? What contains that? And then what contains that container? And then what? At some point, you have to just accept what is. You know what I mean?
yeah, I would say actually the material world is the confinement that requires containment.
Yeah, I'll roll with that.
So then this is the only, I mean, this is the one and only situation.
Well, why the water's above then? Why not just the toroid of physical matter within it?
Well, the toroid is it's a type of movement within the fabric of everything.
If that is what's creating the fabric of mass and physical stuff, then how does the water, which is physical, exist outside of that toroid?
I don't know.
Well, yeah,
The toroid that we observe is an effect that has a cause.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
intrinsically
So
sustainable.
material upstairs is embedded into the toroid. That's why we can observe it. But that input that is causing the toroidal field will be caused by the design or by God Himself.
Well, that might be the actual source of the toroid, yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the thing about magnetism, bro. So, like, if you have crazy, crazy big magnetic fields in decent proximity to one another, they'll connect, they'll lapse. So, like, are we just experiencing a connection, right? Because the source is above us.
Yeah.
If sense, it may.
And it's inputting into the system.
We can't comprehend the input, right? So it's like that energy source is incomprehensible.
Yeah.
I lean
Big
towards that.
magnet.
in the center of everything that is observed from the entire Earth.
There's got to be some sort of a huge magnetic force, a magnet right in the center, doesn't there? Logically.
Well, that's very interesting, right? Because if magnetic, what we call magnetism, is the source of creation, and in like a very crude, rigid layman term way that we try to explain it, then like, of course, you get further out away from that. You know, that is where the crazy, psychopathic, evil people would want to go.
Yeah, agreed.
So God is
So
a giant.
with electro-optical equipment, we can observe this region of the sky. I mean, this you guys have seen it, but the electro-optical effect that we can observe in the equipment is not just one camera; it's multiple cameras positioned kilometers apart to have a bigger angle of the sky above near the north sky, and this image pops up and it has a yearly cycle of movement,
which is interesting.
and some people has described it as the shape of creation because you can see this almost on everything.
Isn't that supposed to
Check
be right on
it
the
out. Look
very
at that
top?
shape and look at the one I'm about to post.
Isn't that supposed to be on the very top in the middle, on top of the dome? That image, is that where it's coming from?
I mean, if we're looking through, because remember the equipment is electrosensible, so we're looking at this spectrum of electricity of some sort.
But is that the region it's coming from? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, the region is the North Toroidal field, the Toroidal field,
right
yeah,
right above the North Pole, or in
the celestial north.
Right.
And remember, we see what
Very to that
we
mentality,
see what the visuals are giving us, right? So we see effects. Maybe there's something else to this, but this is observable with special equipment.
Well, effects are caused by objects, so there's got to be something there, in my opinion.
would
Effects just don't come out of the air.
Electromagnetic force be considered an object? Would electromagnetic force be considered an object at that point?
Well, I think an electromagnetic force has to come from a source of a magnet. That's my opinion. I can't imagine there being a magnet, electromagnetic force or field without a magnet. It makes no sense to me. That's the center, the North Pole. It's where compasses point to it. There's got to be a magnet there, some sort of magnetic attraction. And everybody.
Yeah, I mentioned it before, but I think the effects that we observe above in the medium above, I guess this medium is functioning as some sort of screen, and we see a superimposed image into that medium, and that is coming from above. So what we observe are effects that are caused and designed to be, because we see the cycles, we see the design, the repeat, and it's designed to look like that. It's no accident.
Well, like I said, I think the stars ride on the upper part of the magnetic field. They just ride. They're just riding on that and rotating with the field.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's layers to what we observe. Yeah, there's layers to the medium above. Yes, and the stars are at their layer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Locked into a rotating magnetic field. That's why they rotate. They rotate with the magnetic field because it's in motion. At least that's how I perceive it. I mean, I'm I don't know.
Yeah, we have Meep
Meep, you've been muted, Meep. Oh, Meep has the giggle syndrome.
That was a cute little giggle.
Yeah, he has the giggle syndrome. It's pretty common these days with mongoloids.
No, I'm giggling. Am I a mongoloid? Thanks for that. You just
He said
turned
that
me into
hella
a
casually
mongoloid.
too.
Thanks, dude. You just turned me into a mongoloid. Help. Did Witsit say goodbye?
I think he dipped out.
He didn't say goodbye though. I was gone. I was in the kitchen making some cup of coffee. Came back. He was gone.
He got dragged out by the
Bro,
eagle.
what's it got a he's a married man, so he's busy 100%.
Well, I know. I'm just wondering if he said goodbye. That's all. I don't always say goodbye when I leave. I just
Wait,
bail.
Witsit didn't marry Kai.
He claims he did. He claims he did in a
It's predictive programming, all right?
in a
So
biblical kind of a way. He says once you make
I
that
see.
commitment with somebody, you're married whether you sign the paper or not. The paper has no bearing. God didn't tell us we have to have a paper and file it with the city and sign it, and now you're married and you're bound, and that's not marriage in reality.
Yeah, they came in communion, and that's the marriage as they design it. We can translate it, and yes, he lost his virginity. That's it. He's now married.
I'm just saying
that was a joke.
Right. I'm just saying that he said the other day that he's effectively married because of their relationship that they are now in.
Yeah, and that counts way better, way more than what the government is telling you what marriage is.
Exactly.
They define the relationship, them two, not the government.
Right. Exactly.
Their commitment, maybe they want to have children. We don't know. Maybe their goal is to, be in marriage and have a family. And that's a very good reason to get married.
Oh, that's it. My hat's off to him, man. That's what life's about,
Yeah. Good job, guys. Bring some flat earthers babies, please.
Yeah, teach him that from day one. Yep.
You allowed to talk back
I'm
up
glad.
again, Jim?
We talk about Wizard a lot, but Kai, I remember her joining, and she's amazing, in her own way. And one day she was talking about that she was worried about, she wanted to find a guy and be married and have children, and she was so worried about so many things. And I'm so glad that she met Wizard, because I remember that day her talking about this, and I think that was the solution. Just Witsit is perfect for her. I think the way she spoke about that kind of situation. Spoke about so many things.
They seem to be having a good time together. So yeah.
That's great. Someone asked something. I don't know what it was.
And we got Globers that come in or what? Do we have people here to talk to? So I can just shut up and let you guys handle your business.
Hey, any Globies around? Got Rockin' would like to speak to you about the topics at hand.
Is that what I just said?
No, but we can invert
No.
whatever you said and turn it around.
Yeah, you just did. I'll be happy to take care of it if no one else wants to. But there's people here that do it all the time, and they might be a little better at it than me. I have got my own way of doing it. But
yeah, we did talk about a lot of things.
I'd be happy to give it an effort. Whatever. If someone else wants to, then
no new people at the moment, so it's all good. Skies are cleared.
so we can still talk about Island Boys.
I'm just an island boy.
How does the stars work with the globers say they spin around at the South Pole? What's the whole story with that business?
Nobody knows. They can make stuff up. They're saying that the world is spinning on his axis, following the sun. Then the sun is following the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is following the gray retractor, which nobody knows what that actually means. I think
They were saying
it's
about
like
something about spinning stars, and they were showing me a picture of spinning stars, and I was like, I don't really know what you guys are talking about, and you don't make sense. They just showed me this picture of this spinning going around, and they said that's the South Pole. Like I'm just supposed to believe that that is the South Pole, and I'm
They're
like,
claiming
what?
there's a celestial South Pole.
Yeah, I was like, what is it? I couldn't understand what they were talking about, and they were like pretty rude, and so I kind of left because I wasn't interested in like they were kind of talking over me and stuff. So I just left, but I didn't understand what are they talking about anyway? What are they even talking about? What are they trying to say? I didn't even know what they're trying to say.
Well, they're hanging their hat on that now as their biggest flat Earth killer, they call it, and it's a phenomena in the sky for one, so that's a false correlation, right? But they're trying to say, like how we look up at the north and see a celestial north, like the pole star Polaris, where the stars are rotating around it. They're trying to say that the stars are rotating the opposite direction around a celestial pole when you're in the south. Which, in general, on either a globe or a flat, all the stars are going east to west. But they're claiming that that lines up with their model and not flat Earth. So they're just it's an incredulity thing where they're saying the only explanation is a globe. So
Well,
since
yeah.
they don't know what the explanation is to a visual phenomena, and you can't see forever, so the way we see stars and sun and moon doesn't mean that that's the physical, literal position of those things. There's optical phenomena where things appear to rise and set. You know, like if you're in the south looking south and the stars are coming over your left shoulder, they appear to rise and come up and then go down on your right shoulder. And the stars further away from you appear to do a smaller curve. So it appears that they're going the opposite direction because you're facing the opposite direction. It's just
Well, that's like you put a clock on the ceiling, and go on one side and look at the way it rotates, and then walk to the other side and look at it from the other direction, and it's going to be going opposite. So
Yeah.
that's stupid to think that their stars are spinning different
Well,
directions.
they're claiming there's two clocks, is what they're claiming.
Yeah, I don't know. They're full of shit. So.
Yeah, and they show, and there's observations where you can see the two alleged clocks. So what you have is an optical phenomena, and on a globe you shouldn't be able to see two clocks from one position.
Right.
I don't know if anybody actually knows how things will be on a globe because no one has experienced it.
Right, exactly. That's the major good point there, because it's not something no one has ever seen, experienced, or can prove even exists. But they got all these things that happen in this place that is all made up. And so, how can you make? I'm sorry, that goes right in the garbage can with me. All of it.
Yeah, because the stars are
they'll do
moving.
anything.
The stars are moving in opposite directions, right? On the same sky, they're moving in two different directions. So it's impossible for that to happen on a that would be impossible on a globe Earth. Moving in opposite directions, right?
Yeah, because the Earth is supposed to be spinning in one direction. Yeah,
exactly.
It's stupid.
So the stars actually prove the flat Earth, not the other way around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I would say they don't prove either.
Well, I mean, the way that they move different directions, like they move, like you've seen how they move, right? They move like opposite directions. That would be impossible on a round Earth.
In their paradigm, you're upside down looking up, so that you're looking in a different kind of like if we look at the sky rotating above us, if we're on top of the sky looking down, it's going to look different than if we're underneath it looking up. So they're saying that they're upside down on the southern, because in their paradigm they're on the bottom of a globe. So it makes sense to them when they think of it in that paradigm. But I don't think it definitively. It's just like measuring your head to get a shoe size. You just
Yeah, can you imagine being upside down on a ball? I mean, come on. I mean, that is the most ridiculous thought I've ever. I mean, I remember as a kid, I thought, well, wouldn't we just fall off if we were on the bottom? Well, yeah. I mean, for hell's sakes. Oh, gravity. I mean, that was one of the first questions I ever remember having when I was showing the globe. Is well, if we're on the bottom, we're upside down. Wouldn't we just fall off? Oh no, gravity solves it all. But regardless, even if gravity did solve sticking to it, you'd still have to be upside down, and that's just not happening. We don't fly in an airplane from the north part down to the south part, and arc down over a ball and go down and down and around until you're upside down. You would experience that. You would notice that. You would know flying that in a jet. If you were doing that, you would visually see yourself going around the ball and eventually being upside down. I mean,
totally.
you know, it's just
Especially at those speeds.
it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard of.
At those speeds, you would notice
Yeah.
that you were going down.
Yep. I can't remember how many feet it is per minute, but it's a lot that you'd have to be dropping at 500 miles an hour. I mean, it's an awful lot. It's like 1,500 feet per minute or something, or maybe more. I can't remember. It's been said on here 1,000 times, but I just haven't memorized what it is. But it's a lot. Let's put it that way.
That's why planes have gyros. Like trick planes have to have a gyro. That's how they know what the hell they're doing, or they'll crash. When they're up there doing loop-de-loops and all that crazy shit, they have to know the relative flatness and baseline. Or they would get lost in the craziness and crash. It stays rigid so that they know what the hell's going on. It's a bizarre mind thought experiment. It really is. The whole globe thing. What they're saying is, if you use a bubble level and the bubble's perfectly in between the lines, perfectly level and flat, what they're saying is it's pulling it perpendicular to where you're at on the globe. So that if you go several miles down across the ocean or the earth or wherever, you'll still visually see that bubble in between the lines, but it's not level with the previous level. They're saying that level changes wherever you are. It's a very bizarre and interesting thought experiment that they've created. That's why what's the name
I'm still going to try
to force the line or whatever.
Sorry.
Just take a globe,
Go ahead.
like a 3-foot globe, and put a gyro right on top of it. Get it spinning, and then take that gyro and take it around to the bottom real quick. What's going to happen to gyro? It's just going to fly apart. It's going to fly right off that thing. It's going to, no way, it's going to.
That's why I always tell Globers, and I trying to point out to everyone that globes are dependent on the flat Earth.
Well,
In which
basically,
way?
they say that you have a star trail in the north, star trail in the south. Therefore, it's like a ball from different sides of the ball spinning. But there's that video by that Spanish guy showing what appears to be a star trail to the left and to the right of the hemispheric glass dome that he holds over the concentric circles written on the paper, and it looks like a star trail. So it could just be a deformation through glass, through a thick atmosphere over a flat plane just as easily. We need to look into the refractive properties of the atmosphere and/or the dome that could be possibly twisting, the star trails that we see. There's no need for a ball at that point. It would just be refraction over a flat plane.
Yep. There's other explanations for sure. Yeah, I've seen that video where the dome is essentially mimicking, like you said, either the atmosphere, the glass, or your dome of perception, whatever you want to call it, creating that effect. I've seen that.
And it could be some kind of light shining off off some kind of surface as well, right? Some kind of reflective projection as well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like a projection from another place and then kind of like moves
Put it in the
around.
chat
Kind of
right
like
there. You can see a star trail to the left and the right of his hand over by his thumb and index finger. You see what appears to be two worlds that are kind of similar to what we see in the sky. Toward the north would be by his thumb toward the center, and toward the south would be by his index finger. So that's, looks pretty good to me. Looks like it could work perfectly fine on the flat plane, more or less.
For sure, it's not conclusive, but it's at least something demonstrating that there's other alternatives. There's other explanations. Because we don't have the exact medium with the exact noble gases and everything else that's in our atmosphere, the exact dome makeup, and so we can't actually do a true scientific experiment to verify it. It's at least a good demonstration to show there's other explanations.
Well, I mean, with the star trails that they show by the equator, you see what appear to be two worlds, one going up, one going down, or one going toward the south, one going toward the north. How is that possible if you're looking at the same sky? I mean, I've been on a train. You get one motion of translation, and it appears that the scenery goes in the opposite direction to your motion in one direction. It doesn't appear to, split into two different directions. They're basically saying that you're on a train and you're watching the motion go by while you're right side up. And then the people underneath you are looking at it upside down and getting a different, translation of motion as the scenery flies by. It looks like it's reversed because you're basically upside down and right side up, according to the globe model. But the way that they show the star trails, they paste the photographs together to show the star trail up and the star trail going down. But how can you have that in the same sky? I mean, it just doesn't make sense. If it's one motion, it should look like, everything's whirring by more or less in a line. It shouldn't be like a circle, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, it just doesn't quite make sense. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but when you're on the train, it looks like the scenery is going by in a line. It doesn't look like a curve. But I don't know.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. It doesn't make sense that you would be able to see both of those circles going different directions from one vantage point on a globe. That wouldn't make sense. Maybe a tiny piece of the other side or something, but to see two full circles from one location wouldn't make sense on a globe at all if that's what is causing it.
Are you saying that the biggest proof they have, the sky, to prove the globe doesn't work on a globe? Wow.
I mean, I've heard the sky look like it's a solid, structure. Because otherwise, wouldn't you just get one motion of translation, like looking at the train? I mean, it wouldn't be curved, would it? I mean, it would just look like a whir, like a whir, like being on a train. It wouldn't be guaranteed to be curved. You get more of a guarantee of curvature if it was like a solid structure, a solid curved structure that is warping and distorting the glass. Because you can look at something through like a curved glass, structure, a curved solid structure, and it will warp and distort the light coming through it.
Yep. And that dome structure could be your limit of perception. Your so-called dome of perception.
Yeah.
That's why it's different for everybody. And the train metaphor is good. The thing that the train doesn't capture is that when you're in the train, you're seeing the actual location of those trees and shit going by you. When we see these stars, we can't declare that we're seeing the actual location of these stars. It's likely an optical phenomenon where it's not the true location.
That's what I'm saying. This the effects. It's the effect up above through the mediums above. Yeah. So that has to do with what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Like on
And
that
some of
video
the
he posted, it could be the dome of perception instead of that glass.
and some of those stars don't even look like stars. They look like some kind of weird energy, and looks like they got holes in the middle. In the pictures that we have here, they look like they're not even remotely look like anything to do with stars. They look like something completely different.
I mean, they are what they are, right? But people label them and then make depictions of them that are probably not too close to reality from the observation. So they are what we see from here, and they look the way they look. But yeah, that's
And
what they don't
weird.
look what like what they claim they are, right? Like suns or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. They don't look like suns at all. There's no ways those things are suns. Not a chance. I mean, anyone can see that. Like
it's really
even a child.
obvious.
Yeah, even a child can see that. Like a child can see that. That's definitely not a. I mean, there's nothing to do with the sun. Absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's from P Brain's video. That to me, that's the best one I've seen yet. The best explanation I've seen yet is P Brain's video.
That's the girl that called me bestie.
Because he shows the sun, he shows the stars. Like
Innocent.
he did great on that.
Then you got these like really pretty nebulas and things like those things that they see. I don't know. Can you see them with the naked eye, or do you have to have a telescope for those? Right.
Yep. They're incredible looking though.
You can't see them with the naked eye, right? There's anything like that. You have to look at it. You have to have a telescope, pretty good telescope for that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or camera, yeah. It's like plasma streaked across the sky or something. Who knows what it is?
Well, you can see light. You could see the center of light that we can observe, but you also see like clouds of material, like gases and stuff. You can actually see kind of like clouds. And when you look at it in the infrared, that's when you see a lot of clouds. It kind of looks like clouds. Or when you look, let's say you look really high above at the oceans and you see like layers of colors and different densities in the oceans. Have you guys seen really high altitude photographs of the waters, the oceans, and you can see these kind of like different densities of water in some areas? I don't know if you've seen this, but you can
Yeah,
see.
the color of the temperature of the water, like it goes light and
Yeah,
yeah, I've seen that.
yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Kind of can see something similar to that above as well.
It seems like the things could be much closer than we think, right?
They're right above our heads. Someone say hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hey.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Thank you.
So someone yesterday, Flutter Dude, he mentioned some islands between the U.S. and Russia, and this is what's the name? Call what is it? Call the center. Yeah, Mead Islands, and they're like 4 kilometers, a full miles apart, but they have apparently 3 hours difference on sunrise, and they're not that far apart in the map and some imagery that someone shared in the Wikipedia. I mean, if you're 3 miles away from a spot your sunrise should be pretty similar and not that far apart, no?
It should be pretty
Yes. Oh,
similar if
no.
it's some sort of geometric hump of Earth curve that's causing it. But the Globers haven't even proven that it's necessarily obstruction that's in the way that's blocking what's beyond. To prove obstruction,
Yeah.
you need to make observation with two observers from point A to B and from point B to A. Otherwise it could just be that you have a limited, range of vision, like being in a forest with some sort of, sniper or some sort of lookout or a scout on the treetop that can see you, but you can't see them because you're too close to the ground. I mean, the fact that, you're in like a forest or some sort of area and somebody at a higher elevation can see you, but you can't see them doesn't mean that there's obstruction in the way. It's just that they have a better advantage, a better viewing. And so to prove that there's obstruction in the way, you need observers at both endpoints saying, hey, I can't see this thing's in the way. Otherwise, it may just be a limited, range of view over a flat plane just as easily. They're assuming that there's a hump in the way, but they haven't done an A to B or a B to A reversible observation to actually show that there's something in the way. It may just be a limited range of view based off of how close you are to the ground. That's all.
Interesting.
I don't want to change the subject, but have any of you ever got a letter that you're invited to this special club where you can join the rich and you can become very, like a special letter, like they give you this letter and then it's like a thing, you got to sign it and you got to send it to them. And has any of you ever been sent that letter?
No.
No, I just wondered. Because when I was young, I was also invited to the Rosicrucians. And then about a couple of years ago, I got this letter. And it was I just threw it away, but I just thought it was weird though, because it seemed like some kind of invite to some special kind of group or something. I don't know what.
You shouldn't have threw it away. Was your dad or grandpa in the Rosicrucians or Freemasons?
No, I know my dad was. I think he went to the Freemasons, but he didn't talk about it. But I told him not to do. I told him not to do that stuff. I told him to stay away from it. Well, I told him not to get involved. He said he didn't get involved with it. He just went once or twice or something. But,
Okay.
I told him.
So you
I
weren't
told
De
him not to get
Malay?
involved with it. I'm sorry.
So you weren't in De Malay?
In what? Sorry.
De Malay boys?
What's that?
It's for Freemasons' children or nephews,
I
grandchildren.
never heard of
Named
it.
after Jacques
No, I don't know what that
Desmoulins.
is. I don't know what that is. I never heard of it.
Templar hero
no.
that was killed Friday 13th and all that.
I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. But no
So
idea what that is.
Freemasons, part of networking with Freemasons is you keep people sheltered, right? So you don't let your daughter just go out and hang out with some conspiracy theorist or any of that, right? You put your daughter in what they call Job's daughters or Rainbow Girls, and you put your wife in Eastern Star, and your young boys go into what they call the De Malay boys.
It's a thing here in America. I don't know if it's a thing where this other person's from. He sounds like he's got a foreign accent, but it's a thing
Is
in
it like
America. It
Scots?
appears anyway.
But it's Scots or Scots?
It's like that, but for Freemasons kids.
Yeah, because I think the Scots, they got the symbolism of the Scots looks pretty Freemasonry. I don't know, but it looks like it.
Well, yeah,
I've
the
never been to
Scouts
Scots, but
and fraternities and colleges, all those things are kind of like a beginner's version of sorority type fraternities.
because the Scouts thing with the badges, you got to do these good things and these good deeds, and you get your badges, you go up your rank, and you get like ranks and stuff. I've never been to Scouts, but I've checked other people doing it. Like looks like that kind of thing. Yeah.
I think the Boy Scouts were kind of based in something that was Christian, but I may be wrong. Catholic or Christian, supposedly.
Oh, really? I don't know.
Freemasonry is only nominally Christian. They say at higher levels you find out that they worship state.
But
So,
but Freemasonry.
Who knows?
Freemasonry invades into all these kind of things as well, into so-called Christian groups and churches and all that stuff. They get involved. They got people inside those things as well. So
no doubt.
because they have to become a high level Freemason. You have to become a priest for a couple of years, and you actually have to be a real priest in a church. So you have to be really good. So you go through this stage. You become this really good person. Then you denounce all your goodness and become really evil, and then you become super evil. So it becomes like you flip flop. You do have all these like personas. What they do is trauma to create personas inside of you, split personalities, and then you work on a schizophrenic basis with these personas, and then you like react differently in different situations, like very MK Ultra'd, and then you go up levels, and then eventually you get lots of demons when you get to 33rd level degree Freemason, and you get more secrets and stuff.
Yep.
But you have to become a priest for a while. You have to study to be a priest and become very religious as well. You have to be like, very spiritual and go to church and stuff like that. But obviously, those churches they're more like dead churches, not very spiritual churches. They're very ritualistic churches. They're very in your head church. You know, they obviously those kind of people wouldn't survive in a church that's casting out devils and stuff, because all this they would manifest too quickly, because all the demons in them would come out and they would be exposed. You know.
Well, I think there's no doubt they infiltrate organizations, Christian organizations, any organization. And I think there's a time and a place for it. Like there's certain people who do need to do that. But I don't think every single Freemason has to become a priest. I think there's certain areas,
the high level
certain
ones,
points
the
in time where that is required.
Yeah, for the high
Certain
ranks. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. For sure. That's the whole point of a secret society, is to have that bond and that cohesiveness, regardless. You could be running an electricians union, you could be running a church, you could be running whatever. Like there's been thousands of secret societies. Dude, I have a Freemasonic Order of the Foresters brochure. Or not brochure, the pamphlet that they use from like a long ass time ago. So the people running the logging industry were Freemasons. So
they're all like thousands of different ways of getting you, but it's like they're all the same thing. They lead back to the same thing, but they've got like different tentacles. And I like heard Alex Jones talking about it the other day. I think it was yesterday or something. But he was talking about how they sent out people these letters, and you know, to prepare them for what's happening now, so they can commit themselves to this whole thing that's happening now. That, you know, a lot of people are committed to this whole thing. It's a lot of people are in on it. It's like 1 in 1,000 people apparently. Like I'm sure lots of the YouTubers listening right now, or some of them have signed in to
I
this whole
highly
thing.
doubt 1 in 1,000. I highly doubt that.
That's what I've heard. Like 1 in 1,000 is actually involved.
I highly doubt that, because like even in this, like the Sacramento lodges, Sacramento has millions, and there's a handful of people in that lodge.
Right. But I mean,
So-
and also like nurses. I heard like this one guy, he knows a lot of nurses around and he said like 27 nurses he knows they know about the fake testing, and they've just been, I shouldn't have said that right. They know about they do the fake
the fake PCR and everything, yeah.
Yeah, whatever. I can't say the word right. But,
You can't
what's
test
the
for
name?
something that don't exist. We can leave it at that.
Yeah. So they basically they faked it, and they know they did it, and they were told to do it, and they followed the instructions of what they were told to do. So, and this guy knows like tons of nurses, because he's a taxi driver, and he drives them home, and he talks to them, and you know he gets to know all the information, and so they're obviously there's a lot of people in on it. You know what I mean?
Well, there is, and it depends on the town too. Like a good example, where I'm from, Sacramento, right, where there's millions of people. So obviously the proportion is going to be way less than 1 per thousand, right? But if you go out to like Auburn or Colfax or Placerville or any of that area, it's like half the town. And like that area is very, very connected. You can't go moving into those areas and just wow out and act however. Like that town is very, very connected. You can't even just ask the wrong questions. Like I remember one time, right? Are you familiar with California or Colfax?
I've never been to California, but my sister lives there.
So I went to Colfax, right? And they have this really, really old town where you can go tour. It's not tour, but you can just go down to this old town that's been there since California was founded, basically. Sutter's Mill and all that. And I always mix up Sutter's Fort and Sutter's Mill, but Sutter was obviously a Freemason, came from the Switzerland Lodge. But anyway, I went down there. It was a Saturday. I went with one of my ex-girlfriends, and we went into the blacksmith shop. And this is an old blacksmith shop where you basically got people that aren't even doing it for a business. They're just doing it for sentimental reasons, you know? And I remember I asked them, all I did was ask about religion, because allegedly all there was Christians and Mormons, right? And so I said, is there any other religions that were part of the founding of this town? And his buddy closed the big ass door behind my girlfriend, closed the other big ass door. There was two big doors, one on the side, one in the front. He's like, no, he said, we get together and we do rituals and we cut out the entrails of goats. And it scared the shit out of it didn't scare me at all, because I was like, this dude's just trolling me. This is a real life troll, you know what I mean? But it scared the shit out of her, dude. Like, it shook her, because just the whole energy changed when I asked about religion. So these little towns, even though he was trolling, these little towns, you can't say the wrong thing and you can't do the wrong thing, because it's very, very connected. And I would say the proportion is very high in the smaller towns compared to the cities, for obvious reasons, mathematically.
I know the Mormons are pretty influential. They actually give the most. They help a lot of people, and they get money from the government to help people. And they're actually they control a lot of power. They're very control a lot of things, especially up north, in USA.
Yeah.
And they're very big, super big.
You don't even have to talk about one state. I mean, a Mormon almost became president of the United States via Mitt Romney.
Well, the Mormons are nothing more than a covert Freemasonic cult, because once the Captain Morgan thing happened, where they cut him ear for ear for revealing what they were doing, his widow actually married Joseph Smith only 4 years later. And Joseph Smith was tasked with creating a covert, because a whole backlash happened where they actually created an anti-Freemasonic party.
Right.
So it became public, and they had to control that somehow. So and I have a whole thing of notes on it and quotes directly from him becoming Master Mason in one day, and how he named the Nauvoo Lodge when he renamed that town Nauvoo. And he had like 200, or it was like 250 of these prominent Freemasons all came to this big banquet, and all the shit went down. Like, that was a Freemasonic cult, no doubt.
Yeah, and funny enough, Joseph was actually, he started off as a Christian, and he was actually a spirit-filled Christian, and he totally became like a Satanist. I don't know what he did.
I wouldn't say started. He may have pretended to be that at one point, but he comes from a cult background with him and his dad. Even as a boy, him and his dad would go out and they would look for this buried treasure, right? And he would do it he got this seer stone, where he would take this seer stone and put it into his hat and put his face into the hat, and it would show him disembodied spirits near these buried treasures. And
no doubt. I probably got the fake history.
Worship, all kinds of shit.
I probably got the fake history version. That's why there's also they always got the fake history and then the real history. So you probably got the real deal. I got the fake history. Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
When you said buried treasures, when you say buried treasures, do you know when they say Freemasons, right? We know events that have, I guess I could just say the flood and all the stuff that is buried.
there's a lot of work that has to be done to bury things under the under the floor. So even though we can see a lot of this has been uncovered, there's a lot of stuff under the ground that probably hasn't been unburied. But you said that they will. Someone was saying about buried treasures.
I was
What
talking
what does
about
that
Joseph
actually mean?
Smith as a boy would go. His dad was a treasure hunter, right? Like just as a hobby, and his dad was into occult stuff as well. And he was into Jupiter worship and all kinds of shit. And since a boy, he would go around with this seer stone that he found. He would put the stone into his hat, put his face into the hat, and it would guide him. And there's a whole dude. Joseph Smith was a complete. That might trigger people. There's some people with Mormon family or something, but he was a complete joke, dude. Like there was a antiquities dealer that came through town with a few mummies from Egypt and like some different scrolls and shit from Egypt. That's where he made up all this crap about Abraham and all this other shit. He pretended, and this is before the Rosetta Stone. He pretended that he was the one true person with his seer stone and shit that could translate these Egyptian scrolls. And anybody that's gone back and gone through that, his translation is complete and utter bullshit. Like,
Interesting.
he had no idea what he was talking about, and was just making shit up about what these Egyptian scrolls
Yeah,
said.
that's true. He just made
So
stuff
where
up.
did he find? He was the one that found these scrolls.
No, there was an Egyptian dealer coming through town. Like back in the day, there used to be people that would just come through town with some antiquities and shit and try to sell it.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm already selling this lie to my people about all this ancient Hebrew shit." And it's just a mess, man.
Well, basically, all the cults were originated from Satanism, and they were called white witches, and they were designed to infiltrate into Christianity and to create deceptions for people who wanted to be like good people, but they didn't want to, become Christians. So they used that to try and get people into like being good, because obviously the devil's good at being good as well. He can pretend to be good, he can do lots of good things. Like you'll see the movie stars, they give a lot of money to poor people, starving people. They do all kinds of good deeds as well, like the Masons as well. They do lots of good things. So the devil also does good, just to draw people in. That's that's their drawing card.
Yeah, no doubt. You can't just be you can't reel people in by being just some reckless maniac right out of the gate, just doing whatever. It's obviously at least the bare minimum of the illusion of doing good and being the one. I brought up some of my notes. It was Michael Chandler. Michael H. Chandler is who came through town selling ancient Egyptian artifacts, and including 4 mummies. And so him and his followers like, ooh, he's already telling us this stuff about ancient Egypt and ancient Hebrews and da da da. And he basically made his followers believe that God sent those for him to translate, and that it was written by Abraham and Joseph themselves. And the dude was charging $2,400, and so Joseph got his followers to ante up the money and shit.
Is there video or an actual, I don't know, photographs of the whole scrolls to look at? Any
That's a
documents
good
about
question.
them?
I've seen some pictures, but
I've seen some good pictures of them as well. Some really good pictures. I don't know where the guy got them from, but I was at I was on a Zoom meeting and the guy was talking about different stuff, and he showed some really good pictures. But it looks really pathetic. It's like you couldn't get all that information that he was talking about from those little scrolls. It was just unbelievable. Actually, it was a total lie.
complete bullshit is what it was.
Yeah. It was just
Well,
like a little bit of stuff. There wasn't hardly anything, and he made a whole religion out of it, like with UFOs and angels and things and all kinds of stuff. He made a whole Book of Mormon just out of like one little scroll. It doesn't even make sense. But yeah, anyway.
Yeah, what interested me was when he moved to Commerce, Illinois, where he named Nauvoo, which was Hebrew for beautiful. And that there goes a tiny bit of insight right there of where the origins of that cult's coming from. But it's like, do Chinese cults talk about name something Hebrew for beautiful? But no. But what I found interesting is that he got a military of like 3,000 dudes. Once he moved there and renamed it Nauvoo and started building all those people, the U.S. military total was 9,000. And he had a military of 3,000. So that's pretty substantial. Like a third of what the U.S. military was. They were trying to make him president back then. They had a whole movement to make him president. And if you read his journals, he talks about the Freemason thing and all that. But yeah, Pearl of Great Price, that's what it was called. The Book of Abraham and Pearl of Great Price. And it says that multiple gods created the earth and all that.
It's very globe orientated, like it's about these planets and space, and so it's got the globe model big time in the whole religion. The whole Mormon religion is based on globe religion.
Yep. And let me see, it was March 15th, 1842 when he joined the Freemason Lodge, and within one day he rose to Master Mason. And then he introduced the temple, like a month or two later, the temple endowment ceremony, which was a direct offshoot of Freemasonry, as the LDS historians put it. And of course, their architecture, like someone posted a minute ago, their architecture and all that. I'm trying to find the part with the committee. A special Masonic committee. Oh yeah, they came to inspect the records and all that, and had a big banquet. 550 Masons from all over the world. Had a big dinner in the dinner hall, the Masonic Hall. And of course, the Masonic Hall was renamed Nauvoo Lodge. Like, oh, and so these guys had nothing to do with Freemasonry. They renamed the town, the Hebrew name for beautiful, Nauvoo, and then the lodge also was renamed Nauvoo. But yet, Joseph Smith had nothing to do with Freemasonry. Like, come on, give me a break.
I just find when you're talking to the because I talk to them sometimes, the Mormons, preach to them and stuff. They're very hard to talk to. They're in like a brainwashing mode. You can't get through to talk to them like in a normal way. They got all set answers for everything that you say. They got like a set answer. They're completely mind controlled. They're completely like I talk to a lot of these young people on the bicycles, that drive past you. Then I'll like preach them and stuff. And man, they're so indoctrinated. It's like weird. You can't even. It's hours, and they just use these scriptures all in the wrong way, and they just twist everything around. It's like it's hard to speak to them, man. Yeah, very hard.
Every few years, I'll say, you know what? I'll dig my heels in and go toe to toe with them for a couple hours. Like every few years. Like, I'm in the mood.
I learned a lot about what I actually believe, about Christianity by actually talking to them, because you listen to them and they try and trick you on all these things, and you have to go look it up, and then you see, oh wow, they were trying to trick me on that and that and that. So you actually see what you believe, and then it's pretty good, because I learned a lot by talking to those kind of people.
Oh yeah, they had the whole. He created the whole political kingdom of God, the Council of 50, the flag of the kingdom, coronation of the king, which are direct Masonic things that he took from Freemasonry. They had the aprons, the robes, the councils of the sisters. He would talk about ancient orders, examinations, degrees, candidates, secrets, lodges, rules, signs, tokens, order of the priesthood. All Freemasonic.
Yeah, my best friend actually was he was a what's his name, a Mormon, and he took me to his church once as well when I was young. But all I remember is like something about UFOs, and I was like, I'm not into UFOs really. It's boring. Aliens and UFOs. I didn't like it much.
Yeah, it's kind of corny.
I just remember reading about UFOs and aliens, and I thought this is really too boring for me. I couldn't read all this stuff.
Yeah, his son ended up getting knighted and was a Scottish Rite, also a York Rite, also a Shriner, all that. It's like, what are the odds that Joseph Smith married the widow of Captain Morgan, the dude who was murdered for releasing the Freemasonic secrets?
Oh wow! Yeah.
Have you heard of Captain Morgan?
No, just only the one on the alcohol bottle.
Yeah, because the real one, he released his book. I've got it somewhere on my bookshelf in the 1800s or whenever it was, on the secrets of Freemasonry and their rituals and stuff. So they cut them ear to ear publicly, and that's when they learned that it was counterproductive for a cult to publicly murder someone that tells their secrets. Then they found ways to do things covertly and shit after that.
Yeah, there was a Christian guy who actually became a full-on Christian afterwards. He was the head one of the head Freemasons or Satanists or something, and he exposed a lot of stuff. He talked about the whole time, like nonstop. He gave all the details out, but he became a full-on, tongue speaking, devil casting out, praying, one of those full-on Christians. So he was pretty radical. He exposed a lot of stuff though.
Yeah, something a cult that's allowed to progress as much as they have is ordained. Because if not, you get surrounded and burned up like the Branch Davidians. Like they know that the source of power, cults don't like competition. When you have a cult running America and running different countries, they know what competition looks like. So when someone is trying to create their own little cult and they're off grid, making their own little housing, their own energy and resources, they're like, the hell with that, dude. They don't like competition. So when this Mormon cult was allowed to flourish the way they have, without being surrounded and burned up, they are ordained, no doubt. Just think about it. They're too successful. They have methods where they keep like a year's worth of food in case something happens in their house at all times. They're very fruitful and multiply, have lots of children. They have the recipe for success in expanding their population, right? So they're not going to allow that with somebody that they don't want to allow that with. What they did to Malachi York. That black dude who tried to go do that shit in Georgia, he created his own cult and they shut his ass down, put him in prison.
Well, I'm not like against Mormons or anything. Like I don't hate Mormons, or I'm not like. I mean, there's a lot of good Mormon people around. That they don't know what's going on really. They're just like tricked by the whole thing. But they're just normal people really. They just kind of. I mean, they're not really. They're just kind of clueless. They're just like the person next door. They don't really know what's going on. So, I mean, I don't hate Mormons or despise them or like think of them
Me
as lesser
either. They're
people.
great. A lot of them are great. Like
Oh yeah, they're very
they
nice. They're
grow
very moral.
fresh,
Yeah.
organic food and shit.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean? Like they got it going
Yeah.
on. Like there's a lot of good people for sure.
But it's a whole scam though, the whole thing, because it's higher up levels they live off the lower levels, yeah, like the same with the Freemasons.
Yep. Low level Masons don't know anything. They're just
Oh no, they're just completely, and they do stupid stuff. They don't even know what they're doing. They're very kind. Often they help with charities and feed poor people and do all kinds of good things. But
you have
they
to do
don't
that.
know what they
Otherwise,
don't really
people
know
will go with pitchforks and take them out.
yeah.
You have to have that going on.
Oh yeah.
Can't just be all crazy.
No, that won't work.
You have to have the persona of just being some good old boys who are just networking and doing charity, and
Exactly. It's a good front.
it is. It's effective. They've been very successful with it, and part of the fundamental basis of it is rebuilding Solomon's temple, allegorically and physically. So, if you're some British guy, like, what is it to you to rebuild Solomon's temple? And you're
Are you
British.
talking about the temple that they're building underneath the Muslim Dome of the Rock right now? It's actually there's a temple underneath there, and they've actually been building it since for the last 20 years. It's built in tunnels underneath the Dome of the Rock.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's
I
what
know
I
about
mean.
that.
Like, if
I was
you
in Jerusalem. I know about that. Yeah, because I
you
used to
came
know some of
out
the
and
people
was
that.
like, here's my Freemason lodge. It's only for the people who are going to rebuild Solomon's temple. Nobody's going to join that shit, and they're going to come surround you with pitchforks. But if you create an illusion that it's for British people, for these people, and whoever else, and eventually they had the boule and everything else.
Yes, I saw it. I saw some people doing that in Jerusalem. It was top secret, but I found out about it because I was living there quite a while.
You were living in Jerusalem?
I lived there for 9 months. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
interesting.
This one guy gave us his house, this double-story house. It was really cool, and we stayed in we stayed in the old city right next to the temple. Like we used to go to the temple every day just to go check out all the people there, and I used to go take my friends' children for pram rides. On the steps. I used to run around and do pram rides real fast. Like they used to love it. They used to just love getting pushed around. And we used to go chase cats because there's lots of cats in the old city. And then you you see the temple there and everything. And then I stayed in the Muslim part as well. The Muslims are pretty cool there. They're so friendly. Like they invite you to their house. You sit on the floor. You eat lunch with them, and they just talk for hours. You just sit around the lunch, and you all eat eat out of the same like bowl. Like it's weird. They eat out of the same on the floor. You just sit in the same place, and you all eat out of the same plate. It's quite weird. And then they're very friendly and very very nice people. I mean, people there are
Most
like
Muslims
pretty.
are. Just like the Mormons, they get it. They want to build family,
Very nice people. I mean, very friendly.
And they have big families.
Exactly.
Actually, I'll be honest with you, the Muslims are even friendlier than the Jews, but the Jews are friendly too. But the Muslims are even more hospitable. They even invite you more. You know what I mean? Of course, there's some really
You
good
lived in
Christians there
both.
as well.
You lived in both areas of town, the Jewish area and also
Yeah,
the Muslim area.
we went all over. We moved in. We moved amongst the Jews, and we talked to them. We talked to Christians. We talked to Muslims. Everyone. We were talking to all kinds of people. We're just like, you know, obviously we were there to preach the gospel, but to preach like the gospel of the full gospel. You know what I mean?
How did they take that? Like when in the
Well,
Jewish side of town when you were
you
preaching
can't
the
you can't
gospel?
really go in the Jews. Once I was preaching, they said shut up or we're going to come and kill you.
Okay,
And
that answers that question.
yeah, the Jews, and they put 10 tarantulas in the friend who gave us a house to stay in for like 6 months. We were staying in this amazing house. He gave us a free house to stay in. He said, stay in this house, just have it. He was a Christian guy, Brother David, his name. He was preaching there all the time because he just converted like 30 people from Judaism to Christianity, and they put spiders, tarantulas in his house, like tons of them. And we
Wow.
woke up in the morning, all these spiders all over his house, but not one of them bit him. It was like
And who did that?
somehow
Who put the tarantulas in there? How do you know who
the
it
Jews,
was?
because they were mad with him because he was converting the Jews to Christianity.
But was
Because he
it
does
like
that.
any type of officials? Was it just some random like renegade
Well,
type folks? Like,
you got 250 sects of Judaism there, and then you got this one sect that they wear the black and the hats, and they control everyone. But those guys used to love me because I used to sing on the streets. I used to sing "Waiting for Mashiach," and then they used to they used to really love it, and they used to dance around me, and I used to sing Jewish songs like Mashiach and Haveni Shalom Aleichem and all that stuff, and then they used to say, "You're way
what does
more
that
Jewish
mean?
than a lot of these Jews here." And they used to call me like a Jew. They basically said, "You're Jewish. Why don't you come and join us? Why don't you come part of?" And then there's the other sects of Judaism. They're not so strict, but there's 250 of them, and they all follow different teachings of different rabbis, right? So they have their own like rabbis that teach them, or the different teachers through the years, different stuff. But these radical ones, if the teacher does something wrong, they'll go and, like, this one teacher was committing adultery, and they said that person's going to die. We're going to go and kill them tomorrow because they committed adultery in the school. So they're like
And what
hardcore.
branch was that? What branch was those
They're the
extremists?
hardcore branch. They're the full on guys who you don't mess with them. Like if you say the wrong thing in front of them, you're in trouble, man. They come
Which
after
branch?
you. I can't remember. I didn't know the names and stuff because I wasn't like, I was just like I was just there on more a low key. I wasn't, but you had to be like really careful what you said. Obviously, you couldn't like. But I used to preach to people. Obviously, still preach, but you just got to be careful because. And the one, and then the Muslims, they're cool, but I think they got a lot of oppression there as well. Their leaders were giving them a hard time. I could see like sometimes people would come with iron rods and like beat people up and stuff in the middle of the night, and you'd see like people they put bags over people and they start beating them and stuff, and they're doing weird stuff there. I don't know the leaders there. They kind of oppress the people. I don't know what they're doing there. It's weird stuff. And then you got the Christians there. They're all kinds of weird Christians, but different denominations. They're hundreds of different kinds of beliefs. We were like just very much full out follow Jesus and the Bible and the cross, but we weren't really we were a non-name church. We didn't have a name. I haven't been in a named church for a long time. Like I was like in an unnamed brand church. We just believe the Bible, you know what I mean, and that kind of thing. So we used to have teachings there and stuff, but we used to have Muslims coming to our teachings and Jews. They'd be like together. So you'd have Jews and Muslims coming to teachings, Bible teachings. It's quite rad.
That song that you would sing, you said a couple songs, Moshiach something, and then
Mashiach.
the other
They
one.
put me on
What are the
TV the one
lyrics of
night.
that song in English?
I just made up a song. I said, waiting for Mashiach, Mashiach, Mashiach. And I'd dance. I'd be dancing on the street. And I'm dancing in Jerusalem, waiting for Mashiach. And I just make up my own words and make my own songs. And then I used to sing Havenu Shalom Alachem. We've come to bring you his peace, that song. And then like about 20 girls would like Jewish girls would like young girls would dance around me. And I was like, at that time I was like about 20 years old. So I was about that age, and there's like 20 girls dancing around you, and they were like throwing you phone numbers and stuff. I didn't phone them or anything, but I was like, I was like, wow, this is quite wild. They really like the Jewish songs. If you sing Jewish songs, they go crazy. Like they just love it. Yeah.
Interesting. It's very interesting, man.
But they're very friendly people. The Jewish people are really friendly, and the Muslim people are very friendly. The Jewish people are really. A lot of them are from America as well. A lot of them were Americans that came there for pilgrimage, and they were very cool. The American ones were very friendly too, and they would like come talk to you always and like chat with you and like that'd be super cool. American Jews are really cool, and I mean there are ones there too, but they're kind of different cultures. There was Russian Jews, like the Russian Jews, they would say, "Come, you must drink," and then he takes me to the restaurant and he just puts drink in front of me, vodkas and stuff. Drink, and he gives me another one. He says, "Come on, you must drink more." And then he makes me drink like 3 shots. I was like, okay, that's enough. I'm good now. I was like, he just wants you to drink. Russian Jew. He's so funny. But you meet Jews
I
from
can
all
see
over the
that.
world, and it's so funny, man. But they're super friendly, and there's a lot of people from all over the world that come there. Awesome people there. I really like the Jewish people there. They're really cool people. They're really. I'm not talking about like these bad, evil people that control the world, and I'm just talking about the normal, just the normal people.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Just like America, we have some wicked people running our country, but there's a lot of good Americans.
Oh yeah, no, there's really good people, like really moral people, very decent people. Yeah, very good people, man. America, yeah.
Like even in the times of Jesus, you had a certain group of Pharisees and whatnot that were manipulating the Jewish people by creating a coin, a half shekel, that didn't have. It was the only coin that didn't have a pagan emperor on it, so they were allowed to manipulate what we now call Jewish, but wasn't. There's no such thing as Jewish back then, but what we now call Jewish people, manipulate them and create inflation and deflation because it was the only coin they could use that didn't have a pagan emperor. So they were using and abusing their own people. And
Yeah, yeah.
there's always people doing that in every culture, pretty much using abusing their own people. That's interesting, though, that you lived there. And where are you from originally?
South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, Cape Town.
Oh, wow. And where's Cape? That's pretty south, right? Cape Town?
That's
Or is
right.
that?
Yeah, right down bottom. Yeah, yeah. Right. Like, yeah, right down the bottom.
So when you had sunrise and sunset, how many? Because do you know the difference between daylight and sunlight?
What do you mean?
Like twilight and other things, you can have daylight, but you don't see the actual physical sun. There's no sun rays beaming on you. And then
Yeah,
there's
sometimes.
sunlight, which is the literal sun. Do you recall how many hours of sunlight there is in Cape Town? Like in your summer?
Um, I think in summer it was like about 8 o'clock. The sun. We didn't have time changes, so it was 8 o'clock, and then I think it was like in summer. Yeah, it was quite early, like about 6 o'clock it gets light, and then 8 o'clock it gets dark.
So that's daylight though, right? Like 6 o'clock, it starts to get daylight, and then 8 p.m. it's the daylight ends and it's
Yeah,
night.
so it's about 14. I think it's about 5 o'clock, even 5:30. I think in midsummer it was about 5:30. Yeah, it's
And then
light.
it
It
was
starts.
even shorter span of time that you saw the actual sun, right?
Yeah, so yeah, because it's behind mount. We got mountains there, so it takes a while to
Was
come up
that in
behind the
like
mountain.
December?
Yeah, yeah, that's we have summer in December. Yeah, that's right.
So 8 to
Yeah.
6, that's
Well, it's actually probably a little bit earlier than 6. I think. Yeah, probably you could probably look that up on Google. Yeah.
yeah, but that's why I'm asking you because on if we look at Google, it's gonna say that you get like 15 or 16 hours of sunlight in December.
Yeah, it's 5:30. That's what I said. Yeah, 5:30. Yep, 5:30.
Because if
Yeah,
8 to
Anybody
6,
live
that would
in
be what,
Florida?
10 hours of daylight?
and then sundown is about yeah 7:57, 8 o'clock. There we go. Yeah, I was right. 5:30
Oh,
to 8 to 8
sundown.
o'clock.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, 5:30 to 8 o'clock exactly.
So that's
Because I
about
remember.
14 hours of daylight.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
And then less than 14 hours of sunlight.
The longest day is actually yeah, is
Tomorrow.
3 minutes to 8. Yep, yep.
So I'm always wondering and questioning like timeanddate.com and Google and all that where it shows sunlight time and daylight time spans
Yeah,
for
it's 14
different
hours and
times.
28 minutes. 14 hours and 28 minutes. Yep.
And then the
Yep.
idea, what they're saying is if you go more south you go, the more that will increase.
All right. Yeah.
I'm just always curious about that stuff because in the circular map, it there's ways of wrapping the daylight around. I'm not so sure about the sunlight though. Because if the sun passes you by 14 hours, 16 hours, 17 hours is a long time for the sun to be in one spot.
So the shortest day is like 4 hours and 32 minutes. Shorter than that.
Wow. And what parts of the world do you stay now?
I'm in the US now.
Okay. On the East Coast?
Yeah, East Coast.
Okay. I used to live on the East Coast when I was a kid in Florida.
So where do you stay now?
California, Northern California.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cool there. My sister lives there, so but it's not so nice. The people there, the government there. Oh man, they're annoying.
Yeah, the government's bad for sure. It's a
There's some
mess.
annoying people, man.
It's like New York.
That's some real annoying people.
I was close to getting my baby mom to move to another state a couple years ago, but that didn't pan out. Because I already knew I wanted to be out of it. Because they banned any kind of exemptions for the stabbies for children that are school age.
Oh yeah, that's bad.
So I was like, we got to get out of this state before she's school age because there's no way in hell that's happening.
Oh yeah, that's rough. But that's like I mean, they make trouble with everywhere for with those things. Doesn't matter where you live, they're always making trouble. You know, with the basic ones.
But they can't. They can push and push on it, but because I know people say, "Oh, it's pointless to go to another state because the same thing's going to find you there." But at the same time, it's another thing to chase the beast. It's another thing to back it into a corner and stamp it out. But there's certain people that will never take that stuff. Like they just won't.
Yeah, it's California's got some bad things. But it's funny. California is the only place you can get an exemption for religion though, on a cruise, which is funny. Yeah, if you go cruising, it's the only state that gives you the exemption for without a jab for religious reasons. So only one.
But for school children, you can't.
Do it for religion.
Did you happen to catch any of the convo where he's talking about living in Israel and stuff?
Israel? Yeah, I was listening to the past 20 minutes.
That was interesting.
Yeah, Israel is pretty cool. It's a very cool place. It's got like an energy to it. Like you just go there. It's like feels, and then when you walk on the Mount of Olives, like you realize this is the place that Jesus is going to come back on. It's like just walking on that mountain, and it says he's going to come back on that mountain, and you're just looking at it. It's like awesome, man. It's like gives you like chills down your spine when you're there, and you realize this is the place that he walked. It's like this is the same places he went to. The Garden of Gethsemane. You go there to the actual Garden of Gethsemane. You see the actual places. It's like actual streets.
Isn't the LGBT capital of the world there now?
What?
In Tel Aviv.
Tel Aviv. I don't know, but I know they make trance music and they do a lot of drugs in Tel Aviv, right?
I've heard that. I didn't hear about that other thing though.
I think Tel Aviv is the new Sodom, I think.
What's Jesus going to do about that one?
No.
I don't think like he's like anxiously worrying and having a panic attack or
Oh, I'm sure not. I'm sure not. I'm sure about that.
I don't think God's having a heart attack or stressing out or worrying about anything.
No, I know. God couldn't be bothered with our problems. No.
No, I don't believe that he's not bothered, but I don't believe that he's
kidding.
He's getting down. I mean, he is concerned with us, but he's concerned in another way, in a totally different direction.
Couldn't be less interested in his creation.
He's very interested. He's totally interested. But he's interested in a different way. He's interested in
He's like blowing on his nails, kind of just trying to figure out Do I wipe it all out? Do I try again? What's going on?
No.
Doesn't he come back with a sword? That would be interesting in a different way.
He comes back with a beer belly, and he's just like, "I'm sorry, guys. I'll try again. I'll try better next year."
No, that's not.
I think at this point,
I'm sorry.
At this point, he will have to come down with a sword and show everyone who's Lord, and what he will. I don't know if like if he's gonna be the Lord of this world, he's gonna go everywhere, not just one spot, and everyone will see.
God doesn't change. He's not some distant, like God chasing aliens in the fifth dimension and finding looking for aliens, and that's what the Globers believe. They believe he's some kind of faraway, distant God chasing aliens. But no, he's involved in everyone's life. But he's also, he doesn't force himself on people. Like I'm pretty forceful, but Jesus is like a lot less forceful than me, because I'm kind of like a pushy, like I try and I want to get things done, but he's not like pushy. He's like gentle, he's like he respects your will. He respects you.
Yeah, no,
God
I'm
respects
sick. I'm sick of your "I'll get a full report on my desk by Monday" attitude, sir, Mister. And I'm sick of you pushing me around.
Yeah.
You're no
so
nonsense.
exactly.
I
Yeah,
want my
so-
Jesus not to be no nonsense. I mean, maybe
like
no
a-
nonsense, but in a subtle way.
I'm like a no nonsense kind of guy, but that's wrong because I'm like too pushy. So I'm trying to be more like Jesus, but Jesus is like relaxed, he's cool, and he's like he relates to people, you know what I mean? He's like real, you know what I mean? So he's like the real kind of guy. He's like the real deal.
Don't you change that money around though. Shit, he'll beat that ass.
Yeah, well that's like the people that are trying to pretend that they follow him, that they love him, and then they're just like using him as a manipulating him. They're basically abusing and using God, because they're saying, oh, we love God, but we actually just making money out of God, and we're just abusing him. So that's kind of like on the bad list, doing that, because that's like pretending that you're friends with someone and then you're actually just using them to get something out of them. It's kind of
Well, that's
kind of low.
evil, right? That's just pure evil.
Pretty low. I mean, even in terms of like friendship, that's pretty low. If a friend comes around and he's just using you
Well, that's
to get
not a
something out of
friend.
you. Yeah, exactly.
That's
What he was. Yeah, that's his point.
decapitatable demon. It's a decapitatable
Yeah, exactly.
demon.
Like user-friendly people. Exactly. That just want to use you and abuse you, throw you away. That's what they were doing to him. So he gave them like his peace of mind, because he wasn't into this fakeness that they were giving, because they were trying to pretend to be close to God, to the Trinity. They were trying to pretend that they were actually like religious, and he just gave them hey, you're talking junk, guys. You bunch of liars. He exposed them.
It's at the very least a bannable offense. You feel me?
Yeah, he had to expose them, because he had to, otherwise he wouldn't be the truth. I mean, that's what he
Cracking the
is.
whip. It's great.
Yeah, he had to. Yeah.
So when Jesus is coming down, is he coming down like in the physical, not just in the mind, right? Like it's not just a thing that we put in the mind, because we do have our mind, but then it's the actual thing in the physical.
Yeah, he's coming physical as well. I mean, absolutely. I mean, he's going to be touching the earth, but he's also he comes into your life now. You can experience him in a real way, experientially, but a lot of people don't realize that. And some people, there's different levels of experiencing God, and you can experience him really, really, really deeply. That's what I'm into, like experiences and stuff, like of God. Like really,
Empiricism.
Like,
I like it.
I'm an existentialist. I want to experience like things. I want to. I'm a
you
hedonist.
From in the actual thing, like from like a father perspective, the in this world as a man or a mother.
More than that as well.
Bro, you gotta let him finish.
Yeah.
It translates into all of those things, right? The fundamentals, and family and being a father is included, right?
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is also like experiencing, like as like you experience things on this earth, like experiencing God like in a real way, like tangible, like a tangible presence of God, like where you're so filled with God that you get ecstatic, that something happens to you, that something changes in the atmosphere and the behavior of your spirit. You actually connect with God, and you experience the glory of God. Like when in Solomon's temple, when they all fell down, they couldn't stand anymore, because the presence of God was so thick, like a cloud. Like there's actually a tangible presence of God, like where you actually, it's like in the air. It's like thick honey, like thick, like it's like eating custard.
It's palpable. The word is
It's like
palpable.
it's like you eating a cake. Like you just, it's like tangible presence. Yeah.
You could cut like butter through knife. Wait, no, that's not. It is.
Well, it's just like experiencing God. Like you just, it's like better than anything, like any drug that you've experienced. It's like 1,000,000,000 times better than all the drugs that you ever taken in your whole
Is
life.
that right? Have you done every
Yep.
drug?
No, but that's what I've heard
Okay.
from people who have.
Well,
From other people who did the drugs and then they came to this
but
afterwards.
did they do every drug?
Yeah, they were full out bad. Yeah, and then they got experienced God, and they said it's way
That's
better.
called a
And you don't
spiritual
get
awakening.
So you said about it feels like honey. You mean that when you eat honey, you're experiencing God? That's part of it.
I mean, it's the only food that doesn't biodegrade. So.
But honey is really cool. It's good for you, especially
Yeah,
when
you
it's
know what's
honey.
creepy
But
about it though? Honey is made by hexagons. Oof, that's a weird one. It sucks.
Yeah, you say it's healthy, but it's vomit. I'm kind of glad I'm not a bee and having to live off of vomit.
It's just like really. It's the. What is the
bees
term?
are
It's the
friends.
best throw up.
Yeah,
It's the
well,
best throw up you could ever
what happens is the
store for
bee's
millions of years.
stomach will filter out the water from the nectar, right? And
Good.
there's in that process, it's almost like a fermentation, right? To where it actually creates hydrogen peroxide as a form of cleanliness to keep
There we go. Hydrogen peroxide. That's good for you.
what the fuck is it?
In
Like
small amounts.
mushrooms or anything from growing on it, like fungus and stuff. Yeah, it's what gives it the microbiotic properties or antibiotic properties.
And Manuka honey. Oh wow, now we're talking. That's really good. Really expensive though.
Yeah.
Josh,
Yeah.
you wanted to ask something more about the honey? That's amazing. I didn't think about the hydrogen peroxide side.
Yeah, like if you have a cut, I know like down in South America where they harvest a lot of bananas, they'll take like the stump of the banana and they won't pull the stump out of the banana shrub because it's not really a tree. It's like a palm. It's really a plant. And they'll cut the base of it so it oozes this latex. That latex too is like an antiseptic. It'll like help clean your wounds of cuts, especially when you mix it with honey. It's like
And
Neosporin.
it will mix it kinda too.
Yeah.
It will seal it. It will kind of seal it too.
Yeah.
And
In fact,
it will
Yeah, man.
and
If
it
you
will
get a big
degrade
cut in
by
the jungle,
itself.
just put some fucking grass on it. You'll be good. Fuck it.
yeah, even if the honey crystallizes, you can still melt it, and it's still good and edible.
Grass, shrubs, anything that's around.
In fact, the interesting thing about that is, like all over North America, where it's cold, not warm enough to grow bananas, we have plantains and the grass. Right? It's this little plant. Once you can identify it and you know what you're doing, then you can use that to chew on the leaf and mix it with a little bit of honey in your saliva with a poultice, and it gets rid of any infections. Old Native American recipe.
It also helps if you have a dog lick the wound. I feel
yeah,
like.
but then it would lick off all the honey.
Wait. Oh yeah. If you put honey in a wound, it'll develop platelets twice as quickly, and it'll be delicious for the insects that.
In fact, we have some bandages because my grandfather had real thin skin before he passed away because of all the poisons that the doctors had him on. They didn't know it anyway. So we got some. It was like a oil-based patch type thing, and it was covered in Manuka honey on the bottom, and that was the sticky part of it.
Yeah.
And it was like, he could wear it for like 4 days until like the adhesiveness of it wouldn't last anymore, then it would fall off. And it would heal his skin,
Hang on.
Better than new skin.
That doesn't sound like a doctor prescribed that, did it? Did
No,
he or she?
I did it. I go, here, this is Manuka honey patches. Let's use this. Let's try this. I heard some good stuff about it.
Yeah. Well, this is not medical advice, but that was a good idea.
You could also with electricity, and someone was talking earlier about focusing the sunlight, and
Yeah.
you could do ionized water, right, and spray it in the wound too, and that helps a lot.
Yeah.
It's
Ionized water. Yeah, you could do it.
In fact, if you want some good, sound medical advice, don't go to a doctor that cannot tie his own fucking shoe, guys. Make sure he can at least
Yeah,
tie his
Velcro shoes. Don't go to him.
What about that one that weighs like 300 pounds over you?
Dude,
Then he's not a
I've met
health
so
expert,
many of
is
those
he?
fucking doctors
He's
too,
not a
man.
health expert,
Ridiculous.
I'm so sick and tired of these dietitians that are overweight and diabetic sitting there telling children what they should and should not eat as the school
I will say the younger
diet,
generation of doctors and nurses coming up are far more healthy, far more fit.
Right.
Yeah,
and it's about time it's changing
I
of the
have to
guard.
agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm grateful that the senior center out here, the dietitian is an old retired captain. She wasn't in the Navy; she was in the Merchant Marines, right? But she was a captain of a ship, and
No
she's
fucking clue what
healthy.
that shit is.
Her and her husband, Merchant Marines, like people that move
Sound like
products
pirates.
from like Asia to the United States, so we can
They
unload
move
it off the ship.
audits?
Shipments, products.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. I'm
Yeah,
like,
the stuff
audit.
that
They
you got,
move
the stuff
paperwork.
that wait, you said shipments?
Yeah,
Audits.
like the Merchant Marines are those that are crewing those vessels.
So glad flow. That stuff that you go to the store and you buy and you pay for it very conveniently.
You're
Like
going to
when
a
you go to
merchant to do that. I
Target
understand.
and you go there and you buy
I
your stuff very
understand.
conveniently. These
Yep.
guys
That's
have to
usually
give
the
you.
99-cent store in
Totally. I
Walmart.
totally get it. Thanks. Really appreciate that.
All right, good. Glad that you
Thanks.
get it.
Yep. Love you so much for that. That's great. Continue, Josh.
Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh,
I know.
okay. Well, in that case, let's put it this way.
Put it anyway. Just don't let Jemsy talk. I
You
don't fucking care.
can shut down one of those ICE departments. You can do it by simply answering the question with a proposition. Are you a U.S. citizen? Do you know what U.S. citizen entails?
Josh, why are you yelling at me?
An employee of a corporation, no?
Employee of said corporation. You are a citizen. I am not. I'm a natural native person of this land. You are just a corporate puppet. Go ahead. Check me
Are you
on this.
talking about getting pulled over or something?
Border Patrol check. I go, if you want me to, I'll pull
Oh.
over to checkpoint B while you do all this shit and I'll school you.
Got it. Yeah, let's go have a chat about your
I don't
job.
want any
criminal.
problems, right? And I told my mom, I go, this right here, listen to this. This is how you talk shit to these people and watch. They will disappear. They will shut this station down. Watch this.
Yeah, I saw a guy who, I don't know if it's fake or not, but he took his camera to like a cop shop and was yelling at detectives in the parking lot about a bunch of stuff, cursing at them, calling them names, and then said, you can't do anything because of this, that, and the other. And the guy got so frustrated, but like you could tell he wanted to just kill him, and he apparently couldn't do anything and just walked right back in. The guy's like, yeah, go back inside and make your money and take my money or some shit. He's just egging him on, and I don't know if it was real or not, but yeah, some people get down and
What
dirty
is
with
the
the
cop's
cops
job?
that way.
The cop's job is to accuse you, right? Their job is to conduct an investigation and not to convict, but to accuse subjects, right? That's their job. So there is nothing illegal about you making false accusations out against cops. He can't touch you. You can call him a pig fucker. He can't touch you.
Oh my
Hold on. That would be incest.
I know, right? But, I mean, you can say whatever you want as long as you don't threaten.
Yeah.
But you also can watch. People can
Shitty world
also
out there,
watch the
kids.
language, right? Just don't
Oh,
look
yeah,
for
yeah.
the confrontation. Don't be looking for fights. Even if
Hey,
you want to
kid,
prove a
don't be a
point to
hero.
the officer. Yeah, even if you want, definitely, if the officer comes to you and start asking things to do, like he
Just film
start
it, okay? Just film it.
giving
Everything he
orders.
does and he says, okay?
done this before. There was an
Just
officer that was parked out in front of my driveway, right? I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing, right?
he's parked in the driveway.
I'm like, seriously,
You
what
mean
the
a
hell is
cruiser
this
with
guy doing in my
cherries?
driveway?
Probably lost.
Well,
So
then who
I
cares?
open up the front door and I knock on his window and I scare him and he acts like he's gonna draw his weapon. He goes,
What?
"What the hell are
At
you
your
doing here?" And I
house?
go, "No, what the fuck are you doing at my house? You're uninvited. You are in violation. You are
Hanging out.
trespassing." And he goes, "Well, this is a vacation house." And I go, "No, you dumb motherfucker. This is my house. I've lived here for 5 years. You know who lives here."
Joshua don't
He's
want
all,
strangers in his
Jeez,
property,
dude.
huh?
Never
"Oh."
mind. I was gonna like crash your place a little bit, just to surprise you.
And
But
then no. I don't mind like,
not anymore.
you know, real people, but cops, they're not people. They're punks.
I'm not gonna say anything one way or the other.
So, basically,
I will.
I will not.
I'm not gonna confirm nor deny that.
Right. Neither confirm nor
they ask
deny
me,
fucking
"Well, I'm just
everything.
checking out your neighbor across the street," and I go, "Yeah, find somewhere else to conduct your sting operations."
I can
"Well,
neither
have you
confirm nor
noticed
deny that
anything
I
out of
have
the
a rocket
ordinary?"
launcher in my
Nope.
basement. Sorry, what?
No new traffic, no less traffic. "Well, what kind of traffic? You know, his ex-wife?" "Oh yeah, yeah. That's
What are
about
you?
all I see over
Hold
there."
on.
What are
Hold
you
on.
trying to imply?
Where did you go? What are you doing?
Well, that's
Who's
what the cop
ex-wife?
asked
What's
me
going on?
after I said, "Well, what are you doing?" And he goes, "Oh, I'm just doing this," and trying to ask a question like he's conducting an investigation. Motherfucker, you weren't called.
And he's in your driveway.
And you're in my driveway. I have every right to execute you on the spot.
Oh dear.
Oh
Well,
my goodness, no.
let's probably
Take a
not
deep
talk
breath,
about that.
Joshua.
Castle law.
I know, but
The trespassing.
it gets tricky
Didn't
if
identify
someone
himself.
actually gets pissed off. Do you know what I mean?
I've actually said the same thing, not in a threatening manner, but you know,
I know, but you're talking with
in
a
an
lot of people right now.
ideal letter of the law, you violating law by entering a domicile without warrant, without probable cause, just to search things. That's treason.
This is a family-friendly program.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's treason. Right? Okay. I didn't threaten, didn't do anything. And he's just like, "Well, what's that supposed to mean?" Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't blame you. I have the same.
Now they're probably watching you.
I have the same opinion.
Oh, they have been watching
Now
me.
they are? Oh,
Okay.
get out of here with
Check
that.
your DM.
Why do you think these planes fly over my house all the time with military markings?
Yeah.
You could just be over a traffic zone, bruh.
They
No,
are
I'm
definitely
seriously wondering why they veer and change their path. Just fly over the house and then correct
Over your
back to the
house?
same path they were on. Yeah.
I don't know, dude. It's
they are
probably nothing. I
definitely
guarantee you it's nothing.
traveling across the flat Earth. They're definitely doing that.
They couldn't care
Traveling
less about
across the
a couple
flat Earth.
flat earthers out there.
Actually, what I want to do is I want to search the ground around here to see if there's a marker, because usually when they do that, there's like little markers that they have to cross over.
Yeah.
That's what I think it is. Yeah.
No clue.
Yeah.
You would know, though it is your area, so.
But hey, man, I
definitely
just got back from
they
El
are
Centro.
definitely they are definitely going somewhere, and your house is on the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, it was weird. You saw these ospreys sit there and bank and then go right over the house. And as soon as they went over the house, they banked and went right back over the river.
Dude, whenever a chopper flies over my house, I'm like, holy fuck. Oh, wait, I live right next to a hospital.
Yeah, I don't live anywhere near any military bases.
That you know of.
There's no direct line of flight from one base to another that flies over this area. Yet you still see them flying over the area.
Traffic. It's
no, I'm thinking there's
traffic.
There's a secret base off in the desert over here on the other side of the mountains.
So there is
like
something.
Area 56 or something.
So, it's an area though.
Yeah.
It's one of the areas.
Closed for off-road
Gosh, that's got to mean
purposes,
something.
and closed for wildlife study. And then
Don't
there's
get caught
another
by
sign
yourself
that said
anywhere near one of the areas.
Military bombing range or something like that.
Make sure you've got at least 5 or 6 people with you if you go into an area.
Oh, I had one person with me. His name was Pirate Bob. He only had one leg.
Or a train.
An area, dude. Like, how vague.
Hey, don't feel so bad, Joshua. You know the lives in an area near the FBI building, so don't
Yeah.
don't feel that bad.
Very
Yeah,
well
but see,
put
the best
together,
place to grow
man.
dope
You're gonna dox me
is in
before this
front of the
night is
police
up.
station. The best place to grow dope is outside in front of the police station.
Why is that? Or is that where you are?
No.
Oh.
A friend of mine, when I was growing up, her mom used to grow pot in the front yard, and she lived right across from the police station.
Well, they don't know what they're looking for, and they certainly aren't going to look for it across the street.
Exactly. They figure, hey, nobody's that dumb.
Well, yeah, they don't even think about it. It's a non-issue.
Yeah, and when the dogs are going off, they're just thinking, shut up, you're going home, or shut up,
I can't imagine how confused the dog's nostrils would get around the police quarters, but I don't know. Shit. What's more important, marijuana plants or donuts?
It's even
I think
worse.
the dog would pick the fucking donuts all day.
Bro, the last time I was in jail.
Yeah, but the stock
to make
the
another
stock that you leave
cliche
the
cop
stock
joke.
that you leave the stock that you leave from the animals, they will eat the donut and the marijuana seeds.
Yeah. Shit.
They'll do both.
Why not?
Goddamn honey badger will eat the whole fucking house.
That's important. And the dog, he'll the donut, but he'll wash the flock and he'll wash the the house.
Who watches the house? I think we might be
The
off
dog,
topic.
the dog that ate the donut that you were
Oh,
talking
right.
about. Yeah, thanks you for bringing the dog. I'm just.
Have you guys ever actually used the dog ate my homework excuse? I have, and it didn't work.
I used my little sister ate it.
She ate it.
Yeah, and I brought the pieces in, and you could see where her one tooth had ripped the page.
Oh my god!
So I had just set it down, and she crawled over there and said,
Is that the worst thing you've ever done in your life, Josh? You can say it is.
Hey,
I'll believe you.
Glaflope, they will have believed your story about the dog, but then they looked at your face.
I think that's right.
Hey guys, there's a new guy.
There's a new goal.
You guys go ahead. I gotta cook something.
No.
Fine. I'll give you 10 minutes. What's up? Hi, hello.
Hey, plain looking, what you got cooking?
Plain looking. Who you calling? So what's the new person's name?
Plain looking. The Earth.
Welcome to the server.
Taz?
Snipers Zoo. Two. My bad.
Sorry.
Snipers.
Hello.
Slaz Snipers. Sorry. One more time. I will shut up. Go ahead with the name and somebody talk to him.
How's it going, Slaz?
What's up?
Welcome.
Do I have to do anything for image permissions or
earn it?
Yeah, you have to speak with us. Yeah, you have to speak with Mr. Anderson. He's the administrative side of things about that firm. So go ahead, speak to Mr. Anderson.
Well, what I was told is I don't have to agree with you guys as long as I'm not a jerk about anything.
Sounds good to me.
That's about right. Yep.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Well, someone posted this picture about on the horizon, right? And they said it was completely flat. Now,
you could send a
I
DM to
attempted,
somebody.
Okay,
Oh,
I
sorry.
attempted to verify it if it was completely flat with like a 1 pixel thick line.
Was it
And
over the ocean? Was it like a mountain range? Like, what are we talking about?
It was clouds, so I don't think it's accurate.
Clouds?
Then why are we looking at it?
I don't know. It's just what this guy sent, and he said that they were his pictures.
Who's this guy?
We probably
Jimmy
don't
Will.
know this guy.
We do know the guy. His
Oh, we
name's
do.
Jimmy Will. It was his
Oh,
last
yeah, okay.
flight.
Yeah, Jimmy Will. Got it.
And what was he saying about the picture?
He said they were his pictures and that the horizon was completely flat.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I took a 1 pixel thick line and put it across the horizon, and the very center of it was 1 pixel thicker than the outer edges of it.
Okay. So are you saying that horizon was the physical horizon, meaning it's the edge of the Earth that you're seeing? What do you think you're seeing when you see that horizon?
What do you what I'm seeing? Well, it's the horizon.
What is
What's
the
causing the
horizon?
deviation? What's causing the 1 pixel deviation?
Perhaps the clouds. I'm not entirely sure. That's why I'm asking
okay.
you guys.
Gotcha.
That's a good answer. Fair enough. So the horizon is not a physical place, right? So there can be clouds, there can be atmosphere, there can
Wait,
be.
so let's say, for example, I go to the very end of what I see. It could place me in the middle of the ocean, whatever. I would see further out, right?
What do you mean?
Like, okay, looking at these pictures, you can see that there's space below me, or below the person who took the pictures. Well, as you go out further to the very last point of which you can see, if you go to that point, what would happen?
You talking about like where the red rectangle is?
You can't go there, dude.
You can't?
You can't
Why
go to
not?
the horizon, like he just said.
Why
the
not?
horizon is an apparent location based on your observation from where you are, right?
It's 100%
So if we went to
perspective.
where that location is, it's going to extend out even further. We can never. The sky isn't actually touching the ground. It's just a visual optical place, right?
What was that? Sorry, I was responding to a direct message.
So the horizon is 100% optical. It happens only in your head as a matter of sheer perspective, okay? So you can't visit the horizon. There's no street sign that's going to lead you to the horizon, i.e. there is no geometric horizon because the horizon itself is optical. It's based on your perspective and your ability to resolve things one way or another.
Okay.
So, like, if you're 6 foot tall looking out at the ocean, you see the horizon, that's going to be roughly 3 miles away. Not exactly, but roughly 3 miles away. You get in a boat and drive out or roll out to that 3 miles away, all of a sudden the horizon goes even further. It's not a physical place, it's just an optical thing, right?
Okay, that makes sense.
It's like finding the end of the rainbow, right? You're
Yeah.
never going to find it, right? So, but it's basically the horizon is the vanishing point of your eye. You can extend it by adding a telescope or a zoom camera. You can extend what you see. So, in other words, when the sun appears to set, if you zoom in with a camera, like a high zoom camera, the sun will separate from the water. Like if you're looking at the sun over water and then it sets, all you have to do is zoom in on it and it will rise above the water. But it's not rising or falling. It's just you're just changing the your perspective. You're increasing your angular resolution and it appears to rise. It's not actually going over the curve of the earth because there is no curve to the earth, just a flat plane. Especially the water is the most basic part. Once you understand water is a level plane, then you can put the pieces together. It becomes apparent that it's not a ball really quick. And there's tests you can do. We've done laser tests, numerous laser tests to verify that the water is indeed level. So that's all you really need to know because 70% of the earth is comprised with water, is covered in water. So if 70% of the surface is flat, how do you make a ball? You can't. It has to be something else.
Okay.
Yeah, classically, you've got these people who supposedly got the radius of the Earth by looking at a horizon, Al-Burundi, right, 1,000 years ago. And the problem with that is what he just already said. When the sky appears to be touching the ground, right? The sky doesn't actually touch the ground. So why would you use that as something to physically measure as far as measuring a radius or anything else like that? That would be silly. I think that the sky is actually touching the ground at a physical location.
Okay.
Do you see
That makes
that
sense to
picture
me
at
now.
9:25, or depending on your time zone, 25 after the hour? It shows the blue lines, and then underneath it, it's like it comes to a point.
Mm-hmm.
You see that picture? So the one on the bottom is what you see visually. The ground ramps up and the sky ramps down. It doesn't physically literally do that. It's just from your position, it appears to do that. That's what the horizon is. That tip of that point right there is the vanishing point. That's the horizon. So if you were to travel 3 miles down to where that point is, you would have another point 3 miles after that. It's just a
What would
visual
happen if you
perception.
kept following that point? Would you reach like Antarctica or something?
Well, yeah, you would reach something, right? You would reach the outer shores. So if you were on a lake and you saw the horizon of the sky and the water, right, and you kept going, you would eventually hit the shore, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. You would
Interesting.
eventually hit the shore one way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we have. We have a giant lake that we live in. We have smaller lakes, which are called lakes. But the oceans are basically giant lakes.
Right.
So they have a shore. There's multiple shores on the outside and inside. You can't fall off the edge or anything like that because it's just like you're on a lake. You're just going to go to the outer shore.
Is there anything beyond the outer shore?
We don't know. So
Why haven't we tested it yet?
Well, a lot of people have tried, right? So this is an age-old thing. This isn't a new thing, right? So for one, you have natural elements that are a major deterrent. It is no joke out in Antarctica, the weather conditions, right? So it's a natural deterrent. Even if we had free reign to go out there, very, very few people would have the money, means, and skills to go out there and try to traverse it, right? Then beyond that, you have actual Antarctic treaty, and you have literal military and others who have rules and regulations banning you from freely going out and exploring Antarctica. You can go on a cruise for 10 grand, 20 grand for 3 days just to the edge of it. And then to do a scientific exploration, which is the only way you can actually go and explore Antarctica, you have to go through a major series of hoops where you're paying for permits. You've got lawyers hired to get all this paperwork filed. It could cost you 500 grand to $1.5 million by the time you get there, and even then, they can arbitrarily just deny you.
Yeah.
So it's very, very difficult legally to even get out there, and even if you did, it's very, very treacherous, right? So people have died in Antarctica. It's not a game.
Yeah, the cold, it's very, very cold. 100 degrees below zero, 100 mile an hour winds. There's no food, there's no water.
You have to take poopies with you.
I mean,
everywhere you go, you take the poop and the pee. Well, you probably don't. You can leave the pee. Okay, leave pee.
No flowing rivers.
Yep, nothing. You can't take fuel with you, so you can't take snowmobiles. You
No
can't
sled,
take
no sled dogs.
no sled dogs because they poop on the ground and leave pollution. You've got to go by foot, what you can carry in your backpack, and how far do you think you're going to make it?
And you can't bring extra fuel. Even going past the 60th South parallel, you're not allowed to bring extra fuel. So, basically, they're making it effectively to where you can't properly explore the outer region.
Impossible. Not just improperly. They're making it impossible.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't be a pussy.
There was one lady
I'm
who
just
allegedly she did the dirigible in New York to prove that the Earth was not moving, and then before she died, she said screw it and finally went out to Antarctica on a snowmobile and stuff allegedly and died out there and left nothing but a note because she was just dying to know what the hell was out there. We would love to know what's out there. There are major obstacles.
You know, I want to be known as the person who died trying to reach the edge of the Earth.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah,
I'm fine with that.
Truman made it, but that was just
the problem is no one would ever hear from you again. You go down there; it's so remote. The odds of you reporting back,
just
what
live
you
stream
found.
it.
Yeah, right. There's no radio reception.
I know. I'm
out
just
there.
kidding.
Compasses don't work. When you get down there, compasses don't even work. So good
if I
luck
do it like
surviving on
NASA
your
does it, I can quote unquote live stream it, and you'll believe anything I say. Sorry, go ahead, Ron.
Well, you'd need a powerful radio signal to pump it that far. I mean, I guess and then there's military, there's radio jamming. Like, I don't know, man. They make it difficult because here's the thing: all of the countries of the world, when I say all of them, all the major ones, have signed on to this treaty. Even during the Cold War, the Russians and the Americans signed a treaty not to violate this treaty. Like nobody can go there. Why are they all agreeing to set this one area off limits?
Right.
There's no other place really that you can't go. You can climb Mount Everest, but you're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Why? It's a
Get back
barren
to that.
wasteland. Nothing
Get back to
grows
that
there. It's
horizon for him
wasteland.
now. Explain the
And they said,
horizon.
well, we don't want to damage. This is what their excuse was. We don't want to damage the habitat. Well,
There's
there's
three
no plant
penguins
life at
now.
all,
Like
and there's
what
no
lives there?
animals.
There is
There's
no
No
three
habitat.
penguins,
Right.
lads.
no habitation. It's barren. It's a wasteland.
There's nothing to damage.
Right.
It's
You're
like a
gonna damage
hangar.
the snow.
You didn't
There's
buy
like
that
one
fairy tale.
hangar where
did you?
all the superstars and the big like Osama's down there and all kinds of stuff. It's just a big hangar where they're smoking and drinking.
You didn't. Yeah, you didn't
Antarctica
fall
would
for
be
that
the
fairy tale
ideal.
about there being something down there, did you?
Mr.
It would
Anderson,
be
the horizon stuff.
if it
No,
wasn't so
he's saying
far
that it was a
away. It would
he's saying he
be a
was
good
joking.
place to dump any
He's,
waste, right? It would be a
Slaz was
good.
saying he was joking about the Antarctica thing. So Slaz,
Yeah.
don't you think when you're taught in school that Earth is a globe, right? It's kind of weird that there's a group of people saying, "Hey, the globe is fake," right? So what genuine questions do you have for that? Like what do you think about the globe, and have you ever verified that Earth is a globe?
Well, I don't think it's a globe, obviously. I mean, there's imperfections, but they're so minute that you probably wouldn't feel them, but still you can't call it a globe and be correct.
So whether we call it oblate spheroid, whatever we call it, imperfect spheroid, whatever. So basically, in life, we're only one person, right? We can't master every subject. We can't research every subject. I can't go learn how to be a pilot just to go fly on an airplane, right? So I'm trusting that the pilots know how to fly an airplane. I'm just assuming someone figured it out, right? We have to trust somebody on some level, right? So most of us assumed and trusted that somebody verified Earth was a globe. It's 2021, right? Someone verified it.
And
So
let's be honest, I'm not gonna go do the work on that one.
yeah, but do you know, Slaz, because you're saying, it sounds like you're talking hypothetically, but do you know personally of anybody in the past or present that has actually directly measured the curvature of Earth?
Yes,
So-called
actually,
sphere.
my father.
Your father?
Yeah.
And how did he do it? I'm actually interested.
He was a captain for like 20 years, and I'm sure this isn't a very great test, but he looked out to the horizon and
on the plane
took a ruler, right? It's perspective stuff though, so it's most likely incorrect.
Well, go ahead and tell me,
because he could see like a little over 3 miles. So
that's it. How high was he? I can see 3 miles from the beach, standing on the beach.
Like a quarter
right,
ounce.
I don't know.
Like
Probably
quarter
however
ounce.
high his boat was plus his height. I don't know what that is exactly.
On a boat?
Well, he had to be pretty high.
Well, he was on a boat, though, you said, or an airplane?
A boat.
So he was on a boat, he looked out at the horizon, and then how
Yeah.
did he measure the curvature?
Well, it's probably not true, but he took a ruler and
Why are you saying that if
literally...
it's probably not true? I asked if you knew.
Well, because
was it
you guys explained to me about the
Spliffs,
horizon
Jays,
and stuff.
Hooters, Slammers. What do we got?
I know that was in
Instead of
the
you just trying to
verification
tell his
thingy.
story, tell him to come on here so we can.
Hey! I have a question for the gentleman. Did your father had a sextant handy?
A what?
Sextant.
A sextant.
How you
They measure
navigate?
the elevation angle.
What they used to do.
I don't know much about it. It's just what he told me.
I'm just curious though. What did he do?
He didn't
What did
use
he
a
do to measure the curvature?
Busted.
Parts of this. It was in the VC check-in, so you would have to know what happened in there for this to make any sense. But I guess I could summarize it. I was told that.
Go ahead, because I'm curious.
Yeah, all right.
The Earth is basically a big lake, right?
Yeah.
And if you stand here, let's say you're 6 foot high, you can see 3 miles to the edge of the lake. Well, you go to that 3 miles away and keep going, then you'd eventually run into shore.
Okay.
He tested that, and that's what happened.
So how does that prove curvature?
Whoa! You skipped some points. How did he test that?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to
outer
get at,
shore was
honestly.
3 miles away.
Hold on. He said he doesn't know what he's trying to get at. That's pretty good. Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
So
tell us
it's
more about
pretty fair
that.
to say that you're not aware of anyone who has directly measured the curvature of Earth, right?
No, I'm not.
Just
seen a
even if he
lighthouse
hit an outer
before.
shore, he didn't
Ask
measure
your
the.
father if he's ever seen a lighthouse.
So
He
what
has,
about
many times.
What about the rotation of Earth? Are you aware of anyone that did a scientific experiment to prove that the Earth is moving or turning?
I have not. No.
And then, do you know of anybody that has done an experiment to show that you can have gas pressure next to a lower pressure or a vacuum without a barrier or container?
No, that doesn't make any sense. Obviously, you would not be able to have higher pressure gas on one side than the other without another.
Sorry.
Without another, like a barrier of sorts. That barrier could be gravity, which
I don't know
I'm pretty
about
sure
that.
you guys don't believe in.
Because you just said you don't know of anybody
Can
who
you
has
show us
demonstrated,
that?
right?
Can you demonstrate that, please? That
Gravity?
gases are being held by gravity.
Before you go into gravity,
You can't demonstrate gravity on the surface of Earth because.
I just wanted to make a quick point before you go into
that's
gravity.
a great. Hey, listen. He said you can't demonstrate gravity on the surface of Earth. Thank you.
That's good.
That is
because you were already
But the reason
under the effects
reason
of
I
it.
asked the 3 questions was, like I said earlier, we're only one person. We can't verify everything. We can't study everything. So we have to trust some people, right? And we trusted and assumed in 2021 that someone has verified the Earth. So if somebody is claiming that we have a sphere or oblate spheroid that is turning in a vacuum without a barrier, then we need to see some evidence of those 3 things. And what I'm demonstrating is that you personally are not aware of anyone who has personally verified that. So you're trusting. Doesn't mean it's wrong, per se, but you're trusting that somebody verified it.
Correct.
What I'm telling you is, after spending a lot of time on it, years on it, it turns out nobody ever verified those 3 things. It never happened. They'll make deductions and they'll look at the sky, they'll look at eclipses, they'll look at stars and all this stuff and make deductions and calculations and imaginary stuff, but they won't prove those 3 claims that they're claiming. And it's never been done. That was the point.
And you can't use space to prove space. That's a fallacy. You got to understand that. So if I were to say unicorns exist, and then you asked me to present a unicorn, and I said, oh, no, they exist somewhere else. I can't present you a unicorn, but unicorns exist. See, that would be a fallacy. So you can't point at the sky and say, oh, no, the whole Earth and space that they tell us, the vacuum of space that they say is above our heads, that itself proves itself. No, you can't do that from the ground. You have to demonstrate gas pressure without a container here on the ground so that we can accept the idea being true that there'd be gas pressure around the Earth without a container.
And you do come across as honest, Slads, so I do want to say that, at least at this point in time, you come across as honest and you give honest answers, so thank you for that.
Fuck it, let's make him a mod.
Learn, honestly.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm just here to learn.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Cool.
You're being fair and you're giving fair responses, so, and intellectually honest responses, so that's.
Yeah, and I got to hand it to him. He didn't use the Eratosthenes like everyone else does. So he's actually thinking.
He said his father measured his father measured the curvature of the Earth.
No, I was just kidding. Obviously not.
Well,
Don't say you were kidding. Hold on. Yeah.
Oh no, I knew that you were lying.
I know almost nothing about his career of being a boat captain. He's told me stories of catching fish and stuff.
Before I asked you that question, I said you were joking about the Antarctica thing, so I wanted to know some serious questions that you had. So why would you turn around and joke?
Okay,
again?
serious questions I have are: if I zoom in to the moon with a telescope on one day and take a picture of it, and then do the same on another day, why is it physically different? Like, why does it look different?
Because it looks different.
Craters are different on it.
Here, check this out.
Well, because of rotation,
the thing in the sky, because of the thing in the sky, it looks different from one day to another. That's the reason it looks different from one day to another. The problem with bringing stuff up like that is we're not talking about the ground. when we look at the moon. And
we're
it's
talking
flat,
about the Earth, not the
flat
moon.
Earth measures flat. Listen, it's easy. Can you and I right now go and perform experiments on the moon?
No, we can't.
Then I don't know why we're talking about it.
Fair enough.
So if you measure the Earth yourself, that'll be the best way to know for sure. No, it's my opinion.
And I can give you this. I know that the moon isn't the Earth.
Right, you're
Yeah,
correct.
we should probably let them know that the luminaries in the sky are all technically, as of this moment, unverified lights in the sky. So the stars, the wandering stars, which today we call planets, the sun, the moon, they are all unverified lights in the sky. It's only when you can go directly up to them and bring a teaspoon or a cup of it or a big chunk of it back with you, or go up to it and touch it yourself. That's the only way you're going to actually verify any claim about what these things are.
Exactly. They're just lights in the sky. We can speculate and say, hey, maybe it's this, maybe it's that, but we don't know.
So my only evidence is speculations then.
That's not evidence. That's just speculation.
Right, speculations.
Yeah, and we do know that they are closer than we are being told.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to agree with you guys, I kind of am.
So why don't you want to? What's
Because
keeping you?
What Subutai said earlier about the majority thing kind of makes you an
that you
outlier.
can test it for yourself, right? This isn't like some random subject where we'll never get to the bottom of it. This is something you can test yourself. You can actually go and Google the Earth curve calculator and see where the horizon should be from 1 foot up, from 4 foot up, from 3 foot up, whatever foot up. And you can place a camera there. You can go to a large body of water and you can test it. And if the horizon is supposed to be 1 mile away or 3 miles away, and you can see 10 miles of water, 20 miles of water, that debunks at least the claim that there's a globe radius of 3959. So you can actually go out and test this yourself and verify it yourself. You were making up the story about your dad measuring curvature and all that. You can personally go out and verify if this globe claim is correct or not. Are you brave enough to do that, though? To challenge your own paradigm? Because what are you going to do if you go out there and there's no curvature?
Well, then I would accept that information.
Okay, so you can't accept it from us just telling you, right? That wouldn't be wise, right?
Yeah.
So you can go test it yourself. And I challenge you, if you do that, because this might not be very interesting topic to you. It might be you're just bullshitting online or whatever. But if it's interesting enough to you to go out and verify it, I challenge you to come back and tell us the truth about what happened when you did it.
Just do once.
All right. Hold on
Do you
one
live
sec.
near a coast?
Someone DM'd me something.
Hey, Slash, do you live near a coast?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
other,
in like the
there's
middle
other
of the
ways.
U.S.
Big lake?
How about a large?
Yeah, I do live next to a big lake.
Okay.
I'm by a lake that's only 7 miles wide, and I went with my 4-year-old daughter, and we put a camera a foot above the water, and we saw the water lapping up on the shore 7 miles away. The horizon should have been 1.2 miles away. We should not have seen all that. So that either means that the so-called globe is 7 times as big, or there's no curvature. The problem is we've got observations where we can see 10 miles of water at 1 foot high, even 20, 30 something miles. So then you're talking about a globe that would be like 4 million miles in circumference.
Right. If you really try to wrap your head around, if you try to wrap your head around the official globe math, and then the fact that no matter how high up we go, we can see for hundreds and then directions, it just does not check out in the slightest. It's a tiny globe, not 4,000 mile radius, right? Do you know what the radius is?
I have no clue. How about this?
Okay.
I research the topic more, and I come back in a few days, or maybe a few weeks. I test this myself, and I come back and present to you guys the information that I've gathered.
That would be excellent. I would applaud you.
If I have solid evidence, if I have solid evidence that the Earth is a sphere or an oblate sphere, right, or whatever you want to call it, would you
We'll
believe?
shut the server down for you.
And I'll give you
No, I'm not saying you should
$5,000.
do that.
No, we will. We've been waiting 5-6 years for people to bring solid evidence that it is.
Please,
giant
We don't want to be
actually,
wrong. We don't want to be
bring
wrong.
us.
So if you have the correct answers, we want to correct ourselves. We
Okay.
already corrected ourselves.
I'm not
hey,
educated
wanna
on
be
this
wrong.
topic, so I will educate myself and come
Just
back in a
do,
few days.
just do. I'm sorry. Just do what you say you were gonna do. Do the
Mm-hmm.
research, do the testing that you talk about, and bring the results for whatever they are.
That's exactly what I will do.
You can also have a friend go across the lake with a mirror and reflect the sun directly to your camera or to you.
Yeah, exactly.
You should not be able to get a line of sight from A to B over 2.5, 3 miles. If you can get a larger distance, then I'd say a good 3 miles, and then do some observations with some excuse me, mirrors or lasers at night. Nighttime's a real good time to do it. Not a lot of wind, not a lot of shit in the way, but yeah.
Right in the middle of the day is the worst time because that's when you have the most temperature and humidity and everything else.
If you can get I'm going to do that this.
Night.
Yeah, this winter I'm doing 2 different lakes in Minnesota, frozen lakes at night.
Well,
and
why
at
do
the
you guys
daytime.
keep conducting the same experiment?
Just to rub it in their faces at this point.
Repeatability is part of the empirical process.
And every single
It's
day
just a
we come in
measurement.
here that I'm in the lobby, they say, "Well, why don't you send a balloon up, or why don't you take a picture?" And then we all post all of our pictures, and then we just update them because we get sick of sending the same pictures.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
do
if
post.
it's
So you do
real,
have your own balloons.
Not only
if
that,
it's real science, if it's real science, you should be able to replicate it.
right. Luckily, I have salt flats where I live, so I'm pretty sure that would be a pretty good testing.
I'd say.
But
it's not going to be better than water.
Salt Flats is going to be, you're going to be walking around with the flat Earth flag next week.
It's true.
We'll see.
Try both out, man. So yeah, because then you'll have both: one over water, one over land.
Yeah. Do you know how long the salt flats are? Or
I can look that up real quick, but
yeah, you don't have to do it now. I was just curious.
Okay.
And alternatively, like these guys have a lot of information because these measurements and so forth have been done repeated over and over again. So there's alternative ways of doing it. Like they mentioned at night, you can go across the lake at night. You can use a mirror with someone shining the light on the mirror. You can still flash that, and from across the lake, someone should be able to take a photo of that or a video of that flash. But also, if the lake is too wide, you can simply just go down the coast a certain amount of distance. If it's over water, for instance, like if it's a sort of a bay of some sort where you're looking over water down at the other side of the coast, right? You can still do the same measurement along a coast at a certain distance, like say 5 miles, 4 or 5
Now,
miles.
can I ask you a question? So you brought up the weather balloons earlier. So have you actually launched a weather balloon?
I've released helium balloons. I mean, that's not really comparable, though.
Like that is a question to the flat earthers. Have you guys launched your own balloon or satellite even?
I
Not
personally have
personally.
not.
No.
Slaz, and while you're busy on your salt flats, maybe you can just keep in the back of your mind how many flat surfaces do you find on a ball normally?
This person is right. Whoever just said.
I've got a gift for that. No, I don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait, what was the thing that was just said? I have pretty bad memory loss, so.
How many flat spots does it take to make a globe?
All of them.
Billions.
Billions. But is it a finite number? Is it like someone can count? Or
No,
is it
not
just
at
an
all.
assumption? Haha, I knew it. I got you. Hang on a sec. I got something else. No, you guys go ahead. Fuck, why do I keep saying it?
I know
You can
I know if you have a flat surface on your tire, it's called a flat.
Okay, check the voice text. There are
And
no
Flats only occur on a flat Earth.
round tires are dependent on a flat road.
Okay, I'm going to read this GIF.
Oh.
So a Google search for
That's debatable.
how many straight lines can be found in a sphere, and the result from Google is: on the surface of a sphere, however, there are no straight lines. The shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is given by the arc of the great circle passing through the 2 points. The great circle is defined to be the intersection with a sphere of a plane containing to the center of the sphere. Anyway, it says there are no straight lines on a sphere. That was the point.
They actually did a test, right, where they found out that Kansas was flatter than a pancake, right? So there was actually 2 guys in Kansas who took offense to that because they didn't want Kansas being portrayed as just super flat like that, to where there'd be no tourism or anything.
No self-respecting state does.
They went out and did a test and added more data as the criteria, and they tested all 50 states, and all 50 states were flatter than a pancake.
Can I get a link or a PDF file to that information?
Yeah, I gotta find it.
Well, I just searched for one from the Utah State University, and it's been scrubbed already. So look for other
I posted
sources.
it here before. I just gotta get it again. I forgot the 2 guys'
You guys
names
say all
now.
50 states, right? Are
Yeah,
flatter
well,
than a
first-
pancake.
Gosh, that's a lot
First they did the Kansas
of
one.
appeal to authority, I will say.
No, I believe they
how
said
much
the
surface
48
area
contiguous
is in all-
states. The 48 contiguous states, because Alaska and Hawaii make up 50.
Okay, how much surface area is in all those states compared to the 29% of Earth that is land?
That would be a big flat spot in a sphere, man.
Oh, lo and behold, I found it. Science. Several
With
U.S.
the math
states,
they gave
led
us.
by Florida, are flatter than a pancake. Geographers in Kansas look for the country's plain truth. Megan
What are
Gardner.
the 2 guys' names?
How many curves do you find on a flat surface, though? If we're asking how many flat surfaces we find on a ball.
Well, then after that, you could add the abyssal plains on the seafloor, and these are plains, and they're very flat because of, following sea level.
Yeah.
I need to head to bed.
flat
It's
is not a
getting
shape.
late where I live.
Thousands of miles of abyssal plains.
Yeah, but I
on
hear
the
you.
ocean.
Well, listen. One last thing before you jet out, partner.
All right.
You see on the side there where you got your live stream with the red dot, and you got your channels and your people on the side there, right? You scroll up and down. So if you scroll mostly all the way down and slow down as you get towards the bottom, you'll see sections starting with additional information, A through L, and then addition. Okay, good. This is a lot of really good information, and I'd start there. I'd bury my head in here, but then I still wouldn't trust a single fucking thing any of this stuff says, because guess what you should do?
Test it yourself.
Boom! All right, bud. Thank you.
All right. See you.
You were
guys.
honest, and that was a great conversation.
I found another data
thanks a lot.
page right here.
Thank you very much. That was a good conversation.
States ranking by flattest, right?
It was Dobson and Campbell, Joshua Campbell and Dobson.
Yeah, Jerome Dobson. My last name is not Campbell.
And I didn't have a
Neither is
chance to
mine.
mention that of the 29%, let's just round it off to 30% land of Earth. I didn't get to mention that. A full 10% of that are plains. So the globe only has 20% left. If you take the water and the 10% of the plains, they got 20% left to make up their entire ball. 20%. Thanks. I'll be here all week.
I think Texas was up in the top for flattest, actually.
So what about perception?
Yeah, actually, Florida is the most not flat state.
What do you mean? It's supposed to be the flattest, Florida.
Yeah, because it's mostly water.
Not according to this data.
The study that, I mean...
The World Population Review, right? It's on a scale from flattest, flatter, flat, and not flat, right? So the darker blue you see is not flat. But it's only at about less or greater than 0.16, whatever that means, percent. So the flattest is 16% flat, and the not flat is 48% flat. And flat is a relative surface feature. Like you can look at, like say, it's basically letting you know how smooth something is, right? Flat and smooth are kind of synonymous in that way.
Yeah, because they added the whole relief thing, taking the top to the bottom. They did a different methodology than the guy who did the Kansas one.
Yeah, well, hang on, let me find the quote.
Total relief. All land areas between 60 degrees north and 54 degrees south. We began with the following hypothesis based on field observations of many years of field experience unrelated to the project. Number one, Florida would be the flattest. That was their hypothesis, but that doesn't mean what they...
This is how they came up with it: to estimate the geographical flatness as perceived by the human eye. Dobson and Campbell applied math to the experience of looking toward the horizon and seeing a rise of land, just like you would expect to see, right? No fancy math. From there, they created a simulation that approximates what you would see if you stood in a spot and turned 360 degrees. Then they framed each finding into 4 categories: not flat, flat, flatter, and flattest. And in fact, it says the study does not include Hawaii or Alaska because they already knew that those 2 states were not the flattest. In the U.S., Dobson and Campbell said that they conducted the study because people's perceptions of a flat state like Kansas are generally unfavorable. Dobson stated that people don't apply for jobs or plan to move to a state like Kansas because they think it's flat and boring.
I'm sorry.
That's what I was saying.
What
They're
website?
trying to defend it.
What website are you reading this off of?
Here,
I need to know.
I'll grab it again. World Population Review.
I just DM it.
Oh, I just put it in the voice text just now.
It's already
World Population Review.
Let me see that. Hold on.
World Population Review and disruptivegeo.com.
Yeah, it's at 1 minute past the hour by Joshua. And the other one would be the EDU, right?
There's a couple of them because there's the actual document. Document is what I put a link to.
Yeah, and this one right here, right? The PDF.
Then there's the researchgate.net.
Well, this is the 2014. Nice.
Yeah. That's the one I posted the chart from. But in any case, it's not like they're claiming that it's curving, like it's a globe or something. These aren't flat earthers that did this.
Well, I had a question. So somebody just sent me this image, and in this image there's a curve. So I want to know. I want to hear your views on this image. Let me just grab that real quick.
Okay, grab that, because that's what the last person asked. Is they said that they could detect curvature in an image, and once you get that picture, let us know what you think the horizon is.
Okay. Grab it. Trying to copy and paste is not working. I hate technology sometimes. I was trying to use my blend. Man, I was trying to use my blender the other day. I was trying to make a smoothie. Blades fell right off. I threw the whole thing away. That was my great grandmother's blender too, and I was pissed.
So where's this image?
It lasted quite a while, I guess. Huh?
Yeah.
Where's this image coming from?
Where's it coming from? The image that someone just DM'd to me.
Who DM'd it?
I'm actually ticked. Friend of mine.
Friend of yours?
Okay, there we go.
Why didn't your friend come in here? Why is he DMing it to you?
I brought up the subject of flat Earth, and he DM'd me a picture of the ISS.
What do you think the horizon is?
Horizon?
Yeah, what do you think it is in your world?
In my world?
Yeah. And what is your definition of the horizon? When I say horizon, what comes to mind? What do you think that is?
Just kind of a line, really. Layman terms, it's just kind of a line.
A line of what, though?
Just kind of a line, you know. One part's the ground, one part's the sky, and kind of in the middle, it's just a line. That's the horizon.
So is that like a physical line that you can go and grab a hold of? Like, is the sky and the ground actually touching?
No, it's not touching. That's weird.
It just looks like it, right?
Yeah. Perception. I guess you could say it looks like it's touching.
So it's not a physical thing. It's just an optical perspective thing, right?
Yeah. Nah, you can't grab it. Just imagine what would I do with the horizon if I could grab it though? Eat it?
Yeah, I don't know. Because what a lot of globe believers are saying is that there's curvature on a particular picture of a horizon, and that's the physical curve of Earth. They're not saying an apparent, saying it's the physical curvature of Earth. So what would you say? Is it the physical curvature, or is it just an apparent location?
I'm sorry, you talking about from the my perspective from the ground, or
from wherever you are?
I mean, from my perspective, it's flat. I'm pretty sure if I was to go up high enough, it probably would be a curve.
Well,
you know,
that's a problem when we have pictures from 30,000 feet with a fisheye lens where it looks like it's curved, but then we have 100,000 feet up and it's completely flat. So that presents a problem. It looks like
I think that has a. You don't think perception changes? Like if I'm here on the ground and I'm looking straight forward, like I'm looking at the horizon, yeah, it's gonna look like a flat line. But if I go up higher, you don't think my perception is gonna change because I'm going.
It still looks like a flat line.
I'm going up. I'm going up. So
how high would you have to get to see that curvature?
Good question. Let me look that up because humans can't fly, so I just can't fly up into outer space and go look at the Earth from a God's point of view. So
can't go.
But that's why we have. That's why we have
no answer
devices.
to that question, man, because it changes depending on who you ask.
Okay, well, re-ask the question. I'll give you a new answer.
I was saying, how high do you have to go to see that curvature? Because Neil deGrasse Tyson says at 120,000 feet, you cannot see the curvature.
And I said I didn't know. I said I would have to look that up.
So how up is that picture
I gave you?
Provide?
It didn't let me post it actually.
How high up was it?
I don't know. It was from the ISS. Let me look at how high is the ISS.
Yeah, even from the ISS, you wouldn't see curvature. We have a director of a planetarium saying that you wouldn't see curvature from the ISS.
At 254 miles orbit height. Well, this picture that he showed me had a curve. So I just want to know, and it's not letting me post this. So
I have a picture. Listen, I have a picture of a unicorn. How can you validate your picture from so-called Narnia?
Well, you wouldn't be able to validate that because unicorns aren't real.
Right.
You have a problem if you're seeing curvature.
But you could fake it though. You could really fake it.
Yeah, well,
if have somebody get in you could have somebody get in a unicorn costume and then say, "Here, look, there's a unicorn."
Right.
You can also put a fisheye lens on a camera, right?
I mean, if you want it, yeah, you could. Yeah.
Also, the unicorn could not even be there, and it could just be CGI. They do have that ability now. I mean, have you been watching any of the Marvel movies?
The mobile movies.
Marvel.
Oh, Marvels. I don't think I've watched any of the
Disney?
Marvel movies.
Disney?
Oh yeah, Disney. Oh yeah, Mickey Mouse. Oh yes, I've seen. Oh,
yeah,
well,
well, Disney owns
yeah.
Marvel movies. They're doing the Spider-Man movies. Used to be Fox. They're doing the Avengers and all that crap. Or they have spaceships flying around in space, blowing up worlds and stuff, just like Star Wars.
Right. But I have a question. So I sent this image to somebody, and they said they were going to post it. So this is a question about the fish eye lens. So in this picture, if this person was using a fish eye lens, then the image in the background wouldn't be curved. The image in the front and the image in the back would both be curved, but they're not both curved. The image in the front, which is the perspective inside of the station, is...
They might be faking it like they did in Apollo, where they put the camera at the back of the cab and things, and so we don't even know that isn't green screen outside of that window.
And with fisheye lens, it matters where the horizon's at in the picture. So if the horizon, whatever side is taking up a majority of the frame, it will be curved to that direction. So if you aim the camera up, it'll be concave and bent the opposite direction. That's why a lot of times you'll see it when they turn in circles, it'll be waving because it'll be concave and then the opposite. Concave, the opposite. Because it's the way the camera bends. The lens bends.
The whole point here is that you cannot validate that picture, right? You will never go to space. The only time
if you want to say it like that, we can apply that same concept to flat Earth. You guys could be faking it. You could just be editing it
Yeah,
in
so
software.
you can go out and verify it yourself. So you're right. We could be faking it, right? So when we show the black swan from a foot above the water and we can see 10 miles of water, that debunks the globe, right? We could be faking that. So the difference is you can personally go out and verify that. You can't verify the pictures from space. That's the difference.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you on that. Because
Then go.
Because when
stopping you.
Okay,
What's stopping you?
Okay, you're getting angry.
No, you're getting dishonest because you will never go to space. Because that is
I was about to reply to that. I disagree with that. To an extent, you can do some research here on the ground. You can do some research.
No,
see,
that's not verification.
Humans aren't gods. So that's why we have things like satellites. You have different types of satellites. Go orbit higher.
Fantasies about satellites, man. Fantasies about satellites is not verifying something, man. If I tell
Bro,
you,
you're telling me to go do it myself, and I can't.
And see if it's 12
You're telling me to
inches,
go
right?
do it myself, though. Does it look like I have a satellite? I don't have a satellite, so I can't do it myself.
No shit.
Dude, you
Welcome to
don't
Flat
need
Earth.
a satellite.
But see,
You don't need
if-
one.
okay, I don't need a satellite. Did you just say
No,
I
you
didn't need
don't.
one?
You can do it
No, I
on the
said welcome to
ground.
Flat Earth. If I say I have 12-inch feet, you can come measure my feet, right? But if I tell you that I've got a 12-inch satellite in space, you can't verify that. So that's the difference. You're saying,
You
what if
don't
we're
have
lying
to.
too? The difference is you can verify if we're lying or not. Don't you think there's a
You
difference
don't
there?
have to go up to test the thing you're standing on.
Yeah, so direct measuring the Earth would verify that it's a sphere by constructing a straight line and showing where the Earth is deviating from the straight line down the line. You would verify the claim that it's a spherical object with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, when we try to find anyone actually directly measuring it, I only know of people that measure it and have it measure flat. But when I go over to the other Discord server where they're claiming it's a ball in the vacuum of space and I ask them for measurements, they just simply say to me, no, we never measured it, but it just is a ball. It just is a ball. Now what do you think of that?
What do I think about it? Well,
yeah. People over here are saying, yes, we measured it. It measures flat. We observe it as flat, and it measures flat. I go over there and I say, I observe the Earth as flat, a topographical plane of existence, topography, obviously, but other than that, flat. And then I ask them for direct measurements verifying the radius claim, and they say, no, we don't have direct measurements, and we don't need them because it just is a ball.
Well, honestly, how I feel about that, I'm not the type of person to just say most of the time it is what it is. So on that comment of them just saying, it's a ball because it's a ball, you believe whatever you want to believe, but at the same time, I wouldn't just settle with that. See?
Yeah, exactly. And neither would I.
Measure it.
Yeah, exactly. And so my question to you is, do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to find the radius value?
No, not that I know of.
Well, okay, so you got to keep in mind, we have a base axiom here. We observe the Earth as a topographical plane of existence. We observe the Earth as stationary, and we do not observe a naturally occurring vacuum or an artificially made vacuum, but certainly not a naturally occurring vacuum. So our base axiom is that the Earth is a topographical plane of existence, and the sun, moon, and stars are moving because we observe them moving, and we observe the Earth as stationary, except when that very rare earthquake happens. So we're not talking about earthquakes right now, okay? And so you have to find evidence to the contrary of these things in order to support their claims. The claim is the Earth is a sphere. We don't observe that, but the claim is the Earth is a sphere with the radius value, like I said. And that the other claim is that the Earth is rotating once a day. And so you'd have to find evidence for that in order to prove that claim. And the third claim is that the vacuum of space is above our heads. So you'd have to find evidence for that claim. So you see, it's not our responsibility to prove that the Earth is flat and stationary and you can't have gas pressure without a container to you. It's your responsibility, those other people out there, it's their responsibility to prove to us, to show the evidence to us, to show the direct measurements verifying the radius value they claim, to show us how they proved that the Earth is rotating once a day and the sun is relatively stationary, as opposed to what our senses tell us, which is that the sun is moving and the Earth is stationary. And to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container due to gravity. Because if you can't prove these things, if you can't show direct evidence of these things, then these claims can be dismissed. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you cannot present extraordinary evidence, then these claims can be dismissed.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. I was going to reply to that by saying that for something to be my responsibility, I would also have to go rely on somebody else's responsibility, who also relies on somebody else's responsibility. That's just called research. Of course, I can't just when you do research.
Yeah, but there's some stuff you can do yourself, bruh. We're just saying you don't have to listen to everybody for this.
You interrupted me. You're interrupting me.
I'm sorry. Hey, all right.
I have a good conversation here with you, buddy, and you're. on now.
I just apologized. Go ahead.
So, but and this is kind of a problem that I see with you guys. You know, you say do it yourself. You know what I'm saying? But of course, you gotta check yourself, and to go check yourself, you have to use somebody else's information who also did it for themselves.
No. Grab someone
Yes.
else and have them do it with you. Oh, then you got a witness. Then you've got two sets of empirical eyes on the situation.
So I have to go grab NASA. Oh man, I'm gonna have a hard time getting in contact.
No,
with
a friend. Do you have any friends left?
Oh yeah, I got friends, but it's like,
great.
Why
Go get
friends
one.
though? Why friends though?
Here, let's give you an example. Let's just tell them direct example.
That's so weird. Why?
This is exactly what you do. Listen. This is exactly what he meant by friends. All you need is one friend, you and one other person, 2 people total. You can either verify the radius or disprove the radius. All right, with a telescope over a body of water. All right. So do this like take for instance over 10 miles. There should be 60 feet of curvature. All right. So if you can view your friend on an opposing shoreline over a body of water, and you're only say your friend with his target or whatever, your friend is the target with a telescope, pretty much. Let's say he's 10 feet or less above the surface of the ocean, above the surface of the water, and you with your telescope on an opposing shoreline 10 miles away are 10 feet or less above the surface of the water. Now, if you make the observation through that telescope, pointing it out horizontally, and if you can see your friend 10 miles away at that height, that observation disproves the radius value because there should be 60 feet worth of water blocking you from seeing it.
Just go back farther.
How is that going to change it?
What are you talking about?
Now you can see through a hump of water?
Yeah, we can go back further, right? The Guinness Book of Record longest distance photograph is 274 miles.
Let me look that up.
They have official Earth curve calculators with the math for this so-called globe, where you can, even if you don't trust us, you can go plug in the math yourself, see how far the horizon should be, and you can go test it yourself and say, you know what, this is wrong. So at the bare minimum, it's a gigantic globe compared to the one they're claiming. If not, it's flat. Because we can see as far as the atmosphere and our optics will allow. There is no curvature.
One thing,
because we're talking about theoretical stuff, right? You can personally go out and verify there is no curvature. That's the mind-blowing thing. It's not there.
This is what I'm telling you. There's no curvature from our perception here on the ground. But see, you won't listen to that.
There should be, though. There should be.
You won't listen to that because you don't believe in going higher. You don't believe in going higher. You don't even believe in. I doubt you believe in satellites.
Yes, I do. But there should be curvature.
You believe in satellites,
dude.
okay?
There should be curvature. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Do you believe in math?
Somebody's behind the curvature. You cannot see them.
If satellites were real, why would you need to believe it?
I just use that wording with you guys.
He thinks he has X-ray vision and can see.
You know what you should do is forget the word belief when you're hanging out with us. I hope that makes sense.
I'm just saying because some of you don't believe it.
Not a belief.
And by that I mean some of you don't believe that satellites orbit.
Not a belief.
Yeah.
Some of you don't believe
what
they
is the
float on
belief,
balloons.
dude? What is a belief? What does that mean? When you say you believe something, what does that mean?
I guess some part is faith and some part is evidence.
Yeah, so we don't do the faith thing here. You can either verify something and it's real, or it's not.
I disagree. This part of it does have faith. You have no faith in satellites because you don't want to believe the images.
Talking about
I have faith in a metal object in the sky. I have faith in it.
You guys don't have no faith. He's right, you guys.
You don't believe in satellites.
Can you find an actual photograph of a satellite?
Why would I have to have faith in something that should be plain as day?
I just sent it.
But then you should be able
I
to
believe
demonstrate
in.
it.
I believe in the creator of the universe, who also created, the heavens and the earth and the light
Allah.
all in one day, right?
Allah. Yes, Allah.
Yes.
Allah. Yes.
The Aleph Lamed, yes, I agree. However, I don't believe in anything else that man tells me exists, right?
Why not?
Because it's haram.
Because it's a
Make
logical
mistakes.
fallacy, if you want to know. It's illogical thinking is what it is. An appeal to authority doesn't make something more real.
You
Like
don't have
if
to
you say
appeal to
do we
authorities to believe
believe?
evidence or accept
There is
Yeah.
no
evidence.
curvature. How is that not evidence for you?
If you have
You go
evidence, you
and
don't need
you
to
draw
believe it.
curvature.
Listen, here's the difference. If I go and measure my table over there in the kitchen, and then
Oh
I go into
yes.
the bathroom to take a leak after I've measured it, and I'm in the bathroom, do I need to believe that the table is flat? Or do I know the table is flat?
Oh well, at that point you would believe it and you would know it.
No, I don't need
Because
to
when
believe it anymore
because
if I know it. Listen,
because when you're
once you
there in
know,
front of the
listen,
table, you
once
know it's
you
flat,
know,
and then when you go to the
you're
bathroom to
interrupting too.
piss, you know and you believe it's
Stop
flat.
interrupting me, please. Don't
There
interrupt
you
me,
go.
please. Stop
My
interrupting me.
apologies.
You're doing
My
it again.
apologies.
You're doing it again.
My apologies.
You're doing it again. Oh, you want to keep doing that? You want to play that game? So once you have knowledge of something that's factual, because you use physical energy exchange to make a direct measurement of the kitchen table, when you go in the restroom, you don't have to believe anymore because you know you measured it. You have the numbers, you physically measured it. So once you have knowledge, you don't have to believe anymore.
I find it
Yeah, and you
weird.
cannot disagree with facts.
Okay.
Disagree
Okay.
is a word that has to do with subjective reality. We're talking about objective reality. So it's not like my favorite color is yellow, and you say, "Oh, I disagree. My favorite color is orange. That's the best color." So disagree has to do with subjective reality. We're talking about objective reality. So there is no disagree
so do you
or
know
agree.
God?
It's just what is, what really is.
You know Allah. Do you know Allah?
Your
I don't want to talk
opinion.
religion, man. I'm
Listen,
really tired of religion.
And I'm just
Your
saying because
opinion,
if you
your opinion about the practical thing, the reality of the world, the way the world presents itself, the way it was designed, your opinion of it has no effect on physicality, on reality. You have to accept it the way it is. So just by you believing something, that doesn't mean factual, actual, objective reality. Your belief, just because you believe it.
Yeah, and your imagination has nothing to do with objective reality either. Your imagination is one thing, objective reality is another thing. So you might imagine in your mind that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, but that does not make it so.
Are you calling me high? Because I'm not high.
Flyman, the only place Earth is
Okay,
a ball.
you think it's a joke.
Hello,
You think I'm on
hello.
mushrooms?
No, guy, no.
No.
Don't spiral out. Listen, the only place Earth is a ball is on your screen. For the rest, to anybody ever alive, Earth
Okay, so I'm high.
itself is flat and non-rotating. The only place is on your screen or in a book, right? So when Orion told you there was a claim on the table that the Earth actually has curvature, we can go outside and measure the darn thing, right? We don't have to look at our screen and just believe, right? I can believe in unicorns, I can believe in Bigfoot because they showed me on my telephone. No, right? We can go out to a beach or to a large lake, grab a laser and shoot over the lake. And then know, right? Actually know. That's the whole difference here.
Why is it a lake though?
You have to be honest to yourself, right? You have never experienced the Earth as a ball, only on your screen.
So you're calling me high. I feel like that's what you're doing. You're saying yes, yeah, that's exactly what you're doing. You're saying that I'm on mushrooms or marijuana or something.
Nobody here
Yes.
said the
You're
word.
gaslighting me.
Only
Yes.
you are spiraling out. You
I'm
do
being
not want
gaslit.
to listen. You have cognitive dissonance and you are spiraling out, calling us, saying that we are calling you names or saying that you're high. We are not. Go listen
That's not
back.
what I said.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't say you called me names. I'm saying you're insinuating that I must be on drugs or I'm either retarded or something like that.
No, we're insinuating that you believe the pictures you see. That's all we're insinuating, that you believe
You
the
believe
pictures
the picture?
on.
Wait, believe? I know the pictures that I see, just like you know the pictures you see of your flat Earth.
So I don't know how long.
Those pictures aren't reality. Those pictures aren't
Let's
reality.
not talk about belief. Don't bring
The
belief into
difference
this.
is that you see cartoons and you think those are real, and that's where those cartoons that you look at, you think that's the place that you're standing on.
Yeah. So
That's
how
the
would
difference.
you verify those pictures? Can you tell us that?
How would I verify that?
Yeah.
Simple. Very simple. Very easy.
How?
Okay. Let's say that because I think differently from you guys. You guys just
How do you
say,
know that? I'm
okay,
sorry.
let
You
me
don't know
finish.
what
Let
we're
me
thinking.
finish.
Wait a minute. You don't
You're
know
not
what we're
letting me
thinking or
finish.
how we're thinking. So
you're not
you're
letting
not
me
a
finish.
mind
I'm
reader.
actually
So
gonna
put that to
quote
bed.
what you said, but you're not gonna let me finish.
Finish.
Okay.
I'll
just
stop
give
you
me a second.
if you use logical fallacies. I will stop you. Go on.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm holding.
Okay. Anyway, so like I was saying,
This guy is LARPing.
like I was saying, you guys think differently. Some of you think
stop.
differently. Some of you say,
Stop.
This
you're
is about
not gonna let
thinking,
me finish.
dude.
You're not even gonna let me finish. Let me finish.
Because if you use logical fallacy, I will stop you. Believe me, I have the power and I will use it. Every time you use a logical fallacy, I'm going to stop you. So if you want to address that with yourself, stop using logical fallacies. Stop saying we think differently or saying anything about how somebody else thinks is beyond your power. Now you can continue.
You have no idea.
Thank you,
how
because
we
you didn't let me finish my claim.
I won't if you keep using the same fallacy. I will stop you every time.
It's not a fallacy because you just tried to.
I just tried as another fallacy. You don't know what I'm trying to do.
You said, "How
no
can I
idea.
prove it?" You said, "How can I prove that they're?"
Yeah. How would you validate those pictures?
Okay, this is how you validate the pictures. Okay, instead of going outside and just looking out your front door and just measuring the Earth on the
I'm
ground.
talking about the pictures. You said photos. We're talking about photos.
You're not gonna let me finish.
Plot. You lost the plot.
Let me finish. So this is how you can prove that. You can prove that by doing your own research. Just like how you do your measurements on the ground, you do those same measurements in the sky.
That's cool.
See,
So
here's
if
the
I
thing.
show
We're talking about a satellite
show you,
photo. How do
1
you
second.
validate the satellite photo?
And I'm about to get to that. So this is what you do. You have the ability, just like you have the ability to go measure the Earth just as much. You don't need all that technology. You've proved to me that you don't need specialty technology to measure the Earth. So you don't need specialty technology to measure it from the sky. So what you do is you could set up something like a SDR, which is software-defined radio, and you can actually connect via the airwaves to a low-orbit satellite, and you can actually see those images in real time.
Okay, how does that validate the existence of where the satellite is or what it is?
Okay, that's why you have things like geolocation.
Because it can be done by triangulation as well with towers, which we know is what they use. So
yes,
go
towers
on.
and satellites. Towers and satellites.
Yeah, we're talking about validating the satellite part. How does the photo validate the satellite's existence?
Oh,
because I have photos of unicorns. Wait a minute, I have photos of unicorns right here in the forest. Does that mean unicorns are real?
Oh no.
Okay.
Because
now we're talking the same. Now we're talking on the same.
Because you can't see that in real life. But something you can see in real life, though, you actually can see
you
a satellite.
You can't see a satellite in real life. When did you see a satellite up in the thermosphere?
You can actually see a satellite in real life.
When did you see a satellite in the thermosphere?
Well, you shouldn't even ask him that because it'll just be like, oh, I saw an unverified light in the sky. Oh, great. Fucking whatever.
Actually, see, now you're just assuming because with the right technology, like a camera, you can use a camera with a lens that's powerful enough and has a good zoom on it, high zoom.
We're talking about a photo that has already been taken, bro. I
Okay,
want
well,
to. I want you to tell me. You said.
I'll give you a photo.
Wait a minute. I'm not
I'll
going
give you a
down the
photo.
throat with you. Neither is
Yes.
anyone else here.
Okay.
You said a photo of a satellite. I'm asking you,
Mm-hmm.
how do you validate the photo of the satellite that has already been taken? The photo's already taken. Don't tell me to go out and take another photo. I want you to tell me how you would validate the photo of a satellite that's already in existence.
How would I validate it? Well, this is how I validate it. I go back to this my radio, my SDR, and I would say to myself, okay, there is a satellite that exists. It exists. So how do I figure it out? Now I want to see it. Okay, it's step by step. So step 1, believe that it exists. You say, okay, it exists. Step 2, prove that it exists. Use geolocation. If geolocation says that the satellite is about to orbit right above you, then go to step 3. Use the technology that you have, like a high zoom camera, point it at the sky, and see if you see the satellite. And if you look up, well, by golly, you're gonna see it.
No, nobody has taken a picture.
Satellites in space. Talking about satellites in space is like talking about unicorns in Narnia. But I think we should just focus on the Narnia and not the alleged unicorns in alleged Narnia. Can this guy demonstrate?
So if I believe the unicorn first, then I go out and look at it. So I believe it first. Is that right?
Okay. So yeah, let's use your unicorn thing. So
Hang on, one second. No unicorns.
We're asking you to validate why you believe it, and you're telling us you have to believe first.
No one has taken a picture of a satellite from the ground. No one. That is a flat out fucking lie.
You are lying, and I can actually disprove you right now. Give me a second. I'll actually disprove.
Can you disprove gas pressure? The fact that gas pressure needs a container. Can you disprove that? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Yes or no?
You want me to be honest with you? I honestly cannot explain that to you because I know nothing about that. I'm not a quantum physicist.
Oh my God!
You don't need to be a quantum physicist to understand this.
Okay, I'm still want to point something out that connecting technology from the ground and having a signal with satellites is probably not impossible. If you have a one of these devices up above, in the layers above, floating in the sky, you could possibly maybe connect to it. Sure, that's probably dependent on a. The problem that you have is that you believe that these devices are in Narnia. That's the problem. Because you think they are really far away, up above in space, doing orbital mechanics around the planet that doesn't exist. That's the problem.
I don't believe they're in Narnia. They exist. Satellites exist. Antennas exist, and so
yes,
do wires. They also exist.
satellite technology up above. Yes, that stuff is dependent on the flat Earth in the first place. But then you go in your imagination, you think these things are in a place that doesn't exist.
Yes, sir. They're dependent on the flat Earth until the satellite goes up and it shows a curvature, and then now it's disproved. So what do you do at that point?
That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
Yes, they are dependent on a flat Earth. I can agree with you that far. But hey, let me ask you this: if I were to claim that there is a place called Narnia inside of a closet somewhere in the back of a closet, and that there are unicorns running around in Narnia, would you believe me?
No, but I would believe the person coming out of the closet is probably gay. So, yeah.
Okay, but what if I had like images of the unicorns in this Narnia place? Would you believe it if I showed you images? Like, I mean, the point is, I would have to actually I'd have to bring you to the closet and take you into Narnia and show you the unicorns in order for that to be real. Like, I'd actually have to take you there and show it to you and present you a unicorn, right? In order for unicorns to be real.
Don't take me into the closet and show me the unicorn.
Okay, he'll just stick with unicorns. If this is too much for you,
don't make it weird, bro. Right? Don't make it weird.
In order for a unicorn to be real, I'd have to show you a unicorn, right? Are you? Can you keep it together, or are you just cracking up?
I'm sorry.
So in order for a unicorn to be real, I would have to present you a unicorn, correct?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. So extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence in order to be validated, right? Valid claim.
Yeah.
All
If
right.
you tell
Okay.
me something that extraordinary, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, we don't observe natural vacuums here on Earth. And as far as I know, there's no reason to think that a natural vacuum, a naturally occurring vacuum, exists above our heads where there's absolutely no air at all. All right. Or almost none at all, as they claim. A very, very, very low pressure system, if you will. Okay. And so, and not only that, but the definition of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container by the gas inside of it. And air pressure is gas pressure, which means that by definition and by default, we are inside a container of some kind. I can't tell you how big it is. I can't tell you what it's made out of. I can't tell you the dimensions of it, but it comes in contact with the ground somewhere far out there. And, the point is you can't have gas pressure without a container. We know this. Now, the question is, with this claim that the vacuum of space is above our heads, now, we would consider this to be true if someone could somehow, some way demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity. So I'll give you an example. Like, could you perhaps use gravity to keep the consistent 36 psi around the rim of your car, but without the tire? Because that would be gas pressure without a container. So can you demonstrate that? Can you do that for me?
In all honesty, no, I can't. You're actually, I'm going to be honest with you. What you're discussing with me right now is not my forte. My forte is radio, satellites and antennas and fiber optics and that such.
But you can think, right? You have a brain. You can think for yourself. You can think logically.
I can think, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But
So,
it's like,
so wait,
I'm
yeah,
having a hard
but
time
just make it
understanding.
short, though. Can I just finish the point, though? So the point I was trying to make with the unicorn and the burden of proof is that what I'm saying is, since we don't observe a naturally occurring vacuum, or better yet, we don't observe gas pressure without a container due to gravity, we don't observe that and we can't demonstrate that, then that means the burden of proof is on you or anyone making these claims, anyone that's supporting these claims, that the burden of proof is on you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container so that I can know that such a thing is possible, as opposed to just believing it like a religious nut job. So you see what I'm saying?
Yes, of course.
So you're in radio, right?
So if there's no evidence for it, why would you, think that the vacuum of space above our heads is a real place? Like, do you still think that's a real place?
Okay. It's okay. So whether there's a vacuum is debatable because I don't, like I said, I really don't know that much about that. The only vacuum that I know about is Bissell and Dyson. But it's just like, is space up there? Yes. Just like you say, flat Earth is observable with our own eyes. Space is observable
how would
with
you
our own eyes.
validate spaces up there?
Look up.
How do you just look up? So is that scientific?
Mm-hmm.
Just looking.
But if I said unicorns are up there, but all you have to do is look up and just imagine that the blue stars are just tiny unicorns all clustered together, glowing, dancing around each other, flying around each other. Like, the point is, you can't just say that. Just look up, and that's the evidence. That does not work for evidence. Not for gas pressure without a container.
Guys, Sophia has been trying to speak. So you guys hear the lady speaking and you just overtalk her. So, Sophia, you wanted to say something or ask something?
Yeah, I wanted to know. He said he's in radio, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, what's the longest radio broadcast that's ever happened? Do you know?
Like in history? The longest radio broadcast?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, I know about people in Australia claiming that they've heard a radio broadcast from Canada.
Oh,
that can happen, right?
Yes, of course, yes.
Okay,
yes,
how does that happen on a ball?
How does that happen on a ball?
Yeah, the ball Earth you're supposedly standing on.
When did I ever? Okay.
Which is in a vacuum. Did they just curve like that?
So it's simple. In the ionosphere, you have electrical charges, all right? And when those particles move around, you know what I'm saying? They're electrically charged. And you send those signals up to the ionosphere, and they bounce back, and they disperse. So,
They
yes,
bounce back
yes.
and then
around the
hit the
curve.
ground, and then bounce up again, and then hit the ground, and then bounce up again.
I wouldn't say it like that. More like hit the ionosphere and then disappear.
Then
so,
how do we hear them if they disappear?
Honey, that's why you have radio stations that keep on sending signals.
Except that the one of the first radio transmissions was done from New England to Australia, and it was direct. There was no transmitters between those 2 points. There was no repeaters, any of that. It was done directly over 10,000 miles.
Yeah, honey.
Okay, sweetheart.
And also the first transatlantic radio communication was done between New England in Massachusetts to Europe. It was, I think, in Scotland. And that's over 3,000 miles. And guess what? Direct signal. From shore to seashore.
Yeah, you know Marconi, right, Flynan? You know Marconi, right?
Actually, I'm gonna have to take like a short break here. Just give me 7 minutes.
Give him a break. Go ahead. Bye.
Yeah, you don't have to measure the ground, right? You just believe tin cans in Narnia and then Earth is a ball. You don't have to actually measure the Earth. How ridiculous.
All you have to do is look, and you've verified satellites. Great. So I wanna test his science acumen when he comes back. Anyone object?
He's not in radio. It's
Cool.
just
So I want him to pay me a Bitcoin if he fails. Most people will say, no, you don't have to pay him. But I'll pay you. No, I want him to pay me a Bitcoin if he fails. So let's see how he does. If he accepts the challenge, if he doesn't accept the challenge, that says a whole lot. Because he's saying things are for sure, but if he's not willing to put money on it, then how sure is he?
Yeah.
The Earth is a ball because the sky.
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
I want to see this picture of the satellite so I can send it to an analyzer to see if it's CGI or a real photo. And I can guarantee you it will fail.
I mean, there's been photographs or saloons up above.
Yeah,
Some
satelloons.
people might think, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I want to see one from a sat. If there's a satelloon, you can also see the balloon above it in the picture.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's a satelloon, then I'm okay with that. But I also want to be able to see the photo as it comes down and have it analyzed, because I'm not so sure it comes from that satelloon. You can have those photos analyzed whether or not they're CGI or not. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to see this photo, and I want to send it to the analyzer. You can do that. It's very easy to do. I had somebody do it for me. A photo I got, somebody sent me online, and they said, oh, it's highly modified photo. It was about some giants that were escorting some people down the beach. And I said, could this possibly be real? And he said, I don't know, let me analyze it. And he says, oh, that thing's been modified to no end. Not real at all. So if he comes up with a photo, we'd just have it analyzed. And I know it won't pass the smell test, I guarantee it. We know that they're not real. I mean, we don't even have to worry about this stupid shit. We know that satellites don't exist. And this picture of a satellite as it goes over, like with his telescope, takes a picture of it. No, he's not going to be able to produce that. That's just something he's heard. Have we ever seen pictures from satellites going overhead from anybody ever? You ever seen one, even on a satellite? I haven't. I've seen them down low as they launch them, but as they go across the sky, I've yet to see one. I don't know about you. I think he's just full of shit. He's just saying shit that he believes. He's just such a zealot that, you know, I mean, you get these zealots and they're just so hard-headed that, you know, you just can't get through them. He's got cognition so bad that he can't even think straight.
I mean, the BS meter is really high because we had this guy saying that his father was a captain for 20 years and he measured the curvature. Since then, I've been listening to red flags after red flags.
So
for some reason.
the rule. How did he measure though, Jamsey? He was on a ship and he was using a ruler.
Yeah, right. You measure. How's that measure it? What did you hold the ruler up and look and go? Oh, yeah, it's.
Yeah. How did you stabilize the ruler anyway? He was just joking.
Hey, the funny part is that after he made that claim, he was serious, but then when he figured that he had to explain it, he was like,
I'm just joking.
Yeah, he said he made it up.
I'm joking, guy.
Well, this is really not a joking matter, to be honest with you. Not when we're trying to get to some truth. You know what I mean? Somebody joking like that needs to, like, I don't know.
That's what I said in the text. I was like, he lied about his father being a captain. This is a red flag.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm gonna use a quote from one of my favorite teachers, Hendricks. There are those among us who think that life is but a joke.
That's sad but true. There are people like that. I feel sorry for them. Life is not a joke.
Hey, where'd he go?
It hasn't been 7 minutes. He said, give me 7 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, it's taking long now.
I think that's how long it takes to microwave a Hot Pocket.
Maybe that's the problem. He's been eating all them GMOs. It's caused his brain to function or malfunction. I don't eat that shit. I don't eat that processed food. I don't go to fast food anymore. I don't do any of that shit.
What do you eat, bro?
I eat my own food. I go and cook my own. I get steaks from the store. I cook those. I make my own homemade soup. Do the best I can to stay away from all that processed food. I don't eat it.
Bro, steak sounds yummy.
Yeah, they are. They're real expensive these days. My God, it's been killing me.
I just had one tonight. It was delicious.
Yeah, they're like $15 to $20 for like a regular size steak these days.
Are you getting that from a grocery store?
Yeah. I don't know where else.
I mean, if you can, I mean, I don't know where you live, but if you can, try to find like a regular butcher shop.
Yeah, there's one here. I'm right down. I know where there's one at. I should try that. You're probably right.
If you can find a flat one, you'll save a lot of money.
For $15, that must be a full pound steak then or something.
No, No, it's
Are you
not.
kidding me? I got a sirloin for $7.
Wow.
I buy rebuy.
Ribeyes good, man.
Yeah, they are.
Sometimes I find buffalo ribeye. It's good.
What?
Closer to the rib, they get that little bit of extra fat on them, and they are delicious.
It's funny because I was a vegetarian for years.
I'm sorry.
I love my steak. Yeah.
I'm surprised you're still alive.
Yeah, I was a vegetarian. I was in the Navy too.
I mean, look what I bought. Let me see.
It's just really hard to get all the protein and stuff that you need, and the fat and stuff from a vegetarian diet. Really hard to get all the stuff you need. I guess it is possible, but it's difficult from what I've been told.
What I found about the vegetarian diet is you have to eat a lot, and even worse, shit a lot.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, all them greens. Oh, no, thanks. I think we understand a lot more about diet these days than we did years ago. And yeah, we need meat. We need to eat meat, period. I don't care what anybody says. It's a necessary part of our diet.
In Soviet Russia, meat eats you.
I took one of your images there, Orion. Or Arian. Sorry. Yeah, how would you validate that little image, huh? Anyone? I'm waiting for that Bitcoin now.
God Rockin', look at the place that I went the other day. You were talking about $15 for meat. Look at this one. Look at the price on this one. I took a picture of it.
Well, I see the picture, but I don't see the price. I guess I can't.
It's right at 135.90 a pound. $135 a pound.
That's Wagyu.
Wow. You must be some kind of rich guy or something.
No, that's just Wagyu
Actually,
steak, man. That's the best piece of meat from a cow you can have, man. That's the best cow. Let's put it this way.
super
You can
fatty.
get Wagyu from Costco, but it's not from Japan. It's not the same.
This place that I took the picture, that's where a lot of the rich people from the city of Boston go to buy meat.
Yeah, A5 is the primo.
But one of my best friends I grew up with had a whole bunch. Well, he had like about 80 head of cattle, and he told me like several times over the last like 10 years, just come get one. You can have one for free. Just come get you a cow and take it to the butcher. And I said, all right, I will one day. So I called him about 6 months ago and says, hey, I'm ready to come get that cow. He says, dude, I just sold them all. I just quit doing it. I quit being a cattle rancher or whatever. He doesn't do it no more. And I'm like, oh my God, I was a little bummed out. He was just going to give me one for free. And then he said he sold them all, doesn't do it no more. I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, some hard work.
Yeah, his dad's a farmer. They farm alfalfa, and they got a lot of land, and so they can just let it graze on. I used to work for him they gave me a house to live in, a farmhouse. It was on 500 acres, and they just let me live there for free, and they paid the utilities and everything. And it was on 500 acres. They own the golf course, the Best Western Motel, and restaurant, and all this stuff in this small town in central Utah. And they just let me live in this farmhouse for free. It was the first house his dad gave him when he moved down there. He said, Dad told him, says, if you come down, I'll give you a house. He kept trying to get him to move down there, and so he finally said, okay. So he moved down there. His dad gave him this farmhouse, but it was on 500 acres. And then when I went down and went to work for him, it was vacant, nobody living in it. And I said, well, can I live in there? And he said, yeah, go ahead. Move in. He said, need some work. He says, anything you need to fix it up, just go down to the lumber yard, charge it on my account, and fix it up the way you want it, and move in. So I did. It was fucking so grand. It was so wonderful.
That's a friend with some good perks. Where can I get one of those?
Well, I grew up with him ever since 7th grade. We played football in junior high and high school together, and then after high school, we hung out like brothers for years. And yeah, his dad moved to central Utah and became a farmer and bought a bunch of hotels or motels, and he needed help. Convinced him to move down there and help him, and now his dad, he inherited it all. So anyway, he owns the
Sorry,
golf
ladies
course.
and gentlemen. I'm back. I had to go turn on the furnace and stuff. This cold weather really is eating us up. Also got some coffee.
Okay, great. Glad you're back. Are you willing to submit to a little test of your science acumen?
Test?
Yeah. Just a few questions to test what you know about science.
I'll tell you now, I really don't know a lot. Sure.
Really? Because you're mentioning science quite a bit in your conversation. So are you willing to back that information up?
Sure. I'll try to my best ability.
Yeah. So I'm going to bet you a Bitcoin.
I don't invest in silly internet money.
No, I'm talking about an entire Bitcoin.
Like I said, I don't use internet money.
Okay, I'll go with $1,000 US. You can pay me on PayPal.
And this is a chance for you to win 1,000. If you could back up what you say, you can win this 1,000.
Yep, I'll pay you $1,000 if you pass this.
Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, but you don't get to Google. You don't get to Google shit though.
Okay.
For your
if it's just a test to see, if it's just to see what I know, I mean, sure.
Okay, so $1,000 on the line. Everybody heard that?
Anyway, God rocking that image. I have 2 images coming your way right now. I actually sent it to my friend, and he's gonna send it to you because for some reason, Discord was stroking out and didn't want to send my image. So
are you ready to lose $1,000?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. One sec.
Damn, this is some pretty good coffee.
Oh, this is great. Where'd you guys find this one?
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
What is the definition of natural science?
Natural science? That's something observable with the eyes, you know. If I see a mushroom, you know, and come to the conclusion that's a fungus, so that's natural science.
That's really vague. We want an actual definition of natural science.
Well, you said this was just a test to see what I know, so I gave you an answer. So, yeah. I gave you like a really, really layman term, so yeah.
Yeah, just keep it simple. It's all good. Come on, guys.
That
Yes, I did.
See me making noise.
should be very simple. Can you perform natural science without an experiment? It's a yes or no.
Yes.
You can perform natural science without an experiment? You failed the second question. So you
Well,
failed the
you didn't
first one
say
and
it.
the second one. What are the
You said this was a
third
no.
question? You failed 2 so far.
Mm-hmm.
What are the constituent parts of an experiment in natural science? Please be specific.
What was I asked that one? Say I don't know.
So you failed the third question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fourth question.
Yeah.
In natural science, does the observed phenomenon need to occur in the natural world?
Yes.
You got that one right. Okay. Here's the fifth question. What are the 3 variables in an experiment to test the hypothesis in natural science? The 3 variables, and what are their what is their purpose in the experiment?
I'm just gonna tell you now. I've already failed this question. I do
Go
not
ahead and
know.
give a shot.
I don't know. Sage, quartz crystal, amethyst.
Okay, so you failed the 5th question, so that's it. Test is over. You failed 1, 2, 3, and 5. So 4 out of 5 questions you failed. You owe me $1,000 US.
Sonny, maybe you should explain every question, like with the answers.
I'll explain
Oh
it.
man.
He
Actually,
accepted the bet.
I did just lose $1,000, so just give me a second while I go write this check.
No, you're going to pay me in PayPal. I'll send you my link.
I don't use internet money. Didn't I just tell you I don't use silly internet money? Didn't I just say that?
You only use cash, so you're gonna have to meet him for
Okay, you can
cash
send
payment.
me cash.
All right.
That's funny.
How do you send cash?
I can send
You
it
pass
through
it. You pass it from hand to hand.
USPS, and I can send it in pennies. Will you take $1,000 in pennies?
And you pay
I
you
doubt
pay
you have
the
$1,000.
delivery fee.
I doubt you have $1,000 in pennies.
Mm-hmm.
He's been saving
have
for a
it.
long time.
When was the last time you counted those pennies? That's ridiculous. So you lost the bet, and now you're bullshitting me. So everyone heard this on the live streams. 2 live streams on YouTube. Everybody that's in here in this chat. I think, what are we on? Periscope?
Why not Walmart MoneyGram?
Odyssey. So everyone listening heard this. So great,
He
bro.
also said that he didn't know much about science. So
But he accepted the bet. Didn't he
I
accept
was
the
sure
bet,
I was sure she was gonna lose that bet since the beginning, and before having the last conversation, yeah, it was obvious.
So you not only are talking shit and don't know what the hell you're talking about as far as science goes, but you're a liar too. You accepted a bet, and now you're failing to meet your obligation of your own word. Sir,
No,
sir,
no.
sir.
Well, I'm going to use
are
the
a
same argument against you
scoundrel.
because
You're a
just said-
scoundrel. You're a
No,
weasel.
you just said
Yeah.
no. I just told everybody on live stream that I would pay this man $1,000 in pennies. I said I would write him a check or send it in pennies. So no, you're a liar and you're a scoundrel. So take that.
Ooh. I'm not the one that said I would pay someone $1,000 and accept the bet, knowing that you would fail it. If that was the
I
case.
accepted the bet, and I said I failed it. I accepted. I
He's
believe
doing
it.
payment.
I believe that.
I'm sorry,
I
because
believe
you're
it.
full of shit, bro. So anyway, moving
I
on.
believe that I
Everybody
failed
else
it.
can go
Yes.
ahead. We all heard it, so go ahead and try to provide some other proof of your spinning space monkey paw religion. You zealot.
Someone change his name to Sam Coke.
This is proof. His proof is so take that.
I mean, have you? It's an Ace Attorney rep. Never mind. But yes, my space monkey ball religion.
I've got my photo analyzed.
Yeah, because you're a zealot. You're a religious zealot.
I've got my photo
You're
analyzer.
You're talking
ready.
about faith in something you have no evidence or proof. That's called a zealot.
Well,
And
sir,
by the way-
I will take partial offense to what you said about the space monkey religion because I'm part black, so I will take offense to that.
What do you accept that as something that is real?
The space monkey religion, or what is no?
What? No, the part you're taking offense to. Are you accepting something that someone said in your past, or like in life in general?
I think we should be clear, guys. I mean, he's kind of stupid, but let's be honest. The monkey part is the we came from monkeys part of the story we were taught in school. See, I don't know where humanity came from. I don't know where mankind came from. I don't know how we got here, really. But I don't see any sufficient evidence that we evolved from monkeys. And so that's where the space monkey thing comes from.
But anyway, so you think I'm a religious zealot?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I absolutely
You have to be, because you do not have any evidence for what you believe.
Really?
I've got my photo analyzer ready for that photo. As soon as I get it, I'm going to have it analyzed, see if it's.
So yeah, the rest of you
He
can
kept
have
saying
them.
belief.
I'll recede because I showed exactly, I illustrated exactly what this guy is. So the rest of you can handle him from here. Thanks.
And you're short $1,000, so you gotta lay back and think about that. You're short $1,000 right now, Sonny.
I just
This
need a
is
link.
the root of belief right here.
I just need a link for that photo so I can have it analyzed. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Starts off with to
God
care,
Rockin',
to desire, to love.
God Rockin' would like to have that photo that you said about the satellite in space. God Rockin' would like to analyze that for you if you can provide
I
it.
would love to. I would actually love to send him the photo. But Discord is having and I'm not joking, some technical difficulties. You know, if you see me leave and come back, it's because my computer actually had a little stroke. So I would love to send that image to him, but Discord is just. I think Discord is siding with the flat earthers on this one. So
You must be joking,
not letting,
aren't you?
It's not letting. No, I'm not. It's not letting me send the
playing a
image. I'm
game?
not joking.
Are you playing a game also? Okay,
he
because
is.
that could cause it. I'm just saying.
Let me see.
I know from experience.
Yeah.
And you can send my pennies, $1,000 worth of pennies, to the downtown Los Angeles FedEx, and I'll go pick it up.
I know what. Hold on. I know what the problem is. The
Gonna cost more in shipping.
The downtown Los Angeles FedEx, and I'll go pick it up. My pennies, please.
Yeah, it's gonna cost them about $800 in shipping.
Yep, you got that? It's easy to find. Los Angeles, downtown Los Angeles FedEx.
Okay. FedEx, Los Angeles downtown. All right, and shipping this to who?
You're shipping it to
Robert?
Sunny. SUNNY.
Plane.
Sunny on the plane. Yeah, send it to that.
Sunny on the plane. Okay.
There's a channel, it's a corporation, so you can actually send to that address and that attached name.
Okay. Well, let me.
It's a trademark.
Incorporating your online likeness is quite handy.
All right, let me paste this image and let me send it. Send it. Send it.
Are you trying to send it in this server?
I am trying to send it to God Rockin', and it is refusing. It is. Ooh,
How big is it? What is the megabyte size of this file that you're trying to send?
I don't know. I just copy and paste it. It shouldn't be that big.
Analyze it. Analyze it. Right click it. Oh, it's a JPEG, so it should be small.
Let me see. Let me send it to one of my friends. Hold on.
Yeah, I think Discord.
It's sent perfectly fine to him.
I believe Discord usually allows like a certain amount of megabytes to be sent. Now, have you been corresponding with God Rocking?
I don't think so.
That might be the reason why.
Send
him a friend
send it to
request.
Gemsy. Send it to
Or
Gemsy.
send me a friend request. Yeah.
You sent me one earlier and I posted it for you. Send it to me again.
All right. Let me send that to you.
Cheers.
Oh yeah. I sent it to you. Here's the other photo. And yeah, there it is. I think God Rockin' has me blocked or something, so he obviously hates me. So
No, I have my settings set up the same way. Like anybody that's not on my friends list can't send me any DMs.
Well,
because there's a lot of trolls that want to just pop in your DMs, you know.
Okay, so I sent that image to him, and hopefully he posts that, and hopefully you analyze it, because those are two images, that I really want to share with you guys. So yeah, but
I want to share this
to
one with you.
Going back to the religious zealot thing.
That's not even what the ISS looks like, though.
Here's a photo of the ISS. Which picture? That first one I sent you was the ISS. Mm-hmm. Sure is. Yeah, quiet as my Discord.
This is the actual shape of the ISS.
There's your FedEx in LA. I gave you the address and the link and the phone number to their offices there as well. Thanks.
That's the actual shape of the ISS right there. There's no tail structure.
Let me in the live stream voice text.
Yes. That part that you're seeing right there is supposed to be the Russian Soyuz module. And it looks like it still has an old Apollo module attached to it.
Well, what about that second image, Dan?
Second image, yeah, the one that I posted on Joshua.
Let me check. Oh, yeah. Oh, that image. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what about the one with the satellite in front of the sun?
That's supposed to be the ISS, right? Except for it's not. It's shaped differently.
I didn't say that was the ISS. I just said that was a satellite.
What
didn't
satellite?
Say it was the ISS.
What satellite would be visible from that height?
I do not know. I know it's a low orbit satellite. Low orbit satellites are usually visual. I'll look that up real quick. Yeah, it says around 1,200 miles. Get yourself a Canon and a, good lens.
Wait, you said the satellite is how far away?
I just looked up low orbit. It says they usually hover around 1,200 miles.
This satellite is 1,400 miles away from the Earth.
It's usually how high up a low orbit satellite is. And that's a low orbit satellite, so it's pretty high. It's up there.
Oh, that's pretty high.
Hey, check this one out. That's a Lego. Even Lego knows what it's shaped like.
So yes, we can send things really high up. Works perfectly and is dependent on a flat Earth. Orbiting, let's see, quantum levitation. You can move stuff around above the flat Earth. Yes. Sounds good to me.
So, you think it's fake or you think it's real?
I told you we can send stuff up there, but the place where it is, how far all are the luminaries, because you're saying you might be claiming that the luminaries are really far away, therefore the distance of the satellite is orbiting the shape curved Earth, and that doesn't add up because the
It
Earth
looks like this
doesn't.
object right here. This little model, right? What he showed.
Yeah,
That's what that
NASA
object
has one
looks
of the
like.
big NASA has one of the biggest green screens in the world, right?
Did you happen to capture that image
Which one?
personally?
The one
Yeah, the one you
personally?
shown. Yeah, did you personally capture and record that data, or did you borrow it
I
from
personally
someone else?
captured that.
So you took a picture of the sun and happened to see a satellite crossing the surface of the sun.
Nah, I'm just joking. I got that
Yeah.
image from somewhere.
See, that's
Okay.
the problem with images, right? That image that you shown us looks like this thing, right? And this is clearly not in space. In
Let
fact,
me
there's a
see.
green screen behind it.
So you're telling me the second image of that clearly obvious satellite in front of the sun is fake and it's a green screen? Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you, it's not a real image. What you're seeing is a camera underneath this thing looking up at the sun while it crosses over, zooming in and capturing an image of it.
Okay.
Gut Rockin', did you analyze the image, Gut Rockin'? Where is the full image of this? Where is the full
That
photograph?
Yeah, the metadata on it would be nice.
that is the full image. That's the image.
Okay.
So you're saying I can 10-eye that?
Everyone knows that you can send equipment up there, right? Like this is you can send equipment above the flat Earth. Yes, it works perfectly in a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
How
So
does
here's my
that
question.
correlate? You know when you go below this device that is above the sky and you go to the ground. When you go to the ground, you measure the ground
From
with
Vice News.
devices, equipment,
It's from
and you go
Vice.com,
to
guys.
all bodies of water and you measure that, and everything measures flat, level, motionless. And above that, you can send devices and take pictures of them. Yes. Correct.
Here's my question. My question that I'm about to ask you.
I found the source of it. Here we go.
Yeah, it is Vice. It did come from Vice News.
Well, all I had to do was just do a tineye.com search. Funny thing is you look up that ISS thing, you get 0 results. The one that I showed you with the model in front of the green screen, which is actually a building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you go to tineye.com and image search that, you'll come up with 0 results.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So,
because it was never posted by a publication or hosted on a private website.
So you said it came up with 0 results, right?
0 results on the ISS image that I've shown you.
Okay.
That was a real photograph, by the way.
Okay.
It's tineye.com.
You okay? So you said it's a real photograph. So you believe in the photograph, right? Of the so you believe in the photograph of the green screen or like the legit?
Here, I'll
ISS?
show you the real photograph of the ISS. The only known photograph I know of the so-called International Space Station. This one. If you take this and you plug it into, hang on, this website right here. Come up with 0 results. This is a good way to vet information. Like if somebody shows you a map and you're like, yeah, that can't be real, that has to be fake. Then you go and look it up and then you find maps like this. Oh, where'd it go? Right here. From the David Rumsey collection, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this map, it's going to blow your mind, right? Because it's a equal azimuthal equidistant map, right? And it's from like 1400s, 1500s. Well, actually, the date that's on there, it says it's 1587, but if you read it, it just says 57. It says un años is 57. Le años is un or is, is 57 or 87. Excuse me.
Well, you know what? I had a real good time talking with you guys today. I'm gonna call it a day. And you know what? God bless. God bless you, flat earthers. Have a good one.
Have a good one, man. Blessings.
Not trying to be rude, but what a clown.
I know, right? Oh, see, this is one of these things about people not actually doing their own research and just sitting their ass on the couch and regurgitating what they see on TV or social media,
Joshua, is there any high definition image of this map that you shared? Because everything looks pretty blurry when I download it.
Yeah, you don't download the map. You actually use that website itself and you can zoom in. Quite detailed. At the bottom right corner, if you're on a computer, the bottom right corner of the page, you'll have a plus and a minus, up, down, home, left, right.
Okay, I can see it now. Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that. So, as we can
Highly
see...
detailed. And this shows unicorns, by the way.
Ooh, let's go. I see one.
Don't go away from your village. You're gonna find monsters.
Yeah, and that's
Stay close
actually
to the
in the
house.
land of Agog. Not Tataria, but Agog. hmm Gog and Magog. It's actually Agog, and that's right there, the Strait of, what does it say? Enarto. That's actually the Bering Strait.
This is an amazing map. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
And it shows giant dogs in North America and griffins. Crazy, huh?
Bro, you know what's funny? Go to Florida. Go to the bottom of Florida. It shows Cuba, Sola, Cuba. It shows where today is Dominican Republic, Haiti, La Española, but it doesn't say that. It's Sola, but it doesn't show Borinquen, Puerto Rico. It doesn't show it. There's a next to Dominican Republic. There is Puerto Rico before those small islands. That's funny. Next to the west of the Dominican Republic. That's interesting.
Porto Island.
No Puerto Rico in the map.
Isolo Cuba.
You see Cuba, yeah, you see Cuba, and then you go to what is Haiti today or Dominican Republic.
Right.
And then
It
west
doesn't
to
say it there.
that,
It says.
I mean east to that.
Yeah, it says it's in a different place. Yeah, Jamaica. That's. Oh shit!
Jamaica, yeah.
I'm going the wrong way.
There's some land missing in here.
Yeah. Oh, Iso Dominica. That's what?
It's Isla Dominica, yeah. Isla, yeah. So what else? So
Are
what
the
a
Sandwich
little...
Islands there? Hang on, let me see if the Sandwich Islands are there. Down by Argentina. Yep, they are there. And then just to the tip of Argentina is region the Gigante, Patagonia, and then on the opposite side is La Tierra del Fuego. What a strange place to call Antarctica is the land of fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a vast region with the circumference of it that the imagery that we got to this day, the small images that we have gotten, is probably just one section of it.
Right. I'm trying to locate where this dude sitting there giving his
I mean,
thing, his spiel.
it's probably maybe it's depictions of if it's frozen, right? If this region is frozen, like they claim, it might be that this map of the past will show a different time or temperature time, but I don't know. It doesn't look frozen. Is there any frozen area?
Right. Okay, I'm gonna take a snapshot of this, and you can clearly see where it says IS instead of 15, and they claim that IS is 15, but it's backwards
Bro.
of what it says right there. C. It's backwards of C.
Where?
Hang on, I gotta use my snippet tool and take a snapshot, screenshot.
Guys, I found unicorns on the flat earth.
They do exist.
I saw the unicorn variant today. It's amazing.
There you go, Jemsy.
It's pretty detailed.
I'm pretty sure this is italic.
I want to download this image, dude.
La año, right? With a L. That would be, that's not Spanish, right? To the bottom line, or the two bottom lines?
Let me go back to the Discord because I've been in the map.
Oh, shit.
Discreti,
Yeah, that's pretty
it
much...
means discreti of benigni lettori.
Yeah, that's italic, huh?
Questo atapamondo. Alapamondo. Falto amondo de una paia.
Yeah, I know you can figure it out because it's got similar roots. All the same roots, yeah. Spanish and
So,
Italian.
se asienta. Asienta means like it's sitting or laid down.
Oh,
The
yeah,
part,
that's another
parte,
thing.
the
See if you can
basso, the
find
base.
any cities in the New World that are labeled where there shouldn't be.
Okay, so I have to go back to the link.
Like, I see a bunch of castles.
Here, man. I mean, I kind of came in blinded, but what's up?
Like, right there, Oregon, Washington, Idaho, all the way to Yellowstone. Yellowstone is where griffins used to be, apparently. And just south of that is Chikanitska or Chikachinka or something like that. So these are like Mayan settlements.
Right. And what year is this supposed to be here that?
Isu's sacrifice, what was it? 87. So IS 87. They're saying it's 1587.
Okay. Interesting.
So if 1587 this map was out, then Columbus sailed in what, 1492?
1492.
Wait, what's in so many? Okay, I'm gonna open it.
It would make it more sense that this was the secret map that Columbus used.
Well,
it says date 1587, but
the two figures are they holding keys?
Oh, I don't know.
What are those little figures carrying, man?
Here, dude, I'll give you the link.
It looks like a key to me, man. I mean, like right?
I'm not sure, bro. Here, I'll give you I'll post the link here so you can follow along.
Interesting.
This is the Ubuntu Mars map.
Okay.
Umberto Montes. Monte Uberto. Basically, Uberto.
That map.
Yeah.
That map. Oh, fuck all that. That map is fucking absolutely one of the most incredible maps I've ever seen in my entire life, man. By far.
So, I mean, Tierra Incognita.
It is
right?
just
That's
a
Washington, Idaho, Wyoming.
You could dedicate your entire life to this map.
All the way up, like, even Canada, Alaska. Yeah. That's...
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So, like, if you go down there, you have, like, where, I guess you could say that's what the sound was at one time. And then that's clearly,
yeah,
I would say
the most incredible thing about this map is
Colombia.
It's high resolution detail, man. I mean, it's off the hook, man. I mean, you can zoom in on the smallest little thing and it's super clear still, and you're like, so they scan this thing at some fucking stupid resolution, man. I mean, just out of this world resolution.
Well, no, this was part of a manuscript, 60-page manuscript, 10
From what
foot
I heard, man,
by 10 foot.
Yeah, it was this huge map, but they scanned it somehow with big fucking scanner or small handheld. I don't know how they did it, but this thing, man, you zoom in on the smallest little detail and you're like, damn. Anyway, thanks for sharing that. I missed years ago.
And it even has Hyperborea. Yep, that's right. Look at the north. And then it's sitting there telling you about
trying to tell you
the Black Mountain.
Yeah, that's a cool map. Thank you.
Rufus Nega.
So yeah, we're gonna figure out this place, man, big time. And
La Tierra Verde, right? Tierra Verde. That's Greenland. It's strange. It's all stretched out, right? Which makes me wonder that if what we call Greenland today on the map in part of the Northwest Territories, or the not Northwest, the Northwest Territories isn't really Hyperborea.
we don't know, man. We are gonna figure it out.
And they just have it whited out, Maybe that's really the North Pole.
So awesome, man.
Because that cable and wireless map has England at the North Pole. And then there's
the 4 islands
speculation
the line
that
in
the
the
true
middle
north
has 4 rivers or a bunch of rivers.
Yeah.
Is that water going towards the center or away from the center?
Towards the center. The rushing in. I wish I could read this.
I think the 4 corners above,
86,
up in
87.
heaven.
Whoa, why did they... What the heck? This is like gold gilded and everything, man. Okay, look at the center, right? And then
let me
follow
the center.
You have 90 and then G, right? You have G at the center. Then you have 90, 89, 88, 87, and you have a finger pointing at the line of 87 to 88.
Hold on. Let me zoom in.
And like the gold gilding is like all over it, so it's like obfuscated.
Damn.
That's crazy. So it's sitting there, and then here's another one pointing to 82.
Bro, it looks like this water from the middle is actually falling on the cliff.
Yeah, like going inside.
It's a high mountain. Like it's a bunch of mountains making a higher ground.
Yeah. That's why I say I feel that we need to explore the North Pole before we even think about the South
It's
Pole.
closer than what you can think of.
Yeah. Have you read or heard about the book called The Smoky God?
Yeah.
No.
Well, this guy's
I
talking
haven't read
about
it.
going to a voyage, and right before you reach this landmass, right, and he talks about these 4 rivers of inrushing current.
Yeah.
That, took his ship and went in, and him and his father fought against it, and his father ended up perishing. And he, like the whole time, it was ice free and a warm and temperate climate.
Yeah, if it's around the correct time where it's called the sun gates are open because the sun is closer to this region. It's described. They call it sun gates. So when it's warmer, everything is greener up there.
Right.
When the sun is closer. But I think there's a key missing. There's something like the Earth is not on its full potential. I think there's something something like.
Here you go, Jimsy. And or not just Jimsy, but whoever else. This was in reference to what I was talking about, Smoky God. This is him and his father venturing to the far north to explore it.
I gotta see
and finding a land of giants called the Hyperboreans. They were, or not the Hyperboreans, but the Borean race, and they're gentle.
You see this at the north of the U.S. They have like a white region, and they label it as Terra Incognita Nova.
Yes.
That means like new land that we haven't explored.
That's why they have
It's
the
like
griffins there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's land that is they know is there because they have probably I don't know what they did, maybe with boats in the water, which sounds kind of difficult to do still. But they say there's this land we haven't looked at it, or they don't have any information about it. They didn't explore it. Yeah, the land is so vast that these people probably haven't explored the whole thing.
Holy smokes! Does that say Ephraim?
Terra del Laborador is the land of the worker. Terra del Laborador, the land of the workers, of the worker.
Lago Faga? Lake?
It's funny, like, okay, wow, it's a pretty cool map.
What's Cuerva Provincia?
Cuerva provincia. Provincia is province.
Yeah.
Cuerva, could mean a few things, I think.
Cuvera, maybe? Qvivira. And then here's Amiga, or not Amiga, Agama, Agam, California.
California. In the north of the U.S., like where Canada is supposed to be, right? Canada, the lake, it shows like a big lake. Above that, it says the sea that they talk about around this coast. It says Mare de la Nova Francia. So it's the sea of New France, right?
Yeah.
And then above that is Canada, and above Canada province, right? And above that is Francia, Francia.
And then
Above Canada.
You got that circle, the Arctic Circle, and right above the Arctic Circle in Canada is Tierra Incognita Nova.
Yeah, it's like this land
And then,
incognita.
holy shit! Look at the spiral, the Viagra. Right there, next to, like, I guess, Finland?
There's so much to look at. It's kinda... Bro, and at the middle of the map is zero. It's like a, what is it, a G or a zero?
Yeah.
No, it's not a zero because it doesn't complete the loop. It's like a
The G,
it's like a G.
but an upside down G.
But where does that symbol comes from? Well,
Holy
it's
shit.
a not actually
Hold
you
the
have to look
phone.
in reference.
Hold the phone.
Okay.
Hold the phone. Okay, you see that little crease coming off to the, okay, like where we're looking at it, you see that little crease coming off to the bottom right-hand corner and coming off to the top right-hand corner?
Yeah.
Well, imagine that as the bottom part, right? And then if you look at that G, it looks like it's a flap of, like, say, an apron that's just folded over.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if we had the physical thing, we could probably, like, lift that and, like, see the secret.
See something below it.
Yeah, because you see all those lines there? It looks like something's folded up like a pop-up or something.
Yeah, it could be a misprint, but anyways, it's a measurement by number of what is it degree latitude, the a parallel based in numbers, you see. So from the middle, all directions is 90. So 90 degree, and then 89, 88. Away from that, the numbers start going lower away from that. The 100 is in the,
They
like,
have
what is
Brazil.
Brazil?
What are we talking about?
Go down to about, head south to about 5756, right to the right of that marker.
It's a map that we're looking at from the 1500s.
Where's this map at?
It's in the
Just,
voice text for the live stream.
Voice text.
Just looking through it.
Whoever had spent this much time doing this map, my goodness. Oh my
And
god.
then here's another Brazil.
I got
Why
the
would-
Brazil next to 57, 56, yeah.
57.
And then if you go over there where South America is, you see a chunk that says America and then El Brazil. And it's red and it's separate from the rest, which is green. What the heck is going on here?
I see that. I see where
See,
you're at.
it would be nice to have the actual work instead of just, censored copies of it.
Yeah. Sure
Where
would.
did you even get this map from?
David Rumsey map collection.
David, let me see.
But look at the ring, right? Supposedly free of ice.
Yeah, look, a lot of land out there, man. A lot of land on that ring, man. What's going on in the outer ponders, man? I'm curious. But I can be curious. I don't know if I'll ever know, but
And look, there's dragons and you would call them dinosaurs.
crazy unicorns and crazy stuff on this map.
Oh, and there's a pope.
Y'all think the Kraken exists?
Kraken.
Mm-hmm.
You smoking
You're
crack?
the one that's always asking what's cracking?
I said, do you think the Kraken exists?
I actually kind of believe it does.
Well, the kraken just means giant tentacle, right?
I thought it was a
So
giant.
technically giant squid,
Octopus.
Architeuthis.
Yeah, the fucking massive squid that's like destroying entire cruisers and ships and stuff.
No, not necessarily that. I think that was part of a wives' tale.
Yeah, I've never seen one, so I'm not gonna. I've never seen an alien either.
So like I have
look,
a couple
they even
questions.
have a sea pig, right?
Yeah,
Now
I
you
got a
might
couple
sit
questions.
there and think, well, there's no such thing as sea pig. Oh, but they don't have any sharks, do they? Do you see any sharks anywhere? No, but you see sea pigs.
Yeah, there's some weird looking stuff around here, man.
Sea pigs.
So,
Sea
tell me
pig.
this, right? How this is a genuine question. How do we stay on the Earth if it is what force causes us to stay on top of the Earth if gravity does not exist?
Buoyant density, it's called.
The weight of it.
Well, it is called gravity. It's called specific gravity.
Specific gravity. If you put an apple in a bucket of water, it floats, right? If you remove the water, it goes down to the bottom. Yeah,
So
it's not.
that's because of density, right?
That's buoyancy, actually.
Well, density is.
And then density takes over after the water's gone. Density takes over.
What causes
So what I want to ask is like
to rise? Density.
Okay, but here's what I want to ask. Why is it what determines the fact that more dense things go downwards?
They're
Why
heavy.
doesn't it go diagonal?
Because
or
the air
sideways?
around it is less dense. If the gradient was going the other way, then perhaps it would move that way. But the way things are, things that are more dense seem to be at the bottom of things that are less dense.
Right, but what causes that?
The flow of
Specific gravity.
The medium and everything in the medium. It's been, it depends the density on it, and
So if you take a less dense gas and a more dense gas that weigh the same, why does another gas rise above it if they weigh the same?
you know when you grab a magnet and there's a flow, one
the
side of the
volume
magnet
is going to be greater than the other.
But what causes the
You're
flow?
talking about a gas, right?
No,
Now, if
I
you're
know
talking
that.
about
I'm saying what
sulfur
causes the flow?
hexafluoride, right? Sulfur hexafluoride is extremely heavy, right? So to get the same amount of sulfur hexafluoride as you would a helium balloon, just to fill up the sulfur hexafluoride balloon, you would have the helium balloon would burst because it could not contain that amount of gas volume.
Right. It'd be like the size of the
It
United
might weigh the same, but the volumes are different. It cannot be the same volume if they have different densities.
I have a
That
question.
doesn't explain. Yeah.
Go ahead, question.
Do you guys know, like, so obviously we know there's some kind of light / energy in the sky, right? Like most people call it the sun, right?
Let's call the sun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
do we
that.
know where, like, based on like these 1500 maps and stuff, do we know like the direction of this sun? Like, does it just go in a circle, or like what? How does it? What is the path that the sun takes?
It takes the path of the
East to
ecliptic.
west. It travels east to west. It actually follows the path of the ecliptic plane that the sun, the moon, the planet, and the zodiac signs all travel in. Are you familiar with the zodiac?
I know I'm an Aries.
Okay, so you kind of are kind of familiar with the zodiac. What that means is when you were born, the sun was in the house of Aries as it rises. So the day you were born, when the sun rises, it will actually be in the constellation of Aries. That's what that means. It just means it's a time and a season. It's a clock.
Now, do we believe that these stars are other, like, sun flashlights, or
They're just lights in the sky. We can't test them.
We none
We
of
do
us
know
are
that the sun is a black body.
None of us. I guarantee that
Wait, what?
Nobody here is ever going to the fucking star, any star. Period.
Yeah.
So wait, the sun. Wait, what do you mean by the sun's a black body?
The sun is a black body. You can actually look it up if you're curious about it. A black body is an object or a body that absorbs all spectrums doesn't emit anything like black. The reason why something is black is because it absorbs all light spectrums and does not reflect any.
Well,
that's why they call it a black hole. But how can it be a black hole because of gravity if light has no mass and is not affected by gravity? Therefore, light cannot be bent by gravity. Uh-oh.
I thought Einstein said that light can be bent by gravity.
What's the speed of light? How can you determine the speed of light?
It's actually
How did he come up with the gravitational constant? How did he come up with the cosmological constant? He couldn't quantify gravity and the
Josh,
cosmological constant at the same time.
We know there's a great question. But don't they measure the speed of light at going and coming back?
Like the atomic level, isn't there like the way to with high speed cameras and stuff?
You can't see an atom. You can just see the fog around it. You can actually look at IBM come up with the little boy atom, right? And it's just a bunch of gold atoms that they animated together, and it's kind of neat, right? Little boy playing with
I heard you
a gold atom, and it turns into a balloon.
Either you can't see a virus. I've heard
you're not actually seeing gold. You're not actually seeing the atom itself. You're seeing the electron cloud around it, right?
Say that again.
You're not actually seeing the atom. When they say they took a photograph of an atom,
you're not seeing the atom.
Actually seeing an atom. The only way we can see something like that is by any hopes at all is with an electron scanning microscope, right? One of these devices that uses electron scanning, because electrons supposedly are in everything, and the only thing we would be therefore seeing is the electrons, not the neutrons ever.
So what is there then? Like, are we just assuming there's an atom there, or no?
Well, we're seeing a cloud of electrons. In fact, you can solivate electrons.
Yeah, but I thought like with microscopes and stuff, you know how like the different the periodic table, right? The higher the number, the more dense it is, right?
Yes, but do you know what that periodic table is based off of?
No, what is it based off?
How it was found and how the equations come about?
No.
It's the substance itself weighed against itself, weighed against the displacement it displaces of an oxygen acid. Do you know what an oxygen acid is?
No, please.
Water. Water.
Oxygen.
Specific gravity, that's how it was founded.
I gotta get
the periodic table of elements is the atomic weights and masses are based off of specific gravity.
So you're saying since gravity doesn't exist, that the periodic table is full of shit?
I never said specific gravity doesn't exist. This exists. It's quantifiable, measurable, repeatable,
testable, repeatable, observable,
demonstrable.
So wait. What's the difference between gravity and the other gravity you were saying? Specific gravity.
Well, one is a thought experiment theory, right? To explain a globe model.
Right.
Which is not reality. And the other one is how we determine how much fermentable sugars is in, say, beverage before it's fermented, so we know how much alcohol we will receive out of it and how much alcohol is in said product, or if you can use a hydrometer which tests specific gravity in your antifreeze to make sure you have enough antifreeze in it and not too much water. Make sure you have the right amount of electrolyte in your batteries, that kind of thing.
I like the explanation of the fermentation and how much alcohol you're going to get. I think
it's very needed, because if you have too much fermentable sugars, you're going to make what? Vinegar.
You're going to make shit. Yeah, exactly. You don't want that. You want the higher quality stuff, man. I mean, 13.3% right here I'm drinking.
Yeah, you want about 20% to 25% sugar.
For my wine I'm drinking right now. It's like 13.5%. 13%, exactly.
And then you'll get maybe 18% yield if it's wine.
So what is keeping everything on the planet? Like, why is air just not flowing?
Earth is not a planet.
It's
Wait,
not
By
what?
definition, planet means wandering star.
Wait, a planet
okay,
means wandering star? What?
Yes. The word planet means wandering star.
So what is Earth then?
Dry land.
It's Terra. What we live on.
What's keeping the air on the dry land?
What's keeping the air on the dry land?
Mm-hmm.
Air. Let's talk about air. Air is a gas, right?
Are you asking what's keeping the air on Earth? Yeah, you cannot have gas pressure without a container. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container without equalization occurring? Do you know what equalization is? Equilibrium?
Yeah, I know what equilibrium is.
So you understand that one thing we understand in science and our view of natural world is all things seek equilibrium. Homeostasis.
Right? That's for the body. The body sees homeostasis.
No, it's not just for the body, also for the natural world, the ecosystem itself. Right? We know that all things have a balance. Like, sure, you can say, oh, meteorology, right? You can have high pressure, low pressure systems next to each other. Yeah, but the thing is over time, they equalize out.
Right, but my question is, what is stopping the air from flowing?
So how do you have air pressure 14.7 psi at sea level next to, say, 10 to the negative 14 torr vacuum, which is pretty close to negative 32 inches of mercury? It's stronger than we can create in a lab, and this is what they say exists in space because of starlight. So how can you have that strong of a vacuum next to pressure without equilibrium occurring unless you have a container or an envelope for the gas pressure to exist? Because remember, gas pressure is defined by the molecules of the gas, right? The different mixtures of the gases bouncing off of the walls of the container, and that pressure that it bounces off of, that velocity indicates pressure. So you increase the amount of energy by heating it up, you're going to increase the pressure. You decrease the amount of energy by cooling it down, you're going to decrease the pressure.
Right, but what keeps it from flowing even on the flat Earth?
What keeps it
I
flowing
just
on
told
the
you,
globe is the
there
better
is no
question.
space.
What keeps it What keeps the
Then
gas
what
pressure
what
on
is
the
above
globe?
The
us?
Earth is
What's
standing
above us?
still.
What's the
What
magic
is
of
above us
fucking
at the
shit?
highest? I'm saying, what is above us at the highest point if there is no space? Is it just a continuous?
The
just
container.
continuous
It
expanding?
must be a container. All
right.
scientific evidence points to if you don't have gas pressure, you don't have a container. And there's nobody in the world that can come into my shop and show me gas pressure without a container. It can't be done. It's one of those things,
So
man.
he's asking what's keeping the air from fucking off into space.
Well, space isn't real, and it must be some kind of container there. Period, man. It has to be. There's no other explanation for it. No gas pressure, no container.
Are you one of these believers in the Big Bang theory?
I don't have any theory about how
I
the
believe
Earth
in the Big
was
Bang.
created.
I do.
Okay, do any of you guys happen to know who invented the Big Bang theory?
Can I guess?
No clue. No clue.
No clue. You have no clue who invented the Big Bang.
Great answer. Great answer.
Great answer. Yeah.
Is it Sheldon?
Newbark, you said you believe it, right?
Right.
Which denotes having faith, and you
You
love it and
you don't
adore
know
it.
who invented it, but you believe it.
Yeah, it's true. Yes.
Boy, that's some really funny. Don't
Wait,
you think?
Wait, hold on. Before you guys continue, Reckon
Are
noticed something
you
interesting. If space is fake, why would you need a barrier to contain things?
Hold on, man. Wait, let's get back to the Big Bang thing, man, because we got to finish up on that real quick.
Okay.
You believe in a Big Bang theory, but you don't know who created it, how it was invented, how it was thought of, how.
I mean, I don't know who invented rocks, but I still believe in rocks, right? Like,
You wouldn't
know
have
what
to
I'm
be
saying?
a Catholic, would you?
I grew up Catholic, but I'm more agnostic.
Okay,
right now.
that might have something to do with it.
Well, I'm agnostic now, so.
George Lamars, right? He was a Belgian astrophysicist, right? Theoretical physicist, because astrophysics is pseudoscience. It's not a measurement, and they even say themselves they do not use a scientific method. And anything that claims to be science that does not use a scientific method, therefore, is pseudoscience.
Pseudo.
So I mean, like, okay, you're right. No, it may or may not be true, right?
Invented by a Jesuit Catholic priest.
No, but my question is, okay, so but that kind of makes sense, right? Like if we're living in hypotheticals, right? The universe starting in a giant, small, little dense thing and then exploding right into the universe that's ever expanding, right? I mean, what would be your explanation on how life just got here?
God fucking put us here, man. Said,
Creator.
hey, man, check it out.
You know, Genesis 1.
But okay, have you seen God? Have you seen God?
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's all you
right
need to know.
there. That's your answer.
Everything right there. And right there even talks about salvation, about a sheet, all that.
Where's heaven at? Where's it located?
Above you.
Heaven's above, man.
So that is outside of our container. That's where heaven is.
Yes, it's the realm.
Yeah,
that we cannot get to. Now, there's either two possibilities with the air thing, right? Either there is no space, right? And there is no container, and air is everywhere.
Air is even in space.
Or
there's
a firmament. And what's above it is waters.
Doesn't it's mentioned in the Bible, that firmament thing? I think
it's got to be one of those two possibilities, because you cannot have air pressure next to a vacuum without equilibrium occurring.
Here's what I want to ask: how can you demonstrate the existence of heaven?
Look up.
No,
see all those stars that you lust after?
No, I said.
You know what heaven means? The cosmos.
The cosmos, baby. The cosmos.
Heaven is literally a place in the Bible. That's not the cosmos.
What does Carl Sagan say what heaven is? The cosmos, right?
Yeah, but the
I
Bible
was quoting
says,
Sagan. I was quoting your guy, Sagan.
I don't know. I don't give a fuck about Carl Sagan. I'm saying that the Bible says heaven is a specific realm. So
okay, Carl Sagan is pretty much your ace in the hole when it comes to the globe Earth rhetoric. Pale blue dot. You ever heard of that?
No, the ace in the hole for the global rhetoric is demonstrable science. That's the ace in the hole.
Yeah, where's the horizon? Is the horizon flat or is it curved?
Josh, hold your
Okay, where's the light source? Why can there be total darkness on one side at the exact same time every day, and total light on another side of the Earth?
Well, first of all, it's not the exact same time every day. It changes every day, but that's called the equinox. But that's a whole nother fucking lesson. But
the sun is not 83 or 89 million miles away.
Hey, guess what, man? Where do you live? Do you live in America right now?
Yeah.
It's cold, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cold here. Yeah,
pretty cold. The sun's kind of low in the sky. Today is the actual solstice. I don't know if you.
Yeah, it's first day of winter.
It's the very first day of winter. That means the sun is at its lowest point it's going to be this year, right?
Doesn't that mean it's the farthest away from or we're tilted the farthest away from the sun?
Oh, wait a minute. You are asking a great question, because that was my next question. Are we 3 million miles closer to the sun right now or farther away?
I don't know. We pretty far from the sun, though.
Okay, we're 93 million miles away during the summer, and right now In the wintertime, we're only 90 million miles away. So why is it colder? Why is it colder on Earth right now in the northern hemisphere? And we're fucking 3 fucking million miles closer to the heat source, man. Show me anywhere where you got a campfire, and if I get closer to it, I'm fucking colder. Show me that. And I'll buy anything you're fucking selling. Because if you can show me, if I'm closer to a heat source and I'm warmer or colder, I'll fucking buy anything you're saying. Anything. And it's not possible to show me that, because it's not possible to show me gas pressure without a container, man. And those are just 2 basic things you can just sit down and figure out for yourself right there in your kitchen. If you're closer to the heat, it's hotter, right? Come on.
Yeah, in fact, you guys can do this trick too. Right, this is my next point.
Go ahead, John.
48 pictures of the sun taken over a year, once a week, in the same place, at the same time. The highest point is the summer solstice. The lowest point is a winter solstice. The result is a symbol of infinity. You know, so the sun creates the figure 8 in the sky. Now, what you're seeing right there, that path, that circuit,
the analemma,
is the ecliptic plane.
Yep.
You'll always see the sun between those points, the moon between those points, any of those planets, those wandering stars in those spots.
Are these guys in the voice text?
Bro, Joshua is in the middle of his sentence.
I know. Go ahead. My
and
bad.
Like that right there can tell you a lot, and that is how they determine the supposed tilt, the axial tilt. That's how they determine the tilt, because of that ecliptic plane. But it doesn't make sense because it's wobbling, and they say that's 12 degrees, but it's more like 20 degrees.
$23.4. Hey, are these guys in the voice text by chance? No.
Okay. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, either one of you guys.
Yeah, I got approved, I think, or whatever. I think.
Can you see the voice text? Can you look at the pictures in the voice text? Can you look at
the figure
the
8?
link?
I see that. Yeah.
I left you a link.
Yeah, I think they were.
It's an hour long. It explains the ecliptic and the analemma.
I mean, I don't know if that helped answer any of your questions.
So no, I have a question. I asked this the other day, but maybe you guys can explain it better, because I still kind of didn't understand it. So from what I understand, right, there's sunlight on half of the world, right, and there's sunlight on the other, and darkness on the other half, right, and it's sort of like a flashlight flash beam that kind of goes across, right. Now I said, if the Earth is flat and you're in the darkness, where is the sun hiding? Like, if I go up high enough in the air, would I be able to see the sun, like shining on the other side of the Earth?
Yes, you
When
would.
objects get further from you, did they appear to get smaller?
Typically.
But is the object actually shrinking, or is it just appearing to shrink?
So you're saying if I went up like 10,000 feet in the air in nighttime, I should be able to see the sun shining in daytime?
I think you got to go much higher.
No. Right. The sun is too far away from you to see it. Right. There's a certain distance. Do you know what the inverse square law is?
No.
No, he doesn't know what that is. But he's
okay. Light a lot of things follow the inverse square law. Heck, even air pressure when it's coming out of a nozzle.
A candle will display the inverse square law, man. A candle. That's a good one, man.
It's the square of. Come on, guys.
Dude, it's all right. It's the square, the light. Every as it gets farther away, obviously it gets darker. I mean, you can take a flashlight and it's shining
Right,
on the
because it
floor.
dissipates, right? Yeah.
It's not going to light the whole room up, you know. It's going to dissipate over distance, right? You follow me? It's going to square the distance is going to square every time. I don't know, every mile or meter or millimeter or whatever you're using. If you're using a candle, you can inverse square law the candle light by, literally, by the time you get to the
Here's
end
the
of
thing.
Go ahead.
Multiply by 2, that is square. Multiply by 2, that is cube. Multiply by 3, that is square. Inverse it, and you have the inverse square. So you reverse the number into a negative, right? This is actually a measurement of radiations.
So
right?
there must be a inverse square law for sound as well, too, right?
In physics, there is many laws that define objects, light, earth, and many more. These laws are formed with respect to some fundamental quality. Snell's law, laws of reflection,
right?
Laws of refraction. Some of the laws which are formed on the nature of light.
I like
we know that light travels in a straight line and can undergo various phenomena like diffraction, polarization, interference, reflection, and refraction too. In this article, let us study a law that defines the intensity of light with respect to distance. Let us learn about the inverse square law. Right? The inverse square law. This law explains that the strength of light with respect to the distance of the source. Inverse square law states that the intensity of the radiation is inversely proportional to the square of the distance, or the intensity of light of an observer from a source is inversely proportional to the square of the distance from the observer to the source.
Yep.
As per this law, light loses its brightness or luminosity as it moves away from the source. For example, when you switch on the light in the corner of the room and you move away from the source, the light appears to dim or become less bright due to an increase in the distance that you are away from it.
Yep.
So based on that, though, that must mean the sun is hella bright. Because how far away do you guys think the sun is?
Don't know.
But like, you know what I'm saying? If that law applies and it's shining this much light on our planet, right? Like that must be hella bright.
I think it's 62 miles away, man, personally. But that only is from an observation standpoint, where I've looked at a mountain that was 62 miles away, and then I looked back up at the sun.
Here's my citation.
It's just an observation, actually, a physical, personal observation that I've looked at a mountain 62 miles away, and I said, look at the sun, and they look about the same distance. And that's all, there's no citation on that, but
shit, you can't beat that science.
My science is solid.
Well, do you know what science means?
I'm just kind of fucking.
It means knowledge.
Fucking around.
Right?
No, there's no science behind any of that. But
no, I'm saying science means knowledge. Right? That's it.
Yeah, I mean it's just observational knowledge. Measurement.
It's the knowledge of this world, and the knowledge of this world is foolish.
I love what I live on, this dirt, and this dirt is awesome, man. It fucking produces trees and.
If science is knowledge, then Sci-Fi Channel is knowledge fiction.
Pseudo knowledge.
I like that. Ooh. That's pretty good. I like that, man. You might want to write that one down. Actually, make that a meme, please. No, I'm here to learn and question as well, man. I'm not here to think I know it all. Fuck off.
Also, from the perspective side of things,
on the ground, there's limitations from which the light will pass and you won't be able to see it. But you also have to add that there's a limit to the sky that will also, like a roof, converge with the ground to a vanishing point, and that's why the sun looks like it's vanishing. You can see the sun's focal point whenever you are at the correct perspective. You can see the sun dogs and halos, and you can see the light traversing through the. You can see the magnify effect of the sun traversing
Rainbow.
through the sky. But when you are at the perspective from where you cannot see the light anymore, you won't see it anymore because it's out of focus to this point that you standing on the ground.
Now, are you guys under the presumption that the sun goes below the horizon?
I mean, I'm a round earther, so yeah, I believe, yeah.
Oh, here we go. All right. Let the party
I'm going to
begin.
show you a GIF. Hang on. I'm going to show these guys a GIF.
Yeah, take your
It's
time,
a
man.
sunset GIF. Somebody else has another one that I think is a little better because the table's longer and it
Go ahead.
better.
Thank you, Josh.
Hang on, I'm trying to find it.
First of all, thank Josh.
Where's it at? Where the fuck are you?
How do I say your name? New
And just call me Nub or Nubrack, whatever
Nub.
you want. Yeah.
Nub,
Call me
what's up,
whatever you
Nub?
want. Yeah.
All right, you can
Nubrack,
call me
Nubrack.
Dude, or you can call
I
me
was calling you
Dude.
Nubrick. I'm sorry.
No, call me whatever you want. It's fine.
I was thinking like
How about
Kubrick.
Noob? All right, this is a pretty interesting video, man.
Okay.
Yeah, you see the GIF I just posted?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so this guy, go ahead and explain
Now,
it, Josh. Go ahead.
he first shows you what he's doing. He's not doing anything funny. He's simply moving the image away from the camera, right? And then he puts this lens which causes a refraction, right? It's to simulate atmospheric refraction. Now, notice like without it, that image tends to be the same size, all the way down. It like gets smaller, right?
Right.
Now, with that atmospheric reaction gradient in the way the Fresnel lens, it tends to sink
And it
as
looks like
like
it's
it tends
actually
to
getting.
set,
It looks
and it
like it's getting bigger
gets
almost.
bigger as it goes down.
Yeah.
So so when he puts that thing on, he's actually pulling it back, just like in the first
he's
one.
pulling it back.
Yes.
Wow.
It looks
You can
like
actually do this yourself.
Yeah, you can buy those lensing magnification things at Staples. They sell them for
And
like
remember, there is something
people
terminus
that
line.
have a hard time seeing, and they lay this lensing thing over their magazine or whatever they're reading, and it magnifies the text so they can read it. Right.
Right.
That's all that is, man. It's one of those.
So you're saying that when it goes over the horizon, it's actually getting it appears that it's getting closer to us, even though it's getting farther.
Well, of course it's getting farther away. We all know that. When we can verify the sun is getting farther away, even if we're on a spinning globe, it's getting farther away if we're spinning on a globe, right? Or the sun is actually moving farther away from us. One or the other, man. Right? There's no other. There's only two choices.
I'm gonna share with you guys a kit you can buy and test it yourself. It's about the Chicago skyline, but it has one of these things in it, one of these lenses in it itself.
Mm-hmm.
And this was put together by the late Rob Skiba.
Shout out to Rob Skiba. I met the guy once, shook his hand.
See, I'm still kind of confused. I think I asked this yesterday too, but there is a so like when it rises on one side of me, rises in the east, right? The sun, I see it on one side of me. Then in the midday, I look straight above, I see another. I see the sun above me, right? And then at the end of the day, I see it on the other side of me. And if I connect those 3 points, it's like a triangle, right? Or if you put a curve to it, right? You could put a curve to it, so it's like a half
It's called the ecliptic. Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? So like, if the sun, so what it appears, the sun travels over me from one side to the other. It kind of looks like it's taken like an upside down circle path. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, are you in the live stream voice check, man?
Yeah.
There is a thing called LHFE at 12:14 PASI 12:14. So like a few minutes ago, I put a documentary. It's about an hour long. Go ahead and watch that, man. It explains the ecliptic, what you're seeing, how it works, how the analemma works, and how they've had this figured out for a very long time because they built buildings that will you can go to buildings they built a long time ago. I don't know how many years ago, but a long time ago, and the sun will shine right through that building on a certain day every year, right?
Right.
And that they've figured this thing out, man, a long time ago. But watch that it's called EWAR LHFE Volume 2, man. Check it out, man. Or LHFE 2.2.
Hey, I actually like this kit because he gives you a little like thumb light, an image of a ship and an image of a sun, so you can actually see the ship disappear over the horizon, bottom up,
on
a flat table.
On a flat table.
My question is, if this is all true, right? Why do all astronomers agree that the Earth isn't flat?
Oh, wait, that's a pretty big brush you just busted out of there. All astronomers?
I have never seen an astronomer agree that the Earth is
What
flat.
What does it take to be an astronomer?
Yeah, exactly. Who decided who's the astronomers and who aren't? People that look at the sky are astronomers, man. There's a lot of us.
Anyone with the telescope's an astronomer, Brickson.
I've been looking at the sky all of my life.
Does being an astronomer mean you work at one of these government-funded facilities?
No, it means you just went to school for science and astronomy, and then you graduated.
We call that they went to.
What course would that be? And could you actually graduate with that as a major?
No,
or with the minor.
I think astrology is a major, isn't it?
No, I think it'd be astrology is like
astrology is a pseudoscience, my friend.
Astrology is about your horoscopes, man. Astronomy, we're talking about the sky and the lights in the sky.
Oh, it'd be astrophysics.
Yeah, that's a pseudoscience.
Oh,
That's
here we go.
pseudoscience.
Somebody got the wiki interview with the astrophysicist. Anybody got that one laying around?
Come on, Joshua. Point out what you actually mean that astrophysics is pseudoscience. Can you expand?
Astrophysics is pseudoscience because it's astro and physic, right? So it's star and then physical. So physics denotes the study of physical things.
And
they've never actually touched a star. Can you get a cup of star?
I want a cup of star.
Can you grab this star, put it inside a cup, and paint it red?
Do these guys even know how far away?
I don't think they realize how science works exactly. I mean, they do seem like they are pretty young.
Anybody?
They probably just graduated a few years ago.
They're a bit on the youngster side. I get it, man.
I'm 29, so.
All right, yeah, you're a little youngster.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're a little young.
You know what, Dwayne? I remember.
It, though, man, enjoy it. Yeah, Resolve just posted Michio Kaku. Do you know who Michio Kaku is? He's a Japanese astrophysicist.
Oh, yeah, I know him. Okay,
yeah.
You see his picture.
Watch that little video, a little excerpt from one of his interviews.
They're only off by 120 zeros. Okay, or some shit, right?
No, he's talking about scientific theory, right?
They're off.
Listen to what he says. It's 23 seconds. Listen to what he says.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just refresh my memory. I'll be back.
He's saying it's guesswork.
So if we're
Nobody
going by
I know of in my field uses the scientific method. It's a leap of logic. It's guesswork.
I mean, the scientific method is basically just fuck around and find out. You know what I'm saying?
No, do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, you come up with a hypothesis and then you test it, right?
No, it starts with an observation.
Observation first. What are you observing? Are you observing the sun going over your head?
Remember back in middle school when you first learned about science and earth science?
Right, yeah. So you make an observation, then you create the hypothesis, and then you test it, right? And then you see if that was true or not, right?
Kind of. You more like make an observation than come up with a question about the observation and then think of a way to manipulate something to come up with an answer.
Okay,
and your
so
answer would be the solution.
I like Hank's explanation of the boiling water, man.
Yeah, but try not to do it when Joshua is in the middle of his sentence.
Michio
Go
Kaku is a
ahead,
theoretical
go
physicist. He's not an astrophysicist.
Who's not?
Who?
Michio Kaku, he's a theoretical physicist.
That's what astrophysicists are.
No,
Theoretical physicists.
astrophysicists.
You cannot be an astrophysicist without being a theoretical physics in theoretical physics department, which is string theory and quantum and all that stuff, which is just trying to quantify what we know to hold true in Einstein's theories. And it's all our understanding of light. That's all it is. Our understanding of light. Think about it. How do you view and perceive reality?
Light.
Yes. Interesting, huh? And who is the light bearer? We are.
Shit, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone knows how the Earth looks like unless you've been outer space. I'll be honest with you. I think nobody knows.
Yeah, but space isn't real, so like.
Oh, true. I don't think anyone
will never know
knows.
if that's the case.
Yeah, the space that is between you and I is definitely real.
What about the moon landing?
We
Do you
can
guys
measure
think?
it.
Do you guys
See,
think?
I don't know about that because NASA slipped. I don't know. NASA is weird.
You
can. I thought you could take
Maybe not.
telescopes and see some stuff on the moon. Is that not true? Like reflectors or something they left on there, or the flag or something?
I got a pretty good sized telescope, and I can't see anything like that.
Yeah, you can see the soda cans that they left in the moon.
Hey, I got a
I've looked at the moon
video
and I
of
never
an
seen
oak leaf on the moon.
I mean, I've also looked at the moon with a telescope, and I've never seen anything.
Dude, they drove dune buggies on the moon, man. Dune buggies, bro.
You could probably see the golf balls that they left in the moon.
Balls. They golfed on the moon and they rode dune buggies.
Do they have good golf courses
cool
there?
Is
Or?
that? How cool is that?
I mean, we were supposed to have McDonald's and Walmart by now.
For real.
Hey, Werner von Braun wanted to, colonize the moon there, man. Come on.
So how can we prove a barrier exists? I'm trying to figure that one out.
Hey, does
laws of nature?
Belief is the enemy of knowing, man. If you want to know something, you got to go out and do it yourself.
Hey, but no one's ever
once you
up to the barrier.
Observe something for yourself, you can deductively reason that it's true or not. I built guitars.
when you go to the church, go ahead, bro. Finish your sentence.
I can cut a piece of wood the shape of a guitar, guaranteed. Okay. Why?
Yeah, and then if you want to make a wood guitar, you need a tree.
Yeah, we do need a tree. Gotta have a tree, man. No tree, no guitar.
And if you go to the butcher shop and you see the steak, the ribeye stand there, right? You're not gonna ask the butcher, "Hey, are cows real?"
Are cows real? I ate the steak, the ribeye.
You need that cow for the ribeye. You need the necessary antecedent for the ribeye.
Nowadays we got
cow.
that fake meat, so like, you know.
Yeah, but the difference is I've seen a cow. I can touch.
You guys know what cows are.
But you need that cow for that ribeye. There's no
You do not have
getting
to
away from that.
theorize about the fucking cow, man. You know a fucking cow is real. I know that when I
So every time we demonstrate gas pressure and pressurized systems, a container is required.
Every
So
time.
the fact that you're breathing air, and that says that to have that pressure to be able to breathe that air, that gas,
Yep.
you need the walls of the container and the pressurized system to have the gas pressure.
We live on a giant chia pet. Do you guys
Wait,
know
hold on. If that's the case, why couldn't the Earth be shaped differently than flat, but still be in a container?
Good question, man. Good question.
Wait, flat Earth is a description. The two words on a piece of paper, flat Earth. That's not what the Earth is.
Well, a
descriptor.
Well, mostly what we do here.
It's not an object.
Exactly. Mostly what we do here is question the globe, because the globe has all the answers to all of your questions. And we just question those answers and say, hey, man, if it is a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can actually take those calculations and determine what we should see and what we shouldn't see at 100 miles or 20 miles or 50 miles or 1,500 miles.
The Earth is flat. It's
And
not
we
the Earth isn't
figured out,
around.
we can actually measure those distances.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
Oh, wait a minute. What do you mean it's not a perfect sphere?
It's not a perfect sphere.
It's a pier.
Show me one picture of Earth that's not a perfect sphere. Please. Thank you. Drop it in the live stream voice text. One picture of the Earth that's not a perfect
what
sphere.
Earth looks like. Please.
Yeah, that would be
Who
great.
dropped the pear pick?
I wanted to, hold on, don't give him hints.
You know,
I want to know what the actual image of Earth looks like from your pencil, and then the ISS should match. So come on and show us.
You know, I swear to God,
show me an
when Neil
image.
deGrasse was
Show
sitting
me
there
an image
saying,
from the highest point possible of the Earth being its own plane.
Every photograph that you see
I
ever is of the flat Earth.
video. I got video of 129,000 feet up. And
Yeah, but you can still go higher. You haven't been to the highest point.
Apparently you can. I don't know, man, but I've got video 129,000 feet up. Shit's flat, man. And no fucking bendy fuck all, man.
Flat as hell.
Did you guys
see
what
too
about
far,
that?
man. Little mountaintops, valleys, dips, and shit like that. It's basically flat. 71% water on the surface and 29% dirt, and fucking there you go, buddy.
Hey,
anyone sending anything up is dependent on the flat Earth.
What about that Red Bull event with like that guy that we saw live stream the whole thing?
Press pause and look out the
let's
front
do
door.
the You guys want to do the Red Bull thing?
Yeah,
I want to do the Red Bull
let's
thing.
just look out the plane window.
Hold on. And Red Bull also, the whole world is Mexico. Red Bull.
Nevada, New Mexico, yeah. Planet New Mexico.
The whole fucking
Planet New
entire
Mexico.
video.
Wow, what a big planet of New Mexico.
We live on
world is
planet
around
New Mexico, by the way. Yeah, I love that.
Well, planets aren't real, so
you got
Planets
that.
are just wandering stars.
The Earth is not a planet.
He brought up the Alex Baumgartner jump.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, Josh.
Yeah, Nub just posted a video about it. Yeah.
There it is. Nub posted the video on the jump. Yeah. How far up? 120,000 feet? Something like that, right?
right.
Yeah.
I mean the Earth looks pretty round in that.
Yeah. How much of the Earth is New Mexico? Ask yourself that question.
I don't know in this chat. Shit.
Look at that. Look at it, man. It's completely the fucking state of New Mexico. If you've ever been in New Mexico, maybe you
have
haven't.
you ever heard? Listen, have you ever heard of Fish Islands?
It's New
No,
Mexico.
he doesn't know that the garage and his house and his dog and his cat look like a round ball in his car, and everything turned around with the GoPro. He's never heard of that.
I love you, Demar.
There you go. I posted a video of a globe earther debunking flat Earth.
You posted a video of a globe earther debunking.
Yeah, go ahead, and mind you, look at the expression on his face.
I don't have to imagine. I can see it. It's
Well,
amazing.
no, just play the video. It's fucking funny
All right,
as fuck.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go watch this just for the shits and giggles. Come on.
The curvature turns concave.
I think the Earth is a frisbee, bro. I'll be honest with you. I think it's a frisbee or a boomerang.
Yeah,
T-Mac.
it's a concave frisbee.
How does Earth
It's an
work as a ball?
oblong donut.
Earth doesn't work as a ball. That's what I was going to ask.
Exactly.
Can I get a presentation of anything but a flat city working, or a flat model, or flat water, or flat tracks, or flat anything? Do you have any globe stuff that can work in a lab live for us, please?
They got cartoons of the globe.
Demar, come on. We got cartoons.
What?
Come on.
No, hold on. No, okay, I'm good with that. But what we need is dirt. What we need is dirt, water, little trains, little cars, little hot air balloons, little boats, anything you got that can go around your fucking ball live, please.
Yeah, anything.
Please, anything other than a flat surface, please, buddies, because your physics fails to fucking show us how a globe works, but you seem to know how a globe works and how physics of a globe works and how physics of gravity, global gravity works, and come on, man. I just need to see how spherical physics work in a classroom, please. For gravity.
Honestly, I think nobody in this call really understands how the physics works.
No.
Including you, huh?
That's why we're here.
Hold on. We're here to teach you how physics work. Go get in a sandbox. Go get in a fucking sandbox. Pour some water in it. Where it's level, it's level. Where it's not, there'll be some dirt protruding. Now, that's physics and that's reality. Now take some wind and blow it on the water. Now you have a tide. Now, can you please show me how a tide works on a round ball, please, with some real water?
Hey, I got this round ball that holds water. It's amazing.
Yeah. Flat physics. A tide. I just showed you how a tide can be in and out.
In your bathtub.
Hey, are there
Globers, man? In the sandbox, man.
Are these two people Globers here?
Fuck this funny ass dog.
But tides happen whether it's wind.
They are.
Wait. But tides happen whether there's wind or not.
Hey, Newbreck.
You what?
Hey, welcome to the server, Newbreck.
Hold on. I need to see how tides work without wind. Right the fuck now.
Well, I mean, you could just
go
like
without wind. Don't tell me what I could do, Santa Claus.
I've been to Florida and I've been to a beach where it wasn't windy out and I saw the tides different.
Tell me what you've been doing.
Yeah, we just need the schedule of tides without any wind.
Like 1,000 miles away from there, man. You don't know, man. You weren't
I
there.
don't care what you do in the fucking closet, dude. Now present your case. Present out of the closet your fucking tides without wind, please, right now.
Bro, I feel like you're being kind of aggressive.
I'm telling you a personal experience.
I think you should go debate some actual
claim. You made a bullshit claim that water is moving around the ball and producing a tide. That's a bullshit claim, if you ask me. It sounds Narnia. I'd love to see it.
Why don't you go why don't you go to your local university and ask the
Why don't I,
astrophysicist?
why would I need to go anywhere? You
We
guys
have
should have
to
fucking
appeal
Because
to
if
authority, Sonny.
because no,
You should
because
have
if
the
you're
unlimited
going to
video
debate,
of
if you're going
national.
to debate people and actually, if you're actually serious about this and you want to debate people,
If you're serious about this,
you want to
would
go
have
debate
never-ending
people,
Listen,
you have the highest
fucking
knowledgeable
debated.
level.
I
You want to go?
debated.
You
God
want to go
damn
debate
it,
people
Mark.
at the
One at a
local level?
I
time,
debated a
please.
fucking physicist for fucking 6 fucking hours, man.
We need to visit the
I
lab
fucking
or the
have
school.
debated the
Yo,
fucking
let's all
physicist.
talk at the same time. Let's do it. 1, 2,
Motherfucker.
Let's
3. Everybody
relax.
talk at the same
I
time.
just have one. I just have
Guy
one
said, "You wanna
question.
debate these motherfuckers?" Well, I did, man. I debated these motherfuckers. And so did
Okay, Denmark and
fucking
Flat. Hey, dude,
All right,
and
now that
could I
we
just
done
have?
that, let's do one at a
Could I
time.
ask
One at a
one single question of these Globers?
I feel like I'm on the Globetrotters the way
Hey,
you guys are calling me Glober.
Brixton. E. Brixton.
What's up? What's up?
Welcome to the server. Hey, are you good at science?
I don't look into science that much. I'll be honest with you. I really
Okay. Are you willing to put money down on proof of the globe?
put money down on it.
Yeah.
I'm willing to put money down. If I'm willing to put money down that I'm willing to put money down that you wouldn't be able to disprove the globe if you argued with an actual astrophysicist.
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
Sonny,
Okay. Who's laying the bet?
I'm willing to bet $50.
some gentle advice, gentlemen. This is a flat Earth channel. We're not here to solicit bets or create
I
bets
know. I'm just
or any
joking.
of that. So
Sorry
could we stop that, please? It might be funny to a degree.
Sorry,
But it's also detrimental. Thanks very much.
I like that
Good
guy's
looking out.
accent.
Good looking out.
I do too.
The old dude spoke.
All I was trying to say is like you should get a margarita, go to Florida on a not windy day, and you'll see the tides go in and out.
Again, all you're seeing is like 1 centimeter squared. Barely.
Yeah, you know how big the ocean is, right? It's a lot bigger than that beach in Florida. You don't think there might be wind, elsewhere out there?
But why, if there's wind elsewhere, why is that affecting the water that's next to me where there's no
Because
wind?
it's one body of water.
But there's no waves. It just goes in and out without waves. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a cool presentation you showed us, story guy.
No school. No school. No.
Thank you, storyteller. Can we see it now?
Hey, if you want to book a flight to me into Florida, I'll buy you a margarita and we can watch the sunrise together.
A. B. Make water move without wind. C. Make water move without wind. If you have a problem with those, refer back to A.
I mean, you could definitely make water move without wind.
Yeah, I'm definitely waiting for your presentation, Sally.
Yeah. Set up an experiment.
Shake
I
the
mean,
container.
you could drop water down the side of a mountain and there's no wind.
Just shake the container.
Hey,
You can sell us
can
some
that
bridge
water
too, but I'm not buying it. I'd love to.
Shake the
Can that
container,
water be
you can make
attached to
waves.
the?
Yeah,
Can
Santa
that
Claus
water?
is real too, Narnia. Let's fucking see it.
Bro,
Hey,
if I
can
pick
that
up
water?
a box with
Can
water
that
in it and tilt
listen?
it left and right, it's gonna make waves.
Hey, real quick, but can you have that water attached to the outside of a globe and spin it while the
Your
water
globe is
stays
just going
attached?
left and right.
Oh, okay. There's two things.
No, you're supposed to make a ball go spin around like a globe, and the
So do you let
water is
people
supposed
talk?
to make a tide on the
Jesus.
outside surface. I don't think you comprehend what your globe is doing, son.
You gotta let people talk, man. Like
No,
no
you
matter
gotta
how right
understand
you are,
reality.
if you
What are
don't
you going
allow
to talk
people to
about?
talk, no one's gonna
You
listen
talked
to
about
you.
a flat surface. You just said water on. You're going to wiggle it back and forth. That's not what a globe does.
What do
A
you want to
globe
talk
is a
about?
ball
Explain it to you
that
like
is
we
supposed to be
explained
a
it to you.
spherical item
You're
with
taking
water
this
on the
personally,
outside
dude.
surface,
He is.
and it's supposed to turn underneath the surface of the water, and the water is supposed to be on the outside creating a tide. Can you please demonstrate such? And stop
Okay.
talking like you
When
know
you're done.
something.
Let me know when you're done. You finished?
Yeah, I'm finished with your non-presentation that you haven't shown us yet of water on a spherical ball going back and forth to create a tide.
Yeah, show them over the internet.
Are you done?
Yeah,
let
I'm
me know
done
when
with
you're
seeing.
finished.
I'm done
There should be
seeing.
I don't want
videos
to
about
talk
it.
over when I
I'm done
speak.
with the presentation because you don't have one.
Are you done now?
I've always been done with your presentation of non-reality.
My God, like I feel like I'm gonna start talking. That's what I mean. The second I start talking, I
I
get
mean, is
talked
that
over.
too
That's why I'm asking
complicated?
if you're
Is
finished.
third grade physics beyond your comprehension with a little bit of water and a ball? I mean, what
Hey,
do
look,
we got
man. I
going on?
understand you're trying to find
You
like
don't
meaning
understand.
in your life,
If
and
you
you're finding
understand,
it
you would
through the
have your
flat
camera
Earth
turned
theory.
on, and you would have a couple
I
of
understand you're trying to
All right,
find like
let's
meaning in life through the
wait a
flat Earth
second,
theory
one
and
at a
whatnot.
time.
But you
Come
got
on,
to learn to
Dimo.
let people speak their piece.
Go ahead.
Even if you
One at a
disagree
time.
with them.
One at a time.
Yeah,
Go
tell
ahead.
us about Santa Claus.
Wait, you don't believe in Santa?
Yeah.
No,
What?
I don't, Narnia. I don't believe in globes either, unless you can present something. Because they're
Santa
both
Claus
right
is
under the
real, though.
same boat. You can't present them, then they're not real. So come on.
I can
Yeah.
tell. Look, this is how Santa Claus. You ever woke up and had a present under your tree and you didn't know who put it there?
No, I don't have a tree. Next.
Well, you must have been naughty or something.
Yeah, cool story.
Wait, guys.
Cool
Okay,
story.
let's go. Let's get back to the globe. All right.
Yeah, let's get off
And
the
let's
story,
just skip.
guys.
Let's
get back
skip the
to
whole thing with the
presentation of
tides
physics.
and stuff because nobody's gonna present
We
anything
were
and just
talking about
use it.
physics.
Like
We were
the
talking
thing
about
with the tides is
water.
completely outside of reach of explanation
Yeah.
and examples, and it's
So
just a
being able
infinite loop.
to
It's useless.
demonstrate physics with water, how they look in reality, how you see them every day under the air that you breathe, and you see reality react. You can't demonstrate that? Are you serious?
My man just told
So
you.
what is it? What is it? What is a little model that a director
Oh
or an
my
engineer
God!
or a designer?
It's crazy. Can
What, I
anyone
mean, what
speak
is a
in your
flat
presence?
city model? Have you ever
Bro,
seen
why?
one?
Why do you even ask questions if you don't allow people to speak to answer them?
I'm trying to figure out where you guys are coming from, where your demonstration of roundness. I mean, where does this happen?
That's fine, but you have to learn to allow people to answer your questions because you can't have a conversation if you just over
Answer
talk
your
them every
question.
time
I
they
was
speak.
waiting for your demonstration.
I wouldn't even be able to get to a demonstration if I had one because you would fucking
Can you
talk over
post
me
it?
when I
Can
started
you
talking.
You mean
Can you
you can't
post the
post
link?
something in the back chat so we can watch it?
I don't have the
That's
technology.
what a demonstration is. Do you
If I
understand?
had one, I don't have the technology.
Have you
Post it.
do you
But
have
you
like
don't have
anyone
technology.
in
That's all I'm wondering.
in history that have done this?
All right, I went
Anyone?
on YouTube and I typed "tides explained" and like here's a YouTube video you guys can watch.
Is it cartoons?
Yeah.
Okay, cool cartoon, man. Now we have real water doing it or not? Do you have
Okay.
real physics to explain or demonstrate, or do you got another cartoon story? I can draw you a cartoon story of Superman spinning the tides, but that's not what's going on. I
That
can
was
do
funny.
this
I'll
every
give it
day.
to you.
I can put this on the computer and I can say, look, this is what moves the tides. Superman's breath. He's blowing it with his fingertips and his toes. Come on now. If
That's
we're
the best
talking
you got.
physics, we should have a physical demonstration of physics class of physical water, right? With dirt, right? Explain with the tide on a ball. We should have a sphere in class, in science class, in national, like in geology, like in National Geographics. This should be explained, all of it. So, and he asked, in what time has anyone ever measured the globe directly? Do you guys know?
I don't know too many people that measured the globe going around it, but I'm sure someone has, right?
You take it on faith alone, then.
Well, I mean that's life though, right? You got to take a lot of stuff on faith alone, right?
No,
No, not really.
Not this.
Hey, can you Google the guy or the group or the company or National Geographic person or the military or whoever's measured this planet directly, please?
Well, I
Is
mean,
there
it's
an answer?
so. I mean, like, so let me go back
So
to
you
here,
never
right?
wondered that.
All right, so if you're like if I'm saying the Earth is a globe on faith alone, right? I feel like you guys are going that the Earth is flat on faith alone, right? Because you don't have any
No,
proof.
we're
You've never
not.
traveled below the 60th degree
Yeah,
or whatever on the
Nabrak, you're
bottom.
making a positive claim on our behalf. We've got a lot of stuff to say. Don't presume that we got nothing other than belief of a flat Earth. We'll get there, but the whole thing now is about the globe.
Yeah, if you want to talk about faith and belief, we can head on down to the religious portion.
I mean,
the
that's really
philosophy
weird.
department.
Like,
I-
trust me,
see, my
everybody
thing
in here knows it's flat, doesn't believe it.
Here's my
We
thing.
know it. Yeah, it's
I
not
think
a
it's
belief when
okay
it's
to
been directly
question.
measured. It's
I
been
think it's
directly
okay
measured
to.
to not be a globe, to not have a curve anywhere, ever, nowhere by anyone, no matter where they measured it. It's directly flat, horizontally, straight, and flat. Now, how can you have that anywhere on a ball?
Gravity.
What? Show me on a basketball the straight parts compared to the round parts. Show me all the straight parts right now, please.
I don't know how to demonstrate gravity.
Well, I mean, at
That would be
every
something to do.
technically on all the sides of a sphere, there is a flat part, right?
No, there's not. Technically, on a
Nothing but
sphere,
curves
there
in
is
every direction.
not one iota of a straight any fucking thing ever anywhere on a sphere, unless you're talking about some other kind of sphere in a cartoon, digital, uh, uh,
Right.
Digimon,
But
Pokemon. No, this ain't Pokemon, buddy.
but
This
take
is
the okay.
spherical
We know
cue
how
ball
big the Earth is,
spheres,
right?
buddy.
Like if
What?
you take a basketball and
How
expand
big
it
are
to the
your
size of
underwear?
if you
Listen,
expand a basketball
if
to
I
the size
expand
of
your
Earth,
underwear, are they going to work
then
different?
you know what I'm saying? You take a basketball, right? You
Yeah,
expand
we
it to the
take your
size of Earth.
underwear and we make your
Yeah, so
underwear a
I take
bigger
my
pair.
underwear and I take it
Are
the
they
size of
not going
Earth,
to work
right?
right? Are they
Like,
physically
and
not
if
going to
you
work
take
right?
it big enough, there is flat parts on the Earth, even though
Listen to
because the
what I'm
scale is
asking
so
you,
big.
dude.
Listen
You
to
take
him
your
talk. Jesus,
underwear
like
I
and
don't
you
think
talking
you're
the
make
listening
it
to
whole
my
big.
underwear
time.
and how big it's getting.
So why'd your underwear change? They didn't, did they?
Oh my
Scale
god.
guy.
Well, I mean,
Because
I
size does
changed my
not
own,
matter.
underwear, unlike, some people wearing
Size is
diapers here. So
arbitrary. It's in your mind. In space, there's no such thing as size. There. What do you mean size? To what? In your mind again? Now you went to your globe for your mind that didn't exist. You don't have any measurement. You don't have any proof. You have no demonstration. You went to your mind for size arbitration, which is crazy because you have nothing to go with. Now you're picking some crazy size word like
no,
ifs
I
and
was
buts.
talking about science, and you brought up underwear, dude.
No. You said
Wait,
size, and I said your underwear are 100
Dude,
times
size is
bigger.
a thing. Your wife's wondering where the fuck it went.
So what did your underwear do that
oh
was
my
different?
god.
They're 100 times bigger now. Well, how are they different? Physics boy. So did
I
the
can tell
gravity
you
of your
take so
underwear
much of
become
your
great now?
personality and
So
meaning
you
in
got
life
a
from
big
this,
pair of
man.
underwear sitting on the floor. Did they start being gravitational? Did they
Hey,
become a
man,
sphere?
I'm happy for you that you found so much meaning in your life. Honestly, it's such a joy to see that you're
Well,
so
I mean,
passionate
it's
about
such a joy to
something
see that you guys say
giving
crazy
such
stuff and you
meaning.
stick to it like a third grade parrot without any proof.
That was
Underwear boy.
all like
You can't.
not
You're not even allowing people to speak, so we can't even explain our side of the story.
You said
For you to
something
understand.
big, and I said a big pair of underwear.
Exactly. He said something big, and then you cut
And
him
now
off.
you said nobody's allowing you to speak, and you're saying all these words and speaking just fine, it seems like to me.
Because I need to tell you preemptively before you cut me off again when I'm speaking. Which you've done
Yeah,
almost every time I've
any
spoken.
worth saying, or you just say a bunch of nothing about underwear sizes.
So if you can just admit that you don't give a fuck about what we're saying, and that's why you keep speaking,
If
you know,
you
just
can
be
Yeah, we
admit
know
real.
all
you
about
have
it.
a demonstration to show me that
Be
can prove
real.
anything to me about what you're talking about, size guy, that you just keep making up stories. That's all I
Hang
hear.
on, since he's talking
You
about
just don't
size,
want to
you do
listen to what we're
realize that the
talking
sun is
about.
much smaller than what it appears to be, right? You don't believe me?
There was a
You
guy
can
that said
believe
the
this
sun is
guy right
62
here.
miles away, so like it has to be pretty big.
You
If
have
it's
to use
62.
a solar filter. You
Hey,
cannot view the sun.
how confident are you guys on the globe being an actual real thing, and at like a scale of 1 to 100?
I have never flown outer space and seen
Percentage of where's your
globe, so I
confidence
wouldn't be able
level
to
in the
tell you.
globe? Just a
I'd
percentage level.
say
Say
I would say
95.
I'd say
9,
60, 70.
60, 70 for you. Okay, so 60, mid 60s for you, and 95 for you. Okay, so
Yeah,
what
yeah.
proof do you have then? Let's hear that part.
Well,
For me, it's like deductive reasoning. It's like why would nobody who
No, I
actually
said
took
proof,
their
not
time?
reasoning. We're talking about empirical data. Do you know what that is?
Okay, do you believe in God?
Usually people that are coherent will answer question S instead of going to a totally different topic. That seems a little bit out on the fringes.
Well, I mean,
And yeah, so
you
what
use
proof do you
deductive
have? I
reasoning.
mean, empirical data that's repeatable, falsifiable, observable, testable.
I'm sure there's observable and testable ways to prove the Earth is round, which is why the majority.
Instead
so
of
that's
being
what I'm asking.
sure, do you know
Where's
anything
your
off
proof?
the top
So
of your head?
where's your empirical proof then? Please provide it.
I mean, I don't have it. Honestly, I've
Well,
never done it.
can you try to find one? That would be great.
So how are you 60 or 90% sure of it if you literally by
It
yourself
says
have no
60 or
facts?
70. I'm telling you right now. I'm saying 60 or 70 because there's a
Okay.
reason why
Okay, good.
99.9% of people believe the Earth is
We
round.
don't care about them. We don't care
What's
about
wrong,
them.
buddy?
I'm
We're
sure
not
you
talking
don't.
about We're not talking about other people.
And that's
We're
a
talking
fake
about
number
you.
made up by you anyway, so stop lying about numbers.
And even if it's
So
true, it's
I
just
just
because
want
the world's
I
biggest
just want to
we
ask one
agree
more
that most
question
people
about
believe the
that
Earth
because you said you were
round?
67% and 95% confident in the globe, but neither of you provided any confirming data empirically that can be as I mentioned before. So how many other things in life are you that confident with zero evidence?
Nothing else, to be honest with you.
So only this.
Mm.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, Hank.
Even then, I'm still only like 67% confident. I'm not 100% sure.
Dude, do you listen to yourself? You're saying you got no proof by yourself in your own mind. And you keep on
Because
saying
I'm
you're
using
60% confident of it.
I'm using deductive reasoning, right?
No, that's not deductive reasoning. You're literally saying you're a sheep following the other sheep. That's your argument.
So wait, why did the Flat Earth Society start in 1956?
That is bullshit. We're not the
Cares
Flat
about
Earth
the
Society.
video.
There's a lot of
Flat
fucking
Earth
CIA
Society is
operations, psyops. We're not that.
controlled opposition.
You keep asking us weird questions about weirdos.
You can tell us, guy.
Did you actually read in the welcome page? It says we are not the Flat Earth Society.
No, I did not read that.
Yeah,
Well,
nobody here
this
thinks it's a
page.
disk floating in space. Nobody here thinks we're the third object from the sun.
We like physics. We like provable, tangible, repeatable, testable, demonstratable, demonstrable, fucking measurable evidence, proof. We don't like conspiracies. We don't like believable bullshit. And that's what the globe is. You can't demonstrate it. There's no demonstration. You can't get a ball, spin it at any rate, magically fucking make water stick to it. You can't make air stick to it. You can't make anything stick to it. Nothing they've told you in physics class or physics in any way, shape, or form can be demonstrated on any scale. So yeah, it's a cool story, and you got to come up with this big word like if and big and so and this, but that just means you have nothing but a belief. There's no demonstration, but everything else in this world we can demonstrate on some.
On some scale, right?
So I
So
just
my
look.
question.
Sorry, Brixton. I just
It's
looked
all
up
good.
like 10 years ago. Steve Fawcett. Do you know who he is? Do you guys know who
What
Steve
about
Fawcett
him?
is? Well, he did something amazing. He did the first solo nonstop circumnavigation in the world around an airplane, only going straight, and it took him 67 hours.
If he's only going straight, then that means it's horizontal the whole way. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth.
What do you mean?
You can't go straight on the
If he flew
globe.
west and he
You
ended
cannot
up in the
go
same
straight
spot,
on a curved arc area. That's
Oh,
impossible. You
he
understand?
wants to know how circumnavigation is possible. Right.
Oh, you mean how you can go around your block without going underneath it? Very carefully, buddy.
no.
Come
What I'm
on.
saying, if I walk a straight line, right,
Yeah, what about it?
and if
You're gonna
I'm
call it a curve.
eventually going to get back to the same spot I am right now.
Yeah, you went
You
around
go
your
east to
block,
west.
that
But
block.
I did
You went
not
around it.
change direction. You get how a
Listen,
straight line works?
you did what?
It's
If
not a straight
I walk
line.
straight ahead, well, it is. I'm telling you, I'm walking straight.
How do you
On a
know? Wait, hold
globe,
up. How do
it's
you know
on a
you're going
straight line on
straight?
a globe.
Where's the
How do
evidence
you
of
know
this?
you're going straight? How do you know that?
Do you? I mean, I can walk straight in
Where is
front of me.
the
That's straight.
video evidence? Where's the live evidence of this
No,
gentleman
hold
doing
up.
it?
How do you know you're
Surely there
going
must have been a
straight?
fleet of
Bro,
people.
have you seen a straight line?
Have
No,
you
no, no,
seen
no.
the
How do you
video
know you're
footage?
going straight around the globe? How do you know that?
Because I end up in the same spot I am now, and that would be literally impossible.
Yeah, can you see the
was
live
going
stream
straight.
voice text? Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Yeah, right now there's been a GIF posted. That compass is ending up at the same place it started, and it's not going in straight lines.
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Just look at the GIF.
Okay.
The GIF I posted
There's a
7 minutes
magnet in
after
the
the.
center of the Earth, right?
Yeah, that plane is not going straight. That plane is going in a circle.
That's not a
Again,
plane,
how
that's
do you
a
define
compass.
straight?
Well, I mean, I define
You're
straight as
in
I'm
the
going
damn
straight
air,
or I turn to the
dude.
right.
Dude,
You do
right?
realize that if an airplane is going in a straight line on a globe, it's gonna exit the Earth's atmosphere, right?
Exactly.
No.
Like even even your idea of a straight doesn't even work on a globe. It has to curve. It should be a perfect circle.
Space. If it went straight, it's impossible.
It's impossible.
You're giving
to
me
walk
the
straight.
definition of straight from geometry. It doesn't apply to a globe.
But wait, do you guys believe a straight line exists?
Dude, stop strawmanning us.
Answer that question. No, I'm just asking.
Of course it exists, but you're strawmanning us.
Well, what I'm saying, if you take that straight line, you draw it straight ahead of me,
no straight
I
line
will
on
hit
a
me
globe.
again.
There's no straight line on a globe. Period.
man.
Ever.
Bro, again,
Okay,
if you're going in a straight line on a globe, you're gonna exit the Earth's atmosphere.
A curved line around the globe.
That's a circle, for fuck's sake.
It's a circle. It's circumnavigation.
It's a circle.
Yeah,
exactly. It's circle in
whether it's a globe.
You ever seen a flat quarter? It's circle.
Show me the curved adjacent.
Okay, wait. You guys believe in the XYZ plane of existence?
Dude, stop red herring us. What the fuck is this discussion?
Let me get it real quick.
What are you talking about? Stop straw manning.
Okay.
Yeah, a bird can fly in the air, dude, around your fucking house. Does that mean it's orbiting?
Yes.
What?
Oh my God! Get this recorded. Somebody get a clip of this.
So let me get this straight. A bird just flew in a circle around my house.
Yeah.
And you think that means orbit?
It's going around, right?
It's going around an orbit.
Oh my God.
Bro. Okay,
wait,
you gotta get your definition straight.
Hold on, I need to answer for that. Is going around something an orbit? Please answer.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so when you go around your block, so you're in orbit?
Well, that's not around my block. That's a square.
You just said
It's
around.
exactly around your block.
You said around.
No. That's me taking a rectangular path.
You said it, not me. I asked you the question.
My block.
I said is going around something an orbit. You said yes.
Okay.
I said
have a circle block.
around the same. Is going around your block in orbit. You said yes.
So I guess I'm orbiting around my neighborhood then.
That's
no,
that's
you're
what
not.
You think.
You're walking around it. You're not orbiting shit. You don't know what orbit means, apparently. You just use any word for orbit. Like I saw a butterfly fly past my face. It must be orbiting.
I mean, maybe.
The beach ball past my nose. It must be orbiting.
Is the hummingbird orbiting the flower?
Fuck, man.
Come on, enough with the philosophy. Let's get him on to the sextant.
But okay, in physics, you guys believe that
No,
like
in definitions we have reality.
You don't know what physics is.
okay, but you believe like a force that
no, we
that,
don't believe. We
Stop
only
saying belief. Look, buddy. What you're doing is we're saying things and then you never rebuttal anything we're saying. You're just red herring, which you can look up the definition of red herring, which means simply changing the subject of the debate. And you're moving it away and you're putting the goalpost always at the same kind of question structure. Do you guys believe in? Do you guys think? Stop doing that. We're just trying to push the conversation in very simple manners and you should just simply answer them.
Yeah, we're not
either with I don't know or something else.
Yeah, we're not talking about religions and beliefs.
Does Newton's first law exist?
Dude, what did I just say 10 seconds ago?
I'm asking a question.
That's exactly what I was saying. Don't do.
In religion program, we're not believing.
You don't want me to ask questions.
No,
okay, fine. Go with Newton. What did you say?
Does Newton's first law exist?
Force equals ma in vectors.
No.
That's what you're asking?
No, I'm asking if an object will not change its motion unless a force acts upon it.
No, that's not true.
Do you know you're 106 years out of date, bro?
106 years out of date.
Yeah, Newton was debunked anyway.
Superseded. You know that's been superseded in 1915.
So what is the new if it got superseded?
The new Einstein. You guys tell them.
Relativity.
Time and space warping. Mass warping and bending space and time. It's just hot shit, boy.
This doesn't exist.
Yeah, you gotta be like high on a lot of mushrooms to
subtracting
believe
mass.
this shit.
Space does not exist. We're inside of a plane. Dimensional plane.
No, hold on.
Listen. What your mainstream science believes is that there is something called the fabric of space-time continuum. So there's a fabric of two concepts, and that fabric of the two concepts bends around physical things, and it affects physical things. Bro, if you believe that, you're high as fuck.
All right, one more thing. I just want to make sure you guys are good faith. Do any of you believe in God? Yes or no? I just want to make sure we're all in good faith. Here.
Hold
Do any
on.
of you
Draw
believe
us
in
a picture of God real quick, please.
God? Define
Now
to me
shut
what
the
your
fuck
God
up.
is, and then tell me if you believe in it.
This isn't what do you believe in.
Exactly.
Server. So what do you believe in God?
No. I'm asking this.
There's
I'm
a
asking this because
religion
I was
thing
told
down
that
there, bro.
we
There's a
have zero
religion
beliefs
channel
here.
down there.
It has
I was
nothing to do with
told
the
that we
topic,
have
except
zero
you running
beliefs here.
away from the questions.
I'm not running away from the question. I'm making sure you
Yes,
guys are in
you
good
have.
faith.
Ever since you've never answered a direct question.
I'm asking if you're in good faith. We said no one here believes.
We're not talking
anything.
about
We
faith
base
here.
things
You're
off
the
of
one talking
evidence.
about belief in
Look, see,
faith.
truth flat
You're
Earth
religious.
is
Do you
honest.
understand
See,
that
truth
that's
flat
religion?
Earth right here. This guy.
I believe in a
100%
creator. That's it.
You're in the biggest religion ever created.
So,
The
so
globe
you
The
religion.
religion
A
of gravity, God.
heliocentric
Come on.
religion.
You have faith
Gravity
in the
holds you
Big
there.
Bang.
Keeps you where you're at. It holds you down. Holds everything together. Gravity.
I know this
Gravity.
because
All
I
the
asked
priests,
a
all your
question
priests
about it,
told you to
and
do
you
it. That's
said
what you
no.
have
kind of funny to me how you guys are very pompous and arrogant about something. I'm pretty sure none of you have.
Yeah,
any
because
fucking
we have
clue about what
reality
you're
on our
talking about.
side. Sorry about that.
And you try to sit here and
Brixton, sorry.
people.
Brixton,
who are
we've made
average
laser
people, whereas-
tests. Buddy,
whereas you
there's
never wanted
people
to
that
debate
have spent out. Hold up.
astrophysicists.
Yeah, what about astrophysicists? All they're doing is just observing. Nobody's ever been to outer space to actually do things.
Pseudoscience.
Right now.
We've explained it to them that it's pseudoscience,
Give
and
them
they
a
don't
minute.
understand what
Theoretical.
pseudoscience means.
Take a
They
breath.
believe in
Theoretical
pseudoscience.
Take a
Get it
breath and
right.
I'll unmute you. Here we go. Just take a breath first. You ready? Okay, here you go, guys.
E. Brixton, so what if we do?
You're just jerking yourselves off. Honestly. Honestly.
How do you know that? Wait, hold up. How do you know that? How do you know that we're not full of shit?
That's
How?
what I've observed. That's what I've observed. You are full of shit. That's
You
what
haven't seen the
Prove
facts
us wrong.
yet. You haven't seen
Really?
the
Prove
evidence.
us wrong.
Where the curve
You haven't seen
starts.
our evidence
First
yet
curve,
because
you
you
show
haven't
us
even gotten
first curve.
past your logical fallacies and your biased convictions.
Which
Okay, I want to do the black swan with the guy. I want to see how he's going to react after this.
They still
You
can't
ready, buddy?
figure out how gas pressure can exist without a container.
No, we're not going there because that's too
1
complicated.
second. That's next.
Can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you see those things with the balls, bye ball, big red, and 2 oil rigs? You see them?
What did you say?
2 oil
It
rigs.
says one of them says bye ball. It's big red in the middle, and it's 2 oil rigs. Whatever. It's like 2 of them. I
Ask
posted
them where
another
the
one.
horizon's at.
Right. So you're seeing them. Both of you are seeing that.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Can you just read for like 30 seconds the modus tolerance, or you want me to go through with it with you?
Can you read it to me? I like story time.
All right, fine, whatever. I'll be your bitch.
They like talking.
Right, so this is a very simple logical structure. It's called the modus tollens. And it basically has an A and a B structures. It's basically P and Q, whatever. P is what you're saying should happen or should not happen, and then Q is in a relationship with the P. So the P proposition that we're making is if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. That's the P1. And your Q says that every single horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's say you get your eyeball's height from absolute ground level. You measure that in feet. You get the square root of that. You multiply it by 1.225. That is the exact distance to which you can no longer see any more than that. That's the ultimate point. Now that's the Q1.
From the current horizon you're looking at ground level?
So that height,
observer height.
So again, you see that 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height. That observer height means from ground level, like sea level 0, to your
Yeah, that's what I was
eyeballs.
asking.
That's what it means. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
You're not measuring from like the top of your house to your eye. No, you're measuring from absolute 0 level to your eyeballs. All right.
Okay.
Now you do the math, and that's the distance to the horizon that you'll get. Now, if you measure anything higher than that, not lower, because lower can be very easily achieved. Anything higher than that, which simply debunks the statement of Q, implicitly debunks the statement of P, which was that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Okay, what
Can I
about
ask
like
you a
light
wait,
refraction
hold on.
in the
Yeah,
atmosphere?
hold on real quick.
So-
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
You're asking me?
Yeah, it's very pertinent to the
Sure.
Do observations necessarily correlate with reality?
What do you mean by that?
Could you observe something contrary to reality?
Again, what do you mean? I understood the first question. My question is be more specific.
Do you need an example?
Like somebody seeing something that's red and they're colorblind and that thing is actually purple or something?
Correct. That'd be a good example, yeah.
Whatever. That's not. Hold up, because I know where you guys are going with the refraction. I'm gonna say how that's actually debunking your globe, because that's why
Andrew,
this argument is so powerful.
No, Andrew, the point of it is the thing that you posted, like these. It's giving this syllogism and saying, "Look, here's the syllogism," and
no,
you can
Daniel,
agree with
I'm not saying this is reality. I'm not saying this is exactly what it is like.
But the
Listen,
problem
it's
is
an actual direct measurement. Hold on, it's a direct.
Hold on.
It's a direct measurement because there are known distances, known heights. Using the Pythagorean theorem, then it's geometry, simple geometry.
There is no fucking whatever.
This is a direct measurement.
I know your argument. Hold up, because
no, you don't, Andrew. Because all I'm saying
I'll shut you
is
up
that the
if you don't-
syllogism
if you
that
don't
you
stop.
posted.
Okay, here we go.
Oh,
don't
you're
believe
making
me.
shit up. That's not direct
It's a
measurement.
direct
These are
measurement because we have exact data on the distances from the observer. We have the exact camera height of 1 foot above the water from the actual camera operator.
To be honest, that photo looks kind of photoshopped. If I'm being completely
it's
honest.
not. We can give you the video, but it's not.
Man, bro, here it is.
I mean, if they can fake space, they can fake that video too. So
No, you can't fake that, bro.
I mean, you can't believe one without the other. Like it
So
could be
So
fake.
you think they're faking 2 oil rigs sitting in the fucking water that your grandma can go take
I mean,
a
for
picture
money,
of?
of course they would
That
fake
your
that
grandma
shit.
can take a picture of right now for free.
No,
Get
Brock, hear me up. Hear me up. There's a lot of
Unreal.
debates between flat earthers and globe earthers. This has been going on for years. Nobody in the globe earth community, let's call it that way, says this is fake.
No one's
Nobody.
ever
Like
said that, and they
everybody
know
accepts
better.
it's real.
That's
Fucking
ignorant.
no one.
They're direct fucking measurements. They all are distant from each other. They're all a certain height off the fucking. Come on, man.
You
Get
can
real,
do this yourself. Go online, just rent for a month a P1000 Nikon, go next to the seashore and zoom in. You can do it yourself. Okay? This is not bullshit. We've got like dozens of videos, examples of all kinds of people going on all kinds of places, zooming into all
And
kinds
they're
of things on
showing
the
you
horizon.
direct measurement, distances, heights, no curve in the planet ever. I don't care how far you go.
forget about-
1,000 miles, 1,200, 3, 10, 50. There's not a curve. If you can put the flag where the longitude and latitude of the curve of the planet starts, I implore you, please. Because every little school kid would go there and everybody in the world would love to pay the toll.
I have the camera set up. Look, I have the camera set up right there. It's loading right now. There's a couple of seconds where you have the video of the screencast from the original video. It's coming up. It's the setup of the camera only for this actual video. You can verify that with the timestamps on this little video that I'm loading. So
I
go
didn't
ahead
get to
and
the
talk
absolute
while that-
argument. Nabrak said that there's refraction in this, and you're absolutely right. And Daniel wanted to say that, because we're looking at things that's actually not a 100% representation of the physical thing. Let's say if you would go and map, like 3D map and scan the whole thing, and then you do the 3D render in your whatever app or anything, it wouldn't look the same as you're seeing optically. That's pretty obvious. But that's actually our argument, what I wanted to get. If anybody's saying that we're seeing more than we should because of refraction, which is, by the way, everything Globers say to these kinds of pictures, you're debunking yourself. Because nobody ever measured the radius of the Earth using anything else other than observations. Eratosthenes, Al-Biruni, whoever you want to cite that measure the radius, what they've done is do observations. And based on those observations, they've measured the radius. When you're saying that we're seeing more than we should because of refraction, you're basically saying Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni did shit because they've been affected by refraction too. So every single measurement of the radius using optics is inherently flawed. You've basically debunked yourself. And if you say there's no refraction, you're saying then there's no globe with the radius of 3959. So however way you put it, the Earth is not a sphere with a 3959 miles radius. It's debunked. Take your time.
That's bullshit because everybody else believes the Earth is round. That's all I got.
Amazing!
Okay, so wait.
Fallacy. That's add.
So what side of the disc are we on? Are we on the top side or the bottom side?
You see, Nobrak, you're doing the same thing I told you not to do.
We're not a disc.
Well,
bro.
what are we?
Sonny,
no
don't
one
let him
on
do
here
this.
believes that. No
Don't let
real
him do
flat
this.
earther thinks we're a disc.
What are we?
No, I
flat
just
earth
presented an argument. I just presented an argument. You're not
how
red
deep is
herring
the
us
Earth?
again. No, buddy, you're not red herring the argument again. You have to answer and debunk the argument.
I have
We're
nothing
not
to say
moving
to that
away.
other one. I have to go out and experiment this for myself.
Okay, good job. Then you're not rebuttaling, not red herring anything. Go and do it yourself. End of conversation.
All right, now what's now? How deep is the Earth?
Again, we're not going away.
It's 8 miles deep.
No, we've only been 8 miles deep.
Ever dug.
And I mean, what do you guys?
That's the farthest we've
What are you
drilled.
guys guessing?
The furthest we have been is 8 miles deep. The
And what do
furthest we
you
have
guys think is
sampled
beyond that?
8
Is what I'm saying.
miles deep. We don't know. We've never been past 8 miles. Do you know what that means?
Wait, so you don't think that
all of that is speculation.
8 miles.
So you don't think that we have like this lava or molten core?
We don't know. You can't go there. That is pseudoscience.
Wait, something very interesting. You believe that gravity is created by that molten iron in the middle of the Earth, right?
The gravity.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? They've only drilled down 8 miles. So
Right,
we
I
know
get
what's
that.
down until 8. So we don't know what's beyond that. Anything beyond that is purely speculation. Did you hear that?
Well, how is the Earth able to keep and maintain all this heat? That's giving us this
Well, hold
heat
on,
on
Nobrak.
this
So
atmosphere
I
to
want to
live.
give you a red pill. You believe in gravity, right?
Yeah,
and
I do.
think you believe that molten iron core creates that gravity, right?
It's the mass that's attracting us. Yeah, the mass of the
whatever.
Earth.
But there's still arguments that core of it is creating some kind of pull, right?
Right, yes.
Electromagnetic pull. Well, right now I'm in electrical engineering, and we've been doing experiments with literally levitating pieces of iron inside an electric field created by a coil rod.
Right.
Now, what would happen if you increase the I'll keep it simple. If you increase the power that you input inside of that coil, you'll basically start heating up the living Christ out of that iron. And when it gets molten, guess what? It's non-conductive anymore. So your molten iron core of the Earth cannot conduce or create any kind of electromagnetic pull or anything like that.
Also,
because it can't.
Mm-hmm.
Also, don't forget. Can you draw a geo rock for me and explain to me how that's got nothing in the center and everything on the outside edge, please? And it's called a geo rock.
Well, geo rock doesn't support life. and heat
Oh,
for the
hold on.
entire.
Neither does a spinning ball.
Hold on. Support, like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well,
We're not talking about what
our
supports
planet
life.
needs to be a certain
We didn't
temperature for
ask
our
about
life
what
to survive.
supports life. Have we been talking this whole time about what supports life?
Well, this
Because if
this
that was
goes
the case,
into
we'd talk about a
the
piece of
shape of the
bread
Earth, right?
supporting the life of mold or peanut butter or a turd. Come on, man. Life is created from death. What?
I mean, you know what I
Listen,
like to say. I
you're
like
talking about mass attracting mass with gravity and material of Earth material. We have a rock on the planet called a geo rock. The mass on the inside of the rock, the center, doesn't exist. It's only existing on the outside. Can you please show us how gravity made that?
Well, the thing that's like confusing me is like you guys don't have a lot of answers, right? Like you don't know what's below us, you don't know what's above us, you don't know what's below the 60th degree on the
Or
South
do you know what
Pole.
was below 8 miles?
Yeah, but we know what
The
the
farthest they've
surface
ever dug.
condition is.
Do you know what's below there?
I mean, you would think one person
do
on
you
this
know what's
planet would
below?
have found out what's below us, what's
It's not
above
a
us,
planet.
what's
No, bro.
below
No, bro.
that.
So what? Wait,
No
hold up.
proof
We
of
don't have
planet.
the answers. So what?
So if you don't have the answers, you can't tell someone to believe your answers when you don't have
No,
the
no, no.
answers.
Hold up. I'm not saying we know what is 100 miles lower. We're saying we just know what the Earth is doing curve-wise. We're not saying what's below us more than 100 miles. Nobody said that. Anybody here said anything about what is below us 10 miles more? Anybody ever? I don't know. Did anybody say that?
I think a lot of you are bad faith except for True Flat Earth because you believe in God, and there's no demonstrable way to support that. So
Oh my
that's all I'm
God.
saying.
And interestingly, nobody invoked God to explain any of the stuff they've been explaining to you here. So
Yeah.
you're just not listening.
You asked a question and I answered it. That's all that happened.
And
I don't mind True Flat Earth saying anything. He's very consistent with his demeanor. Everybody else is bad faith though. So that's what I'm saying. True Flat Earth is the only one here who should be speaking.
Bullshit. No, they were all consistent with everything they said. You just don't have the brain to understand. You don't have the eyes to see.
Tell me
No, I
what
have
was
the brain to
inconsistent
understand.
in my argument with the Black Swan. Name one thing that was inconsistent with that.
I personally don't have enough information on physics to
Yeah, you
argue
do.
at
Yeah,
the
you do.
level.
He just gave you enough information. It's game over, and you haven't responded to any of it.
Yeah, I gave you everything you needed, all the tools.
You didn't give me everything I needed.
And now you're
because
going back
there's
to your
much more to it.
presuppositions about
Yeah,
people
we did.
believing in God and
Do you have the
invoking all this
video?
stuff.
Did you look up
Because
set
the
up
way,
video of
because
camera?
the sheer arrogance and pompousness of the way you guys talk to
No,
people.
we have reality. Listen,
And then you
your
talk about
your
reality, and
entire
that you only
existence,
believe in things that you can prove, but you
your
religious.
entire
It makes
your
zero
entire
sense to me.
existence
It's
on a
such a
daily
huge
basis,
logical fallacy.
you
It's
do
insane
not
to me.
experience curvature. You do not experience rotation
Well,
or
I have a
motion
woman in
of
my life,
Earth.
so I experience some
You're
curvature.
Sonny,
You know
gonna
what I'm saying?
did you hear what he just
You
said? He
guys might not.
said
You
that.
might
hold
got.
on one second. I'm gonna finish. We're gonna finish this. We'll unmute you in a second. But you have, in your experience in life, you have no experience of seeing curvature ever, and has any other human in existence now or ever before. And the same thing applies to motion or rotation. You have a vestibular system in your head that's aligned to down on a flat horizontal plane. Whenever you're moved in any angular motion or angularity, a change in angle, your vestibular system picks it up. So therefore, and also you cannot provide a demonstration of a vacuum, period, in nature. Doesn't occur naturally, nor can you provide an example of gas pressure being contained without a container. So those three things you don't experience at all. So the burden of proof is on you, because the axiom of all humans is that we live in a flat stationary plane and we're contained, because gas pressure cannot exist without a container. So the burden of proof is entirely on you. Go ahead.
Hold on. Did they just say that they were Satanists?
I guess indirectly, yes, but You know, it's
Yes,
funny. The guy
because
that just
they're
left,
claiming to
he's
be atheists, right? Which is basically the same thing as Satanist. Philosophical belief
So
system
they
based
meant,
on the belief that there is no God, that they are the God of their own
yeah. Did
body,
someone
their
actually
own
say
domain.
that? Should I unmute Newbrack? I don't know if Daniel left, but
he left. It's only Nobrak left.
so here we go. Ebrixon left too. Here's Newbrack. Got anything to say?
No, not really, not right now.
Okay, that's probably wise. That's the wisest thing I heard you say.
It's funny because the guy that left said that we only believe in things that we have proof for, and I'm like,
Technically,
funny enough,
that's
we
not belief.
If
Belief
you don't see the
means
comedy in
And then he
that,
claims that he
then
has
you
a
gotta start
non-religious
your day
position.
over. Bro.
a doctrine, a false doctrine. The doctrine of man is what they practice. Yes.
I wonder if hell is like below 8, 8
Welcome
miles.
to Flat Earth.
Don't know. As far as I can tell, they said that the drill bit didn't melt or anything. It just got stuck. Like the material down there just like got stuck like Play-Doh, and it just stopped working. Jammed it up. They couldn't lubricate it anymore.
Well, wouldn't that be due to like high immense pressure?
Well, it's almost. I'm thinking like an oobleck type material. That's
Well,
what they say the
because
mantle is.
because I'm still I mostly believe there's so like all the gravity is creating this immense pressure the deeper and deeper you go into the ground, right? Like, why is that?
That's a problem if we're what is it, 65 billion years old or something like that.
So pressure just builds up over time, then.
Well, no, I'm saying second law of thermodynamics would equalize the temperature, especially from the vacuum of space, which is pretty close to absolute zero.
No, but I'm saying the deeper you dig, we agree that like there's more pressure. It's harder to dig as you go down because
you
of
realize
pressure.
that's not
It gets
because of
hotter
gravity,
the
right?
further down we go. That's all we know.
Well,
The materials get more dense, more resistant. There's a lot of pressure created because of everything around you. It's hotter and hotter. There's all kinds of problems generated not by gravity.
Now, what causes volcanoes? Well, it's not subduction. Look at La Palma, right? Look at Hawaii. Those are volcanoes, and there's no subduction there.
I think it may be worth noting that in the 8 Mile drilling they did there, that all of their expectations were off in magnitudes. In other words, there was far more water in places that they didn't think they would ever find water. There was far less hard rock, but it did eventually come to a point where it was like a jelly and it just like coagulated, and the temperatures were off from their calculations as well. And it just bound up the drill bits to where they couldn't go on. And it was like a honey, like a thick substance, like a really gooey tar kind of, but it wasn't tar. It was whatever that is, whatever soil.
Super viscous. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, don't you think like this would be something that like everyone would want to know, like in the world, like what is below us, right?
Dude, we're
well,
going
we
in
all
outer
wanna
space and we
know.
haven't even mapped 5% of the oceans.
Well,
Your
see, we all
argument makes
want to
no
know.
sense.
We all want to know, Newbrick, and that curiosity of yours is a valuable thing for you because look, we actually went out and measured the surface, not once, thousands upon thousands of times now. Flat earthers have been doing these observations and are still doing them every single day, and this information is piling up. We have our own wiki with the lasers, the laser test that we did dozens and dozens and dozens of times. I mean, so that's where your curiosity should lay, is that water always lays level and flat when contained. And that includes the oceans or your swimming pool or your kitchen sink or your bathtub. We know water is nature. And also water never obtains the shape on the outside of any object. Period. So, this is a big deal. That means we're in a pressurized system that's flat and stationary. So the skies move around us. The luminaries move around us. They reset in a clock-like fashion every single year over the same exact geographical location for thousands upon thousands of years. Did you know that?
No.
Yes. Did you know they laid out the city of Baghdad with an astrolabe that uses the very same elevations of those very same stars over the exact geographical locations? You could go there with astrolabe today or sextant, and you could duplicate the very same thing with the very same stars from 2000 BC or whenever 1000 BC, whenever they laid out that city, and the same exact location. If we're on a spinning ball in 4 different vectors going at a total speed of 1.5 million miles an hour or something crazy like that, in 4 different vectors, how could the stars possibly be in the exact same physical location above Earth? How?
When they're all whirling around at those speeds too.
You can do the same thing with a sextant today.
Well,
Sailors are navigating exactly the same way as they use the astrolabe. It was a predecessor of the sextant. You could do it today yourself, and you'll find yourself in the same location within probably less than 100 yards.
Well, supposedly the stars that we see, and I was taught anyways, that it's light that we're seeing from billions of years ago. So the stars that we see in the sky might not even be there anymore, right?
Well,
Because
then how
that's
come they're in the
billions of
same
years ago.
Well, why are they in the same exact place as they were thousands of years ago? And
Well, that's just light hitting us billions of years later.
You can find your location using the same stars. How is that possible with all those motions?
Is that a belief or a fact?
How is it possible? You tell me. Billions of light years away? Are you kidding me? That's part of the whole thing, man. I know this. I used to know those numbers by heart. All of them. I could tell you how far away the farthest nebula was, how large it was supposed to be in light years. All that. Like, I'm a nerd. All of us here are.
So were most of you like round or globers, as you guys call us?
We all were. Every single one of us.
Yeah, every single one of us. Every single earther used to be a globe earther.
Yes. Except the ones that were born.
The same thing.
We all want truth.
Except the ones that were born in geocentric families, and there's a couple of us in here. Not me. I was a glober my whole life. Listen, 58 years. I thought I was on a globe. Do you know how much life that is? That's me.
You know when they say, once you go flat, you can never go back, baby.
I mean, I don't know what kind of women you've been with, but nah, I prefer the curves.
Yeah,
So
there are those of us too.
So you have a whole lot to think there.
Yeah, once you know it's flat, you can't go back.
Yeah.
So
Do you like retarded women?
Do I like what?
Retarded women.
Do I like retarded women? I mean, I like to be smarter than what my woman, because otherwise she can outsmart me, you know.
Then you should hang out here.
So you're saying I should hang out here because there's women that are less intelligent than me?
It shouldn't be hard for
No,
women.
there's actually women here who can figure things out.
That are smarter than you.
It shouldn't be hard for a woman to outsmart you.
Hey, P-Man.
There you go. Is that more to your speed?
What?
Sonic.
Yeah, see, look at that picture that they just posted. It obviously has curves.
No, is that possibly? But why would they put France right there?
Like, look at that Joshua's picture in the live stream voice deck.
But
That's
look where they
proof
put
that
France.
Yeah, well, who gives a fuck about France? No offense to French people, they just lose all the time. But like, yeah, look at that curved Earth.
Yeah, that's fake.
See, if they had showed you that your whole life, you would believe that.
You think that's a
Hell
badonkey donk?
yeah, I would.
Well,
You think that's a badonkey donk? That's a fake
Yeah, the
movie.
Earth is an ass.
Filled with assholes, right?
Yeah, like Globers, thinking they know anything, and then coming in here knowing nothing and arguing with people who's actually gone out and tested things.
Yeah, we actually have to teach people about their own paradigm before we can even get into a logical conversation about what Earth actually is and the evidence at hand.
Crazy, you know, because like that, I give you guys props for like convincing people to go against like what people were taught as children, right?
We're not convincing anyone. Look, this is not a freaking get someone out of mind control and then mind control them again. No, or convince them of anything or convert somebody to anything. It's not possible for one. But we don't care if anybody's converted. We have no ability to convert anybody to anything, neither do you. As a matter of fact, none of us have any power to convince or cause actions in somebody else that didn't come up internally within them in the first place. You may spark something, but they have to make the decision to be motive.
Well said, Sonny.
You know,
So were you
weird
taught that Santa Claus is real? Or the Tooth Fairy?
Well, I mean, you can't prove or disprove it, right? Unless you've seen Santa.
Yeah, you see, we
Yeah,
don't
but
have
the
to
point is
disprove
you were-
something. You gotta prove it. You don't prove it, doesn't exist.
Hold on, I just want to point out real quick that I showed him a picture of a girl that had like a map leggings, yoga pants with a flat ass, and he says, "Yeah, you see those curves?"
I'm still looking at
I mean, for the size ratio, there's still some curve there. Like whether you want to believe that's flat or not, there's definitely a curve there.
Okay, you see what A through 9000 bot just posted, Skunk Bay time lapse?
No, I don't see that. Where's that at?
It's you got to scroll down a little bit.
It's a bot. It posted it.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Okay. So that's Skunk Bay time lapse, right? Now, this is also the same, right? Now, this is due to atmospheric refraction. Now, would
what
you
am I
say
seeing here?
that the water is rising above the land?
I mean, it looks like the water's pretty much in the same spot throughout this.
What about the second line? You know, the second horizon in the background, because the foreground is a false horizon, right? You want the back horizon, the far horizon, right?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
Does that move as well?
No, it looks pretty much the same.
Are you sure? I mean, there's even a white line there that you can like.
I'm watching the footage. I don't see the barely. It's
You don't
moving
see
a
the
little.
mountains going up to that top line back there? You don't see a change in size in between there? Getting closer to the line? Sure it is.
Oh, okay.
Think about
You're
that.
saying the line in front of the strip.
There's
No,
a
yeah,
wide
There's
line
two
as a
lines. You
reference.
have a short line and a longer line, right? They're like dotted lines, kind of.
The dotted line, that's the white one on the bottom, shows you the first time.
Oh, okay.
when
Sorry, I
you
was looking
see-
at the wrong image. I was looking at the one above it, the GIF.
Oh.
Okay, so now
All right.
yeah.
So it's kind of obvious, isn't it?
What's obvious here?
That the horizon is changing location.
The water level.
Well, that's not a horizon,
That's
but
not the water level either.
So what is that then?
Atmospheric
That's your
refraction.
refraction. That's your refraction.
That's the refraction that you guys are quoting. It's not bending the light up. It's actually warping it and bending it down.
How could it change like that if that's what we're being quoted as being curvature? How could that be? Is the ball going in and out? Is it breathing? No, it's not.
I guess the
There's
Earth is an old dude smoking cigarettes.
flat. It's flat like water.
The reason why it appears like that, why you see that shimmer, is like a heat sheen, a heat shimmer. Is because
Right. It's like a mirage
water,
when you're driving, right?
well, kind of. You're not actually seeing a mirage. You're seeing a heat sheen.
A mirage, by
Mirage is where
definition,
you
means
see.
you're doubling things.
Yeah, you're actually seeing a mirage is an inverted image of what you should be seeing. So you would see far off in the distance, up on the sand dune, like what you would see ocean. You would think it's ocean. You'd run off there and find out it's just another sand dune.
There's all kinds of refractions. There's like 6 types of them or whatever, something like that.
Yeah,
Do
you
you see
have.
the
You even have inferior mirages as well.
Did you see the image I posted you guys at 47 minutes after? Can you blow it up and read that out loud, please? Could you do that? Newberg?
Yeah, I see that.
Can you blow it up and read it out first, would you?
For light to travel around a curve from point A to point B, the light would have to continually refract in a downward direction. From the light to keep refracting in the downward direction, it would be necessary for atmosphere to keep becoming denser, as shown in the diagram below. 1, the least dense air, to 5, most dense air. The yellow and black dots indicate light moving from less dense to more dense atmosphere and refracting it in a downward direction. The black dotted line indicates the direction of the light would have continued to take the refraction had not occurred. The atmosphere is not layered in such vertical sections, so light cannot travel in this manner.
Now, what did you understand out of that?
I was just reading it. I wasn't really like
Yeah,
comprehending.
good job. Very nice.
Yeah.
Now, can you actually comprehend what you're reading?
All right. Can you just explain it to me, please?
Yeah, you're a very good auditor, but
I just said it like I was reading it and understanding it in the same time.
So light can't. It's basically saying light can't bend, right?
So
it's telling you it can, but to do it, it's so fucking impossible. It just won't happen.
Right, because what you're claiming is Snell's law. Snell's law only can work if it has this thing where, like, if you're pointing a light down into an aquarium, or the light, like you see the bending of a pencil when you dip it in some water, right? So it only goes off in one direction. So what this is saying is true. It's saying that it would have to look like this in order for what you're telling us is happening to happen around a curved surface. It would have to do this. And the atmosphere doesn't do that, because from an observer to the thing, to the object, isn't changing the density in that direction.
Do you know of any laboratory apparatus that bends light without using two mediums or optics? Because that would be two different mediums. Just using the single media of atmosphere, of air. An atmosphere is a misnomer. It denotes air as a circle or air as a sphere. Gas is not a shape. So that's actually an oxymoron in itself. Like planet Earth. Earth is dirt. That's all it means, right? It simply means dirt. And planet means wandering star. I don't think we are moving at all. And they tell you that we're spinning at 1,050 miles per hour at the equator. That's faster than the speed of sound. Uh-oh. How do you go from, like, the equator to somewhere up north? Going from, faster than the speed of sound to 250 mile an hour and land the plane? And then how do you go towards that without hitting that shear speed? Now remember, if it's a ball, it's got to be moving that fast, because wherever we are, the sun moves. You know what rate the sun moves in the sky? 15 degrees per hour.
I like the fact that he's desperately Googling things to try to come up with some kind of reply.
I'm always Googling stuff. Yeah.
Now, you have to be aware also of Wikipedia. It's just something to be aware of, okay? If you're in higher education, you should not use Wikipedia as a citation.
No, Wikipedia's ass because it's written by people.
Right.
Anyone
have you seen
can
this before?
contribute to that.
I'm going to post a Wikipedia article. I don't know if you've seen this Wikipedia article before, right? I like it. It's Wikipedia is not a reliable source.
On Wikipedia.
Yeah. They call it vandalism.
I mean, I don't know. When I look up in the sky and I see the sun and the moon, right? I just get so like, how is it so perfectly that like the shadow on the moon is always like a curved shape, right?
But say that again.
Okay, so like the moon, right? When you look at the moon, there's like crescent moons, right? And the shadow on the moon is always curved, right? Why is the shadow always curved on the moon?
What is this question?
What is,
Do you know what the moon is?
Is it curved on a new moon?
What is the moon?
There's no moon at all. Is it shadow curved?
Right, but yeah, you know, like the different the crescent moons, right?
The
It's always a curved shadow.
phases of the moon. Yeah, but we don't know what the source of energy is for the moon. And we know it's not the shadow of Earth. That's been clearly demonstrated, especially with the selenium, the impossible eclipse that the globe has no.
It just lines up so perfectly, though. You know what
how
I'm
the
saying?
fuck does the shadow go the opposite direction on the selenium?
Opposite direction. The shadow's coming down from the top side when
And
the
furthermore, how
sun.
come the Earth's shadow is much smaller than it should be?
Are you? Well, we can shine like a laser on the moon, right? So we can technically
That's what I want to. That's what I want to try. I'm glad you said that. Right? If we can get Glober and Flat Earther on the same like observation, that would be awesome. Like, see, what would need to happen is there needs to be like identical laser equipment, high power infrared laser equipment with FAA window of clearance, right? So that we don't hit any planes or anything, and it's infrared. And it'll mess with their instruments. So it can't be seen by the naked eye, so nobody else will be able to see it unless they have a special camera aimed at the moon, the dark side of the crescent moon, or the shadow side, right? And it'll light up clear as day on the camera if it's a physical surface. Understand?
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
If the moon is a physical surface, and if the moon is a reflection, like the light of the moon is a reflection of the sunlight, then it should be a highly reflective surface, right?
Right, and that's
So
why
it should be able to
supposedly we
reflect.
have moonlight, right?
Right. So it should be able to reflect infrared light, right?
Technically, yeah, I believe that.
So,
Yes.
like, if we had infrared lasers, high-powered infrared lasers, each of us, like you and I, and we aimed it at the moon when it's like at the crescent phase, where we can clearly see a lit portion and a shadow portion, right? And we
Right.
fire these lasers at the shadow portion, right? I will fire mine, and then you will fire up your camera and aim it at the moon and see if you can see the flash.
Right, that'd be cool.
And then you record your data, and then you'll turn yours on and fire it at the moon, and you'll let me know, and I'll turn my camera on and see if I can record the flashes. That way we have independent data.
Yeah, no, that would be cool.
Yeah.
When do we do that shit?
We got to come up with the lasers, and costs a lot of money.
Dude, Nabrak, we've presented to you literally hundreds of reasons why it can't be a spinning globe. You've presented nothing other than just crying.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't cried.
So we got more. There's more, though. There's more. So do you know that a reflective surface, what shape it must be? You only have two choices. Do you know what those two choices are?
No.
Either flat or concave is the only way something can reflect. A ball or spherical does not reflect
Exactly.
light.
I'm going to show you a video. I'm going to post a video, right? And it kind of, oh no, that's on my phone. Fuck. Never mind.
Also, something else, you can find out the formula for how quickly light intensity in candles, that's the internationally accepted unit, how quickly the intensity of light decreases, and you'll find in the formula that you're dividing whatever you're amplifying upwards by the radius squared. So if your moon is about hundreds of thousands of miles up in the distance, that's pretty bright, considering how bright we're seeing it here. At level surface, like on the moon, it should be literally billions of times brighter than it is from here. Can you even comprehend what that will look like?
Also, I do have that video. Here it is.
Like, if they filmed on the moon, it should be so bright, it would melt the bloody cameras.
I mean, the sun is bright. I mean, reflecting it should...
No, literally, look up the formula for light intensity, and you'll see it's dividing by radius squared. Now, that's the radius, like, between, let's say, your point of view and the surface level of the moon. You measure that, which is, you can Google right now, the distance between the Earth and the moon. You double that. You increase the intensity of the moon by that, and that's how bright the moon should be at level surface. Well, good luck with that.
Or no, light's not heat, so...
Well, actually, it would affect the optical apparatus as if heat would do it, but that's not a discussion. But it would actually do it that way. Like, you can literally burn an optical sensor using light.
You can,
but that's another discussion.
On the radiation, though, you can't put a
oh, this is just... Oh, my God.
Yeah, you can't put a magnifying glass under your...
You can literally burn CPUs and motherboards using electrical current. You can heat them up using
you
that.
You guys are bloody trippers, man. You guys are fucking trippers.
Fucking trippers, all right?
The guy just came in and said we're trippers and he just left.
The bloody ripper trippers. These trippers are rippers.
You fucking live in Australia, mate. Upside down, motherfucker.
Yeah, bro. Look.
G'day. Welcome to Tamara.
Yeah,
we're actually
I'm already in tomorrow.
We're actually wrecking the trippers.
Yeah, so I guess welcome to summer, huh?
Yes, summer down here, down under.
We're still waiting for debunks of everything we've said. At least one thing, at least one thing.
Do planes actually fly upside down, or is just bloody big guppies in the water, mate?
No, planes don't actually fly upside down, mate, because it's all a reference to the center of the Earth, so there is no upside down. So put that in your...
That's a conundrum,
but it's a ball, right?
Well, not only is Australia
still here
tomorrow, but
okay,
6
so when
months
did they measure,
from now. Whoa!
When did they measure the curvature of Earth? A direct measurement. When did they do that then?
Well, they did it a fucking long time ago, thousands of years ago, and
really, you got primary reference data for that?
No, I can't remember the dingleberry's name, but you can do.
I didn't ask for a dingleberry's name. I asked for primary data reference material.
Okay, well, you can use the 2 sticks thing, and it doesn't work.
Did you say sticks?
Yeah, who was it?
And how do sticks and shadows? How do sticks and shadows equate to a direct measurement, my bra?
Oh, wait, Jezza, have you been drinking again?
That's not important.
I don't drink.
Oh God! Can we hear the sip? I really forgot that sip sound. Can you just open up?
Let's hear him out. I need to laugh. Seriously.
Please, we want to hear it. We want to hear you take a sip. Like, please.
So I have a question. Can people in the bottom part of Australia see Polaris?
You mean like towards Sydney?
Like, yeah, the bottom part of Australia. Can they see the North Star or no?
Negative, Ghost Rider.
Do you know how far south of the equator you can see the
Can you
Polaris?
see it from Melbourne?
No, you cannot see it in the southern hemisphere. You can see it at the equator. You cannot see it south of that.
So why not, though, if it's flat?
I know.
Can't see forever.
That's the big question, isn't it?
Who said you can't see it below the equator?
Everyone in the southern hemisphere.
Just because
Oh, really?
It is eternal.
Now, apparently, you don't know about the Royal Observatory many times, where it's been seen at 23.5 degrees south latitude.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Numerous.
So
yeah. You said no. You said not at the equator or not
He
below the
just
equator.
shifted 180 degrees in like half a second.
No, I didn't
And I
shift
just gave you the
180
data.
degrees.
I just gave you the exact data of how far it's been seen. Because you know why?
That's funny because he said you
looked
shifted
it up
flat.
and found out that information.
Okay. So you just said
Yeah,
that you
you
can
hadn't
see it.
found that information, but you were just spouting something that you didn't
No.
know anything about. Weren't you?
Yeah. Okay. And now I'm agreeing with you, and I'm saying and then I'm going to ask you a question. What season of the year can you see that?
Why are we talking
I
to
don't
Jazz?
care. If it's seen at all, it's not a globe.
No. What I'm saying is
unless
that
you have proof of water convexity, you have proof of convex water somewhere. Got a measurement of that?
if you can see it at a certain degree below the equator at any time, north or south, can see the North Star or the Southern Star, that proves the globe.
It doesn't prove
No, it
shit,
does not
bro.
Yes, it does, bro. Sorry.
Why are we talking to Jazz like this?
Wow. So you must have curved water then. So where's that?
Wait, Jazz, did you meet your the mother of your children? You said like a year ago you got a kid you never met. Did you meet him?
No, I haven't met her yet.
Damn. Sorry, bro.
It's Christmas and on Saturday, so I'm in the future. So yeah. But anywho,
Jesus, you're well in the future, bro.
No.
So no proof of sphericity. Okay, moving on to motion. Do you have any proof? Was axial rotation detected?
Yeah, that was detected many moons ago, and again in
Someone roll the crickets, please.
I can make.
We don't have
Go ahead,
I
Jeff.
think
okay, good
if
one.
Jazz
So
wants to
strike
go and get
two.
hired,
No sphericity, no motion. How about a demonstration of gas pressure without a container? Do you have
I
that?
can do
Can
it
you
for
provide
him.
that demonstration?
I can do it for you, Jazz. It's been done many years ago, right?
Many moons.
Yeah, but actually, you're actually right about that, about the gas pressure thing.
It has.
You're actually that is the one thing you're completely right about, is you can't
The
have
one
gas
thing,
pressure
no,
without
I'm
a
right
container.
on both the first two also. So don't forget those. No, you're not going to run past that. Whistle past the graveyard. No, 1 and 2, no sphericity, no motion. And did you provide the demonstration of gas pressure without a container? What's your...
No, I can't, because I'm not fucking Superman. And 2, you're
Have you
completely
ever
right.
heard? Have you ever heard of gases being contained without a container?
No, I have not. You're completely right.
Okay.
You said somebody
So
did it
any of
many,
those
many
three
years ago.
things, so that means, here's what that means. Any of those three things I just mentioned are all just beliefs in your mind that
Sticks and
somebody
shadows
told you
don't prove shit.
information, and
Right.
secondary information, you just happen to believe it wholeheartedly, and now you're jumping in with both feet, trying to defend it, which it's only a belief. You have no empirical data to back up any of those three claims. So we can move on, just understanding. We'll go back to this, going through the 3 points with you in future conversations, because you just have a belief. So now we want to hear what else you believe in.
Jazz,
you don't have any facts.
Let's unmute Brickstone because he wants to talk. Just that we've been hearing him for like 2 years. That's fine.
Jazz, did you come in here to destroy Globe Earth? Because you're doing a fucking good job, bro.
No, I didn't.
Rat snake.
What I did
So
come
I
on here
unmuted
to is Sonny, you were just saying about gas pressure, right?
Yes, I was. Yes.
And you are completely 110% correct.
Okay. Explain, please.
Every gas within the atmosphere under gas pressure is under gas pressure. If we take the propane tank scenario, every particle of gas is producing an equal amount of pressure within all walls of that fucking of that container.
Walls.
So
walls of the
wow.
Container. Walls of the container. Right. So
what would that mean? What would that mean?
Okay,
if you cannot have gas pressure with a container. What would that mean?
Okay, so gas pressure is gas pressure. We know what that is. We just established that. So why is it that within the atmosphere, I'll call it the atmosphere to keep you guys calm.
Yeah, otherwise it's an oxymoron. Yeah, Atmo is gas, and it has no...
Actually, Atmo flat is still an oxymoron, so you can call it Atmo.
Finish your question.
Atmos. I'll call it the Atmos. Can you provide evidence? Can you provide evidence of any other gas within the atmosphere that is held within a container under gas pressure that has a fucking pressure gradient? Can you do that?
Yes.
What?
A butane bottle or a propane tank.
Then it's not under gas pressure.
Hold on. Stop using atmosphere. It's an oxymoron.
Oh, he's appealing to there is no space, is what he's saying.
No.
You cannot even measure. Hold on. I'm about to speak. Shut up for a second. You cannot even measure if there's a gradient without having pressure with the assistance of a container in the first place. You wouldn't even know if there's a gradient unless you had a container to measure it with.
So what you're saying is that a propane tank that I've heard used many times is that there is a pressure gradient between the top and the bottom of the bottle. Because if that's what you're saying, if you take off the valve at the top, then there's going to be some propane left in the bottom of the bottle. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, no, that's what you're implying by saying that.
No, I didn't imply that.
Hold on. The colder something gets, the less pressure there is. The hotter something gets, the more pressure there is. It's warmer at the surface than it is up there in the sky, right?
Pressure inside the propane tank. Right. There's liquid propane. Above it, there's gas.
Could that be the cause of the pressure gradient? Temperature.
And then if you open it, where does the gas go? In what directions does the gas go?
Okay, so
just answer. What directions does gases go if they're uncontained?
They equalize. This is what I'm trying to say to you.
Omnidirectionally.
Yeah, they equalize. I don't have to say omnidirectionally. They equalize to what?
Well, that's a scientific definition of the direction they move in.
Atmos fucking pressure they're in. They equalize to that.
So you live in pressure, so therefore you are contained.
No.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay. So.
Yeah.
If hang on. If we have
gas pressure, yeah. Gas pressure, yeah. You don't like gas pressure because you think you live on a globe. Ba 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 ba.
Can't listen. Yeah. So, do you agree that there's a pressure gradient?
Jazza, what's your point, buddy?
Within a container.
I'm just getting to it. No. Hang on, Sonny. There is no pressure gradient in a container under gas pressure. There is no pressure gradient.
Pressure in the air. There's a gradient. We're in a contained system. Therefore, you would not have a gradient if it was an open system.
Jezza, you're talking about pressure gradients when we're just talking about the first thing, which is pressure itself. Yeah. Don't get the pressure gradients. Just get the pressure in itself.
Okay. You can't have it without a container. Pressure is X, that's the primary. X is the primary. pressure X, you have delta X that's secondary to the primary of the
Okay, so I'm just going to shut the fuck up because you guys don't understand what
Okay,
pressure means.
goodbye,
No,
Jezza. We're
okay,
so
that's
Alright,
good.
sorry.
Stop
catch ya.
it for you.
Goodbye.
Oh, that's great. Just go ahead. We've heard that before.
Yeah,
But,
like
go
2
ahead
years.
because we have proof and you don't.
No,
Now
no,
you're
you
being
don't. You
butthurt.
don't fucking listen.
Jazza,
You
Hey,
listen.
Jazza,
got
there's a
fucking
snake
nothing.
named after
How
me
You
long have
gotta
you
too.
been
stop
listening to numpties
drinking.
like you?
You
All
gotta
right.
stop drinking,
Okay.
okay?
Catch us later. Love you guys. You're dumb as
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Catch us
say,
later.
You
Jazza,
know.
real quick. Okay, well, fuck off then.
He's drinking too much.
I
Still
know. I
at
just
it.
wanted to tell him that it's okay. There's a snake named after me too, rat snake. Yeah.
Oh,
I
he's
just want to
back.
let you know there's a snake named after me too. Don't feel bad, bud. You can actually look up Joshua's blind serpent or snake. It's like the side. It kind of looks like a worm, but it's not actually a snake. Harmless.
So I want to throw this out there. I can prove that Earth is round. Okay, it's easy.
Okay.
If you throw a boomerang, it comes back to you, right?
Yeah.
Earth is round. It's just that simple. I don't understand why you need more explanation.
Is the boomerang orbiting?
Yes, it spins around you and it comes back to your hand.
So
It's
that's
like a
is
yo-yo.
that an orbit?
Is this?
So if
I've
you
never
go
heard this
if you go
argument.
around,
Wow.
What I'm saying is,
So
if you
if
throw a
you-
boomerang and it comes back to you, like the Earth is round. I don't
You
know
do
why.
realize that has
something-
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has to do everything with thermodynamics and mechanics, right?
It has everything to do with the shape of the Earth.
So if something is moving around something, is that an orbit?
Yeah, if the ghetto bird is circling your
if you-
house, that
you
means it's
can't
orbiting your
fathom-
location.
If you can't comprehend that the boomerang proves the Earth is round, I don't know like how much I can.
Where
dumb it
did
down.
you get this? Like, I've never heard any retard say this.
I'm gonna guess
just
Coriolis.
joking. That's a good joke. So didn't we ask you the same thing before about going around the block? Was that was you or one of your buddies?
Oh, that was
huh?
Nubrak. That was Nubrak.
If you go around the block,
Wait,
you
he's
go
not
around
my
and you
buddy.
walk
I
near
don't.
it?
Just for the record, I don't know who Brixton is, but like
Wait,
he's
hold
on
up,
my
Brixton.
side.
You
so-
wanted to be unmuted to say that?
Yeah, I mean, I just
Is
debunked the
this
whole.
like an
Oh
actual
my.
question? Like an actual point you wanted to bring up?
He muted me again. Come on, man.
Well, what would be
I just enlightened
your
the masses and
explanation of it? Would it be Coriolis?
Well, that is the most simple explanation. If you can't
No, it's
understand
not.
that
It's
the boomerang
called
proves the Earth to bring around,
called
like
aerodynamics,
there's just no
airfoil.
further we can
Wait,
go
wait, but my question never got answered. I know it was like 20 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. I asked, how come the bottom of Australia can't see the North Star?
Dude, there is
It's too far
atmospheric
away.
obstruction.
It's too far away from you. Therefore, the angle that you're looking at it becomes so narrow. It's beyond your resolution that you're capable of with the human eye.
Yeah, remember the sunset that we talked about?
There's something called atmospheric obstruction, you know? It actually gets dense enough so that at a given distance, nothing can be seen.
Do you know what visual acuity?
The law of inverse square.
Well, I already told him that, but he doesn't get it.
Eye itself. Do you know what size the aperture of the eye is?
Oh,
tiny.
What size the lens is in your eye? Do you know that?
I assume most people don't know that. No.
No shit.
Yeah, most people don't study the parts of the body like I have. You're right. Yeah.
Weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's just I've been alive a long time. So I haven't a lot of chance to read. So anyway, yeah, your eye can only see so far. Just like a camera, it has a certain mechanical capability of how it lets light in, and where that image is the angular size.
Right. But what I'm saying is if you had like
almost like a pyramid.
But if you had the best camera in the world, you're telling me that from the bottom of Australia you can't see the North Star.
You can't do that, dude. Oh, listen. You want to get into technical things? We can't build that. It's too complicated.
So
it's
yeah,
like
that's why
saying. Sorry, go on, Sonny. Funny.
Well, I was just going to say, yeah, that's why we stick to like
Did
the
you
nature.
know at the South Pole they actually have something called, or South Pole, they call it the South Pole, but in Australia they can actually see something that they can see something just like it in South Africa called the Southern Cross.
And what is that?
That's the Southern Star. It's a constellation. It's called the Southern Cross.
Can you see that anywhere on that latitudinal position?
You cannot see it anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere.
No, but anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere you can see it?
Why are we even entertaining these conversations of what can you see from
No,
where?
I'm just saying this. Hold on. I'm just saying this. There's no parallax.
But
No
can you
annular
see that
parallax.
anywhere in the bottom hemisphere? The
You
South
can
Star.
line up a monument that will showcase these stars, and it will be like that forever.
Right,
The Egyptians set one up down there in New Zealand.
Right, no, but what I'm saying is, anywhere in the Southern Hemisphere, can you see the Southern Star?
Yeah, I want to find the shape of my ceiling.
Okay,
I'm
wait,
gonna look
wait.
at the door, bro. You're trying to find the shape of a wall looking at your cell phone or looking at, I don't know, some teddy bear in the room. What's the fucking relevance?
So what I'm
I know,
saying is,
right?
if you can see it anywhere in the
Answer the
Southern...
question.
I just
Answer
wanted to
the
entertain
question.
this for a little bit.
No, just I want to stop this because it's gonna get completely degenerate. Like, just answer the question straight up. We're not going with something that's completely useless to the shape of the earth.
What's the question?
See, you're not even paying attention to what I said. You're
Well,
trying to
because you
find the
interrupted me.
shape of the earth. No, I'm not interrupting you. Okay, I started asking you about what you want to look at if you want to find the shape of that thing. You're looking at something else? You're looking at a teddy bear if you want to find out the color and the shape of your wall?
So if you're all seeing it from the Southern Hemisphere, are you
You
all
just
looking
answered
north?
the question. Are you mentally deranged?
Are you all looking north then? If you're from
Here's
the
the
Southern...
thing. We don't know what the stars are, how far away they are, but we do know that we cannot see parallax, just like if the stars were arranged like they are, and if we're moving, we should see some sort of parallax in the stars over time because we're moving. Just like if we're on Earth and we're driving down the highway and you look out the window and you see the foreground moving fast, the midground moving a little bit slower, and the background moving even slower, and then the far background, like the far off distance mountains where you can't see anymore, is moving even slower. That is called parallax.
Nubrak,
There's
dude,
no stellar
I mean, I have
parallax.
a very simple question that none of you can seem to answer. If you are in the Southern Hemisphere looking at the Southern Star, which direction are you looking?
I'm going to tell you something.
That's a simple question. I don't
You
know why
just
you're getting so
presumed
mad.
there is something called the Southern
just like
Star. There
anything
is no
with
fucking Southern Star.
Well, hold on. Someone else in this Discord said there was a Southern Star. So
It's
No,
not
it's
the
about
Southern
a
Star. It's called the
constellation.
Crux. The Southern Cross.
Okay, the Southern Cross. So which way are you looking at the Southern Cross? Which direction?
I don't know. Probably south.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay. So
Probably 30 degrees, and it rotates in that direction. How?
So
just like the North Star.
everywhere,
Well, how?
if we are flat
The
and the
thing
edges are the bottom,
hold on.
that's
Hold
different
on.
directions.
Hold on. You're thinking that the luminaries that we see above our head have anything to do with the reality that we can observe here. That's in a completely separate realm that we cannot get to. It's a hospitable environment according to scientists.
Like D&D.
Space, it's hospitable. Right?
Right.
Now, what if it's a crystalline sky? What if there's a dome and it's crystalline? And what we're actually seeing, right? What we are actually seeing in the night sky
Right.
is waters
That'd be
moving
crazy.
around in sololuminescence
Yeah, that'd
in
be
the
crazy.
waters,
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
right? But then again, that would be quoting Bible, and we try not to do that here.
No,
Can
I
you
no.
explain that the water
No,
thing?
guys.
I don't
Yeah,
understand that.
isn't a dome a
Well,
semisphere?
this
So
is like a
why would the
biblical
sky be a
study. So,
semisphere? Why
huh?
wouldn't that?
No, the
all
dome
right,
should
all
be
right.
a semi-ellipsoid of rotation, but you wouldn't get it anyway.
Well,
These
Yeah, they all
conversations
the
are
stars rotate east to west. You can even look at the star trails.
Real
Look at
quickly, we don't have billions of dollars. We're just regular guys around here. We don't have $1 billion to look up, the sky and things like that and these answers. What we have done, though, with our few dollars is disproved what NASA has claimed, right? The curvature. We've done laser tests with our
that's
few
enough.
dollars.
That's enough. Curvature's
But
gone. Globe debunked.
this guy is asking a genuine question, okay? So you need to listen to him. I'm
No,
also a flat earther, right? I'm a flat earther, but he's asking a genuine question.
no,
He's saying
we
that
don't
why
care
can't you see
about
the
it
why can't
because
we see
he's
polar
red
rays
herring.
from southern hemisphere?
Sonny said it like a million times. You just cannot see it because of atmospheric conditions and because your eye cannot see it.
Then why you are able to see several other constellations from the southern hemisphere? They are also equally far away from there.
How do you know that?
You can see the different constellations from there which are visible from both
You said
the
they're at the
hemispheres.
same distance from
According to
you.
your
How do you know
firmament
that?
proposal, they would be. According to your firmament proposal, if it was, then
Dude, the whole idea of a firmament is to have the argument of a necessary antecedent to gas pressure, which is a container. Everybody says that. From that point on, nobody says the shape of it, what it's made like, what the materials, anything. No, we're just saying it has to be. Nobody has an actual mathematical function on like 7 scales that tells you what it actually looks like. We don't fucking have that.
You would need to
No,
be able to make a shape
don't
in
make
order
it
for it to be a
complicated. Just
proper
answer the
proposal.
question that why it is not visible from the southern
Sonny
hemisphere.
answered it a million times. Am I retarded?
Yo, I think someone from Microsoft support just found out was listening in.
Bro, listen to me. I'm also a flat earther. I know that the earth is not a globe, but this is a genuine question. The people who are coming in here and they are talking to you, they are trying to, do the research. They are trying to find the reality. So you need to answer them.
I'm much more likely
It is
to
our
listen to
duty.
this guy than the angry guy.
Sonny answered the question precisely, beautifully. There was no issue with it.
No, what y'all just said was we wouldn't understand and we don't have an actual shape.
No, I talked about the shape of the dome to you. That is half of an ellipsoid of rotation,
All right, and I
which
asked
is
if you
irrelevant.
Irrelevant. It's very relevant. It pertains to the question of the stars and why we see
The
them.
reason why I'm trying to stop this because it's degenerate. We've given you millions of reasons why the Earth is not a spinning globe, and you keep on just changing questions.
Of science, there is no degenerate answer. In the pursuit of
No,
science,
no,
we
it
have all
is.
the
Listen,
knowledge we
listen.
can.
If you would meet with a scientist and you would keep on red herring him, that is degenerate questioning.
It's not a red herring. It's a question.
A red
you know
herring
what a
means
red
by
herring
definition you're changing. Do you know what a red herring is?
It's a bird.
Can you cite for me the definition of a red herring, Lily?
Well, me?
Yeah, because you just said that's not a red herring. I'm saying it is. I'm making the positive claim. I'm gonna explain to you
Something,
what it is.
especially a clue that is or is intended to be misleading or distracting.
Oh, distracting. Interesting. Now, what have you guys been doing for like the last couple of hours? Literally distracting the conversation. We're saying something and then you're moving the goalpost.
A general question throws off your entire argument.
Oh my fucking god! Did you just hear what I
and
said?
get
No,
mad
can
at
you
us
just
for
recite
asking-
what I just said? Can you just recite what I just said?
No, I can't recite whatever you said about the weird.
Yeah, why not? Because you're paying attention.
Because you won't explain it.
Oh my fucking god!
I asked you to explain it. That's a red herring.
No,
and you said,
guys, I've been a flat earther for last 3 years, and this is for the first time I'm actually doubting my belief.
Microsoft support
just
doesn't
because
sound
of-
like he's a flat earther, to be honest.
No, I'm
Okay,
a flat earther. You can ask me all. You can ask me anything.
His
Which
name's
may-
Microsoft supporter. Wait a minute, what?
Wait,
Look,
why
right?
would you doubt your belief just on this thing?
Because this is for the first time
this-
I'm hearing this fact.
I remember you.
know,
You're a flat earther, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. That's what I'm saying.
No, meaning your name was Flat Arthur. Is that you, right? You changed your name?
No. That's a different guy. I know this person also, and I am in his affiliation. Okay, I know that guy. I'm a different person, and whatever research I have done in the last 2-3 years, all the research has led to the same conclusion that the Earth is not a spherical. But this is a genuine question. We need to find out why this particular star is not visible from southern hemisphere.
Vlad, the
Okay,
reason
and
why I'm not
if you
answering
see,
the question.
let me complete. Okay, so if you are not able to see Polaris due to the distance, okay, or due to the atmospheric, this atmospheric, hindrance, yeah. So why then you can see the constellation which is called that the Big Dipper constellation, which is further down north.
Yeah, okay, I'll
And
just
you
entertain this 1 second and then we're over. So when you're looking upwards, you're looking through a given volume of air. If you're looking parallel to the ground, you're looking through literally dozens of times more volume of air. Ergo, your obstruction is way bigger this way. When you're looking upwards, you're looking through far less air than you would look if you actually looked at the horizon.
But the closest
Hang
distance
on.
between 2 points is
No, okay, we're
2.5.
done. You
Where
just
is he?
digest what I said and we will move on. I'm fucking done with
This,
it.
He,
this is
Like
where is he
seriously,
located?
if you were a
That's
real
not
flat
true.
earther and this thing made you to question your belief tonight, you're not a real flat earther, dude.
No,
Sorry.
that's gaslighting.
Flat
That's
Discord.
gaslighting right there. That's not cool.
That's gatekeeping. That's kind of gatekeeping.
Okay, what is
Yeah.
gaslighting? No, because
That's
Lily
kinda-
just keeps on saying logical fallacies. Cite
That's
for
kinda
me the
gatekeeping.
definition of gaslighting, please, Lily. Yo, Lily,
Wait,
please
a
stop
little bit
using
now.
logical fallacies if you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Gosh.
Hang on, Flat Discord. I'm just wondering, what's your physical location? Would it be
I'm in India.
3 p.m.,
Yes, it
3:30,
is 4 p.m.
4 p.m.? Okay, yeah.
Excuse me, Josh. Arthur, you said you were having some troubles, right? Some doubts. Have you actually went out and measured it yourself?
What?
The water for curvature?
No, I'm not talking about the water. Whatever I have observed, as I mentioned before, that all the research and all the observation I have done, that all led to the fact that the Earth is not spherical. Okay, but this is for the first time I'm hearing this fact because I have never been to Australia. I never observed that from my own eyes, but this is a genuine fact that some of these stars are not visible from the southern part of this world. So if it is
What do
the
the stars
reality,
have to do
then
with the floor? The Earth.
I'm sorry.
What do the stars have to do with the Earth?
Well, if we say that if we believe that there is this particular thing above us, firmament, okay, if there is a firmament and these stars are somehow attached to that firmament, then we should be able to see those stars from anywhere, from any part of this world.
Why?
Why?
Because that's an observation.
Yeah, that's an observation.
The universe has an angular resolution limit.
Okay, but like I said before, with trigonometry, a straight line is the shortest distance. So if you looked at it at a diagonal, or straight up, or slightly to the side, that would be the closest. You're not looking at it head on through the Earth, right? So the people who can see it straight up, depending on the distance of the firmament from the Earth itself, you should be able to see the same thing with the measured size of the
Sorry,
Earth.
what is your argument?
It's the same thing that we were going to before with why can't you see this constellation in one part? And you said that the density or the pressures or the
I never
conditions,
mentioned pressure.
the conditions, as you said, would change how you could
Simply
see
that
it
it's too
because you were
far.
looking through a lot more.
It's
Yeah,
too
okay.
far.
And
So-
what's wrong with that? Hold
Okay,
up, what's
so
wrong with that?
the Earth is relatively small.
Oh, how small? Do you know the numbers?
Not according to the flat Earth model I just got here.
Dude, I'm asking you about the globe. Okay,
doesn't
whatever,
know.
move on. He doesn't know. Just move on. Fine. It's relatively small. Move on. What's your point?
We need to find the answer to the.
No.
I
Wait.
heard you saying. I heard you saying that it is because of this density of the
Okay, and that's not
atmosphere.
enough. That's not enough.
No. Why would that be enough? Why would
Oh.
flipping off density be
Because
enough?
there's a ton of other evidence that proves the flat Earth.
Okay, so we were asking about that.
And I'm agreeing to you. I agree to whatever the evidences you have. I have done my own research. I have done my own bit on that. Okay, but you cannot just refute this question that it is actually far away. That's why you can't see that from the southern hemisphere.
So
That
again,
is
what's
not,
the problem with me saying that? I still don't understand what is inconcise with that statement.
It's kind of
because
like
you can see the other stars, from the southern part, but you cannot see certain constellations and this.
Your argument
polarity.
makes no sense. We don't know the distance between the observer and those things to have any kind of positive claim. What the fuck?
It actually does make a lot of sense. It's like going back to unified
Oh
field theory. We don't have that, and that's why
Unified.
scientists are ready to completely disregard current physics if it would line up with something that can actually combine the macroscopic scale with the quantum scale. It's the same thing here with
Dude,
with
how
the
many
flat Earth
mushrooms
theory.
did you take? We were talking about stars, and now you're talking about
No,
unified.
yeah,
What
I'm trying to explain why this question is relevant. It's because you want a complete theory, a complete model.
I don't need a complete model to know the Earth is not a spinning fucking geoid sphere.
No, that's right. We don't need to have all the answers.
Why are we talking about this?
We don't need to give all the answers, but that is a genuine question. Okay.
You can
If
see
we
the North
believe that
Star
there is
from
a firmament,
India, which is south of the equator from Mumbai. Thank you.
we can see this. We can see that. Yeah, we can see that from India.
But it still doesn't have anything to do. Looking at the lights in the sky or the lights in your ceiling doesn't have anything to do with the floor. Period.
That's right. Then we don't have to. We then don't need to discuss the firmament, because if we are just talking about the floor, we don't have to come up with this theory that there is a firmament above the sky, above the clouds.
Nobody did that though.
So I mean, if we don't have the answers, that why
Yeah.
certain things are not visible from a particular part of this world, then we don't have to come up with this theory that there is a firmament above us.
True. That's true. Anything other than that, we have gas pressure at sea level, period. Gas pressure is pressing upon the walls of a container, the square inches of a container, physical wall.
Yeah.
Of a container.
I agree to that. I'm with you with that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if we are talking about.
That's the other thing, as I mentioned, we don't have billions of dollars to explore this. We have, with what few dollars we have, we've done what we've done.
Okay, well, what about Bob Donnell? Bob Donnell spent $20,000 on a gyroscope, and he found out there was a 15-degree-per-hour drift.
Okay, can you tell us the details of how that worked?
Yeah, he had a.
How does the device work?
It's a laser gyroscope, so it's
I know what it
more
is. I
accurate.
want you to tell me how it works.
Exactly what I was just saying. It's a gyroscope. Gyroscopes, they want the center of mass, or in this that case, it was laser measured for higher accuracy.
You have several assumptions in there about what it's doing.
I've
You
had
don't
a
have
gyroscope as a child.
I don't know what you're talking.
Girls could tell you how a
Yeah,
gyroscope
you
works.
haven't explained to me how the technology of how it works, but that's besides the point. It's secondary as well.
I literally just said the mass
Secondary.
wants to
It's secondary
gravitate towards
information
the
by a
bottom.
man-made device. Please, you don't have
You
sphericity
can make
of
a
Earth, period.
gyroscope
That's
at
where we
home. What
start.
do you mean?
You show
Gyroscopes
me a
aren't
direct
complicated.
measurement of Earth's curvature, and we'll go on from
That's
there.
a
Do you have a direct
$20,000
measurement of
device.
curvature
It's a
anytime in history?
$20,000
A direct
gyroscope.
measurement? You're interrupting me. Boy, I do this all the time.
You
You're interrupting
interrupted
me. Don't
me.
do it again.
You interrupted me.
Okay,
Don't do it again.
well,
I was literally
I'm a referee. Guess what?
You did
You don't
interrupt him though, because he was explaining his point and you interrupted him.
Okay,
That
I'm
is
probably a
kinda
little
true.
tired. I probably need to back off. I've probably been on a little bit too long, maybe. I'll unmute him. I'm just gonna recede here.
Guys, that I'm in touch with a couple of these prominent flat Earth proponents. Okay, so I'll ask this question to them. This is really.
Okay, can you actually create a concise question? Can you just make it now? From beginning to the end, what's the question? No. Make it very concise, because I'll explain to you why it's stupid.
See, that's not
well,
cool.
the question is that why you are not able to see Polaris from southern part of this world.
We gave the explanation for that. Move on. What else?
No, that's not an acceptable. That is not acceptable actually, because you then see the other stars.
No, because what?
Well, if you are saying that we cannot see Polaris from Australia because it is very far away from there, then why can you see the Big Dipper? You know, the constellation of 7 stars.
Okay, your question is based on one presupposition, which is that those two things are equally distanced from your eyeballs, correct?
But how do you know that it is not? I mean, it is. There is a difference of distance between those objects.
That's what I'm fucking saying. You don't.
Not right above the north, right?
Okay.
It's off by a few degrees, right? The one thing that is true, though, is the ecliptic plane. Do you know what the ecliptic plane is?
No, tell me.
It's where the sun, moon, the planets, the zodiac, all of these travel along the ecliptic plane, east to west. Big old strip, right? And this right there should tell you something, right? You don't need to worry about North Star, South Star. You have compass, right? You have other zeniths for navigation. You don't really use the North Star for sextant navigation. You use the zenith star.
Yeah, but that is not the question. The question is that why it is not.
I'm saying it's irrelevant due to your position, right? You want to find out where your position is based on the zenith of the star that's above your head, and based off of where you should be by looking at another star datum and measuring the angle between you and that to come up with the adjacent, which is your court.
I have another question to change the subject if you guys want. How come if the Earth is flat and we're not
Wait. Can I ask you a question real quick, Brandon?
Sure.
All right, look. If I drop 2 items in a vacuum, are they going to fall down?
Yes.
I'm trying to hear some flat earthers respond. If I drop 2 items in a vacuum, when they fall down?
Bro, your question should be, do they fall down at the same speed? Jesus Christ.
Do they fall down at all?
Oh, of course they fucking do. What the fuck?
Okay, how do they fall down?
Oh my god.
How do they fall down?
That would be gravity.
That would be relative. Well, I'm fucking retarded.
How is it specific? No, you're gonna say specific gravity, but how is it specific gravity?
No, we're saying relative density. Nobody's saying gravity.
Density and buoyancy. When it's a vacuum. There's nothing else.
Yes, there is a big difference between the density of the object and a vacuum. That's why they're going at the same rate. Hello?
They're still falling down.
Relative density.
Why are they going downwards? Why aren't they going upwards or sideways or diagonal?
Dude.
No, because there is gravity. There is a gravitational pull which is acting upon.
It's gravity.
Well, what exactly. The fuck? Okay, this flat guy Discord. What the fuck? Did you guys hear him?
Flat Discord. They don't believe in gravity.
This guy is sus as fuck.
Well,
yeah.
No,
I
don't
believe in gravity.
And
there is nothing wrong. There is nothing wrong accepting a fact. There is nothing wrong in accepting a fact.
Sorry, what? You said you've been researching flat Earth for 2 years and you think gravity is a fact?
It just
No, but
He
there is
didn't say
there
it's
is
a
some
fact.
point.
He's
There
accepting
is
that's a fact
something.
now.
Whoa.
Listen, there is something which is actually pulling down all these things
So there is
downwards.
an
You can
electromagnetic
call
bias downwards. That's what you're saying?
yeah. So you can call it gravity. You can call it electromagnetic, force or whatever you want to call it.
Bro,
we agree that there is
But
a
there is
force pulling everything
You're not a
downwards.
real flat earther, dude. Sorry.
That's kind of
Can we
gatekeeping.
I
agree that
am.
there is a force
That's very
pulling everything
gatekeeping.
downwards?
helium balloon.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I don't
Where's
know
the helium balloon going? Where is the helium balloon going?
It's going up.
Always not. Yes,
Uh-oh.
you're VC only now, not a flat earther.
No, I am.
You just said there is a downward bias.
No,
Where is
you're
the
not.
helium balloon
No, you're
going?
not. You said
Well,
gravity is
helium
pulling
balloon is
everything
going
down.
up
So
because
you're a
the
glober.
air
After that
inside it is
statement,
actually
you cannot
You're a
lighter.
flat glober. Are you flat?
You literally just said there is a downward bias, and now you said that helium balloons go up. You literally just debunked your own statement.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on.
I didn't debunk it.
Helium
What
balloons
I'm
only
saying
go
is,
down in
I
a
can tell you
vacuum.
why.
Helium balloons go down in a
listen,
vacuum. So you know.
listen,
Who
it goes up.
said helium balloons go down? Who's the retard that said that?
That's me.
Are you a retard?
Buoyancy is a function of air pressure over gravity. So if you put it in a vacuum, a helium balloon will in fact fall.
You always answer to retard.
Helium balloons do go down in a vacuum.
Actually, you know what would happen to the
Wonder
helium balloon
why.
if you put it? Hold on. You know what would happen to the helium balloon if you were to put it in a vacuum chamber?
It would expand.
Yes, it wouldn't rise or sink. It would, the
If
entire
you had
vacuum-
a
It would
balanced
actually break. The balloon would actually break.
If you had a
because of
balance,
entropy.
it was
if you had a
exposed
balanced
to as
pressure of
strong
helium,
of a vacuum as the theoretical vacuum of space. Yes, it would explode.
Yeah, it would explode like nuts. That's what would happen. Because of entropy, but we're not getting to. No, that's not assuming nothing. That is a literal fact.
that's assuming that the fabric of the balloon would explode.
See,
It's
helium
not
balloons-
And then
strong
there
enough
would
to
be no
hold the helium
vacuum.
inside. No,
Helium balloons go upwards
Because
because
if
the
the
force of
environment
everything else
completely
below it is
comprised of
pushing it upwards.
helium.
And so the reason why helium balloons go upwards is because the force of the air pressure, the other gases and whatnot below it is pushing it. It's acting upon it, and it's counteracting the force of gravity until it reaches a certain height where the helium density is the same as its environment. Then it'll stay there. That's why it goes upwards.
Cool story. Yeah, it makes sense on paper, but it also makes sense on paper if I only use relative density. So what's the problem?
The problem is
The
the whole
vacuum is
reason
the
why you
problem.
deny the existence of gravity is because gravity would knock out everything you're talking about.
No, the reason why we're saying there is no such thing as gravity is because nobody's ever done an experiment and actually presented us the
demonstrate
dependent
gravity.
and independent variables.
You can't demonstrate gravity. It's demonstrable. It's non-demonstrable, right?
So
Specific
can you
gravity
tell
is
us-
demonstrable, which
Can you
is relative
tell-
density.
Can you pull out of Einstein's paper, General Relativity 1915, and show us
What is the
where
force
the
that causes
Special
specific...
theory of
No,
relativity.
hold on. What's the force that causes
Yeah, you
more
can't.
dense things to go
so
downwards?
you can't.
How does it go
You're not
downward?
going to even try.
I'm saying you got to explain.
Yeah,
it. I'm
you're
not
asking us
asking
questions that only God can answer.
Well, see, here's the
So
thing:
you think flat
if you
earthers are God.
replace the
You're not
air,
explaining why everything goes downwards.
if you replace the air with water, would all the objects that are on the ground still be on the ground?
What do you say?
If you were to replace the air with water, would all the objects that were on the ground in air still be on the ground if the air was replaced with water?
The air was replaced with water?
They're
Yes.
denser than water, yeah.
Everything is denser than water, really? Your body included? You're gonna sit at the
I
bottom?
said
Hold on.
they're denser.
She said if they're denser. But
if they're
would
more dense, it would go...
would everything still be the same if the medium was changed?
No.
Air?
No.
Water?
Some objects would float.
I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Some objects would be neutrally buoyant.
Yeah,
He's
that's
trying to
true.
make the point that gravity is not needed.
Yeah. So
But why does
kind of
it?
removes
How do we know
the
up from down?
gravity from the situation?
How do we know up from down?
There is no.
No, don't let him do this.
up
listen.
from
Whenever
down?
he's asking you
Why
something like
are
this,
you
call it
trying
out
to
a red
go with
herring.
There is
Stop
only
it.
up
planar
and down.
geometry
we
all
know
of a
We are
there's a
not
sudden?
in
vestibular
space.
system.
We are not in space. There is only up, down, right, and left. Period.
Forward,
There's
backwards,
no
left,
like
and right.
direction
We
is
cannot
relative.
go up or down. Can we dig with your
You're
bare
right, we
hands? No.
can't,
Can we
but we can
fly?
go
No.
towards the center of
We're
the
not
Earth, which is
Goku.
what gravity is.
Let me ask you something about the core of the center of the Earth and gravity and whatnot. Wouldn't those molten metals
Why
lose
explain?
their
I already
magnetic?
did ask him that.
Well, never mind.
They couldn't get it anyway. You can ask it again if you want. See the answer.
Yo, did you see his response? Flat Discord. He said there are many flat Earth researchers who believe
That
in.
believe in gravity, yeah.
Well, then they aren't flat earthers, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're just dumb.
Okay, I this might be a stupid question, but I'm gonna throw it out there. If the Earth is flat and we're all on the same level, we're all not moving, why does toilet swirl one way in the northern hemisphere
That has
and
been
the other
debunked.
way in the
No,
southern
they don't.
hemisphere?
What the fuck you talking about, dude? Did you
That
ever
was
check that for
literally
yourself?
debunked.
Depends on the shape of the
Did you ever
container.
check that for yourself?
He was asking the question. Don't
Yeah,
yell at him.
I've
Just
been to
answer.
South America and the toilet flushes the other way.
Yeah, you're literally lying right now. You can
I am
just
not
go
lying.
online.
I physically
Listen,
been to
just
Mexico.
listen to me. Okay, bro. You can go online and you'd find people that support your globe, test this thing, and prove it wrong. It's fucking fake.
I'm telling you what
I'm telling you, go and do your research. Stop being full of shit and lying to people. You've
Angry,
never
bro,
fucking seen that.
y'all ask the guy, y'all ask him if he's ever seen this, and he's like, well, yeah, it's just on the internet. And you're like, no, have you seen it? He's like, yes, well, I've seen it. He's like, and then you tell him to go on the internet to disprove what he's seen?
Yeah, because I know he's never gonna do it by himself.
No,
I'm at least just
it's a
asking
very
him.
simple thing.
Roger, listen, in the live stream voice text, Roger just gave you the video. Go and watch it and then ask the question again if you have the brain cells to even do it.
It's crazy. You tell the dude not to trust the internet, do it for yourself. When he does it himself,
Oh
you
my
say use the
God.
internet to disprove yourself. It's
How about
crazy.
you make a video that
And
that's
what
happening?
proof did
no,
you
no,
bring
You go
before,
and make a
Daniel,
video right
before
now
you
that that's
left
happening.
with your
You
tail
know-
between your legs? What proof did you bring before you left earlier with your tail between your legs?
What are you talking? You talking to me, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Daniel. That's right.
When I went and talked to what's his
What proof
name in
did
the
you
other
bring?
chat?
What proof did you bring for the globe for your spinning space monkey religion? Before?
When I went and talked to
Did you
the
bring
other guy
proof?
in the other chat? Is that what you're
Were
talking
you
about?
the
Will?
95%er or the 65%?
I was curious.
Of
Oh, wait, I want Sonny. I want to answer to Danny why I pointed out to the internet. This guy asked me why, when you push on your toilet, it's going leftwards or rightwards if you're in the northern or southern hemisphere. He has that from the internet.
No,
the reason
I've
why I
literally
pointed.
done that.
Okay,
I've literally
fine.
done that.
No, you haven't. Then you're
You know
fucking
what? No,
lying,
this
dude.
guy's
No.
just full of shit.
No, he's not. It actually depends on your toilet pressure. Okay, it's
There you go. There's
I
a
didn't know what causes it.
And the
I'm
angle
not
of
saying,
and the
but
angle
I'm
of the
saying what I
surface.
the
saw.
rotation. Yeah.
I was gonna
Or
say
the
there's a
wind
lot of
blowing.
has a
Or
lot to
freaking-
do with the container itself.
Well, hold on. No,
Construction,
Brock,
also.
if you're seeing a cricket literally, I don't know, starting to sing when it's like morning, does that mean the cricket is causing the sun to go up?
I mean, shit. I mean, based on some of this logic here, maybe.
Based on
Oh, because that's your fucking logic. That's what I'm
based on the
saying.
globe logic, dude.
You
That
may
is
be
the
so
globe
I mean,
toilet
you're
go
literally-
leftwards.
hold on,
observe
hold
for
on.
yourself, and
You're
now you're
literally
saying
telling
if you
me something
observe
that
it,
I saw was not real, and that's fucking
No,
bullshit.
I'm telling you, you've seen it happen once or twice, and you made a generalization
So,
on that.
This is the way
You're
it's
saying
working
it's
right
something
now.
it's
He
not.
observed
You're-
it
He
to
is
happen.
giving
But wait,
you
he
something he's
observed it.
observed, and
Yeah,
you're
he
gonna say
observed it.
it's
Yeah,
wrong,
what the fuck?
and then you're gonna
Dude,
give him
no,
something you
listen,
observed, and
listen,
then
that's
you're
not
gonna
the way it works.
weasel
Okay,
speak over
can
me,
What's
sir.
happening is
Okay,
can you
listen,
let
I
me
need you to-
actually
No, I
can you
was-
let me actually
The
explain to him?
whole
Thank you. Okay.
thing.
somebody should mute the angry dude. He's really immature.
Yeah, thank you. So the way you prove something is you keep on following the scientific experiment many times. You don't do it twice. By the way, he didn't even do any scientific experiment, but let's just presume he actually followed the scientific method. You should do it thousands of times,
Wait, we
not the
believe in
5
science
times
here?
you've done it.
Oh my god! Can you just say what I
was
just
memeing
said?
there.
Just
I was memeing there. I'm sorry. I was memeing there. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. You did a meme. You did a meme. Can you just repeat what I just said?
You said that you need to follow the scientific method.
What else? I added something else to that.
And you can't do it more than 2 times.
Is that what I said, everybody in here? Is that what I said?
That's what you said.
No.
What did I say?
Absolutely not. Rewind the freaking tape. These guys are lying now. So you don't have proof for your globe, and now you're lying to defend your belief system that
Lying
we
about
already
what?
previously pointed out is a religious belief system because you have zero proof to back up your claims.
I mean, I went to the bathroom at least like 5 or 10 times while I was down there.
It's not personal. It's not personal. It's just by definition. By definition, that's what you are, and that's what you're doing. You're presenting to us religious zealotry.
I mean, I'm not religious, so.
Okay,
Textbook.
so
You are.
let's
You believe the
ignore
globe,
the
right?
toilet thing and put it on a larger scale.
The globe, right?
Oh yeah,
You
wait,
believe in the
wait,
globe?
wait, hold up. Wait, he has a point. Let's take the toilet thing, bring it to a larger scale. Why do typhoons
a
go one
crappy
way and why do
subject.
hurricanes go the other way?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to point out.
You guys
Yeah,
funny.
mute Lily too, because he's gonna talk to.
Yeah, ridiculous. You guys
Mute people for
really
Fucking
want
retards, yeah.
so it's really like, I mean, sometimes in the server we've let this go for a really long time, and it's fine. I mean, it's a good conversation actually. It can go on for a while, and we've got much better at handling it. But used to be in Miggy's day when we were doing that, and I know it's not that right now, and it's fine because we are progressing. But however long you want to let religious zealotry go on and on and on and on, think about the bandwidth being taken up that somebody who's actually really interested in not just trolling could benefit from the information. If people aren't
That's
willing
so
to
bad
take in the
faith that you're
information
saying that,
and all
because
they're
there's
doing
so
is
many people here who are religious.
you're fighting their cognitive bias, then it goes nowhere. It never will, because they're just a
Even
bunch
if
of
we're not
weasels.
talking about
They're
the globe,
cowards. They're
how can
liars,
you hear
and they don't
religion
care
like
if they
that?
are.
Even if we're not talking about the globe, how can you shit on religion like that when there's so many religious people in this Discord?
Religion is I'm talking about religious zealotry, where you're professing something that is only a belief with zero proof. I believe in a creator 100%. You know why? I have empirical data, scientific data. The earth itself is the proof
The only
of the
data you could have of a creator is watching him create the earth. There's no
the
other way you could
creation.
prove
Earth,
him
no,
to
that's not
exist.
true. We have flat stationary earth that's contained. That didn't happen by accident.
How do you know that?
Period.
Wait, how do you know it didn't happen by
Because
accident?
We've been
design.
literally explaining to you for
Are you for
2
real?
hours.
Is that a flat executor asking this
Design.
shit?
Design doesn't come
You
from
didn't
nowhere.
see the earth
Information doesn't come
created,
from
though.
nowhere. Information has to have an informer. A design has to have
Says
a
who?
designer.
Says who?
Says the earth itself. Look at all the design in your
No,
body.
the earth.
Look at the
The earth
cellular
told you.
Do you
arrangement.
know
Look
what the
at the flowers.
Fibonacci
Told you?
sequence
How does
is?
the seed have all
Wait,
that
Sonny,
I
inside
know
of
what
it?
the
That creates
Fibonacci sequence
a
is,
100-ton
but what I'm
tree.
saying is,
2,000 year
Sonny,
tree
don't go
from a
with
little
this
seed.
thing.
I
Sonny,
know
you
what the
gotta mute
Fibonacci sequence
Avikstan.
is, but
Mute
I'm
Avikstan so you
asking,
can speak,
how
bro.
do you know?
Yeah, just
How
mute
do you
him.
know,
Just mute
like,
Avikstan, bro.
something can't randomly be created? And then why are you muting people for asking genuine
Because
questions?
Because we
nothing
just want
randomly
to
is created
talk
like
and be heard cleanly. If you keep on interrupting, we can't talk and actually
You
be
guys are
heard.
the one interrupting us, though. When we're
Bro,
asking
Sonny
genuine
was
questions.
monologuing and you just jumped in. He was trying
Because
to
he was
explain something.
insulting people who are religious. If you believe in
Okay, you
God, that
can
is a
talk
religion.
after. Just let him finally talk after an
He's not
hour
even
of.
getting the point, yeah.
He's been talking way longer than I have. First and foremost. Second of all,
Oh
if
my
how are you going to insult religious people when damn near everyone in the Discord is religious? That doesn't
because
make
you're
any
lying
sense to me.
about your own religion. That's why.
I'm not what?
You're
How
lying
am I
about
lying
it.
about my
You're
religion?
lying and saying
Sorry.
it's not a religion. It's not a religion. Why don't you guys believe? Because we believe. What do you come in here asking flat earthers? What do you guys believe?
Because
We don't believe. We're
because
not
it's
talking about
very
belief
bad
here.
faith to say that
You're
we
the one
don't
that has
have
the
we don't
entire
make
belief.
conclusions based off of. Can
You
I say
are
I
in
let
your
you talk? Can I talk,
entirety
please?
in a belief system. That's it. Just be honest
I
about it.
let you
That's the
talk.
problem. You
May I
global
talk,
not.
please?
You're inherently deceptive and dishonest.
No one here isn't okay. Okay, let me ask you. Okay, Why do hurricanes and typhoons go opposite directions? Genuine question.
Okay,
Don't
no,
mute
we're
me.
not
Just
doing
explain
this.
that.
No, listen,
Just
buddy.
explain it.
Can I
Just explain
can
it.
I just
It's a
respond
genuine
to this
question.
quickly? Just quickly.
Okay,
All right.
sorry.
So you see that there's a breeze coming from the southeast, and then later the same day you see a breeze coming from the northwest. Does that mean that I'm standing on a spherical object because the breeze changed direction? So what are you even trying to imply when you say one storm system might go from an easterly direction and another storm system might go from a westerly? It's got to do with high pressure and low pressure. What are you even trying to imply? Or how do you see it logically making what's below your feet round if the wind changed direction?
Because if the Earth was flat, why would the direction of the winds change if it's all about higher and
Low
lower?
pressure and high pressure, moron. Why
I
does the
just said
wind?
higher and lower. What are you talking about? If
Why
it's
so
about
now
higher and lower
answer this
pressure,
question?
if it's
Why
about higher and
listen?
lower
now
Why
pressure,
couldn't you
why would
answer
the
this
wind direction
question?
ever
Hold on, I'm going to
change?
shut you up. You never stop. So why can't you answer this question instead of asking another question? Asking another question after someone asks you a question is dishonest.
Yep.
Do you get that? Yeah.
And just to take that
That's
one step
dishonest.
further to show you how illogically you guys are thinking, your model presupposes that the air is stuck to your ball. That's why when things leave the ball, we don't see any rotation below it because the air is stuck to the mass as it rotates. So how exactly do you have hurricane storm
Winds, just
systems
winds.
traveling in opposite directions, or even just a breeze, any breeze, if your air is supposedly stuck to your spinning sphere? You wouldn't have winds in all directions, which we do have. We do have hurricanes moving in different directions, generally due to a high pressure and a low pressure system. It's irrelevant about the ground level as in sea level, the same way that that storm system will move across the sea level. It's just try and follow the logic here. Okay, you tell me, does the air move with your sphere, or does the air move in opposite spheres in different ways? And try and wrap your head around the fact that no matter which way you go on this answer, you're going to contradict something else.
You believe gravity exists?
Brixton answered the question.
Well, I need to ask. I need to know.
No, stop fucking. I'm done. Can we just ban these
You
people?
guys are excommunicating important factors in science and saying you can't use important factors in science. That's like playing a video game. That's
You
like
don't
playing
know
a
what
video game.
science
Hold
is,
on.
bro.
Let me
Wait a
speak,
second.
okay?
I just
That's like
won. I
playing
just
a
won
let
a
me speak.
bet.
I let
Wait
you
a
speak.
minute,
Let me speak.
Brixton,
That's like
shut
playing a
up,
video
you
game.
Brixton.
That's like playing a video game and saying, "Oh,
I
this
just won
character is broken
$1,000.
because of a specific ability they have, and if they didn't have that ability, they wouldn't be overpowered."
Brixton, Solar asked you a very beautifully presented question. You provided nada answers. You
Yeah,
instantly
I won
began being a red
$1,000 from one
herring.
of you numpties. I won $1,000 from one of you numpties tonight, testing their science acumen. You want to go for that?
No, first I want to hear Brixton give the answer to Solar because he had a brilliant point. It was so perfectly presented. I want to hear the rebuttal to that.
I am muted. I am muted.
So does gravity, like you asked me, do I believe in gravity? Let's say yes. Now back to my question I asked you. Does gravity hold the air to your spinning sphere? Or do you have counter-rotating storm cycles in different hemispheres? Pick one.
Gravity holds the air to the atmosphere. Yeah, absolutely. It holds the
Okay, so
atmosphere.
you've destroyed your point about counter-rotating storm cycles, storm systems in different hemispheres, because they can't be counter-rotating if gravity is holding the air to the spinning sphere. In fact, we have no wind, right? We've never experienced a breeze because the air is always tidally locked with a rotating spinning sphere.
So then that would mean the water can't move either, right?
We're talking about air. Stay on topic.
I'm just using your
I
logic.
asked you
That
the
would mean
question.
water can't move,
Does,
right?
in your imagination, because this is only where this exists, in your imagination, does the gravity imaginary force hold the air to a spinning sphere so much so that we have no wind? Or, like your original point, We do see counter-rotating storm systems. So therefore, gravity can't be holding the air. But we also see counter-rotating storm systems in the same hemisphere. And when you actually go into the research, you'll see it matters not which hemisphere you're in. It's about the high pressure, low pressure system. And high pressure will always flow to low pressure, like the high pressure gas that you're breathing now would flow to the low pressure vacuum every single time to equilibrate. High pressure always goes to low pressure. That is why we have wind systems.
Path of least resistance.
He asked about water in the ocean. You're actually right? Because your Earth is spinning at 1,050 miles at the equator.
The
And
rate
all
of
of these
spin
big
doesn't matter if it's
hold
constant.
up, dude. Let me add something because you said this and it's also debunking yourself.
You guys
We
are making
shouldn't
so
have
many
the water
presumptions
moving
that aren't
either
true,
because
man,
of gravity.
that don't matter.
What?
If a bus is moving at 10,000 miles per hour at constant rate, are you gonna feel the change?
Did you
if you're
just
on a
okay?
bus,
Listen.
if you're on a bus that's moving at
Okay,
10,000
stop,
miles
Brixton.
per hour and it's constant.
Stop. You're inferring to rectilinear movement. The Earth is
The
spinning
rate
in a circular movement. There is an inherent difference between the two. First point. Second point. You didn't even understand what Solar said. Can you recite what he said? Can you make in your own words what he said? His point.
Spin in a circle for
No,
24 hours.
bro. Stop hearing, please, for the love of Jesus Christ.
The shit you're saying is retarded.
Why?
You guys are
You're
saying is
putting in a
very
red
fucking
herring, bro.
stupid. I was trying to be nice,
Bro,
but a lot of the stuff
X-written.
you guys are saying is very fucking stupid. And you're making
Okay, repeat what
egregious
Solar said.
presumptions,
You just said it's stupid.
knocking
Can
out
you
all
repeat what
types
he
of
said that's
different
stupid?
faculties of science to prove your point.
Can you
because that's what
just
helps you to prove
fucking
the theory
repeat
is
what
correct.
Solar said?
You guys are bad faith. I'm done here.
Wow.
Yeah, no intellectual honesty.
Run.
Demonstrated again. You got to pick one. Either the air is glued to a spinning sphere or you have wind. We experience wind. So therefore, the air cannot be stuck to your spinning sphere. And when I presented that option to him, he still went with the air is stuck to the spinning sphere, even though the entire point we were going to make was that air moves differently in different hemispheres because of spinning sphere. So if he can't even understand that in the simplest form, then yes, he is done here because he was never competing at this level in the first place.
Now, these people, this is what I hate, and I would like to propose that we make this some kind of a built in our blood thing. Whenever we point out an argument or anything we might say, if anybody's red herring the living Christ of that, we point it out and we go back to the discussion. Each and every single time. We don't let the conversation change.
I agree with you. Every logical fallacy, stop it right there.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Point it
because
out.
It's illogical. It needs to be stopped and then directed back to the basics of the first thing we were asking.
And please
Because, of
don't
course,
let
you're
them change the conversation.
Yeah. Don't let them do it. Because then we all get in the weeds and then we have 6 flat earthers all in the weeds going deeper and deeper into the weeds. And we lost the first question. It was never answered.
I mean, we've presented, I think, genuinely on paper, 100 reasons why it can't be a spinning globe. None of them have been interacted with. None. We could have stopped at the first one. And please, to all the globers, stop changing the conversation. Stop giving answers with questions and stop red herring. If you don't know what red herring means, in other words, it means changing the subject for simple terms. Stop doing those two things, please.
Andrew.
Yes.
I agree with you.
It's because they cannot answer it that they need to obfuscate. That's the only. So when they're doing that, they're demonstrating they have no rebuttal for the question you posed. So therefore, they're going to ask their own question so that they don't seem incompetent not knowing the answer to yours, but that they somehow seem important by now being the question asker.
Andrew, I agree with you, but at the same time, telling people like what to do doesn't work that well from personal experience.
Well, I know, but they gotta understand why what I'm asking them to do is objectively good. It's not like they have to do because I want it to be done. It's the only way in which any conversation can work. Like, what are you getting with politicians? Everybody's first hand. At homes, second hand. Strawman's third hand. Changing the subject all the time. Do these conversations ever feel in any way enjoyable? Never ever. Why? Because you're not supposed to do those. Don't not do those because I'm saying so. It's just obviously bad to do them. So please, in any conversation you're having, don't do those two things. Changing the subject and then answering with another question. Just stop.
I think that's also dependent on us and how we ask our questions. If we, what I've seen is that their attention span is normally about 15 seconds. So if you can't get your question out in the 15 seconds, they're already thinking about the next thing, or they've focused on one word in what you've said, which is going to become the next red herring. So we need to become more proficient at placing the question very concisely and giving the airtime back to them so that they can now respond to that specific question rather than a long paragraph and then they get all stuck in the weeds in other parts. What frustrates me is that I can see always that we're listening to them. Every point they make, we listen, we respond to. Yet when we raise our points, they can't even understand our point, let alone respond to it or go any further from it. So they're really, like you said, it starts with listening, but then also with being able to ask that concise question so that it doesn't get lost.
So you're giving us your resume. I think I'm just going to erase it. No, thanks. Not interested. Anything here. If you have proof, on the other hand, or evidence, then we'd
That's like
surely like to see that. But so far we haven't seen. And
it's like going into a job interview, doing incredibly badly. The guy asks you to leave the interview room, and then you start sending your resume saying, please look again, see how qualified I am. But you've just demonstrated that you lack the ability.
you couldn't navigate your way around a paper bag with your credentials, bro. With the thought processes you have going on.
Danny, I don't know if you can answer for me, but how does water rotating in a toilet prove sphere or flat? I understand that it's implied that it's got to do with rotation or that there's axial rotation, which is somehow responsible for that. How does water in a toilet prove flat or spherical?
Because that's where globe
I've
earthers
never heard
are, in the toilet.
I've never heard of any
Got rid of curvature and they look in the
explanation
toilet to prove their ball. That's what's going
how
on.
that correlates with
Exactly.
anything.
You should just
It
see a
correlates
picture
with
of
plumbing.
standing there with his head in the toilet.
So what you could do is you could take an observation of a plumbing phenomena. That's what it is. It's a phenomenon of plumbing. So it has nothing to do with anything. They don't have
about as
rotation one of the
We
physical.
got toilet
They
affirmations.
say is an object, Earth, which
Toilet
Earth is not
affirmations?
a freaking object.
I proved it by looking in the toilet.
Boomerang Earth. Like, what have we heard tonight? It's been amazing. What a night. Wow.
yeah, the flat
Hey,
Earth
Hank.
is standing at the beach
But
with
it
his
doesn't
hands
have
on his
to
hips.
curve. I looked in the toilet.
Yeah, the flat Earth is standing at the beach, looking out at the flat horizon, saying it's definitely observably flat. And then the ball is standing with his head down a toilet, saying it's a sphere.
Exactly.
Yeah. We need a meme for that. I'm sure there'll be one by morning. It's probably here already. They don't know us for.
See, my thoughts, I had the image of the flat earther doing his thing on the beach. And then you have the ballers sitting, taking a crap, trying to prove the globe, looks down, middle of that bowl, there's two floating magic balls. I'm just kidding.
I know. I'll tell you what exactly is going to happen. We're going to flood their databases with so much flat earth evidence and proof and videos and confirmations and testimonies and conversations,
That their brain fails.
debates, and all of this flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth. It's going to be everywhere. So I hope they have a whole bunch of server space because it's going to be out everywhere. Believe me, how many thousands of us are making these observations probably every day? Thousands of flat earthers out there doing long distance observations with Nikon cameras and all kinds of different things, telescopes, lasers, mirror flashes. Then I look up and there's a name, Goose. Let's see if he has anything to say. Anything to say about that, Goose? Now that
He's
you
been begging to be unmuted forever, yeah. What's
Wait,
up?
he's
Speak
muted
up right
again.
now.
What?
because if they don't answer, then I'm like, I don't give them that much time. Okay,
I
Goose,
speak.
are you there? Okay, there you go.
Okay. So I wanted to say before that there's a lot of interrupting, so that's kind of like a little bit weird. If you want to host an
Just say
open
what you want to say,
discussion,
bro. Just stop complaining. Just say what you want to say. What do you want to say?
I set a timer. It was 15 seconds before you interrupted me just now, by the way.
Just say what you want to say. What's your glow proof, dude?
No, because the idea is
What
that
do you
every
got?
time we've had somebody come in here,
No. Don't worry about complaining. Don't worry about that
that
right
one
now.
was
You're
4
muted.
seconds
Speak.
before you interrupted me.
Speak.
You're concern
What do you
trolling
got?
now.
Like that. What's the point,
It's the
bro?
TOS.
What's the
So
point?
I
No,
won't
because I'm
interrupt
trying to
that.
get to the point, but the issue is you're not allowing me the
Go
time.
ahead. What is your point? Go ahead. Start
So
talking.
the issue is that you're trying to bring people in here for an open discussion, but every single time
Go ahead.
you're
Start talking about your proof, dude. Don't worry about
that
concern
time was
trolling.
6
Talk.
seconds before
Talk
you
right ahead.
interrupted me. I'll repeat myself.
Stop.
Okay,
Again.
stop
All right.
fucking
That
concern
time was
trolling.
less than
or I'll
1
fucking mute.
second
I'm
before you
gonna mute your
interrupted me.
ass then. Yeah,
Thank you,
because I'm a
Sonny. He has
referee.
nothing
You
to
don't
say.
understand moderation in here? What the fuck? I'll give you another chance. Don't blow it. Stop concern trolling. Get to your globe proof, okay?
All right. So I'm just curious because if I were to go, I know you were making fun of the whole beach idea. If I go to a beach at the sunset, right? And I stand, or I actually first I lay down on the beach. I watch the sunset. I stand up. And then I see the sunset again, but it hasn't gone down below the horizon. Can you explain that to me?
Wait, what?
Should I repeat
I didn't
myself?
understand. Did anybody
Yes,
understand it?
I got it. I got it. So if I lie on my bedroom floor and I can only see so much of my floor, and then I stand up from my bedroom floor and suddenly I can see a greater amount of angular distance, or I can see a broader angle in the room. Does that make my bedroom spherical?
That's not an equivalent. We're talking about a bedroom
It's
versus.
directly equivocal because you
That's
said if we
not.
lie down and then stand up, we can see further. So do you think a taller man can see further in the crowd? Or do you think a shorter man can see further in the crowd?
And how is a room, me laying on the floor of a room looking at the wall 6 feet or whatever 12 feet away, equivalent to looking at the floor, or laying on the beach looking at the sunset, and you can pick whatever distance, but it's not 12 feet. Why does it?
Maybe you're slow.
They're both flat
So
horizontal
you're gaining
planes.
elevation. You're gaining elevation, and you can see further. Is that simple enough for you?
But where
you gain elevation, do you think you should not see further?
Right. And so when I me
No.
with a
Listen to the
recreation,
question. Listen to the question.
I need you to
If
let me
someone
speak.
gains elevation, should they not see further? That's my question. Question mark.
Yes,
Or
see further.
you should see further. Correct. Right.
Yes.
So erroneous. What's your point? So when you gain altitude, we see further. We can then see the sun that is a further distance from yourself because you gained elevation.
I'm just confused. But before, because I do recall somebody said that you can't compare the bedroom versus the earth, but now it's being compared.
Sorry, what?
Do you need me to repeat it?
Yeah,
What don't
what
you
the
understand
last thing
here?
you
What's
said?
how about you explain what's happening in your
He's
model? What's happening with the
trying to
sun on the
assume
ball?
he's trying to assume that something in the real world, like your bedroom, is not equivocal to this fantasy ball model you have in your mind. So if someone can do a demonstration in their bedroom and prove that it is not the religious assumption which you assumed it to be, then yes, a bedroom can be used as a demonstration to show how flawed your logic is, that you don't even need to leave the room that you're in right now to disprove what you were trying to claim. So if I stand on a ladder on the 10th rung, you think I can or can't see further than when I'm standing on the ground? And does that have anything to do with the shape of what that ladder is resting on?
No, but that's not the difference there.
So that was the right
I'm
answer.
confused
Now you've
because
answered your question.
I'm confused
Okay.
earlier. It
It
was
wasn't
stated.
me. All right. And you obviously misunderstood what was stated earlier. So but just stay on point. It was your point that you raised. If you gain elevation, it has to be a sphere because you can see further. That was your point. I've just demonstrated or tried to explain to you that gaining elevation means you will see further, irrespective of what you're on top of.
It's not equivalent. The issue is, so if I see farther, there's
Directly
something
equivalent.
impeding my direction. I can't see it. There's something in the way.
Okay, explain that on the sphere. What's happening in the sphere? You're on the
It's
ball.
going
Sun is in the
beyond the
back of
horizon.
space. Explain. What's
If I
going
take
Wait, the sun is moving?
the sun is
So
rotating.
the sun is moving in your... Oh, really? Sun is moving?
The sun's rotating. You got that on
So
record.
the sun is moving, right? And you believe in the heliocentric model? I thought you were spinning on a globe and circling the sun.
The black swan. Like
So when I lay on the floor and I stand back up, the sun is moving back up. You're saying? Is that what you're saying? I'm trying to
what is
reference.
happening on your globe model. What are you experiencing in reality? Tell me. Because we're
The
telling you
sun-
what we're experiencing. Us on a level, motionless ground, sun disappearing in the western horizon. Now explain to me what's happening on the globe.
I think he's trying to
The
say
sun is
that you can
burning.
lay
Sun is a
down.
hydrogen, helium.
It's a
burning in
similar
vacuum, right?
idea.
While
It's a
you're
similar
tilting,
idea.
spinning, and orbiting around sun, correct?
I think
Is that what's happening?
you're not understanding me here. I'm not saying the sun isn't moving.
Go ahead, explain
I'm
it.
not saying the sun
Explain
isn't.
yourself.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm not saying the sun isn't going behind the
Don't
earth.
tell
I'm
me
not
what you're
saying.
not saying. Tell me what you are saying.
No,
I wanna know
because
what you are
I have
saying.
to
Claim.
clarify. Otherwise, you're going to claim that I'm saying it.
Claim.
So I need
I want
you
your
to
claim.
I need you to let me explain it here. Okay, we're good. You're going to let me explain it.
Make a claim, clown.
Okay, the
Go
name
ahead.
calling
Explain
really
it.
doesn't help your point here.
Explain
But
it. Go ahead.
we'll go on further. So, if I sit here if I'm laying on the ground and the sun is setting, the sun sets beyond the horizon, I stand
Is
back
that
up.
how you explain what's happening on your globe
You
model?
need to
You're
let
telling
me.
if
You
you
asked
lay
me
down.
to explain what I mean, what I'm arguing.
That's how you explain what's happening in your model. You're telling me if you lay
Vlad,
down, right? That's the
Vlad,
explanation.
I need you to let me explain. You cannot keep interrupting me. Okay?
What are you explaining right now? Tell me.
You asked me to. First, you said I can't explain what I'm not explaining. You said I have to explain my point.
I
Now
want
I'm
you to tell me
explaining.
what is happening on
Vlad,
your globe model.
Vlad,
Don't tell me if you lay
Vlad,
down, what's going to happen.
Vlad, please. Please. You need to let me explain. This is a big issue. There's a lot of arguing going on, and when you interrupt, it doesn't help.
Because you don't know what you're talking about, dude. You're telling me
Vlad,
if you lay
you
down. What
don't.
the fuck does that mean? I want you to
You're
tell me
not
what's
letting me
happening in your
explain,
model.
Vlad. You're
Don't tell
not
me what
letting me
happens when you
explain.
lay down. Tell
You
me what's
guys are
happening on
interrupting
the
each
earth
other
and the
over and over
sun.
again.
Vlad,
Like, start over or some shit. Both of you
like,
guys are interrupting over.
I'm not interrupting anybody. He's in. Well, I'm in.
You are.
Okay.
You're not
I'm
saying anything. Start talking.
because you're interrupting me, Vlad. I can't keep doing this. All right. I need you to let me explain. This is not
Shut
how
the
you win
fuck
an
up.
argument.
Keep talking.
It's not very nice, by the way.
Dude,
So,
stop talking about me. Go.
if I'm laying on the beach and the sun sets, I stand back up. The sun is no longer set. Did the sun go back up? Where did the sun go?
So you're asking me a question right now when I told you, explain to me what's happening on your model.
The
Are you
sun
telling
is
me
going
again, you're laying on the
behind
beach and
the
you're asking
earth.
me a
It's
question.
going around. If I take some spherical thing, an
So wait,
orange,
the sun is going behind the earth, and it's not the earth moving and tilting away from the sun. The sun is going behind the earth, right? Is that what you said? Welcome to flat earth. The sun is disappearing in the
you're
western horizon.
misrepresenting.
The sun is moving above the flat earth. Yes,
The
you're
earth
right.
is rotating, the sun is staying in the same place, but I'm
Oh, now the
talking.
earth is rotating. That's what I'm
You're
asking
not
you the
let,
whole time.
Vlad, you're not letting me
That's what I'm
explain.
asking you the whole
You said
time.
the sun
Explain to
set.
me what's happening on your
Vlad, you're
model.
not letting me explain. Every time I try to explain, you interrupt me.
See, you just want to talk about me, dude. Talk about your
Because
model.
you're interrupting me.
I want to challenge your claim, bro,
I'm
about
trying to.
laying on the beach. Hold on one second. Let me speak really quick. Your claim about laying down on the beach and watching the sun fully set and then standing back up, assuming you're 6 feet tall, that the sun comes back into view, which I challenge that because I'm 10 minutes away from the beach and I've been on the beach at least 2 to 3 times a week. At least one time a week is during sunset, and I've never observed anything like that in my life. If you observe the sun
but you're just talking
disappear beyond
nonsense,
the
dude. He's telling me
horizon,
what he's
simply
doing. Laying
standing
down on the
up is
beach,
not
getting
going to
up.
bring the sun back into view.
It is,
So that's
and
a
I've
mind
done it
exercise
before.
what you're doing.
And
Okay.
tomorrow,
All
You're
right.
just telling me
I'll do it
stories.
tomorrow.
You're just
I'll
telling
do
me
it tomorrow.
stories. What you do? You lay down on the beach and then you get up on your feet. I don't care about that shit, dude. I asked you what is happening on your model, and you said the sun is moving. Thank you very much. The sun is moving, dude.
Vlad,
On your model, sun is a burning ball of hydrogen, helium in the vacuum, and you are rotating and spinning and wobbling on the ball around sun.
When you
Yeah, are
stand
you
back
falling
up, does the sun
backwards?
come back into full view? Is that what
This
you're
was
Vlad,
saying?
already
I need
answered.
you guys to let me explain my point. This isn't gonna
I
work.
need you
If
guys to
every
stop
time I
talking
try
and
to
listen to
explain
me
something,
about how
Addressed
I
before you
lay
started.
down. And I can see the sun when I get up on my feet. I need you to listen to
okay,
me
the
and stop
mocking, dude,
interrupting.
the
Because I'm
mocking.
going to keep talking. I'm not
How
going to
old
say
are you?
anything for 2 hours. I'm going to
Moderation
lay
is
down.
required. Hold on,
It was
hold
already
on.
addressed
We
before you
need a little bit
started.
of a reset here.
Who can see further in the crowd, the tall guy or the short guy? This was addressed before you even began. Observer height lets you see farther. It's not a globe proof.
Yeah, so we need to
That's what I was
direct
trying
it
to say.
back
It's not a globe proof.
because listen,
Angular
the lights
resolution
in
thing.
the sky, no matter what they're saying about them, have little correlation to the condition of the surface, which is what we're getting at, which is what they always escape without answering to. The surface of Earth. Now I know we can go to all these different things, but whenever you look at lights in the sky, take them to Ace Hardware store, have them tell the attendant there to measure the ceiling light in the room so they can put their floor tiling down. Honestly. So we just got to stop them there because I don't care what they're saying about the lights in the sky. There's a lot of speculative conversation we can have about the sun, the stars, the moon, all of that stuff. Yeah. But it needs to be directed back to it, that there's no globe proof in it.
Yeah, it doesn't
No,
prove
Sonny,
it
you
at
gotta
all.
lay down. Sonny, you
this
gotta lay
is
down on the
not
floor, and then you gotta get up on your feet, and then you're gonna see the globe proof.
Is anything to avoid talking about the surface of the Earth and its complete lack of curvature. That's all they're doing.
Exactly, bro.
correct.
Exactly.
But what I wanted to raise here, the guy started off his whole point with that we interrupt. We interrupt when we've heard the question before several times, and we know the question probably better than you're going to ask it. This is not your point. And you come in here saying, oh, let me make my point because you guys aren't even listening to my point. This gaining altitude to see further, probably the first thing that you discussed back in 2015, maybe 2014. It's almost 7 years ago now. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize the tallest guy in the crowd can see further.
Why
So, curvature.
can they see further? Is there something in the way,
Curvature.
maybe?
Goose, I got a question for you.
What's that?
You believe you live on a
Bring the
globe, so
resolution.
where
Bring
is the
the amount of
curvature?
surface you can see below you, dude. How fucking simple is it?
Where is the curvature?
The curvature's on the face of the globe. If I took an orange
Show me.
and I looked real close,
Oh,
it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like a
But spherical trigonometry requires that we have curvature in all four directions, not just near to far. And there is not curvature in all four directions. There is only allegedly curvature near to far.
That's the directions. Far is any direction. You look any far is not a. I'm not sure what you're explaining here because if I was to stand up on a
Every time you look in a direction, you should see curvature on the edges of your vision, right to left, but we don't. So if we don't see it there, then we're not seeing what you think you are seeing when you think are looking out and saying, "Oh, look, the Earth is curving." You can tell.
Was this guy here for the Black Swan like an hour ago? Because this has also been dealt with ad nauseum just now in this conversation.
Point. This is the main point, though. Regardless of if it's been dealt with, like the Black Swan is like it's almost as good as it gets next to the sextant. The paper towel rolls shape Earth. It's a good one.
that meme doesn't really make any sense because if you look, towards the end of the rule, you also
No,
see
it doesn't make sense if you're trying to look at it as a ball earther.
I mean,
that's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about. Hold on, shut the fuck up. That's what he's talking about. Near to far, left to right.
The paper towel roll.
not.
You can speak.
If you're looking at it expecting curvature, assuming that you're on a ball, you're right. It doesn't make sense.
But that is ignoring that if I was, so I'm looking at the coast, I can obviously.
You're ignoring that there's no curvature.
Isn't that the whole argument?
Yeah.
So you're just going to say that I'm. If I'm in the middle of the ocean on a boat, I see it all directions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've seen that picture before?
Are you talking about the Black Swan or the paper towel?
Period. The Black Swan. That's the paper towel is a silly example. The Black Swan is legitimate and reproducible.
So I have a question. When was the last time that anyone in here heard an original ball earther question?
I'll repeat all the time.
Hey, lay down on the beach and get up on your feet, man.
I think it was today. When
Oh yes, that's his idea, right? And he's the first one to raise this point. Okay, great. Good point.
When someone asked if it's not a ball, then how do boomerangs work?
I think that's a little bit speaking on the whole, it's been made before. If I'm theorizing something, the fact that somebody has argued it before doesn't mean it's wrong. You know what I'm saying?
The question was originality. Do you understand the definition of original. When you
Yeah,
come
but
in here posing that this is your original idea,
when
and
did
it's
I say
flawed.
it was my idea?
You did it multiple times.
When did I say I never cited it as my own invention?
So you're just going off for someone else's bullshit that you never checked yourself.
I've done it.
And
I've done it
your
myself.
source is lacking.
I've laid on
because-
the beach and I've stood up.
And that happens, right? You see further, right?
And a tall man in a crowd should not see further, right?
He's gonna
That
see
makes
above the
sense.
people that are in front of him.
And he no further though. He won't be able to see a greater distance around him compared
He's
to
gonna
someone
see
lying
things that
flat
were
on the ground.
previously blocked. He's not gonna see further because of the atmospheric, whatever term for not being able to see beyond a distance. But he's obviously gonna see above. You know what I'm saying? He can see above the heads because he's taller.
Okay, so in all of our calculations, the observer's height is taken into consideration. This
Yeah, so
isn't rocket
standing up,
science.
he's only adding 3 miles of distance, which
And
to bring
and
a
for
sun
each
back into
6
view, I
feet.
think is just completely bogus. I'm gonna do it tomorrow, just for shits and giggles.
Hey, Goose, you and I in the middle of the
It's all
ocean, two islands. Listen, yo, Goose, you and I in the middle of the ocean, 2 islands, 10 miles apart. We're standing at the beach looking at each other. We both have a drop. Who has a drop?
It depends on how far away if it's 10 miles.
A what?
Drop
Let's say 20
from,
miles away. Let's say
how m-
20 miles away. We can't see each other, okay? My Earth goes down, your Earth goes down. Meanwhile, we're looking at each other. Whose Earth is going down?
It's relative. That's just a trick question.
Ooh, it's relative. Really?
Mocking
Okay,
isn't really an
thanks for the answer.
argument, FYI.
Okay,
So-
thanks for the answer. Thanks for being
So
honest.
in the real world, you have real answers. And then in fairy tale world, you say, oh, everything's relative. Light speed is traveling at light speed. And even if I'm traveling at light speed away
Is it
from
not
light
relative?
speed,
I'm
still
confused. Is it not
listen to
relative?
the point. It's not relative. Of course not. Distance is not relative. A dip is not relative. The Earth curve,
You're
which
not
should be a
asking.
physical
You're
geometric
asking.
edge. Okay, I hear you. You're not even listening to me, right? Okay, you talk.
No, continue. I want to listen to what you're saying. Were you gonna say something?
No, it seems that only when I speak, then you have so much to say, and as soon as I keep quiet, then you keep quiet too. So either you don't
Because he
want to
doesn't want to
listen to
hear.
what I'm actually saying, or you're not trying to have a conversation, or you're actually not being genuine and wanting to hear the answer, which is very simple, buddy. We've explained this to you. If I stand on a step ladder with 1 step, or I stand on a step ladder with 10 steps, am I going to see further on the higher elevation height? Answer is yes. Does that have any bearing to do with ground shape? No. So elevation means increased viewing distance. In all of our calculations, we take observer height into consideration. You guys are saying that you can lie down at the beach and the sun will disappear and then you stand up and the sun's back. That's also wrong. Been provided to you by your faulty sources of information. When you go and look at the actual definition, the sun, just in its angular size, is about 5 degrees. And for you to have that full 5 degrees below the horizon, and then for that 5 degrees to come back up above the horizon, is something like 30-story building. So you need to go from ground level, observe the sunset, then go up to the 30th story of that building, and then you can see the sun again. But your false misinformation providers will tell you simply lying on the beach and then you stand up and now you can see the sun again. It's wrong. So I urge you, please do go test it. And when it doesn't do
I'm gonna
what
do it
your
tomorrow.
information provider said it would, please be intellectually honest and ask, why would the guy that I believe every word coming out his mouth, why would he lie to me and say I can experience this just on the beach? You can see more of the sun from lying on the ground and standing up, but you will never see the sun set and then simply stand up as a 6-foot observer, and now the sun is
And
fully
come back
back
into
into
view.
view.
Can I speak?
It'll
Exactly.
never occur.
That's insane. And you're talking bare eyes, right? No optics. You're talking bare eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he
But I
said.
just want to.
And you're making the claim that you can lay down on the beach, watch the sun completely set beyond the horizon, the horizontal line that we see, and you stand up and the sun comes back into view. That's with your bare eyes.
Yeah.
I'm like appalled. It's so crazy that's insane. Well, like I said, I'm gonna do that tomorrow just for fun. What the hell? I like sunsets anyways. So I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
test that in real life tomorrow. And
But to believe in a ball, you just have to make broad sweeping statements and
oh,
never
dude, I
actually
wish I can
test.
make claims like that and just
I mean, I
you know,
tested it
and then take the high
myself.
ground.
You have not, because you would know it is fallacious then.
Well, I'll know that you're
Oh,
full
the
of
same
shit
way
if
you
I do it tomorrow and it
the
doesn't work.
same way you tested
This.
counter-rotating toilet water because you went to the
All right.
southern hemisphere
Flat Earth
once.
Solar. This is the cycle. I tell you something. You tell me it's fake. I tell you another thing. You tell me it's fake.
Incorrect.
You tell
Incorrect.
You provide
Very
no
simple.
empirical data.
We provide you very
my
simple
empirical data is me laying on the beach.
explanations as
Like,
to why
what is
it's
your
wrong.
definition of empirical
Yeah.
data?
Let's see your video of you laying at the beach with known heights and known distances, and then go. Yeah.
Do you have a video
He
of
said
you
his
laying on the
empirical data
beach?
is laying on the beach,
No.
yo.
I don't need it because there's actually direct measurements. The black swan is an actual direct measurement.
So
with known
you don't need it,
distances.
but
You
I
interrupted
do.
me. You just interrupted me, Goose. So known distances and known heights. All you have to do is use Pythagorean theorem, and voila, simple geometry.
So I need a
See,
video.
the thing is though, we've proved
Eyes,
that
please.
with measurements,
Please let me
optical
answer this
measurements,
question.
recordings for years
Or
now,
a statement.
and they disregard all of them. You know, if you're an honest person and you look at stuff honestly, you have to look at that and say, okay, well, there's some maybe the Earth is a little bigger. You know, I still believe in the ball, but maybe it's a little bit bigger. You know, there's something that might be there, and you should look at it. But if you disregard everything completely, then you're just being dishonest with yourself, because there's a lot out there for you to look at. There truly is, and if you really have an honest heart about this, you know, it has to pique your interest. If it doesn't pique your interest, then something's wrong.
Vlad, I saw your message in the chat. I wanted to talk about that. You said empirical laying on the beach. I get that you're mocking it.
Dude, you're
Google
too funny,
empirical.
bro. I can't.
Vlad, you need to let me speak, buddy. Empirical.
You gotta stop saying that, dude, and just talk, man. Just talk your shit, dude.
But you're gonna keep talking over
You
me
gotta let
unless
me
I.
speak. You gotta let me speak.
There it is again.
Just
There.
stop, bro. Just
Now
talk
you're
your shit,
fortune
man.
telling and mind
Vlad.
reading. Okay, good job, Goose. Hey, Goose, can you go to where is it?
You
38
guys gotta
minutes
let me
after
speak
the
here.
hour.
This is the issue.
Can you go to
I gotta.
38 minutes after the hour and see where me, Sonny, has posted a link? And when you go on that link, there's going to be a little video of this camera setup for the Black Swan. Will you just look at that little video for a second?
Hey Goose, have you seen any of JT Nolan's observations?
Listen, guys. All right. This can't be a
No,
dog
I'm
pile.
asking a question. I'm not making
No.
statements or asking proofs or
Jay
whatever. I'm
Tallon
just asking
Media.
a question.
Yeah,
if
we
you've
know all
ever...
infrared photography from, we
no,
know
I'm
Jay
asking
Tallon.
Goose if he's actually seen any of
You
this
guys
stuff.
can't see. This is part of.
Yeah, Goose, we're back on.
Goose, I'm just asking a
talking to
question,
Goose
bro. I'm
You
here.
not
guys aren't letting me
attacking
answer, and when I
I'm
try to
not-
answer, I'm hit with another
What are you
question.
trying to answer, Goose? What are you trying to answer?
What was
Goose,
the
you have
question?
nothing to say. Goose, you have
I have nothing to
say
say because
If
you're
you
not
did, you
allowing
would
me
already
to.
say
This
it.
is part
You
of
would
the
already
deal
say
here.
it if you had something to
You're
say.
gonna ask me a question. You're not
No.
gonna let me answer.
Let the man
Nobody's
speak,
gonna
Vlad.
follow up with the
You're shown
question.
to be a zealot.
I've hit
Shown to be a zealot.
50
You're a
questions
religious
in a
zealot.
row,
You
and I
lose
can't
interest
possibly
really
answer them.
quickly, and now you will be muted. You
Let
just
the
have
man
no
speak,
respect
Vlad.
for
Thank you,
us,
Sonny.
this
Kazakhstan, you're
server.
next.
You have no respect for our moderation that we're trying to control things. You are the one. Like, yes, we interrupt you with logical fallacies because you use 4 or 5 of them in one sentence, bro. Do you realize that?
No,
You have
he does
no
not.
empirical data. What I said before is correct. And anybody could tell me if I'm wrong. I'm sure you have no problem telling me if I am wrong. Please do. If you don't have the data of the height, distances like we do, then we don't want to hear about it. It's just hearsay. Hearsay is not allowed in any court of law in any land that I'm aware of except kangaroo courts.
Darn it, Sonny,
Wasn't
let the
flat
man
Earth
speak.
proved in a court?
Let Goose speak.
Wasn't flat Earth?
Let Goose
Wasn't
speak.
flat Earth?
Let Goose.
Wasn't flat Earth? Wasn't flat Earth proved in a court of law?
Yes. No, the globe could not be proven in a court of law. That's what happened. They couldn't prove that the globe was true.
Yeah, look up Thompson versus Garcia 2019.
There's an image of it.
So did we get actual measurement of the radius?
I was asking about curvature, but it got off in the weeds again.
No. We haven't seen any of that.
Yeah, the R value is a really fun subject.
Wow, that was a good one. Holy mackerel.
I thought that was someone.
So you see that little setup video? You guys ought to copy that so you can the Black Swan setup MP4. If you follow that link I put at 38 minutes, download that for yourself. It takes a little while to load, but if they watch that, that's from when he's facing the camera down at the water and he just rotates it up past the surfers to the oil rigs and you see the islands in the background. Boom. Earth, 2 million mile radius right there. That means the surface of Earth, because of that observation, would be 8 times further out than the moon. Right?
What is quite interesting is Goose mentioned the format, that he comes in here asking, quote unquote, an original question to which we just deny. I think the format is actually they come in here, ask question, but don't ever listen to response, so that tomorrow they can ask the same question, making it as though there's actually points against this. So the repetition that's going on here now is actually they come in, ask some repeated question, but assuming that it's their own idea or that they've come to this realization themselves. We then thoroughly debunk from multiple sides. They claim they didn't hear any point raised. So it goes round and round for 2 hours. Then they use a scattergun approach to ask multiple unoriginal questions again, to which each one has a concise answer, but they don't listen to the answer so that they can continue to claim that there's still 5 unanswered questions.
Yeah, they don't answer the question. They claim we're interrupting them. We're interrupting them because they're not answering the question. And we interrupt them multiple times because they multiply don't answer the question multiple times, right?
Yeah, and he was trying to imply that no matter what valuable original question he asks, we just sort of hand wave dismiss, saying, no, that's not true. Whereas we actually provide the citation and sources for why that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
And when we request from them to provide anything that substantiates that idea, they can't, but yet they still claim the victory lap, saying that they
Goose.
come to us with questions, valuable questions, and we just don't want to give them an answer. We just want to tell them they're wrong whereas we've given them like 30 answers. They haven't understood even the first one out of the 30, which means we can't even get onto the complex part of that question.
Hey, I have
And
a
then they
question.
claim that
No,
we
no more
are
questions.
unable.
Let Solar finish. Are you done?
Yeah, I'm basically done. I'll repeat
Yeah,
this.
I wanted to say something real quick. So Goose at 45 minutes after text chat. I never claimed to have an original question. Yeah, we know that, Goose. You didn't have an original question. We've heard these parroted over and over, the same exact things you're quoting. It's not from your mouth. Yeah. How did all of you guys get the same thing to squawk back to us? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, each one of you, this very same thing. How is that possible? Did you go to the same parrot school, how to parrot back information, regurgitate stuff like a bird?
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
So this is a general Earth question, not inherently about shape. How come in the distance, like mountains and stuff, look blue?
What?
Look blue.
Yeah, like mountains in the distance, they look blue.
Because the air is full of water vapor, and there's so much of it that it alters the color. And what happens when you look at a bunch of water collected together? It turns blue.
So does that mean in the afternoon, like on really cool sunset
Wait,
days,
you
it
should have
means-
said in the afternoon. That's specific.
Oh no, I just meant in general. Like in the
Well,
middle
it
of the day,
depends,
looks
because
blue.
for example, when the sun is going down, we can see close to the whole spectrum light. Like you can see violet, blue, red,
Yeah, I was gonna
yellow,
ask.
literally.
Purple, orange, red.
Yeah, it depends where you're looking.
I think
Is there
what that guy
fire
was
vapor?
is that the subsequent mountain ranges become more and more blue until eventually they become so opaque that you can't see the mountain range. Is that what you're talking about? That as things get further and further away from us visually, there's more air between us, and eventually it becomes occluded or occulted just simply due to the bluish air, the water.
Yeah, it's the water.
Water
Yeah.
rich air? Is that what you were asking in your question of things turn blue?
No, I just thought when you went further away from them, they changed colors.
Yeah, but different colored mountains, like in the distance, will change to a different color. So probably not
go
all
lighter.
mountains turn to blue. Some may turn to different color, but when they all converge and the vanishing point, they're going to do some strange things visually that we can detect. But it's not. You can't just say all mountains in the distance turn blue, because that
I mean,
isn't correct.
when you look through what you call atmosphere,
That's
whatever,
awesome.
you're basically looking through water. I mean, that's actually the case. You are genuinely looking through water. It's just that it's made in very small particles, and usually it's changing the states in which you're finding it. But you are watching through water. And when you consider that, you also have to consider the way water refracts light and the colors that it might generate. It's getting incredibly complicated. All kinds of... You can literally see any kind of color depending on where you are, what you're looking at, and what is going on around you.
But when I vape, it's always white.
Ask the guy from 2 kilometers away from you if, like, start vaping when it's night, when you're in the city, and a guy that's zooming on you from 2 kilometers. See what that looks like.
But the
I
guy 2
disagree.
kilometers away can't see me because I'm behind the curvature.
So, 1 second. KDA, you said you have evidence for flat Earth?
No, he just said he can't
Oh,
see
yeah,
it
yeah.
because of curvature.
I
He
have
just said it
evidence
right
for
now.
flat Earth.
He posted that in the VC check-in.
Yeah.
So,
Well, actually, it was kind of a question.
what's up? Well,
In-
no,
in-
let's see it, man. If you make that claim, let's see it.
Well,
Or you're lying about that.
It kind of turned into a question because the guy kind of answered it in the introduction channel there in the VC
Well,
check-in.
what was your evidence then? What was your evidence?
Oh, that it's flat?
Right.
Because I'm not falling over right now.
You're not what?
I'm not falling over. Like my ball isn't rolling when I place it on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
That would make you think that you're on a flat plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was the guy in the text channel. He said he made it sound like the Earth was a giant cylinder.
Dude, you just said 5 minutes ago that you won't see you from 2 kilometers away because of the Earth curvature.
Hacker got me.
And that's wrong because it should be 3 miles or 5 kilometers. So at 2 kilometers, you very much can still be seen.
Plus that, yes.
You guys are just flawed. Like pretty much everything that comes out of your mouth, because you're reciting from someone else, and these are not your original ideas, they are flawed. Every single one of them. Yet the people in this room, when they come to you with actual evidence, it's often their own experienced evidence. So it's not a reciting or a recitation of some erroneous bullshit that someone spewed to you that made you laugh at flat earthers because you probably didn't even understand the point he was making. And then when you come to a room like this, where we want to actually challenge every point on its merits, and that you can take the same argument down 5 or 6 different avenues, and that we've got answers for every single question you stupid globers can throw at us, we have answers for.
I have
And
a
if you
question.
only had the listening strength to hear the answers, you would no longer be assuming you're living on a spherical ball. What
So I
you
know
just
the
said
Earth is
now,
flat.
the ball not moving, that's probably was one of my great evidences as well. If you think about a conveyor belt, when a surface is moving and a wheel comes in contact with a moving surface, the wheel starts to rotate. This is like first grade, really, really basic. So you got a conveyor belt, lower a wheel down till it touches the conveyor belt. What will happen to the wheel? It will start rotating. Okay, now take your vehicle, place it east or west, or north or south. Just place your car in neutral and watch the wheels rotate as the earth spins underneath it. Oh, wait, that doesn't occur. And if I travel east, I'm going to use just as much petrol as if I travel west. Or if I travel north or south, I'm going to use the same amount of diesel, the same amount of fuel in any direction, which is not what would occur on a conveyor belt, where simply by placing the wheel in contact with the moving conveyor belt, the wheel will start moving. So if you were on a spinning sphere Earth and it was moving easterly at a consistent rate, which we're told, simply placing the car in neutral, you would start to experience the moving Earth underneath your free moving wheel. Did you
I have a question.
understand?
So I
Did
know
you
the Earth is
understand?
flat. Oh yeah, yeah.
Just respond to the point that's been said, and then you can go on to your question for sure.
Yeah, I understand.
But it makes sense that if something underneath you is moving, that simply placing the wheel there would cause the wheel to move.
Yeah.
And do we see that in the real world? Like if we suspended a wheel from a balloon, a helium balloon, that this wheel is just resting on the earth, we should
Why would a
start to see
balloon
that.
have a wheel?
So I'm saying to take it so that it's buoyant, so that the wheel is literally floating above the earth,
Oh,
so
I know
that
what you
there's
mean.
no weight, so that you can't claim, oh, but a vehicle weighs a ton and therefore the wheel can't rotate. So let's say
You
we
sound
take
like
away
Donald
all
Trump.
take away all the mass, suspend this wheel so it's just in contact with this quote unquote rotating earth, we should see that wheel rotate. And we don't.
So I have a question, because I know the Earth is flat, but I've been thinking about this for a while. What if China is round though?
Wow, so funny, bro. We didn't see that coming, you know? We're actually that stupid. We thought all this time you're not trolling. Yeah. That was
No.
actually so hard.
Well, but
Yo,
think of it
buddy,
this way.
listen, shut up.
That
Okay, listen. We know you're the troll.
that-
Just if you want to have a smart conversation, go on. But if you're a dumb troll, just shut
Hear
up,
me
please.
out. Hear me out.
No,
that
no.
was original, so I'll give you that. But it was originally stupid. So You've now given us a benchmark as to what you are and at what intelligence level you operate at.
Well, this is
And
going to
if
blow
you
your
think
mind.
the
Just
rest,
gonna say that, yo.
if you
I'm
think
onto
the rest
something.
of the realm is flat, but China can still be a sphere,
Well,
then you've demonstrated that I'm wasting my time talking to you.
well, no, I'm honest because the guy in the intro, he said that nobody knows what the shape is. That it's just like the base of the universe. So what if the reason they're so secretive is because it's round over there?
Yeah, a bunch of diarrhea,
Well,
right? The god. Yes. So we're not going to waste any time on you.
So smart, dude. So smart. But he was original. Yeah, we gotta give him that.
We're not going to post day videos in the live stream chat. That's not what we're going to do. So Ebrixton is now incognito. We can talk
Thank
to
you, Roger.
Cronky Dan. Cronky Dan, are you the? Oh, he's not. So I'm not going to unmute him. We can talk to Kalajadu.
Hey,
Kalajadu.
how's it going?
What's up?
I'm right.
Did you find us
Oh, I saw it on a stream,
on a
and I
stream?
figured I'd pull up. Yeah.
Are you here to have a normal adult conversation, Kalajadu? Is it
Yes,
something you are
sir.
capable of? Yeah.
Yep.
That's all we want, right? We only want honesty and just normal conversation, right? Is
Of
it
course.
something you can manage?
I believe so.
Oh, you. Okay. So, have you looked into the topic already?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. And what is your what do you think about it?
It's interesting, but a couple things don't make sense to me, man.
Well, you're talking about senses, right? Which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball?
0.
Right. So that is nonsense, right? No sense will tell you that you are on a ball ever. So the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating to everybody ever alive. We
Yo,
do not experience the Earth as a ball. So I find it
yeah,
funny that you come here and say, well, it doesn't make sense. Well, which sense do you use to experience the Earth as a ball? That is nonsense, right?
yeah, man. Yo, I'm high as hell, but yo, you're making sense right now.
Okay. So what is your question? What are you confused about?
Oh, I was gonna say, what's up with that gravity shit? Because they say since it's a ball, it pushes in. So how does that work if it's flat?
Well,
Smoke goes up, balloons go up.
yeah. So when you drop a helium balloon, it goes up, right? And it's not. So I'm assuming you didn't look into what gravity is or how it's
No, I saw the
explained.
movie. I saw the movie.
Yeah, you saw the movie, but that's just the movie, right? And I must admit, the movie Gravity is a good movie, and they use a lot of CGI. It looks real, right?
Yeah. It
Yeah,
it looks better than the NASA pictures.
it looks way better than NASA. Correct.
And
Yeah.
better than what they
So
give us from the ISS.
right. So the way gravity is explained in the current consensus is that it is the warping and bending of space-time, right? So, which is just a theory. It's just an idea, right? Somebody, Einstein, brought this idea, and made some calculations with it. Nobody has ever proven that we can bend or warp space-time. So it's just an idea. It has never been proven. So, which makes you wonder, why do you believe in an idea? Why do you believe in something that has never been proven? I could just easily claim it's invisible unicorns on your shoulder, right? It's never been proven, but I can claim it. Thus, it's real, right? But when you look at relative density, it makes more sense. It makes sense, right? Relative density is something you can actually prove. You can put a beach ball and you throw it up, it falls down because it's heavier than air. But when you take that same beach ball and you take it down in a pool and you drop it, it shoots up, right? Because the medium is denser than the ball. So that dictates its directionality.
So more dense objects, they fall compared to
They
like
fall.
Compared to the medium in which an object is, if it's more
Yeah,
dense, it's going down.
when
If
you
it's less dense, it's going up.
But
when
why
you
is that?
drop an
Because
anvil, when you drop an anvil, for instance, and you drop it through air, it falls. But when it falls into a pool of mercury, it floats.
yeah, but why?
Why? That is the natural order. That is just how reality works.
So there's no like actual like reason. It's just the way it is.
So why does a hot cup of coffee always goes cold, right? Why does that always happen? It just happens, right?
Nah, the shit like doesn't the temperature like spread out and shit?
Yeah,
Like,
it calls
osmosis, whatever the
Yeah,
fuck.
that we came up with a word entropy, but entropy doesn't exist in itself. We just called it that. The thing in itself is the real, but what are you
Yeah,
asking of is symbols like words or formulas, whatever. These things don't exist. We make them up.
Yeah. So what's the word for like the reason why density?
Relative density. We got the word, and the phenomenon is real. What else you want?
That didn't really
And it's
explain what I asked.
well, and you
Apple, an apple fell on Newton's head, and he said there was a force pulling it down. He called it gravity. But if that apple kept falling and landed on water and it floats, now what is it?
Right, but you used gravity to describe density, right?
No.
Can you show me a formula where there's the small g and big G in relative density, please? Thank you.
No, I'm saying he used gravity.
Who used gravity?
Yeah,
Like
we're
in
saying
your
something
in
else.
your, no, in your example with Newton, you used
No, I'm
gravity,
saying
right?
so Newton was sitting under a tree, an apple fell on his head, and he called it gravity. That's why the apple fell on his head. But if that apple fell into water instead of his head in the floor, then the apple would float, and it stops. Its motion stops. It does not move anymore. Why doesn't gravity pull the apple underwater?
My question is, why don't things just go up, to the left, to the right? Like, why do they go in those specific ways?
Natural
goes up.
No, I'm saying
Yeah,
like
helium goes up.
something that's more dense is gonna go down.
Right.
But like why?
So you're describing
Why doesn't
density.
it just go
You're
up?
not describing any.
Why doesn't it go to the side? Why doesn't it go to the
That
right?
is the natural order of things. Just as I asked you, why does a hot cup of
Take an
coffee
apple, take an apple and
always
put it
goes
at the
to
bottom
cold?
of a fish tank, and then let the apple go. It goes straight up.
Yeah, but why?
Right. You said
Less dense than the medium.
You said the apple is less dense than the water. So if you take an apple and put it at the bottom of a fish tank and let it go, it's going to go straight up.
Well, hold up. I'll give something to this guy. Whatever the reason might be that you want to hear it, it's never gonna be gravity because gravity doesn't explain that. So
No, that's
stop
fine.
asking it.
I'm just asking like what's
Some
the reason?
things,
Like why does it move?
yeah, listen, some things can never be known, just like why a hot cup of coffee always goes cold, right? That is the natural order of things. It's called entropy. It's a natural law. It's never been broken. That is how we experience our reality, right? high pressure.
And now, if you're
will
gonna ask what causes entropy,
right,
we'll simply say we don't know.
nobody knows, right? So high pressure will always go to low pressure. If you fill up a balloon with air and you let go of the nozzle, it will deflate. It will go from high pressure to low pressure. That will always happen. Why this happens, it's natural law. Nobody knows, right?
Heat always moves to cold, hot, cold. And I got an
see.
example
So
for your sideways movement. So if you take a helium balloon in a static environment and release it, it's going to go straight up. You take that same helium balloon outside, let it go, it goes straight up, but then it hits wind. Now it's going to be going up and sideways. So you wanted a sideways motion. There you go. There's a sideways motion. Just add wind. There's another variable for you.
You guys are all fucking trippers.
Thanks.
Cool story, bro.
Why do you believe that the Earth's flat? I don't get it.
We don't believe it, and we've got empirical evidence for it.
Because it doesn't curve.
No, but why do you believe it though?
Well, you know
We
how
don't believe in. Listen, do you believe 1 + 1 = 2?
No, that's a fact.
Yeah,
Once
you just
measure,
answered to your
once
question.
You measure, once you measure something, you don't believe it anymore. You know it.
No, but it's not flat. That's the thing.
Well, if it isn't.
So do you got any measurements of
It
curvature?
measures flat. Sorry.
Huh?
So you say it's not flat. Do you have any measurements of curvature drop over distance?
What do you do? Oh, Roger, what do you do for work?
That's not important. Irrelevant.
It is, because apparently, like, most dumb cunts believe that the Earth's flat. So I just want to test to see what you do for work.
Okay, so
trigger later, dummy. Hasta la pasta. Next.
I can assure you, most people in here know more physics than any of you.
What a bunch of losers that would do that, really? Do you guys get this at this time of the morning every day, or or what? I'm not usually up this time of the day.
Oh,
It
I got
triggered the people
Phil.
who
I
don't
got
believe in globe.
Phil is stalking us again. Phil is stalking us again. Oh, he's in my DM.
Wait, Dr. Phil? He's back?
He's in my DMs. Stalking.
Oh, back at it
Somebody
again.
let him back in.
No. No.
No, it
I've heard
doesn't-
him talking Gems Panda server. He's still mentally
Well, I
disabled.
guess so he can still message us then.
He's denying that.
We know that's the only reason. We know that's the only reason he's here is to DM newcomers to try to turn them away with bogus information with his fake
obviously.
self.
Hey, yo, I got a question. What, you know how like pilots fly planes and shit, and they follow like specific paths? How does
Yeah.
that work? My friend's a pilot, so I'm wondering, like, how does that work?
You can ask your friend what does it tell in the manual how to consider the Earth, and it will actually tell you that you have to consider it as a flat plane that is motionless.
So wait, your friend says he's a pilot. What does he say? What is Earth?
He says it's round.
He says it's round. Is round a sphere? Tell him to bring a proof here. I'll give him $10,000 bucks.
$10,000? All right.
You too, bro. I'll give you $10,000 bucks too. For one
Yeah, and
proof.
if you provide proof and he doesn't give you the
I'll give my name,
$10,000, you
address,
can
and
sue
everything right
him.
now.
You can
I'm
sue
on a
him
live
and
stream
you'll
right now,
lose.
bro. I'm on a live stream right now. I'm giving you $10,000 you and your friend, for just one proof of globe.
What would you consider proof?
One proof of globe using scientific method. Anything that's empirical.
Okay.
Prove the curvature, prove the spin, prove the Earth being a
Come on,
globe.
bro, you're gonna make 10 grand. Like, genuinely.
Yeah, it'll take me some time. I got to run some experiments, man.
Really?
Just give
I
me some
thought
time.
everybody knows this. Everybody knows it's a globe. It's a common sense. Everybody knows it. So now it's going to take you some time to find out about something that
Yeah,
everybody knows.
I gotta grab a bunch of rulers and shit, a compass, you know.
Bunch
I
of
gotta
rulers?
telescope. Yeah.
Really? You're going to measure the globe with rulers.
Yeah.
Genius, bro. Your friend pilot too. You're going to give him some rulers. He's going to measure it too.
Yeah, he'll measure the skies, I'll measure
Oh,
the
bro.
line.
So do that, come back, and you got $20,000 just like that. How easy was that?
20,000? You're doubling it now?
Yeah,
my
we're just
dude.
doubling it.
10 for
20.
you and 10 for your
Is it,
friend
is it
Tyler.
40K? 40K next?
That was funny. Now you got nothing to say, huh?
Bro,
Go
you
home,
just had like some
get some
weird.
proof, bro, and come back.
Yo,
That's all you gotta do. Don't you want to make that
I
money
got
right
nothing
now?
to say, bro. You just had a stroke.
So there you go, bro. Go make some money right now, dude. Never made that kind of money in your life. Why don't you go do it that easy? Get some
If
rulers,
you double it to
friend
80K,
to
I'll do it.
measure the earth, and come back.
All right, 160K now.
You're a fucking clown, dude. You got nothing to say. That's it.
320.
You fell apart. You're a snowflake.
600K.
Got nothing to say.
1 million.
What else you want to talk about?
Wait, he
million.
just doubled 600,000 to 1 million. He's mentally deranged.
I'm
I
saying you
rounded
got
down.
nothing to say, bro. That's why
I
just talking
rounded down
nonsense
because I don't know if you know about decimals.
Why are you here, bro? Are you triggered that the earth is flat? Is that triggering you on an emotional level?
No, it triggers me
The
that
earth
your
is not
brain is
moving, now
flat.
you triggered? Huh?
It triggers me that your brain
Wouldn't
is
you
flat,
like
bro.
it to be moving? Wouldn't you like there to be a curve somewhere so you can find it? But there isn't, right? So you're gonna come here and tell us how triggered you are. Do you have anything to say, bro?
Who you
intelligent
got,
questions?
LeBron James
Do
or
you have
Michael Jordan?
anything intelligent to ask? Ask one intelligent question. Go ahead. Go ahead, I'm waiting, bro. Why are you quiet?
What is
Just
the meaning
one
of life?
intelligent question. Go ahead.
What is the meaning of life?
To find the purpose. To find the purpose. To find the meaning. Next.
And you guys
Is that
not
your
play
earth
Apex?
question, bro? We're talking flat earth here, my dude.
What?
We're talking flat earth
What?
here,
What?
not the meaning of life.
Like I'm Playboy card. What? It's never too much. It's
Yeah,
never too
triggered
much.
now? You
It's never
triggered?
too much.
Go
What?
ahead. Triggered?
Huh?
My boy, as he talks, I think he's got like a machine in the brain, and whenever he
That boy
actually
is
says
scared
something,
of
he
the
has to
truth.
decrease his IQ. It's
Yeah,
like a
that boy
lever.
is
You have
scared.
to throw out neurons and
Dude,
synapses
flat
as you
earth
talk.
scares the shit out of these kids, bro.
Yeah.
They're petrified.
Bro, I shat my I'm gonna need my mommy to
fucking
change my diaper, bro. My diaper is so full of poo poo right now. I'm so scared. Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool story, bro. Nice.
that, my God.
And that was gone. I'm not gonna toy around again. So,
Thank you, Roger.
do we have any other people that want to talk?
We got some other guys that are completely new.
Nubrak was cool from yesterday, but I don't know what happened to him today, dude. He started acting like a bitch, man.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what Flat Earth does to you.
It was cool
Vlad,
yesterday.
don't you know that meme with first time? What was it? I need help with this. So first time you're rejecting it. What was the second time? Like completely rejecting, then you're kind of thinking, kind of interesting. Then the fourth one is, okay, it actually makes sense. Then like the sixth level is, no, it's absolute bullshit. And then you come back and then you realize it's reality.
Yeah.
Something like that.
So you guys want to talk to Goose?
No, not Goose, bro. Nubrak.
Nah.
Nubrak was all right yesterday. Goose is a triggered clown, bro.
We can
Nubrak, we can talk to Nubrak.
unmute Nubrak. Welcome,
What's up?
Nubrak.
What's up, guys? Welcome.
What's up?
What's up, Nubrak? You
Yeah,
was
I felt kind of. No, I was just mad. There
What
was
happened
that.
today,
I don't know.
man? I heard you talk shit today. What happened, bro? Like you spiraling and all kinds of
Yeah,
shit.
no,
Like,
I got
couple of
mad,
lovers in
bro.
chat and you lose it.
No, yeah, there was that one guy that kept interrupting everyone, bro. I was so mad.
So Nubrak, what did you learn, bro, in the last couple of days, man? Like, tell me what you learned about Flat Earth, and tell me.
I
how it
learned.
makes sense
I
to
mean,
you.
from you guys, I learned a lot of things. I learned that gravity doesn't exist. The deepest hole we've dug is what, 8 miles deep. Is it the 60th
How about
parallel?
the
I don't
surface
know.
of the water, bro?
Oh, wait,
how about remember
Nubrak.
yesterday we talked about water having to have to be contained? We talked about it like 3 different times.
Right?
and
Yeah, the
surface being
containers.
level.
Yeah, everything.
You understand
All.
that right
Nubrak,
now, right?
when you say gravity doesn't exist, do you know why?
No, yeah, I'm kind of confused about that. I
Well,
get
okay.
you were talking about relative gravity and shit, but I don't
No,
know
that's
the-
relative density. So here's the
bro.
thing. To prove something is real, you gotta make an experiment that proves that. You follow?
Right, I'm with
And
you.
that experiment has to be based on the scientific method. You follow?
Yes, okay.
Now, you have to research what the scientific method actually states what you need. And you'll see you have to come up with a hypothesis, which usually is one phrase, two phrases, whatever. That is
Right.
what you're trying to prove. And then you've got independent variables, control variables, etc. The gist of it is that what you want to do is find the relationship, the cause and effect relationship between something and something else. To prove that, you gotta freeze everything else that might affect it.
Right.
For example, how temperature affects gases. Well, you freeze the pressure, you freeze the volume, you freeze movement in it. You do all kinds of things, so you just change the temperature. So you know concisely what's the link between temperature and whatever you want to prove. So, gravity needs an experiment based on this philosophy for it to exist.
Right.
Therefore, we need an experiment that has specific dependent and independent variables. Look them up, get familiar with what these things mean, and then look up an experiment that actually confirms the existence of gravity. What was manipulated, what was frozen, what was not manipulated, all these things. What we're saying is that such thing does not exist. Ergo, gravity doesn't exist.
Because not a single experiment has ever been conducted to prove it. Simple as that.
You got it now? At least our argument, you don't have to believe in it. You just gotta understand the argument, then you do your own research and you find out.
Nubrak, did you check that PDF file I sent you yesterday and why things rise and fall?
No, I didn't check that out yet. No.
I mean, dude, everything you need to understand is there. Everything. Just learn a few simple things, dude. This is basic physics, bro. Relative density is the most first grade physics, dude.
And check this out. You were talking about experiments, so I thought it might be a good time to just interject this part. That did you know, or well, what I'm telling you, what I'll just tell you, that in cosmology or astrophysics, there is not a valid experiment that can be done with any of those fields because they have no independent control variable.
It's wild.
You ask why?
Yeah, why? Why?
Because you can't go there. I mean, any kind of experiment presupposes the fact that you can manipulate these things, right? Can you manipulate planet Mars, its structure, its spin? I don't know. Can you do anything to it? Absolutely not. So can you do an experiment? No. It's like saying, can you do an experiment in an universe created in your dream where you can't control the dream? That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, science trying to do that now, but yeah. No, I get what
Well,
you're saying.
if it ain't doing that, it ain't science. And what we're calling it is pseudoscience.
Yeah, by definition, it's pseudoscience. And
You
that's
know
what
what's
Michio Kaku-
crazy, right? Because I grew up and you know I taken science class. You know, everyone does, right? All the way through high school, right? And then college, you choose what you want. How come, like, most of the science stuff, right? Like, or I mean, I pretty much believed all the science stuff that was told to me, right? Why is it that it's just this that people are like hiding, or people are, you know, the flat earth are coming out saying that that's
No, they're
wrong,
not
right?
hiding it actively. Just people simply have been told this, like you, right?
Right.
If your kids would ask you about it, you would have simply regurgitated everything you've been told, and you would genuinely think you're saying the truth. It's this. It's not like everybody's actively in a conspiracy. That's crazy. No, they're not. They're simply just thinking this is reality, and they keep on saying it to other people. It's not some crazy conspiracy. I mean, it is in a sense, but it's not active. People just do it unwillingly. People genuinely think they're saying the truth when they're trying to explain the spinning globe. They genuinely believe in it.
But
Genuinely believe in it.
Why would they, you know, you would think if they're going to teach this shit, there would have to be a reason behind it, right? Like, you don't think that they've done experiments for hundreds of years and that's why they're teaching it in schools, right? Based on what they think is the best knowledge? Or do you think, like, in the past, like, 50, 100 years, they discovered new stuff to, you know, come to this new conclusion now?
Sure, you can think of it that way, but when you actually go down to reality, you realize that's not at all what's happening. I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, but only in your mind. When you actually look at reality, it instantly falls apart. Because what has actually happened in the last 100 so years is that everything we're teaching has been shifted. From medicine to physics to logic to everything has been simply shifted. Now it's getting into politics and into all kinds of psychological things. Everything is getting shifted.
Teaching little boys that they can be little girls now in school.
Being legal to take pills that can change your sex when you're, 2 years old? That kind of stuff.
And you know what?
Go
It's
to
not
go to
the
go to
only
Google.
topic that they've lied about. They've lied about education, medicine, science, all the different fields of science, biology, genetics, a whole bunch of pseudosciences in there. They've lied about
Go
all of
Go to
evolution.
Google and put in a search for "Can men have babies?" and see what pops up.
Can men have babies?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a good
Well,
one.
I
put
bet
that
you
into
nowadays. I bet you they can, right?
no, a biological man. Just search "Can men have babies?" in Google and see what pops up.
I don't know. I saw there was an article once, and I saw this guy, and it said like it's the first guy to have a kid.
Yeah,
I know
see,
it's
well, that's
crazy.
the point. They're
I can
getting
write an
into
article
everything.
Right.
and say that.
And the reason to do it is because if you've got a nation full of individuals that are strong and well educated, you're done. You're never gonna control people that are that strong. You're instantly done. Like 5 minutes after you've created some law that is authoritarian, you would find yourself with a bullet in the head or your house surrounded by 20 million people ready to kill you. It's like, that's not gonna work. So you need people to be stupid and just obey and believe in your lies. That's why they're hiding everything that has to do with the truth. Because the thing is, any bit of truth, here's the actual reason why. And I don't hear this argument many times said, but this is the strongest argument. The reason why you have to lie about everything is because if somebody genuinely figures out a truth about something, it's only a matter of time until they decipher it all, because everything is connected. The idea that things are separate, it's stupid. Everything is holistic. That's why you gotta lie about everything. Because any small thing that gets into the mind of somebody that is the objective truth, they're done. You just gotta give them some time. It depends from individual to another. But if they got just one thing, they'll figure it all out. That's why you gotta lie about everything. So you decrease your chances of people waking up.
So do you think like China technically has it right then? By like teaching them like I forgot the leader's name. I just read now they're gonna teach his thoughts to every children in school.
Well, in other words, that's basically what's going on here. Only that what we're being taught is not the minds of one dude. It's the minds of some dudes that decided that's what is supposed to be taught. Fundamentally, it's kind of the same thing.
I guess so.
But you see how controllable Chinese people are? The whole nation?
Well, they all know they're controlled. This is funny because they all know they are and they accept it.
They accept it. Yeah, it gets to a certain, you hit a breaking point. You hit a certain point where there's like no turning back. Right? That's why you have the Soviets of the world. That's why you have the Bolshevik revolutions, the Nazi regimes, you know. And people are like cattle, you know, they're easily trainable, they're easily manipulated, especially when you get them in groups, you know. And these people, there's a whole science to it. Go on and look up experiments, you know, of manipulating the crowd. You know, read a book called The Battle for the Mind. That's a good start. Or another one is called The Rape of the Mind. Read that one. It has a lot of the Pavlovian conditioning. You know, just take step by step.
Yeah. Shit, man, there's a lot to take in, you know.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
a
I
lot
would
of people
share
in here
those.
spend
I would
years
share
trying to
those
get
books
this.
here, but I can't post.
I used to see you're new to this. You don't really seem new to this.
No, I'm not new at all. No. I haven't really been in the conversation for a while. Take a step back for a bit.
Okay, because you just got the vis and you obviously know some stuff.
Yeah, I know a lot of stuff. But I learned that the more you know, the less you know. It's weird that way. Because the
That
more you
is,
learn,
yeah, that is true. Yeah.
yep, the more you learn and
The
start
more you
decoding
realize
and
you don't
breaking
know,
down
yeah.
all the lies, you realize that you don't know shit. That like everyone's lost. Everybody. But that's the
Yo,
journey
is
to
Dr.
figure
Phil
it
in your
out.
guys' DMs, yo?
Sorry.
Dr. Phil is back at it, dude. He's DMing me like crazy, dude.
Yeah, he's DMing everybody. The poor old guy just needs to
Such a
convert.
fanatic, dude.
Yeah, he is.
Fundamentalist fanatic, dude.
It's a panic attack.
He's obsessed with flat earthers, dude.
He's like a
Dude, it's really-
vampire.
It's really kind of disgusting. Look,
It is, man.
it's revolting. I like.
Imagine, right?
Now,
A school teacher spending his free hours thinking that flat Earth is the most ridiculous thing ever, and spending all of his free hours DMing other people.
Mm-hmm. And meanwhile, in the chat, flat earthers are explaining what a man or a woman is and what it means if you have a womb or not. Does that imply that you're a woman if you have a womb? Shit like that. It's the best ever. Holy crap.
This is just.
You just gotta laugh sometimes, man.
You can't make this shit up. You
I
can't.
know. Like, if it weren't actually
crazy in
happening,
here.
this is the craziest freaking psycho thriller, like clown world, like adventure. You're in the mind of somebody with like 42 personalities or something with these people. It's incredible. What a ride.
So how long did it take you guys to
It
come
took
to
me
your
a
own
year and a
conclusion?
half. Because I was a nutty. I went to the National Olympics of Physics like 4 years in a row. I was balls deep into believing the globe. Like balls deep. I couldn't let it go. And like, I kept on watching, I think it was on was starting to watch videos on BitChute. And there's a guy there's Space Busters and Globes Busters. I kept on watching Space Busters and I was like, that's so stupid. Here's the formula for it. And then one day I realized that all of my debunkings, because I knew the explanation using formulas to everything. But then one day I realized, wait, hold up. I'm just explaining with numbers. Formulas out of nowhere. Well, these ones have to come from actual experiments. And then when I realized, okay, let's check where this is actually coming from. And then I went I was getting ready for the exams and all that. And I was asking my teacher, how do we get to those ones? Because you're always being taught it's very complicated, but it's from experiments. And then actually go on after you finish your 2 hours of whatever, physics or whatever. Can we go back to that? What was the actual experiment? Can I read a book about it? I'm genuinely interested. How did they do it? You'll never find the answer. There never is none. And then I realized, well, hold up. Yeah, I got it. I have explanations using formulas,